Chapter 1. The moonlight glimmers like silver. The night is as soft as silk. A thunderous roar abruptly shattered the tranquility of the night, as a frail and slender figure struggled through the vast expanse of the primordial forest, relentlessly pursued by a massive black bear. Yue Huan Huan, freshly graduated from university, had spent over 20 years adhering to the rules, treading cautiously through life. The thought of a future she could foresee from miles away filled her with ennui. How delightful it would be to embark on an impromptu journey before the onset of a monotonous existence. Hence, she registered for an outdoor adventure with fellow travelers online. Little did she know, it wasn't long after entering the forest that a sudden gust of wind rendered her unconscious. Upon regaining consciousness, she found herself in the dead of night. What on earth? Before her stood an enormous black bear, its eyes scrutinizing her intently. Yue Huan Huan was petrified, and the instinct for survival propelled her to flee without a second thought, stumbling and tripping, her heart chillingly heavy. Alas, my life is forfeit. Had I known it would come to this, why venture into danger? Wouldn't it be more pleasurable to languish on a soft bed? Truly, the saying no pain, no gain rings true. After adhering so strictly to societal norms for over 2 decades, to think that I would one day be devoured by a bear. What a farce it is that I have never even held the hand of the opposite sex. And now, my life is so fleeting, so barren, what a waste. As she ran for her life, her heart felt as if it might burst. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Huh, surprised are we? Isn't this thrilling? The unexpected voice pushed Yue Huan Huan, already on the brink of despair, over the edge. She collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, and glanced back. There was nothing. Wait, where's that bear? Had it truly let her go? Was she spared from being devoured? After a fleeting moment of joy, she recalled the voice from earlier and, trembling, asked, Who's there? It's me, the beloved cat deity who grants wishes. A youthful, melodious voice echoed in her ears, startling her. Though she could hear the voice, she could not see its owner. The repeated shocks had driven her to the brink of hysteria, and in exasperation, she shouted, Get lost! I'm a god of wealth. What kind of childish antics are you playing at? How rude of you, my dear. I, who wander through the realms, heard your wish. Did you not express a desire for an exciting journey, to experience a passionate romance? The voice continued, Seeing your lovely visage, I decided to grant your wish and bring you to this beastly world. Shouldn't you be thanking me instead of cursing? Beastly world? My wish. Yue Huan Huan was utterly bewildered and blurted out. Indeed, are you not aware of this world? Thrills and perils abound. Your life shall be anything but mundane. The males here are strikingly handsome, and the females are scarce. One woman can have multiple partners. Thus, you may engage in as many romances as you desire, however fervently you wish. I have chosen this for you with your heart's content in mind, and yet you do not express gratitude? Ha ha ha. Yue Huan Huan felt as if her heart might seize. She had read her fair share of beastly world tales, but she merely enjoyed them from the safety of her home. She never intended to experience such madness firsthand. This was not the kind of excitement she had anticipated. I truly thank you. Now please return me. She ground out through gritted teeth. Why so greedy? Since you've arrived, you cannot simply return. I have already fulfilled one of your wishes. If everyone were as greedy as you, I would surely be exhausted. How can one desire it all? Yue Huan Huan could only respond with silence. Was there even a word for this? Should she utter a curse? What do I want? How can I have it all? The flamboyant cat, noticing her silence, remarked, If you wish not to thank me, then I shall take my leave. You may entertain yourself. Yue Huan Huan was furious. You're leaving? You're just going to abandon me here? Others who traverse these worlds often have some sort of golden finger or system. You've given me nothing. I'll be devoured by wild beasts before I can take 2 steps. What excitement am I to find? What romance? You silly cat, are you here to fulfill my wish or to take my life? Having vented her frustrations, she realized she had already been frightened by the bear, and now, to suddenly find herself in a beastly world sent her into a frenzy of anger and despair, and she broke down in tears. The cat deity, bewildered, thought, I granted her wish, and yet she is ungrateful? How dare she insult me? calling me a silly cat. And now she weeps? I feel like squashing her. But seeing her so pitiable and clearly lacking the means for self-defense, the deity decided to help her, lest it tarnish its reputation as the beloved cat deity. Very well, it relented. I shall gift you a 7th-tier phoenix beast essence. However, in your mortal form, you will require time to fully merge with the essence. Remember, perform good deeds, and once you have 7 phoenix tail flowers on your wrist, you will be fully integrated with the essence. I shall take my leave now, and I wish you a smooth journey in this beastly world. Listening to the childish voice spouting such nonsensical words, one moment claiming to be adored by all, the next referring to itself in the third person, its speech a bizarre mix of ancient and modern, Yue Huan Huan felt a laugh bubbling within her. Goodness, is this a dream? Surely it must be. Otherwise, how could such an unscientific scenario befall her? It was merely a journey. What sin had she committed? Hey, are you still there? Silence enveloped the forest. Not even a chirp of an insect could be heard. After waiting for what felt like ages with no response, she gazed at her empty wrist, devoid of any trace of the phoenix tail flower. A medley of emotions swirled within her. The little trickster had simply departed, leaving her to ponder her next steps. Exhausted from her chaotic thoughts, she fell asleep amidst the grass. As dawn broke, the stars withdrew from the heavens. Sunlight filtered through the trees, casting warm rays upon Yue Huan Huan's face, the intense heat reluctantly coaxing her weary eyes open, revealing an endless expanse of lush greenery. She promptly shut her eyes again, adjusted her position, and opened them once more. Still a sea of green. Heavens above. This is not a dream. She truly had traversed into this cursed primordial forest. Lord, Almighty, Jade Emperor, Tathagata Buddha, please, if I am guilty, let the law punish me, not that deranged cat. After a spell of hysterical lamentation, Yue Huan Huan regained her composure. There was no way back, so she might as well accept her fate. The most pressing concern now was survival. Life is precious and should not be discarded lightly. She began to assess her resources for survival. How splendid. Most of the gear she had prepared for the outdoor adventure was likely lost. The only item remaining was her backpack. She opened all the zippers and emptied its contents. A stainless steel cup, a set of undergarments, a travel set of toiletries and skincare products, a pure cotton sheet, a folding knife, a can of pepper spray, 2 windproof lighters, a roll of garbage bags, a pack of sanitary pads, essential medications, and a stash of high-calorie snacks. This was all she had. No tent, sleeping bag, clothing, shoes, sunglasses, or solar lantern. Everything was gone. Alas, tears failed to come. Examining her own attire, she wore a sun protective jacket, a tank top, hiking pants, and sturdy shoes, with only 2 small packs of tissues in her pockets. That was it. The sole consolation was her background in traditional Chinese medicine. She had some knowledge of medicinal plants. If she could find a tribe willing to shelter her before encountering any ferocious beasts, survival should not pose a problem. Comforting herself, she munched on a few snacks and sipped the remaining half-cup of water. With her spirits somewhat lifted, she prepared to set forth. Lacking knowledge of the terrain and without a hat to shield her from the sun, she could only walk against the sunlight. She resolved to embrace fate, moving forward wherever the path might lead, as she had no idea where any tribe could be found. After traversing for what felt like over 3 hours, she realized she had yet to escape this forest. Her legs felt as though they were filled with lead, and her throat was parched. The physical exhaustion was one thing, but the fear gnawed at her. Alone in this vast wilderness, she had to remain vigilant against any lurking predators. The strain of her anxiety combined with the arduous journey left her drenched in sweat, her body rapidly dehydrating. She felt like a dying fish, floundering in hopelessness. Suddenly, a refreshing breeze brushed past her, sparking a glimmer of hope. If there was wind, perhaps it indicated a direction where the trees were less dense and lower. She had never ventured into such a forest and had no idea if her reasoning was sound, but at the very least, it offered a glimmer of hope. She struggled against the odds and hastily headed towards the direction of the wind. After running for a while, She was met with a breathtaking sight between two peaks lay in open space, with a small river flowing through. Yue Huan Huan was so overcome with emotion that she felt tears brimming in her eyes. Instantly, her legs no longer ached, and her waist no longer felt sore. She dashed towards the river, tossing her backpack to the bank, and without shedding a single piece of clothing, leapt into the water, exclaiming, let's swim freely." But her laughter froze upon her face as she beheld the water, which barely reached her knees. How embarrassing! How careless! Thank goodness she hadn't dove in head first otherwise. Not only would her head have been bruised, but her mouth would surely have filled with stones and mud. This river was so shallow that all she could do was sit down and wash herself. Muttering under her breath as she sat down, she lifted her gaze, and the scene before her nearly blinded her. Grass, a type of multicellular plant. What on earth is happening? A bare-chested man reclines against a large stone, seated in the flowing river. His head tilts slightly backward, eyes closed, and his features are exquisitely chiseled, resembling a masterfully carved sculpture. The connection between his brow and the bridge of his nose is impeccably proportioned, while the dimensionality and contours of his face exude a striking depth that is both profound and elegant. His lips, though not vividly crimson, are tinted with a delicate shade of pink. Water droplets cascade down his face, tracing a path over his sensual Adam's apple, collarbone, pectoral muscles, and abdominal muscles before merging into the river. His long hair cascades down to his waist, with a few strands draping over his chest, each silky thread of pure black contrasting against his luminescent white skin, creating a dreamlike, ethereal aura that is both enchanting and otherworldly. Yue Huan Huan is momentarily stunned. The phrase vivid and lifelike has finally materialized in her mind, as she gazes blankly at this exquisite, yet chillingly alluring being, utterly entranced. She has never considered herself a superficial person, especially in an age inundated with information. After all, she has encountered countless handsome men online, not to mention the multitude of captivating figures from the realm of anime. To her, a man's character is of utmost importance. Yet, the shock of the scene before her is beyond description. What kind of divine beauty is this? One that even a doll maker could not replicate. She finds herself breathing cautiously, afraid to disturb this woodland spirit, this ethereal being from a painting. Lost in her reverie, the enchanting figure suddenly opens his eyes. His brows arch like the distant mountains, and his gaze sparkles like scattered stars in the night sky. In that instant, Yue Huan Huan feels an explosion in her mind, akin to fireworks igniting, her heart racing uncontrollably as dopamine floods her system. Mian had been aware of her presence since she set foot in his territory, yet having just undergone a transformation, he was too fatigued to concern himself with her. Thus, when she exuberantly leaped into the river, splashing water upon him, he paid little heed, dismissing her as just another insignificant female, posing no threat. However, his curiosity piqued when the little female plunged into the water and then unexpectedly fell into an eerie silence, her breathing barely discernible. Was she drowning? He opened his eyes only to find her staring at him, utterly motionless and unblinking, as if frozen in place. Unable to restrain himself, he spoke. "Little female, which tribe do you belong to? Are you lost, or do you feel unwell?" His voice, as clear as a mountain spring, jolted Yue Huan Huan back to reality. She quickly lowered her gaze, aghast. What was she doing? Spying on someone bathing? Yet, the strange sensations bubbling within her compelled her to look up once more. He languidly rested his arm against the stone, his eyes, filled with a playful intensity, fixed upon her. Good heavens, who could withstand such allure? Countless thoughts raced through her mind. Surely, he must be a Beastman. Such breathtaking beauty, could he be the husband that the wretched cat had assigned to her? Who would have thought that the cat could be so generous? Wait, wasn't there some unwritten rule in the Beastman tales? Whoever finds the female claims her as their own. Indeed, that was the case. After all, she had never intended to live a solitary life. Now, this exquisite creature had presented himself to her. Wouldn't it be impolite to turn him down? Ahem. Since she'd inevitably have to choose a companion, Why not select one who is pleasing to the eye? However, lacking experience, she pondered how to convey a semblance of coyness in her response. Mian observed the little female's silence, her gaze still fixated upon him. It dawned upon him that females often harbor a fear and aversion towards snake beastmen. Moreover, he was a wanderer without a tribe. The little female was likely petrified by his appearance. Forget it, he decided. Perhaps her kin would locate her by scent. With that thought, he wrapped a hide skirt around himself, slowly rose, and strode away. Yue Huan Huan watched him turn and leave, his long legs carrying him swiftly, leaving her in a daze. Was he not supposed to approach her with a commanding tone and declare, "Hey, little female, I found you, and now you belong to me?" Then, regardless of her consent, scoop her up and take her back to his cave, embarking on a passionate yet shameless romance? Finally, feigning reluctance a few times before they both surrendered to their desires. But he ran away. He departed in such a magnificent manner. What in the world? Why was this enchanting creature deviating from the script? She had already played her part halfway through the narrative at this rate. She might as well be expecting a child. He actually ran away. Could they not engage in this delightful play anymore? Yue Huan Huan glanced at her reflection in the water. Could she be considered a beauty with bright eyes and a fair smile? How utterly lacking in taste this enchanting being was. With a tumultuous heart, she returned to the shore, retrieved her water cup, and filled it with river water, yet hesitated to drink, knowing it was bath water. Moreover, consuming untreated water in the wild could be fatal. There was no choice. She had to set aside thoughts of that enchanting creature. Starting a fire and drinking water were priorities. Survival was the ultimate truth. Her clothes clung uncomfortably to her, and she felt utterly miserable. No matter, she decided to strip off her wet garments, reassured by the presence of her shorts beneath. She removed her clothes, shoes, and socks, laying them out on a sun-baked stone, and clad in her shorts and tank top, barefoot, began her search for dry twigs and grass along the riverbank. After much effort amidst a sea of verdant greenery, I managed to gather a few dry twigs and withered leaves. I arranged 2 stones and placed some dried grass between them, igniting it with a lighter. Lacking a container to boil water, I resorted to using a cup, fortunately made of stainless steel, which should withstand the heat. I hoped that I positioned the cup between the stones, but due to its narrowness and the limited space, I could only add the twigs gradually. Under the blazing sun, encircled by flames, I felt as though I might wither away. Ah, what a unique living experience this was. After expending a great deal of effort, I finally had water to drink, and I felt revitalized. Only after I relaxed did I begin to notice a sharp pain in the soles of my feet. Upon inspection, I was startled to find numerous large blisters. I removed the safety pin from the teddy bear keychain on my backpack, disregarding the need for sterilization, and gritted my teeth as I pricked the blisters, stretching out my toes to let them dry. After snacking on some treats, I realized the sun was setting, and anxiety crept in regarding how I would spend the night. The previous night had been fraught with fear and exhaustion, leading to a fitful sleep devoid of encounters with wild beasts. How fortunate. But what about tonight? That mischievous sprite must be residing nearby. Wouldn't it? Don't beastmen typically dwell in caves, with hills lining both sides of the river, where might his lair be? Yet, even if I found it, would he pay me any mind? Or would he simply cast me out? How embarrassing that would be. Sigh, having traversed into the realm of beasts, who would recognize me anyway? My life was on the line. What did I have to lose in terms of dignity? That sprite, with his unsettling gaze, hardly seemed malevolent. Surely he wouldn't kill me. Muttering to myself, I resolved to gather my belongings quickly. Clad in damp clothing and shoes, I followed the direction in which the cold slumber had departed. Along the way, I continually scanned my surroundings, fearful of missing any traces. After walking roughly a kilometer, I finally spotted a cave nestled in the cliff to my right. The cave was not particularly high, and before it lay a gentle slope, sparsely adorned with vegetation, suggesting signs of habitation. Using both hands and feet, I climbed the slope and stood at the cave entrance, my heart racing with trepidation. As a flurry of chaotic thoughts flooded my mind, what if the cave wasn't home to that sprite after all? What if another Beastman decided to take a domineering interest in me? Could I accept such a fate? What if a wild beast resided within? Goodness, how impulsive! The consequences could be dire. Yet having come this far, to turn back now would feel unsatisfactory. That I picked up a few small stones and tossed them into the cave, waiting for a response. There was no sound. Perhaps it was an empty cave. After giving myself a pep talk, I gingerly stepped into the cave. The light was fading, and the interior was dim. Once my eyes adjusted, I began to survey my surroundings slowly. The cave was not overly spacious, but it was clean and bare, save for a stone bed, the details obscured in the gloom. Just as I was about to approach, I noticed someone slowly rising from the stone bed, and our eyes met. It was him, the sprite. My heart nearly leapt from my chest. He regarded me with a calm gaze, devoid of any emotion. Summoning my courage, I managed to smile. Hello, my name is Yue Huan Huan. That I seem to have lost my way. May I stay in your cave for the night? Mian quietly observed her. He had recognized this little female when she was tossing stones outside the cave. Although he was uncertain of her intentions, which is why he had remained still, upon hearing her speak, he was somewhat taken aback. What female would seek shelter from serpent beast? Was she foolish? Oh, perhaps she genuinely had nowhere else to go and feared encountering wild beasts. She indeed dared to speak to him by the river, so it seemed she was indeed left with no choice, which was rather pitiable. He decided to let her be. Casting a lazy glance in her direction, he remained silent, not wanting to frighten her further, and lay back down to continue sleeping. Yue Huan Huan had never felt so speechless or awkward in her life. Truly, she was witnessing something remarkable. She had never encountered someone who completely ignored her twice. Surely, I was at least somewhat attractive. Even if I appeared a bit disheveled at the moment, I shouldn't be dismissed entirely. Should I? A mixture of anger and disappointment surged within her, causing her to forget that it was she who had intruded upon his cave. Overwhelmed by emotion, she rushed to the stone bed and forcefully shook Mian awake, exclaiming, "So, what is your name? You picked me up. Do you think you can evade responsibility by remaining silent?" As soon as the words escaped her lips, she felt a wave of confusion wash over her, simultaneously furious and silently chastising herself. "Yue Huan Huan, you pathetic creature, you beauty-obsessed fool." She lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes, yet stubbornly clutched his arm, refusing to let go. Mian stared at her, as if she were a ghost. Did he hear her correctly? She claimed he had picked her up? Hadn't she trespassed into his domain? After a moment of silence, he spoke. "Little female, do you wish to hear what you just said?" His low, slightly hoarse voice sent a shiver of seduction through Yue Huan Huan, causing her ears to tingle. She lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes tracing his handsome features, the dim light casting a veil over him, enhancing his allure. Inside, her emotions roiled. This sprite must have enchanted her. Otherwise, why did she feel so utterly captivated every time she laid eyes on him? He was the epitome of her aesthetic desires: broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs. Even beyond mere appearance, his very bone structure was breathtaking. To encounter someone who perfectly matched her ideal beauty was a rare fortune indeed. She thought, if only I could indulge in this once-in-a-lifetime experience. It would be a disservice to myself not to seize the opportunity, especially considering that adorable cat. I know what I'm saying. Regardless, until I find my kin, I intend to stay with you. You cannot abandon me. Desperately trying to sound more assertive, she nearly shouted this proclamation, all the while thinking, "Let us secure my position first. As for finding my kin, I doubt that will ever happen." "Why me?" Mian's tone remained devoid of emotion. His impassive demeanor left Yue Huan Huan, filled with confidence moments ago, momentarily stunned. What should she say? Should she confess her instant attraction to him? Would he think her a lewd individual? After a long pause, the sprite spoke again. "Speak." In a moment of impulsiveness, she blurted out, "I saw you bathing in your entirety. Doesn't that mean you owe me something in return?" Immediately regretting her words, she wished she could retract them. Just moments ago, she aimed to secure his favor, and now she had uttered something far more scandalous than mere attraction. Mian was left questioning his very existence. Serpent beasts, known for their inherent brutality and solitary nature, were typically shunned by females, in his ancestral memory. Serpent beasts would seize females from neighboring tribes, imprisoning them in their cave for forced mating. He could never forget the last time he saw his father, outside the tribe, amidst a fray with a group of males, all from his mother's tribe. Mian stood with his mother, watching the chaos unfold. His father was strong, but he was no match for the sheer number of fierce males. Despite his injuries, he refused to retreat, his gaze fixed on his mother as he called out, "Yuan, Yuan, will you return with me?" Mian glanced at his mother, whose eyes reflected rage, disgust, and fear. Only upon hearing his father's dying wail did she finally relent, dragging Mian away without a backward glance. Mian cast one last look at his father, who lay motionless, eyes still locked on his mother's retreating figure. Yes, Mian's mother had been taken from his father, and due to her terror, she could not accept a serpent beast. She was imprisoned in his lair until she finally had a chance to escape after becoming pregnant. Little did she know the serpent beast would return, appearing at the tribe's entrance, pleading for her to return with him. This nightmarish cycle lasted for years, culminating in his father's death at the tribe's gates, after his father's demise. Mian was cast out from his mother's tribe. She told him, "Mian, every time I see you, I am reminded of that loathsome serpent. You must leave. I cannot help it. The tribe will not accept you." Thus, Mian became a wandering beast, surviving against all odds. He understood that serpent beasts were despised by all and had no desire to follow in his father's footsteps, which is why he had never entertained the thought of forming a bond with a female. He quietly appraised the little female before him. Indeed, she was beautiful, with a fair complexion, large, glistening eyes, and peculiar attire. The object on her back was unfamiliar to him, and she was unlike the females he had encountered in his youth. Perhaps her tribe was distant, which would explain their differences. She likely did not know he was a serpent beast, which is why she spoke so boldly. Ultimately, it was futile to dwell on what could never be. Why ponder such matters? She wished to stay for the night, and so she did. When the dawn broke and revealed his beastly form, she would inevitably flee. Enlightened, Mian disregarded Yue Huan Huan, rising to fetch a piece of beast hide from a corner, which she laid on the ground before lying down to sleep. Yue Huan Huan felt a surge of joy. Wow, how surprisingly useful it is to be shameless. He even allowed me to sleep on his bed, which signifies his acceptance of our companionship. Haha, does that mean he harbors some affection for me? Eagerly, she climbed onto the bed, fearing he might change his mind, delighting in the scent of the hide. Ah, a faint aroma of grass. It seems he is quite a tidy man, an additional point for him. Though he appeared cold and taciturn, he must be gentle and considerate. Another point added, in the solitude of a male and a female. She had taken the initiative to approach him, yet he remained composed, a testament to his integrity. Yet another point. Ah, how I adore him. Lost in her fanciful musings, she fell into a carefree slumber. Mian, listening to her steady breathing, silently mused, could she possibly be a fool? After a restful night, Yue Huan Huan opened her eyes and glanced towards Mian's resting place. Where did he go? And the beast hide is gone. Did he run off again? That scoundrel! She hastily leaped from the bed, only to stumble and fall clumsily. Ouch! Why does my leg hurt so much that I can't stand? Every muscle in her body ached, and her arms felt near immobile. Lying on the ground, she belatedly realized, oh, it's the buildup of lactic acid. See, this is the consequence of my previous laziness and lack of exercise. Speaking of laziness, it truly feels comfortable. She suddenly found herself unwilling to move while sprawled on the ground. What's wrong? Following the voice, Yue Huan Huan looked towards the cave entrance, where Mian stood silhouetted against the light, his figure bathed in soft rays streaming from behind him, casting a gentle glow. His face, however, appeared more defined in the shadows, the interplay of light and dark rendering him godlike. Yue Huan Huan gazed at him in a daze, her heart whispering that this must be what it means to see eternity in a single glance. Observing her sprawled on the ground, lost in thought and unable to respond to his question, Mian felt a twinge of sympathy. Poor thing, she really is a bit foolish. Approaching her, he prepared to help her up, only for Yue Huan Huan to suddenly realize that she was still lying on the ground, Oh dear, this is so embarrassing. Must I suffer such humiliation? Yue Huan Huan, you truly are a hopeless case. Ah, what a disgrace to the modern woman. Ensnared by a man. How shameful. Inwardly berating herself, she hastily scrambled up, rolling onto the stone bed and burying her face. Mian's hand was suspended in mid-air, his expression one of confusion. What is happening? Realizing she might be a bit daft, he cautiously inquired, "Little female, are you hungry? Would you like to get up and eat something?" Yue Huan Huan wished she could cast a memory-erasing spell on him, ensuring he would forget this incident for all eternity. Yet her stomach betrayed her, growling audibly. She was indeed very hungry. After an entire day of exertion, she had only nibbled on a few snacks, and now she was famished, her front pressing against her back, leaving no room for pride. After all, a proper meal is paramount. She sat up with a jolt, the soreness in her muscles delivering a harsh reminder. Gritting her teeth, she looked to Mian. "What are we eating?" Then, as if struck by a thought, she lamented, "But every part of me hurts. I ache all over." Upon finishing her complaint, she couldn't help but chuckled. It is said that women should learn to be coy to be cherished. If she shows her vulnerability, wouldn't he come to care for her? She decided to test this theory. Mian watched her impassively. This little female is indeed a bit foolish, alternating between tears and laughter. Her thoughts plainly written on her face, completely lacking in subtlety. He cast a cool glance her way. "Hurting, just bear with it. It will pass. Let us eat." With that, he turned and walked away. Yue Huan Huan. This path is blocked. She limped slowly towards the cave entrance, only to be greeted by a sheep larger than a calf. A sheep, gutted and bloodied. The only reason she recognized it as a sheep was the freshly skinned hide. Still steaming, lying nearby, the demon, with his long, graceful fingers, held a piece of something resembling snake scales, meticulously butchering the sheep, his blood-stained hands possessing an eerily captivating beauty. Huan Huan thought, "Alas, I am truly hopeless in such a bloody scene. All I can see is his beauty, that he held the snake scales, and considering his cold demeanor and solitary existence, devoid of a tribe, it must mean he is a serpent. I wonder if he is venomous? Oh, why am I afraid? He wouldn't harm me. His beauty is so bizarre and mesmerizing. If he were a serpent, it wouldn't be surprising after all. They say beauty can be deadly. Doesn't that sound strange?" Mian observed her shifting expression, feeling a sense of success. He usually consumed food whole, and even if cutting was necessary, he could do so with his hands. The reason he presented the snake scales was to subtly convey that he was a serpent beast, not someone she should approach. Initially intending to transform directly into his beast form, he now found himself reluctant to witness her horror and disgust. He assumed she would eventually leave, for who would willingly associate with a serpent beast? Mian sliced off a tender piece of meat and handed it to Yue Huan Huan. Flustered, she accepted it, only to realize that snakes consume raw meat. She couldn't possibly eat it, too fearful to admit her inability to consume raw flesh. Lest Mian discover she was not of this world, she hurriedly smiled and said, In our tribe, we prefer to roast such tender meat. It's particularly fragrant. I'll gather some firewood and prepare it for you." Though Mian appeared perplexed, he called out to her, "Little female, aren't you in pain? Sit still. I'll fetch the wood." Without waiting for her response, he swiftly disappeared. Yue Huan Huan. He is so gentle and considerate. After a moment of daydreaming, she returned to the cave, retrieving her lighter and folding knife, moving some stones, and breaking a few small branches to fashion skewers for the meat. Just as she finished her preparations, Mian returned, arms laden with a large bundle of firewood. After cutting the meat into small, alternating pieces of fat and lean, he began to light a fire. Mian quietly observed her until the moment she ignited the dry grass, at which point a flicker of surprise crossed his calm gaze. Fire existed in the beast realm, but it was controlled by the priests of the large tribes. The females in the tribe favored roasted meat, but it was only present at significant bonfire gatherings. Typically, fire was preserved by the priests. Mian, having lived in a tribe during his youth, was aware of these customs. This little female was indeed different, and he recognized that, but her possession of fire and her remarkable method of preservation astonished him. "Are you a priest?" Mian inquired, I am not. Um, I don't really know. I hit my head and forgot many things. Even where I came from, so I can't return to my tribe. When Yue Huan Huan produced her lighter, she anticipated Han Mian's question, knowing that he would eventually need to learn about her life together with him. So a memory loss plot would suffice. I don't remember anything. If you ask me, I won't know either. What a perfect excuse. Moreover, not knowing which tribe she belonged to meant he couldn't send her away. Haha, quite the clever maneuver. Han Mian understood. No wonder this little female was unafraid of him. She lost her mind. She had simply forgotten everything. There were indeed nearby tribes, and he would inquire which one she wished to join later. As Yue Huan Huan roasted the meat, she suddenly realized there was no salt. Snakes eat raw meat, and Han Mian likely had no salt either. But she had to ask him, as he was so reserved. Yue Huan Huan asked, "Do you have salt? Meat is much tastier with salt." "No, I eat raw meat. Salt is unique to the Sea tribe. Nearby tribes trade with them annually. Females and young ones who go without salt for extended periods become weak. But Han Mian does not need it. He can sustain himself on beast blood." Han Mian thought, females are delicate. She cannot find her tribe, and it seems she will not be leaving anytime soon, so he might as well gather some essentials for her. Yue Huan Huan, knowing he had none, simply wanted to engage him in conversation. "What is your name?" "I can't keep calling you Han Mian." "Han Mian? I'll remember that. My name is Yue Huan Huan, with Yue meaning joy and Huan meaning happiness. Remember it. Don't call me little female anymore." Yue Huan Huan teased him playfully. Han Mian was a loss for words. Like? No one had ever told him they liked him. Liking a serpent? Once this little female sees his beast form, she might never utter that phrase again. Sitting on a stone, lost in thought, Han Mian was suddenly jolted when Yue Huan Huan squeezed in front of him. "Here, it's ready. Try it. Although lacking salt, it's still delicious." With that, she placed it directly into his hands. Her sudden closeness caught Han Mian off guard. Her breath brushed against his face, causing him to awkwardly turn away. After taking a few bites of the roasted meat, he found it quite dry. What's so delightful about this? He truly couldn't comprehend why females enjoyed it so much. Han Mian remarked, "If you like it, eat more." Once again, a generous portion of raw meat was given to Yue Huan Huan. She quickly exclaimed, "This is more than enough for me. You should eat it." Han Mian, remaining silent, assisted her by cutting the meat into small pieces, mimicking her actions to skewer them, and after handing them to her, said, "I need to step out for a while. Stay in the cave and do not wander about. My scent lingers here, and the beast will not approach." He turned to leave, prompting Yue Huan Huan to hastily ask, "Han Mian, you will return? One you?" She gazed at him with longing. Han Mian looked at her, perplexed by her thoughts. This was his cave, and he would undoubtedly come back. Yet he reassured her, "I will before departing." Yue Huan Huan dismissed her worries. Since he promised to return, she felt unafraid and began to joyfully eat the roasted meat. The beast world wasn't as terrifying as she had imagined, although Han Mian was cold and distant. He had taken her in and provided her with food. He was indeed a good snake. Life wasn't so bad after all. Each day brought meat, and she had the company of a strikingly beautiful creature. Ah, if only he would pay her a bit more attention, she mused to herself. After finishing the meat, Yue Huan Huan suddenly realized she hadn't brushed her teeth or washed her face. She dashed back into the cave and was met with stark simplicity, just a bed and a few animal skins. Nothing more. It seemed she had developed a fondness for a rather impoverished snake. But what of it? Love can nourish the soul. A happy life must be crafted by one's own industrious hands. As she thought of Han Mian's face, her spirits soared once more. Excitedly clutching her toiletries and water cup, she made her way towards the little river where she had first encountered Han Mian. Though he had advised against her going out, surely the riverbank would be safe. After all, she had spent a considerable amount of time there yesterday without incident. She contemplated what she might need, with nothing in the cave. At the very least, a water barrel would be essential to avoid daily trips to the river for washing her face, a pot for cooking soup, and a table for meals. There were so many things required, and she would ask Han Mian to help her procure them upon his return. After all, digging out a bowl from a tree would be quite a laborious task for her. She unilaterally deemed Han Mian as hers. Despite having known him for merely a day, upon reaching the riverbank, after washing her face and brushing her teeth, she thought, Why not take a bath? It was sweltering, and she was drenched in sweat. Surely there wouldn't be anyone nearby. Yue Huan Huan reasoned, and then shed her sun protection clothing and pants, descending into the water clad only in a tank top and shorts, blissfully humming a tune as she began to wash. "Oh ho! There, as a little female," came a booming voice. "Ha! Come quickly. Let us take her back." Yue Huan Huan was nearly startled into submission. She hastily raised her head, and there on the shore, 4 men were advancing toward her. Quickly assessing the situation, she noted that the men of the beast world were undeniably handsome, with these 4 embodying the archetype of muscular, rugged men. "Wait a moment. What do you intend to do?" Yue Huan Huan cried out, her heart racing. "What do you think? Ha ha! Little female, are you all alone here?" One of them replied as he waded into the river. "Don't move. Just a moment. Who are you? Which tribe are you from?" Yue Huan Huan forced herself to remain calm. If these men belonged to a tribe, they probably wouldn't harm her. At worst, they might want to take her back to their tribe, where females were generally safe. "Tribe? Little female, we found you, and now you belong to us. Come with us," they said, reaching out to grab her. "Finally, I've heard those words, but they aren't from Han Mian," Yue Huan Huan thought, determined to stabilize the situation. She mustered her courage and insisted, "If I'm to go with you, I need to know who you are and which tribe you belong to. Please step back. Let me get dressed first." "All right, Gray Wolf. Why are you wasting time with her? Hurry up. This is the territory of that snake. If we don't leave soon, we'll be in trouble," a burly man shouted from the shore. The one called Gray Wolf approached and effortlessly lifted Yue Huan Huan, making his way back to the land. Yue Huan Huan was dumbfounded. Had she stumbled upon a band of rogues? She could only imagine the fate that awaited her if they took her away. Struggling desperately, she shouted, "What are you doing? I have a partner. He won't let you go unpunished. Put me down." Though she protested, uncertainty gnawed at her heart. Would Han Mian even care about her? After all, she had clung to him. Moreover, he wasn't here now. Gray Wolf hoisted her onto the shore. "Partner, you're not speaking of that snake, are you? He is just like us, a rogue beast. But if you stay with him, you'll perish in winter. There are 4 of us. We can protect you. You needn't be afraid. Let us go. Stop saying useless things," the muscular man urged. With that, the group transformed into their beast forms. Yue Huan Huan was utterly terrified. She barely managed to suppress her urge to scream, her eyes widening in shock. What was that creature? She had seen wolves on television, but this one was enormous, at least 5 or 6 times larger than a normal wolf. Before she could fully comprehend the forms of these 4 colossal beings, she was tossed onto the back of the wolf, and they took off at a breakneck speed. The beast charged through the very forest from which she had first arrived. And Yue Huan Huan, perched upon Gray Wolf's back, was jostled so violently that she felt she might vomit. Clad in only a tank top and snug shorts, her face, thighs, and arms were scratched and bruised by the branches and vines. Despair washed over her. She should never have gone for a bath. This was nothing like the passionate, domineering love she had envisioned. What she had considered playful flirtation was now a nightmarish scenario she could never endure. And to be seized by 4 of them at once. The previous day had passed without incident purely by luck. How foolish she had been to follow Han Mian to his cave and take up residence. What if Han Mian had resorted to force? On the very first day, he could have taken advantage of her. Oh, what was she thinking? She was on the brink of death, and yet her mind wandered to such frivolities. Yue Huan Huan forced herself to calm down, realizing that self-rescue was futile. The disparity in strength between her and these beasts was insurmountable. One hand could easily end her life. What could she do? Jump off the wolf's back and risk death from the fall? She didn't want to die, but to be taken away, subjected to humiliation, and then die. That would be even worse. She was overly concerned about her chastity. However, didn't the stories say that rogue beasts would torment captured females relentlessly, forcing them to bear offspring until they were eventually broken? And here she was, faced with 4 of them. How could she even imagine what that would entail? Han Mian, if he returned and found her missing, would he come looking for her? Probably not. Even if he wanted to find her, he wouldn't know where to search. As Yue Huan Huan watched the distance to Han Mian's dwelling grow ever greater. Despair consumed her. Perhaps it was better to end it all now. After all, death was inevitable. But what if she didn't die from the fall and ended up maimed, just as she wrestled with the decision to leap or stay? Gray Wolf suddenly halted. Yue Huan Huan looked up to see a massive black python, its head as large as a double-door refrigerator, blocking their path, its body obscured by the lush forest behind it, making it impossible for her to gauge its full length. That a jolt of recognition surged through her. It was a snake. Han Mian was also a snake. Could this be him? Without a moment to lose, she called out, "Han Mian, it's you? Isn't it? Save me." Han Mian's heart skipped a beat. The little female recognized him as the snake beast after he had ventured out to fetch some salt for her. He returned to find her absent from the cave. Her belongings remained, which suggested she hadn't merely walked away. Fearing for her safety, he set out to find her and discovered her clothes by the river, along with the scent of other beastmen. Had she been taken away by them? He needed to see for himself. If she intended to leave, she would likely want to take her belongings. They must mean a great deal to her. He followed the scent and found her surrounded by the 4 beastmen, all of them long-haired beasts. She must have been fond of them, but he couldn't allow this to continue. He needed to intervene. Never expecting her to call for his rescue, she didn't want to go with him. Transforming into human form, he addressed her. "Yue Huan Huan, do you not wish to accompany them?" Upon seeing Han Mian in human form, Yue Huan Huan was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down her face. He was really here. She would not have to die. Without hesitation, she leaped from Gray Wolf's back, who immediately transformed back into human form. Gray Wolf caught her in his arms. "Trying to escape? So, your partner is him? Huh. You think he can save you against all 4 of us?" Yue Huan Huan struggled fiercely, oblivious to what the wolf had said, and cried out to Han Mian, "Han Mian, I want to be with you. I don't want to go with them. Save me." Han Mian understood now. She had been taken. He glared at Gray Wolf. "Did you not hear what she said? Release her, and I want to kill you." The other beastmen also transformed into human form, with a muscular man shouting at Han Mian, "You think we'll just let her go? Whoever finds her keeps her. It is a matter of strength." In truth, they were also intimidated. This snake was a 5th-tier beastman, not to be trifled with. However, having finally found a little female, they were unwilling to part with her easily. They believed that together they had a chance. They would take the risk. Seizing a female from a tribe was far more dangerous. Han Mian cast a cold glance at him. "Very well. I have given you a chance." With that, he transformed into his beast form. Yue Huan Huan was thrown to the ground by Gray Wolf, and the other beastmen shifted into their animal forms, engaging in a fierce battle with the snake. Yue Huan Huan's heart raced as she finally discerned what these creatures were: a gray wolf, a brown bear, and 2 grand black striped dogs. 4 colossal beasts lunged towards the dark serpent, yet before the 2 hounds could close in, they were swept aside by the serpent's powerful tail, crashing against a towering tree. Meanwhile, the brown bear and the gray wolf engaged in a fierce struggle with the serpent, their movements so swift that Yue Huan Huan could scarcely discern them. In her growing anxiety, she noticed one of the fallen hounds shakily approaching her, prompting her to hastily evade and dash towards the great serpent. Seeing the little female rushing towards the battlefield, Han Mian felt a surge of urgency. Disregarding the risk of injury, he flipped the brown bear onto its back with a flick of his tail, only to receive a claw from the gray wolf in return. In pain, he wrapped his tail tightly around the wolf, applying lethal force. With a single, powerful motion, the wolf's bones shattered, and it fell silent. He had not intended to kill them, nor to reveal his brutal side to the little female. But he feared that if the battle continued, she too might be harmed. Well, perhaps it was better for her to witness his ferocity. After all, they would not be together for long, as he gazed at the 3 beasts lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. He contemplated ending their misery, but then he saw the little female charging towards him. In a panic to avoid harming her, he transformed into human form and caught her. Yue Huan Huan threw herself into his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Han Mian was taken aback by the warmth and softness enveloping him. His ears flushed red, and he was unsure where to place his hands. He lowered his head to gaze at her, only to find her face, arms, and legs marred with wounds, some still bleeding, her visage a harrowing sight of tears mingled with blood. Alarmed, Han Mian lost interest in the fight. With such grievous injuries, it was likely that the beast would not survive. Without a healer among the wandering beasts, their injuries would likely lead to death. There was no need to continue killing in front of the little female. He scooped her up wordlessly and began to head back. And once Yue Huan Huan had finished crying, she realized she was being held by Han Mian, that a sense of security washed over her. Dispelling her fear, with her arms wrapped around his neck, she cautiously confessed, "I was wrong to run out of the cave. I only went to bathe. I promise I won't do it again." At her words, Han Mian glanced at her, but remained silent, pondering. This little female knew he was a serpent beast, yet still wished to remain with him. Surely, it was due to her amnesia he would explain everything upon their return. But what future could they possibly have together? Noticing Han Mian's indifference, Yue Huan Huan mused that while the serpent was indeed beautiful, he was rather cold and taciturn. Was he the brooding type? How could one approach such a character? As thoughts raced through her mind, she chuckled, cupping Han Mian's face and planting a firm kiss on his lips. Han Mian shuddered, unceremoniously dropping her to the ground. Yue Huan Huan protested. "What is wrong with a kiss? You saved me, so I belong to you now. I merely wanted to kiss you, and you throw me away," she declared with a mix of bravado and jest. "You knocked me down. Now help me up and carry me back. I can't move anymore. I have lost my autonomy. You must take responsibility." Han Mian was nearly amused to the point of laughter as he watched the little female sprawled on the ground. Perplexed by her convoluted reasoning that I was minding my own business bathing when she splashed water on me that I left, yet she pursued me to the cave. She claims I exposed myself to her, demanding that I owe her my body, that I saved her, and now I belong to her. Sighing, he decided to speak plainly to avoid further misunderstandings. "Yue Huan Huan, I am a serpent beast. I belong to no tribe, and am but a wandering beast." Yue Huan Huan, confused by his declaration, replied, "I understand. So what? Serpent beasts and wanderers do not have mates. They only raid tribes to capture females, imprisoning them for forced breeding. An female would willingly choose a serpent beast, especially one like me, a wanderer." Han Mian coldly articulated, "That I know. I won't force you." Yue Huan Huan quickly interjected, but inwardly she pondered. Was Han Mian trying to drive her away? No. She realized she might not survive alone. She was acutely aware of her own limitations. Thus, she hastily added, "I would willingly bear your offspring." Her face flushed crimson, and her toes curled in embarrassment. Han Mian stared at her in disbelief. This little female remembered nothing of her past. Including any aversion to serpent beasts, he decided to postpone the discussion for later, focusing instead on tending to her wounds. Han Mian scooped her up once more, and Yue Huan Huan joyfully thought that his silence was an unspoken acceptance. Indeed, fierce women do fear the clingy men. In truth, Yue Huan Huan's attraction to Han Mian was not solely due to his striking appearance. She had contemplated their situation seriously, in the midst of yesterday's chaos. Han Mian had walked away without coercing her, which indicated he was principled. Thus, she felt emboldened to pursue him. He was cold yet surprisingly gentle, providing her with food, asking for nothing in return, and offering her shelter. A soft-hearted serpent. He had just rescued her, which suggested he had been searching for her, a formidable warrior. He could protect her. With his exceptional looks, admirable character, and capabilities, being with him was not only visually pleasing, but also advantageous. He was, in essence, the epitome of an ideal partner. Except for his persistent rejection, of course, she would have to devise a new strategy to win him over. If pouting didn't work, she would try something else. After all, it was said that ancient tactics win hearts. Regardless of his ironclad resolve, she would employ all means necessary to turn that iron into molten warmth. Nestled in Han Mian's embrace, Yue Huan Huan's thoughts wandered, her eyes irresistibly drawn to his face and body. How could his Adam's apple and collarbone be so alluring? Bewitched, she found herself yearning to touch him. She had never realized she possessed such a penchant. Was Han Mian truly intoxicating? Why did merely gazing at his face and those features set her heart racing, igniting a desire to reach out? Could it be the result of her 20-plus years of solitude? Yet, it seemed an insatiable craving was rising within her. She could not look any longer. She hastily shut her eyes, arriving at the riverbank. Han Mian, set Yue Huan Huan down. Wash your wounds. They aren't deep. Just scratches. Tea will be all right. Do not be afraid. Tea that moment. Yue Huan Huan remembered her injuries. They say beauty is a double-edged sword. Perhaps beauty can indeed make one forget pain. Did she possess some latent inclination towards recklessness? Hastily she entered the water, noticing that Han Mian bore some wounds as well and had been walking under the sun for so long. Unable to resist, she suggested, Han Mian, you should wash too. Yuri, all sweaty, instantly regretting her words. She worried he might misconstrue her intentions. How silly. It wasn't as if she had not seen him already, right? Come on down. I won't do anything to you. She called again as Han Mian remained still. Does this little female understand what she's saying? Forcing him, it was sheer luck that he hadn't forced her. Han Mian thought he hoped to intimidate her, to make her realize that following him would lead to her demise in this harsh season. With that, Han Mian stepped into the water, leaning against a rock, splashing water onto himself while contemplating how to frighten her. Yet to Yue Huan Huan's eyes, he appeared as a vision of a wet, alluring figure. His breathtaking face shimmered in the sunlight, head tilted slightly back, Adam's apple protruding, and his collarbone and chest muscles rising and falling as he splashed water onto himself. Unable to resist, she drew closer and reached out to caress the very Adam's apple she had been longing to touch. Han Mian was taken aback, seizing her mischievous hand. Yue Huan Huan, do you even realize what you're doing? Yue Huan Huan froze. Wait. She had merely wanted to touch him. How had she acted on that impulse? She liked him, but was it to the point of losing control? Yet, gazing at his stunning face, she felt she could not back down. This opportunity was fleeting. The moment was ripe. She had already reached out. Missing it might lead to regret. With newfound audacity, she declared, "Of course I know. I just want to touch you. You belong to me. So why shouldn't I?" Han Mian was convinced he must have misheard her. He had intended to intimidate her. Yet she had taken the initiative. It seemed he would have to show her the true nature of a beast. Surely, females were wary of mating with serpents. He wrapped one arm around her waist, maneuvering her legs apart to position her atop him, while his other hand caressed her softness, leaning in to whisper threateningly in her ear. He said, "Yue Huan Huan, do you understand the consequences of this action? Can you bear it?" In that instant, as his hand grazed her chest, her heart nearly stopped. His clearly defined hand, even through her strap top, sent ripples of sensation coursing through her. The tingling sensation in her ear made her wonder. What consequences? Images flashed through her mind, causing her to blush furiously. Had she not seen a pig run before? Was Han Mian suggesting something so intimate, so soon after their introduction? It felt a bit rushed. Yet, she did not recoil from his proximity. Instead, she felt a thrill. What was happening? Yes, she liked him. When one likes someone, the desire to possess them, both in heart and body, naturally arises. Wasn't mutual attraction and passion a common occurrence? What was the difference between sooner or later? After making her decision, Yue Huan Huan straightened her chest and lifted her chin to kiss his lips. His icy lips bore the fragrance of fresh grass, and this first intimate encounter left Yue Huan Huan entranced, as if enchanted and unable to resist. Han Mian. Did this little female truly not comprehend fear? It seemed she was certain that he would not harm her. Yue Huan Huan continued kissing down from his lips, her warm mouth halting at his Adam's apple. Han Mian felt every cell in his body stir. She was so fragrant, so soft. His rationality seemed on the verge of collapse. His hand, which rested on Yue Huan Huan's chest, began to act of its own accord, carelessly stripping her of her garments, revealing a pair of proud white rabbits before his eyes. Still dazed, Yue Huan Huan pressed his head down and leaned in closer, causing Han Mian's mind to explode. A certain part of his body ignited with uncontrollable heat. Han Mian realized that things were spiraling out of control. He could not allow this to happen. He had merely intended to frighten her, yet she was unafraid and even took the initiative. This was beyond anything he had anticipated. How could he bring this situation to a close? Yue Huan Huan was the first to express her feelings for him. Showing no aversion and willing to trust him, it was impossible for him not to feel the slightest ripple in his heart. Just yesterday, he had refrained from touching her to avoid witnessing those disdainful gazes. unwilling to follow the path of his father and mother. Yet she was aware of her identity as a snake beast and still claimed to like him. She was so beautiful, so adorable. He found himself reluctant to harm her, that he could not, under the pretense of her forgetting everything, possess her in a despicable manner and bring her harm. His mindset had shifted. Yet the conclusion remained the same. He could not act against her. He was a cold-blooded beastman, destined for hibernation. During the entire cold season, many females in the tribe, under the protection of their long-haired mates, suffered injuries and death. How could she possibly survive alone? Once he mated with her, he would leave his mark and sin upon her, and he could never be accepted by the tribe. But Yue Huan Huan could not avoid the tribe. Such a beautiful and precious female deserved to be cherished by the tribe and cared for by males. Following him meant nothing but endless danger and wandering like tea that moment. Mian detested his identity as a snake beast more than ever. If he were not a snake beast, then he and she, his head pressed against Yue Huan Huan's chest, lost in thought, yet his body betrayed him. Yue Huan Huan, in a state of confusion, felt something hard pressing between her legs, and she grasped it eagerly. Mian's defenses crumbled. This little female was truly heedless of danger. What if this were someone else? If things continued like this, he would not know what he might do. He placed Yue Huan Huan in the water and hurriedly dashed towards the shore. Yue Huan Huan was left in the water, bewildered. What was happening? What was going on? Just a moment ago, everything had been fine. Wasn't he supposed to want that? She had been so proactive, yet now the snake had run away. A breath caught in her throat, making it hard to breathe. The desire that had been ignited moments before left her body weak and almost unable to sit still, filled with frustration and sorrow. She was inexperienced in love and felt at a loss, momentarily panicking. It was as if she had presented something to someone, wagging her tail and saying, "Eat it, please," only for that person to dip their chopsticks, bring it to their lips, and then toss the chopsticks aside. Had he lost his appetite so easily? Was he unwilling to even try? Yue Huan Huan gazed at Mian, standing at the water's edge, his animal skin skirt still dripping with water, calmly observing her with eyes devoid of emotion. She was currently bare, wearing only a small pair of shorts. Who told her that snake beasts were inherently lustful? Why had she encountered such an unpredictable creature? Otherwise, she wouldn't have found herself in such an embarrassing situation. Had it all been her one-sided infatuation? Had he been watching her drown in desire with such clarity? Yue Huan Huan felt utterly humiliated in front of Mian. Yes, what mutual affection. It had never existed. It was merely her infatuation, clinging stubbornly to him. Mian had never once expressed a desire to be with her. But why had he acted that way just now? He could dislike her, but why not reject her advances? Why mention potential consequences? If he had not tempted her, would she have thought of wanting anything more than a simple touch? The kiss had been initiated by her, yet the clothes had been removed by Mian. Now that they had reached this point, if he truly disliked her, could he not at least pretend otherwise? What did he stand to lose? Moreover, he had already touched her, and then fled. A worthless snake. How could things have escalated to this point, becoming so awkward? How would they interact in the future? The future? How foolish she was to believe in him, to be ensnared by his charm, still contemplating further interactions after everything. Should she leave? Depart? Yet, looking at Mian, she felt an undeniable reluctance. Why was she so unwilling? She liked him, that much was true, but they had only known each other for 2 days. It wasn't as if she could not live without him. Did she have some masochistic tendency? Was she somehow destined to be a lovesick fool? Did she desire to conquer what was unattainable? She had never considered herself to have such a desire for conquest, realizing that she could not let go of Mian even now. Yue Huan Huan felt hopeless. Others who traversed worlds became powerful heroines, battling monsters and gaining adoration. Yet she had crossed over only to become a lovesick supporting character, yearning for what she could not have. If Mian had ever said he liked her, then perhaps his earlier actions could be interpreted as him being a gentleman, calm and composed, cherishing her without seeking to take advantage. But he had never said such a thing. He had flirted with her, and at the moment she was lost in desire, he had run away. He neither rejected nor took responsibility. He was merely toying with her, was he not? That scoundrel of a snake. She would undoubtedly go to the tribe. Her medical expertise could not go to waste, and she too sought to be a revered heroine, but she would not give up on this snake. She refused to believe it. Anger, shame, helplessness, grievance, and unwillingness surged within her like a tempest. Yue Huan Huan silently vowed, "You foul snake, you claim to be uninterested in me, yet you play the aloof card? You pretend to be indifferent? If I do not conquer you and make you kneel in submission, then I have wasted this life. Once I have you, this proud snake, ensnared and unable to escape, I shall bring forth a line of suitors to make you seethe with jealousy." Mian watched as Yue Huan Huan remained motionless in the water, as if turned to stone, and an inexplicable ache tugged at his heart. Had he perhaps gone too far with his jest? Had he frightened her? Would she leave? He had merely wanted her to understand the treachery of beastly hearts. If she had acted as she did, encountering another beastman, why did the thought of her with another beastman make him feel uneasy? Never mind, he thought. The sun was setting. She must be hungry after a day without food. She had injuries and could not remain in the water for long. "Yuan, Yuan, come up. We should return," Mian called out. Yue Huan Huan, who had been cursing the foul snake in her heart and contemplating how to deal with him in the future, suddenly heard his voice. What had he called her? He had called her Huan Huan. He said they should return. Unlike yesterday, he did not turn and leave her behind. Did this mean she no longer needed to chase after him shamelessly? She felt weak and unable to stand. "Carry me back." Yue Huan Huan thought to herself that in order to conquer this snake and avenge the humiliation she had suffered today, she would have to be shameless and clingy. If he had a soft heart, as long as he let her cling to him, facing each other day in and day out, there would be hope. Mian observed her for a moment, then, with a sigh of resignation, walked over and picked her up. Their bare upper bodies pressed together, creating an indescribable atmosphere of intimacy and awkwardness. Mian set her down on a stone, picked up a sunshade from the shore, and draped it over her. Then handed her his trousers, saying, "Take off your bottom and wear this. Getting wet will make you ill." Yue Huan Huan gazed at him intently. He was gentle and considerate, understanding her needs. Yet why? Just take it off. "Who is afraid? You're a cold-blooded snake anyway." Yue Huan Huan quickly removed her underwear, causing Mian to hurriedly turn away to, "I knew it. You're no good at it." She took her time putting on the trousers, washing her undergarments and tank top, then picked up her toothpaste and toothbrush from the shore, filling a cup with water and spreading her arms. "Mian, carry me back. I can't walk." Mian scooped her up and returned to the cave. Yue Huan Huan felt a sense of comfort. Had she known Mian was so easygoing, she would have worried so much about how to interact with him after this. What a trivial concern. Back in the cave, after placing their belongings, Mian handed her some salt. Yue Huan Huan looked at the yellowish salt, her heart swelling with warmth. "Mian, did you go out today to get salt for me?" Mian nodded. "I asked that even a question. You stay put. I'll go hunt and be back soon." Mian had traded the game he caught during the day for salt. Now he could only hunt fresh prey. The sun was too hot, and the game could not be preserved. He could go days without eating, but females could not. He remembered that they needed several meals a day. Yue Huan Huan nodded repeatedly. "Don't worry. I won't run around anymore." After Mian left, Yue Huan Huan began to contemplate. Eating roasted meat all day was not sustainable. The key issue was water. She needed to wash and drink. She could not keep relying on Mian to take her to the water. She urgently needed buckets and pots. Perhaps tomorrow she could ask Mian to take her out to find suitable trees and stones to make a wooden bucket or stone pot. She truly did not dare venture out alone. Starved to the brink of despair, she retrieved a piece of chocolate to quell her hunger, reluctant to indulge further, for her provisions were already scant. And perhaps she would never again have the chance to savor such delights. The twinge of sorrow crept into her heart. At the tender age of 5, Yue Huan Huan lost both her parents in a tragic car accident. And since then, she had stumbled through life under the care of her grandfather, only to lose him as well during her junior year in college. She had always adhered to the rules, diligently pursuing her studies, avoiding romantic entanglements for fear of distraction, all in an effort to spare her grandfather any worry. She yearned to be his pride. Yet before she could achieve anything substantial, her grandfather departed from this world. She had navigated life with utmost caution, living in trepidation for over 20 years, devoid of hobbies, passions, or close friends. While she maintained cordial relations with everyone, she had never truly opened her heart. She incessantly honed her various talents, striving to be exemplary, consistently rebuffing suitors, all the while playing the role of an unattainable flower on a high peak. Alas, her efforts to preserve her facade were in vain. It has been over a year since her grandfather's passing, and she had begun to emerge from her grief. Just as she dared to relax her taut nerves, she found herself thrust into a world of beasts. In this savage realm, she was met with relentless torment, both physical and emotional. Perhaps it was for the best. In this new world, she need no longer tread cautiously, upholding a pretense. From now on, she would laugh loudly, cry freely, and pursue what she desired with fervor, regardless of the means. For what value did reputation hold? In a moment of ambition, Mian returned, dragging a wild boar behind him. She watched intently as he skinned and butchered it, her gaze unwavering. Perhaps love had rendered her blind to his actions. Yue Huan Huan felt an inexplicable allure in every movement of Mian. Blood spattered upon his face and body only enhanced his allure, the crimson droplets trailing down his snow-white chest muscles. Breathless, she realized she was ailing. Human desire, once ignited, was insatiable. Such was the essence of knowing the taste of blood. Before Mian had ever hinted at what might transpire, she had not contemplated these feelings. All she knew was that her affection for him compelled her to follow him, bringing her joy each day. But now, she longed to press his hand to her heart, craving the tremors his touch would evoke. She wished to bite him. The more elusive he became, the more she desired him, and she could no longer suppress her feelings. It was a shameful and embarrassing predicament, one that left her feeling utterly exposed. Fearing she might act disgracefully, she fled back to the cave, her heart racing. Lying on the stone bed, overwhelmed by both shame and excitement, lost in her thoughts, time slipped away, and eventually, Mian presented her with a piece of roasted meat. She, burdened by her secret thoughts, dared not meet his eyes and ate quietly, the flavor escaping her notice. Observing her finish, Mian offered her some water, laid a beast hide upon the ground, and prepared to sleep as the moonlight danced to the cave's entrance, casting a dim and hazy glow. Mian, I was terrified today. I cannot sleep alone. Would you share the stone bed with me? I promise I won't do anything. I just cannot bear to be alone. Please don't be afraid. Yue Huan Huan carefully considered how to entice him. Mian was left speechless. Afraid? He simply wished to protect her from harm, but this little one did not understand. He could see the infatuation in her eyes, and the events of the day lingered vividly in his mind. He knew she genuinely wanted to be with him. Despite not knowing the origin of her feelings, having only just met and still being strangers, he sensed their authenticity. If he were to indulge her desires, their bond would deepen, and she would likely never leave him for the tribe, leading to a potential dead end, if it were merely a fleeting pleasure. That could be easily discussed. He liked her too, but he did not want the only person who cherished him to lose her life because of him, that he lacked the ability to protect her fully. Thus, he steeled his heart and ignored her. Yue Huan Huan received no response and thought, truly, his heart is as hard as iron. What should I do? Perhaps I should wait and nurture our feelings slowly. Love often grows over time, but what if it changes instead? What if he decides to leave one day? In this vast beast world, where could I possibly find him? Mian was her first love. If she could not have him, would he not become a thorn in her heart, much like the loss of her only remaining family? Life is unpredictable, filled with uncertainties, and she did not wish to gamble. As her feelings blossomed, she felt lost. The more he resisted her, the more her heart ached, wishing to tear him away from everything. Yue Huan Huan recognized that this was not right. It was unhealthy, bordering on madness. Yet, she could not help herself, nor did she wish to restrain her desires. She slid off the bed and lay beside Mian on the ground, wrapping her arms around him from behind. Mian turned to face her. The darkness obscured her features, leaving him with a bittersweet sense of helplessness. He lifted her and placed her on the stone bed, sitting at its edge. Huan, be good, sleep now. I will stay here and watch over you, he said. In response, Yue Huan Huan pulled him onto the bed, her body pressing against his as she kissed his face haphazardly, taking his hand and placing it on her soft chest. Han Mian's eyes brimmed with sorrow as he turned to kiss her lips. His kiss was gentle and lingering, gradually calming her restless heart as she savored the beauty of the moment. When the kiss ended, Han Mian embraced her, whispering, "Huan Huan, be good, sleep now. I am here with you." Comforted by this tender and beautiful kiss, Yue Huan Huan buried her face in his chest, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. Her eyes fluttering shut, she thought, though we have done nothing yet, our relationship has progressed. He initiated the kiss and holds me while I sleep. His tenderness toward me shows that he must like me. With her heart finally at ease, she felt her weary body succumb to slumber. Han Mian, hearing her breath steady, felt relief wash over him and began to ponder. Her fixation was concerning, and remaining with her any longer would be unwise, especially since he too found it difficult to resist. Tomorrow, he would seek an opportunity to explain their circumstances to her, perhaps help her find a tribe, ensuring their beginning would not end in futility. When Yue Huan Huan awoke, she felt refreshed, but upon opening her eyes, she found Han Mian was gone. Panic surged within her as she sprang from the cave, only to find him roasting meat. Had she been affected by Han Mian's strange demeanor? Han Mian noticed the flicker of alarm in her eyes and felt a pang of sympathy. Was she afraid he would leave again? "Huan Huan, come eat. I have prepared it for you," he said gently. Yue Huan Huan's eyes brimmed with tears. Aside from his reluctance to express his affection, he was truly wonderful in every way, leaving her feeling conflicted. After hastily finishing her meal, she asked, "Han Mian, would you take me to the river? I want to wash up and gather a water container." Han Mian acquiesced, and Yue Huan Huan joyfully retrieved the item she needed. Extending her hands toward him, "Carry me." Han Mian, with no choice but to oblige, lifted her, allowing her to cling to his neck as they made their way to the riverbank. Once they had washed up, they ventured into the forest, where Yue Huan Huan burst with excitement, leaping from Han Mian's embrace to explore her surroundings. "Oh, is this bamboo? How does it compare to a water bucket in thickness? And this wild vegetable, its diameter is larger than a cooking pot. The wonders of this beast world are truly astonishing." She gleefully used her foldable knife to harvest several varieties of wild vegetables, persuading Han Mian to fell 2 bamboo stalks, one thick and one thin, and even discovering a nest of unknown bird eggs. Although Han Mian was unsure of her intentions, he remained silent, dutifully following her lead. With her bounty in hand, she exclaimed, "Han Mian, could you transform into your beast form and carry these back to the riverbank?" After a moment's hesitation, Han Mian, realizing her fearlessness, shifted into his beast form, leisurely transporting Yue Huan Huan and their haul from the forest. This was the first time she had clearly seen his beast form, and she could only exclaim, "So large," as she sat atop his serpentine body. She felt like a single sesame seed atop a cake. Sunlight glinted off his dark scales, shimmering brilliantly. This was the beauty of vivid black and white dada, how perfectly they complemented each other. Yue Huan Huan couldn't help but chuckle at her own shameless thoughts. Upon reaching the riverbank, Han Mian reverted to human form and noticed Yue Huan Huan grinning foolishly. Was she truly this happy? Unable to resist, he reached out to ruffle her hair, startled back to reality. She quickly refocused. The matter at hand was urgent. She instructed Han Mian to break the bamboo, smoothing the bottom nodes to create a water container to "Now we have a bucket," she cheered. The thinner piece could be used as a cup and even as a bowl. What a delightful haul! But what about a pot? A stone pot? Where on earth can I find a stone with a hollow? She searched along the riverbank, and Han Mian, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, "Huan Huan, what are you looking for?" "A stone like this with a deep hollow in the middle, about this size," she gestured with her hands. After contemplating briefly, Han Mian located a stone of similar size, sat down, and began to dig at it with his bare hands. "Goodness!" Yue Huan Huan gasped in astonishment. "That you're digging with your hands?" She rushed over to grasp his hand. "Oh my! Look at those nearly 2 centimeter long, sharp nails on his long, slender fingers." Han Mian withdrew his hand, cautioning, "Be careful. You might cut yourself." Yue Huan Huan watched him quickly excavate the stone. His nails retracted, and he handed her the stone he had unearthed. She marveled at the wonder of it all. examining the stone pot. Its edges were smooth, and its thickness was just right. She gazed at Han Mian with eyes full of stars. Han Mian, you must be my deity, right? Oh my. Han Mian was amused by her exaggerated expression and tone. Couldn't any male achieve this? Was she deliberately teasing him? This smile from Han Mian dazzled Yue Huan Huan, radiant as summer flowers and dazzling like fireworks. It was the first time he smiled at her, his laughter revealing charming dimples, his dark eyes twinkling like stars, shimmering with brilliance, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, revealing a delicate dimple, a beauty that was both gentle and audacious. She was once again unable to restrain herself in Han Mian's presence. She lost all composure. It felt as if she had seen a ghost. She cast aside the stone pot, leaping onto the still-seated Han Mian, heedlessly kissing him, her kisses frantic and hasty, lacking direction. Han Mian was startled by her sudden advance, and his heart became a whirlwind due to her frantic affection. Resolutely, he grasped her wandering little hands with one hand while the other held her head from behind. Kissing her back, Yue Huan Huan felt the hardness beneath her. He was responding. Eagerly, she pulled her hand from Han Mian's grasp, attempting to explore further down, but Han Mian abruptly came to his senses, capturing her hand and lifting her off him. Looking in her eyes, he said, Huan Huan, calm down. I have something to tell you. For the second time, Yue Huan Huan faced rejection, but this time there was no anger, only the realization that Han Mian was not toying with her. He must like her, but why? All right, speak. She endeavored to steady her emotions, determined to hear his reasoning. Han Mian gazed at her with a complicated expression. I, Hanji, must hibernate for an entire winter season that I cannot protect you. You would perish, do you understand? Yue Huan Huan had not anticipated that his continual refusal stemmed from a fear of being unable to safeguard her. Her heart was filled with both sorrow and gratitude. Such men were rare in the human world, let alone in the beast realm. She was unsure if encountering someone like him was fortunate or unfortunate. She merely desired to possess him because of her affection. Being with him felt safe, yet he persistently rejected her, igniting her embarrassed fury, leading her to act increasingly irrationally. This passion was unhealthy, and she had never considered seeking eternity. Overwhelmed with emotion and guilt, she hurriedly responded, I understand that snakes must hibernate, but as long as we prepare food in advance, I can endure. I don't eat much, and I am not afraid of the cold. We can make an earthen bed and light a fire to keep warm. If we gather enough animal skins, I can survive until you awaken from hibernation. Han Mian felt a stir in his heart, but had to reply, Huan Huan, even if you're not afraid of the cold or hunger, what if situations like yesterday recur? My hibernation lasts for 3 full moons. What if wandering beasts come and capture you? What if wild animals attack you? Indeed, she was so weak and defenseless. What could she do? Suddenly, she recalled that the wish cat had mentioned gifting her a phoenix beast pill. She hurriedly glanced at her wrist, but it was empty, not even a trace of the phoenix tail flower. Seeing her silent, Han Mian, suppressing his intense reluctance, said, Huan Huan, there's a white tiger tribe nearby, the strongest in this region. There, you need not worry about being abducted. They treat females very well. You can live happily. Tears welled up in Yue Huan Huan's eyes. Han Mian, are you sending me away? Han Mian cautiously wiped away her tears. Huan Huan, I'm not asking you to leave on your own. Tomorrow, I will take you to the white tiger tribe, all right? Noticing her on the verge of tears again, he quickly added, Huan Huan, listen to me, that you've forgotten everything and feel anxious because I was the first you encountered. That is why you feel affection for me. Once you reach the white tiger tribe, you will find many excellent males to choose from, and you will no longer see me as particularly special. Huan Huan, you must listen. Surviving is more important than anything. Yue Huan Huan's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. Indeed, he spoke the truth. She could not survive alone. The wish cat had mentioned that the phoenix tail flower would only appear when one contributes and does good deeds, and she wanted to grow stronger to protect herself, which necessitated joining a tribe. If she wished to be with Han Mian, she had to become stronger. It felt like a deadlock. However, they had only been together for 3 days. Once she grew stronger, would Han Mian still be there waiting for her? Would she even be able to find him? Perhaps in the tribe, she would gradually forget Han Mian. Forgetting might be a good thing. After all, this obsessive affection could harm her. Yet, The thought of leaving him now was unbearable. First, she needed to stabilize Han Mian. With red-rimmed eyes, she looked at Han Mian. Han Mian, I will listen to you. I will go to the tribe, but not tomorrow. Can I stay with you for a while? I will leave when winter approaches. Han Mian's gaze was filled with compassion and helplessness. Huan Huan, humans are not mere plants. The longer we are together, the harder it is to part. Since there is no outcome, why must you insist so? I too would find it difficult to restrain myself. I cannot promise to resist every time. Then go ahead. I would welcome it. Just once would be enough. Yue Huan Huan exclaimed as she lunged towards him. Han Mian embraced her, soothing her gently. Huan Huan, you carry the scent and marks of a snake beastman. It will affect your future search for a beast husband. They are well aware of snake beasts and would think I am obsessively entangled with you, which would only bring about deadly troubles. Yue Huan Huan felt bewildered. Would this affect her quest for a beast husband? He must be speaking nonsense. In the beast realm, females were rare, and it was perfectly normal for one female to have several beast husbands. Males did not care whether a female had a previous beast husband. She had read enough to know Han Mian was deceiving her, right? Moreover, she had not even contemplated finding a beast husband. She thought that upon reaching the tribe, her medical skills would ensure her survival, for did not the tribe revere healers? How could she express her desire to Han Mian to keep her with him? How could she convince him that she would grow stronger and return to him? That he should wait for her? Was Han Mian sending her away because he cared too much to see her harmed? Or was it a lack of affection that prevented him from seeking any solution? She could not comprehend him, nor could she understand her own heart. Was it truly impossible for her to let go of Han Mian? Otherwise, why was she so fixated? He had made his feelings clear. Yet she could not bear to give up. But if she were to encounter another stunning beauty, would she become just as infatuated as she was now? Was her attraction merely superficial, driven by appearance? Her heart was a tangled mess. Han Mian, may I stay with you for one full moon cycle? After all, winter is still a long way off that I promise I will leave after one full moon. She hesitated for a long time before uttering these words, wishing to remain for a month to clarify her feelings. The past few days had been too chaotic. Perhaps her affection for Han Mian was merely a fledgling desire for intimacy. Perhaps it was his rejection that made her rebellious. Maybe after a month, Han Mian would change his attitude. Han Mian gazed at her, her cautious face filled with hopeful anticipation, and he could no longer restrain his emotions. All right, let us return to the cave. Nightfall is nearing, and you must eat. Observing her dazed state, Han Mian carried her back to the cave, placing her on the stone bed, before venturing into the forest to catch a rabbit. He returned to the riverbank, filled a bamboo bucket with water, and brought everything back, then entered the cave to lift her up. Huan Huan, shall we eat something? Yue Huan Huan perked up, getting off the bed. She exited the cave and built a stove with stones, placing the stone pot on top, asking Han Mian to fill it with water, igniting the fire. While waiting for the water to boil, she washed the wild vegetables and bird eggs, having not cleaned them properly by the river. She wasted some water to do so. Once clean, she boiled 3 eggs, each the size of a bowl, unsure of which bird they came from. They were large enough, so she decided to cook 3, knowing that would satiate her. Once the eggs were cooked, she used 2 sticks to remove them, letting them cool, and started boiling water again to make some soup. She instructed Han Mian to crush part of the rabbit, bones included, to form meatballs. Thinking they lacked spoons, she gestured to Han Mian, asking him to carve her 3 spoons from wood, 1 large and 2 small. Han Mian had one point that particularly pleased her. He quietly watched her without asking anything, allowing her to do as she wished without hesitation, and the items he crafted were splendid. He did not question her, so she did not need to waste words explaining as the meatballs near completion. She added some wild vegetables, sprinkled in salt, and tasted a spoonful with a small spoon. Though it's just salt, it's incredibly fresh. After 3 days, this was the first time she savored something warm, and she happily squinted her eyes. Excitedly, she filled a bamboo bowl and offered it to Han Mian. Quick, taste it. It's really delicious. Her smile revealed her teeth, making her look adorable. Han Mian gazed at her, his heart softening. How delightful she was. So easily satisfied. Just moments ago, she had been in a daze, and now she was bursting with energy. 2 individuals savored bird eggs and relished meatball soup, enveloped in a rare tranquility and harmony. Han Mian, despite his lack of desire for the flavors of food, found satisfaction merely in being full. Having roamed since childhood and accustomed to raw meat, he was indifferent to warmth. Yet, this meal was prepared by Yue Huan, and witnessing her delight in the food inexplicably made him find the soup exquisite. A night fell completely. They tidied up and retreated into a cave, where the atmosphere grew awkward once more. Yue Huan wished for Han Mian to sleep on the stone bed, but hesitated to voice her thoughts, clinging to him instead. After a moment of silence, Han Mian lay down beside her, and Yue Huan felt a sense of accomplishment as she removed her outer garments and nestled into his embrace, tightly wrapping her arms around his waist. This closeness brought her an inexplicable sense of stability. However, Han Mian was tormented. Her sweet fragrance stirred a tumult within him. She was restless in his arms, her face pressed against his chest, her body intimately close to his abdomen, one leg insistently wedged between his. He felt as if he might ignite from the heat of the moment. Time passed, and at last he heard her steady breathing, allowing him to gently reposition her before dashing towards the nearby river. It was indeed a sweet burden. As dawn approached, Han Mian returned to the cave, carrying his prey, which he cleaned and placed at the entrance before lying back down. He recalled the panic in her eyes when she awoke yesterday and found him missing, chasing after him in disarray. Just as he settled onto the stone bed, Yue Huan wrapped herself around him once more. Well then, perhaps a brief rest was in order. Upon waking, Yue Huan felt the warmth of his embrace and opened her eyes, only to be struck anew by his breathtaking visage. Han Mian slept with his eyes closed, his long eyelashes brushing against her heart like delicate strokes. This was the same enchanting expression she had first encountered. At that time, he too had been asleep, his demeanor cool and innocent yet alluring. Frozen in admiration, she gazed at him, contemplating that waking up in his arms every day would make her life feel complete. Yet a month remained before she would be sent away. When Han Mian opened his eyes, he met her gaze filled with longing and reluctance, pulling her closer and planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. Yue Huan, are you hungry? I caught a Mian beast for you to make soup with. If you wish. After they rose, washed up, and finished their meal, Han Mian produced a snake skin and some animal hide, along with a bone needle. He gestured towards her, measuring her figure. Yue Huan, curious, inquired, Han Mian, what are you planning to do? Yue Huan, this is snake-skinned. I will make you a skirt. It will be quite refreshing to wear in this season. The animal hide can be fashioned into a skirt for you to wear during the rainy and cold seasons. Han Mian looked at her with a fond expression. Yue Huan sensed the change in Han Mian's attitude over the past few days. Initially, he had ignored her, but gradually he had become more amiable, and now he was crafting clothing for her. Even using snake skin, she pondered whether his intentions were purely benevolent or if he had ulterior motives. Was he employing a strategy of desire, cloaked in restraint? Yet, he had no reason to do so. The first day might have been understandable, but after she had expressed her feelings so openly, how could he still be so restrained? In truth, Han Mian had not overthought this. He simply believed that since Yue Huan had forgotten everything and was now with him, he ought to consider these matters for her sake. It was only fair, given her affections for him, that he provided her with warm memories of a snake's life. Yue Huan rushed to his side. What style will you make? Can I choose the design myself? What is style? Han Mian asked, puzzled. Aren't animal hide skirts all the same? Yue Huan gestured and explained until Han Mian grasped her desires. She cut the fabric with her nails and, using a strand of her hair, began to sew. Watching him deftly threading the needle with his attractive hands, she felt a blend of novelty and absurdity. What a remarkable man he was! The more she discovered his virtues, the more her heart ached. What good was it if he was not hers? After Han Mian finished sewing the snake skin into a form-fitting sundress, Yue Huan eagerly took it, stripping off her clothes to try it on, wearing only her undergarments. She slipped into the dress, revealing two straps that might not be flattering, but Han Mian's gaze flickered as he observed her. She truly did not regard him as an outsider, despite his being a male. Yue Mian, he cautioned, you must not behave like this in front of males, except for your beast husband. You understand. He assumed she had forgotten all societal norms. Yet, Yue Huan was no fool. She was fully aware of the distinctions between genders. She had intentionally acted this way before Han Mian, feeling utterly exasperated with his obliviousness. Once dressed, the garment fit her perfectly, showcasing her alluring figure. Yue Huan approached Han Mian, taking his hand. Han Mian, do you think it looks good? Feel how soft this fabric is. She guided his hand to her waist. Han Mian replied, Yue Huan, did you remember what I said? I remember. I will only behave this way with you. She led his hand across her body, and when he brushed against her chest, she could not help but gasp softly. Yue Huan felt as if she were losing her mind. Why did she consistently engage in such shameless acts with Han Mian? Yet, she was drawn to him, unable to resist. Only with him did she feel this way. Indeed, there was not a trace of masculine essence about her. As she mulled over this, her lips found his once again, and Han Mian found himself unable to withstand her fervor, their breaths entwining once more. Han Mian, I want. No, Yue Huan, do not act this way in the future. Promise me, or I will send you to the White Tiger tribe tomorrow. Han Mian struggled to push her away, his eyes ablaze, his breath erratic, that he was moved, and Yue Huan could sense his turmoil, yet he stubbornly refrained from giving in, even threatening to send her away. What a stroke of misfortune it was for her to fall for a peculiar snake in a world where snakes were inherently lustful. The odds were slimmer than winning a lottery. 3 times he had rejected her now. Oh, heavenly forces, let her be done with this. Yue Huan did not wish to leave, and after a prolonged moment of hesitation, she relented. Fine, I won't do it again, Han Mian. Han Mian maintained his composure, yet deep within he felt a tremor, as if something had slipped away. They both tacitly acknowledged their separate paths. Han Mian continued to craft the animal hide skirt, while Yue Huan focused on organizing her belongings. Among her possessions was a pure cotton, blue bedsheet. I could make Han Mian a pair of shorts from this. He had been wearing animal hide skirts daily, leaving him vulnerable to the gazes of others. As for undergarments, such intimate items could only be exchanged within close relationships, right? Even if she would eventually depart, she hoped that Han Mian would not forget her. Handing the bedsheet to Han Mian, she explained the approximate design and size. Knowing she had no scissors, leaving him to cut it, Han Mian had never encountered such fabric, which was unlike animal hide. After scrutinizing it for a moment, he cut it to her specifications. She then requested a bone needle and a strand of Han Mian's hair. Heading to the platform outside the cave to begin her crafting, that a night passed in silence. Yue Huan awoke, her tired eyes drawn to several bright red fruits resting on the bedside, presumably picked by Han Mian. Her fatigue vanished in an instant as she leapt from the bed, clutching the fruits and rushing outside. Yue Huan, are you awake? Have a fruit first. It's quite sweet, and the soup will be ready shortly. Han Mian sat on a blue stone, looking as ethereal as a sprite, his voice gentle and warm. Yue Huan could hardly bear to see him smile. She had promised herself not to offend him again and quickly averted her gaze, her heart racing. After washing the red fruits, the sweetness that burst in her mouth made her eyes narrow in delight. The sugary essence wrapping around her heart, Han Mian's starry gaze sparkled, a rare hint of joy in his tone. Do you like it? Yue Huan, I can pick more for you. Very much, Han Mian. Thank you. Yue Huan glanced at him before hastily lowering her head, a blush creeping up her ears. Her heart fluttered at the slightest moment of connection. The simple thank you left Han Mian momentarily spellbound. Thank you. Yue Huan had never expressed gratitude before. She always took his actions for granted. What was this? Snakes only cease their hibernation upon reaching the 7th tier of Beastmen, and Han Mian had just entered the 6th tier when he met Yue Huan. With the path to the 7th tier seeming distant, this continent had no 7th tier Beastmen unless one ventured into the perilous green crystal forest. Even if he survived and miraculously obtained a green crystal, he would need at least 2 years to advance. Yue Huan could not wait for him for 2 years. Did he expect her to remain in the tribe for 2 years, forbidding her from forming bonds with others? Whether he could emerge from the green crystal forest was uncertain, and would he really have her wait for an uncertain future? Yue Mian, it's not that I do not like you. It is simply that our timing is not right. Han Mian silently apologized to Yue Huan for the unspoken words of regret. Ultimately, they were destined to miss their chance. Perhaps it was better not to voice their feelings. Yue Huan accepted the soup Han Mian offered, sipping it and smiling brightly. This is delicious. Han Mian, you are incredible. It tastes so good for your first attempt. I am envious. Han Mian's cheeks flushed as his mood brightened instantly. Hua Huan always exaggerated her praise for the things he ought to do. Playful yet sincere, she is utterly irresistible. As the sun and moon trade places, the forest, the lush grass, and the banks of the little river echo with the shadows of the two, the vibrant red flowers that Han Mian tucked into Yue Huan Huan's hair bloom beautifully, while her fluttering tresses brush against his face, their laughter ringing melodiously across the mountains and fields. Yue Huan Huan once yearned for the tumult of fate, yet now believes that the most exquisite scenery in life is Han Mian himself. He embodies the very essence of an April day on earth. Days are counted down, the moment of parting ever closer, and the two grow increasingly inseparable, entwined in a sweetness tinged with bitterness. For Yue Huan Huan, Han Mian's kindness is subtle and profound, manifesting in every detail with perfect precision, striking a balance that leaves her in a whirl of emotions. As the time of separation approaches, she reverts to her former self, anxious and cautious, her earlier resolve by the river and under the cave to live freely. Laughing and crying as she wishes, dissolves into nothingness before Han Mian. She longs to draw near, yet hesitates, desires to distance herself, but cannot bear to. Simply being in the same space fills her with contentment and sweetness. She allows herself to sink into this happiness, a bittersweet torment, tasting the flavors of life she had never known before. The shorts and animal skin skirt are ready, and gazing at Han Mian clad in the shorts, she crafted stitch by stitch. A wave of mixed emotions washes over her. She has torn them apart and sewn them back, yet perfection eludes her grasp. How perfect can a mere pair of shorts truly be? She often wonders if she will encounter many others in the future. Perhaps even develop affections for someone else, but will such a fervent yet tentative love ever arise again? Will she ever again strain her mind to be near someone? Han Mian, let us take a walk. I wish to revisit the place of our first encounter, she expresses, yearning to return. Han Mian, now adorned in the animal skin skirt, hesitates to wear the shorts she made, choosing to keep them for memories of their time together. Yue Huan Huan extends her arms, and after a moment of contemplation, Han Mian embraces her, leading her to the riverbank. After many days, once again their skin meets, bringing tears to Yue Huan Huan's eyes. This feeling, knowing they may part and never meet again, is akin to one knowing the day of their death in advance. Through her tear-blurred vision, she spots a man lying by the river, tall and robust, with sun-kissed skin and striking features. His deep-set eyes sharp and captivating. His injuries do not seem grave. Blood stains his limbs, yet his abdomen bears no wounds, suggesting he fainted from exhaustion. Yue Huan Huan inspects the injuries, noting some inflammation and pus. She possesses anti-inflammatory and fever-reducing medicine, yet the identity of this man remains unknown. Should she save him or not? Han Mian discerns her hesitation and speaks after a pause. He is the young clan leader of the White Tiger tribe, the very tribe I intended to take you to. I've seen him before. A jolt of alarm strikes Yue Huan Huan. If she saves him, will she be compelled to leave? Human beings are not sages. Her selfish thoughts surface first, yet the Hippocratic oath compels her to act. She begins to waver. Han Mian gazes at her with a complex expression, his voice low. Huan Huan, we must take him back. If he remains here, he will fall prey to wild beasts. Very well, Yue Huan Huan concedes, no longer conflicted. Knowing Han Mian's character, he would undoubtedly ensure her safe passage regardless. She cannot bear to witness a life lost before her eyes. She is no saint, yet her conscience cannot bear to ignore the call to help. She retrieves the animal skin to lay on the ground, insisting Han Mian place the injured man there. The stone bed belongs to Han Mian, and she has no desire to let anyone else use it. She finds the anti-inflammatory and fever-reducing medicine, taking out 2 pills of each, and gathers strips from the leftover fabric used for the shorts. Wetting some of the cloth, she hands it to Han Mian. Han Mian, please help him clean the wounds. After Han Mian has cleaned the wounds, Yue Huan Huan inspects them. They are not deep, only somewhat inflamed. She places the medicine into the man's mouth, and with Han Mian's support, he swallows some water. Han Mian, let's search the forest for some medicinal herbs. He needs treatment for his wounds, she urges, grasping Han Mian's hand as they step outside. Huan Huan, are you a shaman? Do you recall the herbs? What else do you remember? Mian asks her for the first time. Yue Huan Huan feels a twinge of guilt, tucking her hair behind her ear. No, knowledge of herbs is instinctual, much like cooking. I cannot recall anything else. Mian's eyes flicker, yet he refrains from pressing further as they enter the forest. Yue Huan Huan searches diligently. Having previously come here for mere amusement and not paying attention to the medicinal plants, it is only as they near the spot where Mian saved her that she finally discovers dandelions and honeysuckle. No coptis, but it is better than nothing. Sitting on Mian's serpentine tail, her mind drifts. Had someone told her in the past that she would fall for a great python, she would have scoffed at their insanity. Yet here she is. Life is indeed unpredictable and absurd. Back in the cave, she crushes the herbs and applies them to the man's wounds, for there is no need to bandage. The cuts are not deep, and her tattered strips serve their purpose, preventing waste. Mian wraps his arms around Yue Huan Huan, who sits lost in thought on a large stone outside, his tone gentle. What troubles you, Huan Huan? Mian has never taken the initiative to embrace her, and Yue Huan Huan is taken aback, instinctively wrapping her arms around his waist and burying her face in his chest. The faint scent of grass envelopes her, a fragrance she cherishes. The two lie quietly on the stone bed, once more sharing the space. Yet Yue Huan Huan's thoughts are tumultuous. Sensing her tremors, Mian pulls her closer, his fingers gently untangling her long hair. Yue Huan Huan buries her face in Mian's chest, relishing his scent, his entirety, even his quiet demeanor and cool gaze. As dawn breaks, Yue Huan Huan awakens from a peaceful slumber, instinctively searching for Mian, only to find herself staring into another set of eyes. Momentarily stunned, she recalls. Oh, it is the man she saved yesterday. Were you the one who saved me? Little female, he asks, standing by her stone bed, gazing intently at her, his eyes filled with mirth. Mian brought you back. I merely administered some medicine, Yue Huan Huan replies, descending from the bed, internally criticizing the man for his lack of manners. Standing by her bed and watching her sleep. Thank you, little female. I am Mo Bai from the White Tiger tribe. How did you end up here? Mo Bai expresses his astonishment, noticing such a beautiful little female. A healer in the serpent beast's cave, and no need for thanks. It was but a trivial effort. Have you seen Mian? Yue Huan Huan inquires anxiously, moving towards the cave entrance. Mo Bai follows her, his mind racing. She must have been captured and held by the serpent beast. How can he rescue her? Upon waking, he had seen the serpent beast. He is at the 6th tier. I am barely at the 5th tier, unable to match him. Now that the serpent beast is out hunting, I must secretly take her away. He has gone hunting. Let me take you back to the White Tiger tribe. We have over 300 males in our tribe. It will be fine if he goes ahead. Do not fear. After washing her face, Yue Huan Huan finds his words bewildering, her tone slightly irritable. Why would I sneak away with you? By the way, how did you end up here injured? Concern flickers within her. As this is Mian's territory, how could a clan's young leader suffer injuries here? He seems to harbor animosity towards Mian. With over 300 males in his tribe, they wouldn't dare confront Mian. Would they? I was hunting with my clansmen, pursuing a bear when I stumbled into this forest, encountering a group of stray beasts. We fought, and I was injured that I reached the riverbank, but they did not follow. And after that, I lost track of everything, Mo Bai explains, puzzled as to why the little female refuses to leave with him. A group of stray beasts. In this forest? Aren't they typically solitary? Yue Huan Huan is both astonished and alarmed. Where is Mian? Has he been ensnared by the stray beasts? Just then, she hears a cacophony of footsteps, turning to see a dozen men standing on a dirt path at the bottom of a gentle slope. There she is. She is the serpent beast's mate. Yue Huan Huan gazes towards the sound, her heart racing. Ah, the hissing dog that Mian had gravely injured. He has survived and returned with a band of men to seize her. It seems Mian's kindness is his undoing. Quickly, the serpent beast will be back any moment, bellows a hulking muscle-bound man resembling a gorilla. Yue Huan Huan stands frozen, a mix of fear and rage coursing through her. Ha! The tiger is here too. Let us finish what we started yesterday. The moment the words leave his mouth, they all transform into beasts, and Mo Bai shifts into his beast form, charging down the slope. A majestic white tiger engages in battle with various beasts at the foot of the slope. Bai, being a fifth-tier beastman, finds himself surrounded, yet he holds his ground for the moment. The actions unfolded with such rapidity that Yue Huan Huan found herself utterly dazzled. Seizing the moment while the white tiger was ensnared in the midst of chaos, a majestic leopard darted towards the cave, lost in her astonishment at the sight of the oncoming behemoth. Yue Huan Huan forgot to evade, and, as despair washed over her, a colossal, obsidian python appeared in an instant, its tail whipping around the leopard and hurling it aside with tremendous force. Mian transformed into human form and swiftly scooped up the still-dazed Yue Huan Huan, carrying her back to the cave. Huan Huan, stay inside and do not venture out. I shall return shortly. Not be afraid. With that, he exited the cave, shifting back into beast form to ensnare the white tiger with his tail. Delivering it to the cave's entrance before engaging in battle with the pack of rogue beasts, Bai, now in human form, entered the cave, bearing several fresh wounds. Yue Huan Huan's voice trembled as she questioned, "Where is Mian? How is he? Why are you back?" Bai noted the little female's evident concern for the serpent beast, which puzzled him. He is unharmed. He has reached the 6th tier. Those beastmen cannot take his life. Bai's tone carried a hint of annoyance. "And you, what tier are you?" "The 5th tier." Despite his reluctance to admit the serpent beast's superiority, Bai answered truthfully, "Just 1 tier difference. You were wounded so severely." "What about Mian?" Yue Huan Huan felt an overwhelming unease, pacing within the cave while daring not to step outside, fearing that her departure might distract Mian. 1 tier of difference can result in dire consequences. "Do not worry. You will truly be fine." Although Bai was perplexed as to why the little female cared so deeply for the serpent beast, he could not bear to see her distressed and offered her words of comfort. As Yue Huan Huan listened to the roars and sounds of fighting outside, the thought of Mian possibly getting hurt shattered her composure. She began to blame herself, questioning why she was so weak and how she could possibly grow stronger. Yes, indeed. Her phoenix core was of the 7th tier, while Mian was of the 6th. If she could gain the recognition of the beast core and merge with it, then Mian would not suffer any further injuries. In that moment, her desire to grow stronger peaked. Amidst her chaotic thoughts, the fighting ceased, and Mian entered the cave, his arm torn with 2 gory gashes. Yue Huan Huan rushed to embrace him, burying her face in his chest. Mian, I am so sorry. It is all my fault for being here." Tears streamed down her face. Huan, hush now. Do not cry. Look, I am fine. Just a minor injury that will heal by tomorrow. "It is not your fault. Be good." Mian gently cradled her, trying to soothe her distress with one arm. Right, but you are injured. Let us bandage it first." Relinquishing her hold on Mian, Yue Huan Huan fumbled through her backpack in a flurry. Should she stop the bleeding first or treat the inflammation? In her panic, her hands trembled as she struggled to open the lid of the hemostatic powder. Seeing her quivering hands, Mian felt a pang of heartbreak. He pulled her back, cupping her face with both hands. Huan, look at me. Truly look. I am fine. The minor injury does not require medication. Do not be afraid. Do not cry. He raised his injured arm before her, compelling her to observe. Finally, Yue Huan Huan calmed down. Indeed, it was not too severe. Merely the skin torn away, a chunk of flesh missing. Tears fell again at the thought of his beautifully sculpted arm, supporting Mian as he lay on the stone bed. Yue Huan Huan boiled water to clean the towel in strips, gently wiping the blood from a wound. Her tears dripped onto Mian's arm and chest, searing his heart with pain, dressing the wound with hemostatic powder and binding it carefully with cloth strips. She offered Mian a pain relief pill. Mian, look, I am giving you a painkiller. Just take one and the pain will subside. This one prevents inflammation, which can lead to a high fever if it occurs. Very serious. You must take it 2 each time. This powder is for stopping the bleeding, and the 2 herbs we gathered are also for inflammation. Mian listened to her incessant chatter, unable to suppress a smile. Huan, I do not fear pain. The wound will heal by tomorrow. It mends quickly. Why do you say all this? Yue Huan Huan gazed at Mian, unable to resist caressing his smiling face. I say this for no particular reason. Simply because I wish to share everything with you. You must remember, Bai stared in astonishment at the two, grappling with the notion that Han Mian was a serpent beast, still a rogue beast. How could this little female be so? He could not comprehend. It surpassed his understanding. Han Mian, what about the rogue beasts? Some are dead, others fled. I have cleared the way, so do not fear. It is all fine. Han Mian assured her, stroking her head in comfort. I will go prepare some soup for you to drink, all right? The fluffy beast at the cave entrance. Did you hunt it this morning? Yue Huan Huan rose and moved toward the exit. No, you stay here and listen. Do not come out. The scent of blood is overwhelming outside. Remain in the cave. Han Mian pulled her back, pressing her down on the stone bed. But you are injured. Is Huan Huan being disobedient? Han Mian furrowed his brow at her. Yue Huan Huan, you have truly got me wrapped around your finger. With that, Han Mian stepped outside, leaving Yue Huan Huan sitting dazed on the stone Bai, with a gaze filled with uncertainty, scrutinized Yue Huan Huan for a long moment before finally speaking. You two are not mates. No, Yue Huan Huan replied, her mood dampened. How could a serpent beast take you back without being mates? Bai expressed his disbelief, struggling to fathom the situation. It was not he who took me. It was I who took him. Yue Huan Huan became somewhat irritable. What was up with the serpent beast? What did you just say? Bai could hardly believe his ears. A little female taking a serpent beast. Yue Huan Huan ignored him, and after a while, he asked, do you like him? Yue Huan Huan glanced at him with irritation. He is handsome, has a good character, and is of good moral standing. Everything about him is commendable. Is it not perfectly normal for me to like him? He is kind-hearted, saving you when he feared for your life. Bai fell silent, realizing the day had borne witness to a miracle in the beast world. He needed time to process this. Think that such a beautiful little female would be enamored with a serpent beast, a rogue beast. Meanwhile, Han Mian, eavesdropping at the cave entrance, felt a profound turmoil within. He mused, should all go according to plan, should Huan Huan reach the White Tiger tribe, this Bai would likely become her first beast husband, a fifth-tier beastman, capable in battle, and most critically, he was the young clan leader, backed by the entire White Tiger tribe. Ensuring Huan Huan's safety would pose no issue. Yet, why did his heart ache so? Nevertheless, he had duties to fulfill. He did not wish to see Yue Huan Huan perish in the cold season. As Han Mian returned with a pot of soup, he watched Yue Huan Huan drink before turning to Bai. Your injuries have healed. Take Huan Huan back to the tribe tomorrow. Yue Huan Huan had anticipated this. She had sensed it when Han Mian brought back the White Tiger, being delivered to the tribe by a serpent or being escorted back by the young clan leader as a lifesaver. Both scenarios favored Yue Huan Huan, and it was clear that Han Mian would ensure her departure with him. Bai was once again taken aback. Was this serpent actually requesting him to take the little female back to the tribe? Had he stumbled into a ghost story? Serpent beasts and rogue beasts were known for their relentless pursuit of females, and the pack of rogue beasts he had encountered was proof of that. He was baffled once more. Yue Huan Huan said nothing. Her desire to grow stronger in the tribe was her own aspiration. Parting would inevitably come, whether sooner or later mattered little. Yet, why could she not cease her tears? After Han Mian spoke, he began gathering her belongings, meticulously packing each item before stepping outside again. Bai observed Yue Huan Huan's tear-streaked face and could not help but inquire, you do not wish to leave the serpent beast, do you? Yes, but he does not want me to stay here, and I also have my own reasons to depart, Yue Huan Huan replied. Bai was left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend. Han Mian returned under the moonlight. Bringing with him an array of fruits, he washed one for Yue Huan Huan to enjoy while storing the rest in a bee-skin pouch. He took her hand, stating, Huan Huan, everything is prepared for you. Remember to eat these fruits. Live well in the tribe, and during the cold season, do not leave the cave. I made you a bee-skin cloak. Remember to wear it. These 2 pairs of bee-skin boots have wool from the fluffy beast inside. Wear them when the cold season arrives. As he spoke, his voice grew thick with emotion, and he turned to leave, unable to continue. Yue Huan Huan embraced him from behind. Han Mian, I will be well. You must also take care of yourself. Bai shifted awkwardly in the cave, finally rising to depart, leaving behind a remark. I will come to fetch you in the morning. Han Mian, could you kiss me once more? Han Mian felt a sharp pain in his heart. Grasping her tightly as he laid her upon the stone bed, kissing her lips not with the gentleness of before, but with a fervor that was both urgent and possessive, their lips entwined in a passionate embrace. Yue Huan Huan pressed Han Mian's hand to her body, and this time he did not shy away. His large, well-defined hand roamed freely over her form, kissing a trail down to her snowy neck and collarbone. His cold lips met her warm skin, igniting a shiver of sensation. Han Mian's gaze darkened, veins bulging, yet he reclined, drawing her close to his chest. Huan Huan, be good. It is time to sleep. Han Mian, you do not like me, she whispered. Han Mian remained silent. The distinction between liking and disliking was clear, and some truths need not be spoken, that if you truly liked me, you would not be able to help yourself, Yue Huan Huan said, tears streaming down her face. Just then, Bai arrived, and the two were just getting out of bed. Emerging from the cave, Han Mian called out to Bai, moving a little farther away. Bai, can I trust you? Bai gazed into Han Mian's eyes and vowed, I swear to the beast god that I will protect her. Han Mian studied him for a long moment before speaking. Huan Huan is kind, warm-hearted, and vulnerable. She trusts others easily. You must treat her well. She does not consume raw meat. She relishes fruits and wild vegetables. She enjoys the tender beast and the long-eared beast, which should be roasted for her with salt. She loves soup, so you must prepare a pot of it for her when you return. She is unlike other females. She likely hails from a distant place and has forgotten much. If you notice anything peculiar about her, do not question her or frighten her. She will share her thoughts with you when she is ready. She values cleanliness and loves to bathe, so ensure there is water in her cave, boiled and ready for her drink. At night, prepare water for her within reach. Do you see those buckets? Make a few for her to store water. Be patient with her. Do not force her. She is timid but very obedient. If she is unhappy, she will not voice or not let her suffer. Since you have sworn an oath, I believe in you. Should I one day discover that you have broken your word, I shall do everything in my power to annihilate your white tiger tribe. Do you understand? Bai, taken aback by the torrent of instructions, replied, I will remember. You can rest easy. He then clenched his teeth and added, I have another question to ask you. Han Mian regarded him calmly and prompted, Go on. You know she harbors feelings for you. Why not take her as your mate? Is it because wandering beasts trouble you? You are already at the 6th rank. You could easily resolve such matters. Do you like her? Bai blurted out his heartfelt inquiries. After a moment of silence, Han Mian responded, Your curiosity is insatiable. I will answer you only one question. You ask if I like her, fearing I may seek her out again. Bai felt exposed and blushed at the implication. Since I have allowed you to take her, I will not pursue her further. It is natural to like her. She is truly wonderful. Whether you can become her beast husband depends on your own abilities. I merely wish for the white tiger tribe to protect her. The rest is for her to decide. If you are devoted to her, it is not impossible for her to return your feelings. After all, fate is in our hands. Han Mian then entered the cave, cradling Yue Huan Huan, instructing Bai to gather their belongings as they set off. Yue Huan Huan wrapped her arms around his neck, her eyes filled with longing. Look at me a bit longer. It may be a long time before we meet again. Upon reaching the riverbank, he gently set her down. Huan Huan, we met here, so let us part here as well. Meeting you has been my fortune. From now on, forget me and live well. He pressed his forehead against hers, his icy lips brushing against her in a fleeting kiss, as a tear fell upon Yue Huan Huan's lashes in that moment. She began to unravel completely, realizing Han Mian wanted her to forget him. He had never intended to see her again. If he left this cave, how would she ever find him amidst the endless mountains and falling snow? Did he not take her as his mate because he feared she might trace his scent? The pains of separation, resentment, and the insatiable desires of human existence. Was she destined to suffer through them all? Clinging desperately to Han Mian, she cried out, Han Mian, I do not wish for this to end. Wait for me. I will return to find you. Believe me, I will grow stronger, and after this bitter winter, I will come for you. All right? Han Mian, do you like me? Han Mian, tell me you like me. Promise me. Say you will wait for me. She clung to him fiercely, and Bai, unable to bear the sight, pried her fingers away and took her in his arms. He nodded at Han Mian, afraid to shift into his beast form lest Yue Huan Huan leap down, and thus he carried her with one arm while the other held their belongings as they ventured into the forest. Yue Huan Huan struggled with all her might. "Han Mian, you promised me. Han Mian, I love you. I love you. I will come back for you. Do not leave this place." Her voice echoed in the silent valley, heart-wrenching and anguished. In the forest, Han Mian watched the small figure disappear within the trees, collapsing onto the ground as tears streamed down his face. "Farewell, Huan Huan. I am sorry. I love you too." From this day forth, they would have no further connection. "May you find happiness, and Joyas," Yue Huan Huan observed Han Mian's silhouette diminish into a mere speck before vanishing entirely. She fell silent, reflecting, Han Mian has never responded to me. He is truly resolved to end this. Mo Bai, seeing her no longer call out or struggle, gently set her down. She sat on the ground, burying her head between her knees. After a while, she lifted her head and managed a bittersweet smile at Mo Bai. "Let us go. He no longer wants me." Mo Bai felt a pang of pain in his heart at her sorrowful expression. "Why do you still harbor feelings for him, given his callousness? Love is love. There is no reasoning behind it. It arises unbidden and runs deep. Who can explain it?" She replied. "Let us go. Transform into your beast form." Yue Huan Huan climbed onto the back of the white tiger, who, filled with unanswered questions, sped away. "Han Mian, farewell. My first love. Love is indeed a source of pain. Suffering far outweighs joy. When I grow stronger and can protect myself, if I still cannot forget you, and you remain here waiting for me, I will not let you go again. But if I can forget and find love anew, then let us part ways in this vast world, for you clearly do not wish to see me again." As she watched Mo Bai gradually exit the familiar forest, heading toward an unknown realm, Yue Huan Huan silently bid Han Mian farewell in her heart. Han Mian lingered in the river for a long while. Neglecting to hunt, before returning to the cave, he felt as though all his strength had been sapped, an unprecedented weariness that stirred a sense of unease within him. Lying upon the stone bed, he felt something hard pressing against him. Upon inspection, he discovered a black pouch, its material unknown. Opening it, he found it contained various small treats that Huan Huan loved. He initially thought she had forgotten them, despite having packed them for her just the night before. As he rummaged through the pouch, he noticed the bottle of medicine she had used to tend to his wounds, along with the anti-inflammatory and fever-reducing medications she had given to that white tiger. There was also the painkiller she had fed him when he was injured. He had once laughed at her concern, declaring that a male frequently encounters injuries, and that this minor hurt hardly warranted such medication. Yet, he had taken it, knowing how worried Yue Huan Huan was about his pain. His heart was overwhelmed with a flood of sorrow and anguish. Nearly drowning him, he could not bear to think any longer. He buried his head in the furs, only to find something else in his hands. It was Huan Huan's clothing. She had only taken what he had made for her, the outfit she wore upon her arrival, leaving everything else behind. Had she secretly taken it out and hidden it here while speaking with Mo Bai in the morning? Initially, he had thought that once she departed, they would have no further entanglements. But these items, were they meant for her or left for him? Surely, Huan Huan had reached the tribe safely, right? With nothing else to occupy his mind, should he venture out for a stroll? No, he would not dwell on it any longer. The cave was filled with Huan Huan's lingering scent, which he could hardly endure. The thought of her brought him pain, prompting him to step outside. Upon exiting the cave, he was met with the sight of the stone pot and bamboo bowls she had crafted. Traces of her presence everywhere, despite her short stay. The river was off limits, and the forest too painful to revisit. Everywhere he looked, memories haunted him. Han Mian decided it was best to take a walk to perhaps lighten his mood. Yue Huan Huan arrived at the White Tiger tribe with Mo Bai, observing her surroundings. The tribe was circular in shape, bordered by mountains on three sides, with an open area facing a small river. Beastmen had carved caves from the mountains, dwelling within their embrace. Noting the number of caves, she surmised there must be many beastmen, indicating a thriving tribe. As they entered the tribe, she saw young ones frolicking in groups of females gossiping together. There were fewer males, likely due to their hunting obligations. Along the way, She felt the eyes of many upon her, as if she were a curiosity. Bai led her to meet the chieftain, his beast father. The chieftain was an elderly beast man, reminiscent of Bai's grandfather, yet warm and welcoming. Upon learning that Yue Huan Huan had saved Bai and possessed healing skills, he beamed with joy, his beard quivering in delight. He quickly arranged for Bai to take Yue Huan Huan to see the shaman. As they walked toward the shaman's cave, Bai suddenly inquired, "Huan Huan, would you like to reside in my cave?" Upon hearing the name Huan Huan, Yue Huan Huan's heart skipped a beat, and Han Mian's visage flashed in her mind. Bai, do not call me Huan Huan. Henceforth, I shall be known as Yue Huan. You must address me as such, just as you would with others. But why? Bai asked, his eyes wide with confusion. There is no reason that I cannot bear that name. Just remember it, Yue Huan Huan thought to herself, bemused by this inquisitive tiger. Do you wish for me to live in your cave? Bai pressed again. Are caves in short supply here? Yue Huan Huan queried, perplexed that no, you may stay in another's cave. Bai replied, somewhat dejectedly. It seemed Yue Huan Huan was not inclined to take him as her mate. Could I have a cave solely for myself? Yue Huan Huan asked, feeling a bit shy. It seemed rather excessive to request an entire cave for herself. Was there a scarcity of caves to allocate? Bai fell silent for a moment before responding. There's an empty cave, somewhat secluded. How about you stay in my cave, and I will take the other one? Being somewhat secluded is rather delightful. Within the tribe, one need not fear the threat of wild beasts. Thank you, Bai. I shall reside in that cave. As the two conversed, they arrived at the shaman's cave, where a young child guided them inside. The cave was spacious, containing 4 stone beds, and an elderly woman, bent and unable to stand straight, fixed her piercing gaze upon them. Great shaman, this is Yue Huan. She is a healer and will henceforth belong to our tribe. Bai spoke with utmost respect. Just as Yue Huan was about to respond, the shaman seized her wrist as she glanced down in astonishment. Goodness, when did a phoenix tail flower appear on me? Having been in a daze these past few days, she had failed to notice its emergence. Could it be a result of saving Bai? The shaman stared intently at her. Are you a phoenix beast? Are you the emissary of the beast god? What on earth was she talking about? I am not. I merely possess some medical skills. I am not the emissary of the beast god, Yue Huan hastily denied. Terrified of being mistaken for an emissary, she had no magical powers. How could she possibly communicate with the beast god? The shaman observed her silently for a moment. Very well. You may visit me here often. All right. I shall take my leave now and return to see you later, Yue Huan exclaimed, fleeing in a panic. She had always found anything related to witchcraft to be quite eerie, perhaps due to childhood nightmares of witches flying on broomsticks. Yue Huan, let me escort you back to the cave, Bai said as they walked back. All right. I feel rather tired and would like to rest, Yue Huan admitted, feeling somewhat unsettled. Upon returning to the chieftain's cave, they collected the items Yue Huan had brought, and Bai led her to the vacant cave. As they arrived, Yue Huan surveyed the surroundings, noting that its seclusion was likely due to the absence of beastmen excavating nearby. The location was decent, situated at the foot of the mountain, with a vast clearing in front and trees on either side that might block the sunlight, hence the lack of habitation in this area. Inside the cave, the space was ample, yet aside from a stone bed, it was utterly bare. Yue Huan instructed Bai to place their belongings on the stone bed as she began to organize. Yue Huan, please wait here for a moment while I fetch the items you require. The hunting team will return shortly, and I will bring you some meat, Bai said, gazing at Yue Huan, whose lips were red and teeth white, her hair slightly disheveled, yet all the more charming. The more he looked, the more he found himself captivated. The items I need? What are they? Yue Huan inquired, a hint of confusion evident in her tone. The serpent beast has informed me of what you need and how to create it. Rest assured, I shall treat you well and ensure you face no grievances, he replied, his face reddening as he feigned composure before leaving. Bai, despite his reluctance to mention the serpent beast, recalled its assurance that it would not seek out Yue Huan again, leading him to believe there was no harm in speaking of it. The serpent beast had shared with him Yue Huan's habits, asserting that as long as he treated her well, he would undoubtedly become her first beast husband. Yue Huan was not surprised by Mo Bai's words. Han Mian was precisely that sort of person, cold on the surface yet meticulous and gentle, easily drawing one into his embrace. Shaking her head, Yue Huan examined the items Han Mian had prepared for her: 2 tiger skins, several sheep skins, various beast skin skirts, 2 pairs of boots, a beast skin cloak, and an entire outfit of beast skin trousers and top. Everything she had indicated he should make. Reflecting on the time spent together in the cave, crafting these items, tears welled in her eyes. Beauty is always fleeting and cannot be retained. Thinking of the small tokens she had left behind when she departed, treats for Han Mian, as sweet foods were said to evoke happiness, medicine for his injured arm to prevent infection, and clothing, so he would not forget her. She found her past concerns amusing in hindsight. She had once believed that Han Mian was soft-hearted and that her persistence would yield results. Now, she understood that it was only when he wished for her to cling to him that he would permit her to act spoiled. His cruelty was indeed genuine when it arose. Gazing at the phoenix tail flower adorning her wrist, Yue Huan felt a flicker of hope. One can only assert their desires with confidence when they possess strength. At present, she was too weak to even ensure her survival. Merely a pawn in the hands of others. She never wished to feel such powerlessness again in her lifetime. Laying a tiger's skin upon the stone bed, she noted the absence of a shelf for her belongings, as well as a table and stools for dining. Exiting the cave, she ventured into the nearby woods to gather some firewood and move a few stones, thinking that since she had decided to settle here, she might as well tidy up. She broke off some slender branches and bound them together with vines to fashion a broom, sweeping both the cave and the surrounding area. The gathered dead branches and leaves formed a neat pile for kindling. Constructing a rudimentary stove from stones, Mo Bai soon appeared, carrying a bamboo tube, a stone pot, and a stone bowl. Yue Huan, come take a look. Is this what you meant? He asked, excitement evident in his tone as he placed the items on the ground. Yue Huan examined each one, nodding in approval. Yes, they're all quite good. Thank you, Mo Bai blushed slightly. I will fetch some water, and off he ran with a water bucket in tow. Yue Huan felt a twinge of guilt for continually relying on Mo Bai. Yet she was undeniably weak at the moment. How I longed to grow stronger. Mo Bai returned swiftly with a bucket of water, and Yue Huan washed the stone pot, igniting a fire to boil water. For her thirst was quite pressing. Mo Bai gazed in astonishment at the flames, recalling the serpent beast's warning not to ask her anything that might startle her, and swallowed his questions. Once the water boiled, she poured some into cups and bowls, contemplating the many items she still needed. Since she was living alone, the darkness of night rendered everything invisible, making even simple actions like drinking water or using the restroom a challenge. She required a source of light. Yet where could she procure a lamp? A lamp was out of the question. She had nothing to create one, so perhaps a torch would suffice if she could find pine resin. Crafting a bamboo tube lamp for illumination would also be splendid. Noticing the fruits in her serpent skin pouch, she realized she needed a fruit basket. Utilizing a bee skin bag for such purposes was quite inconvenient. With no rice, flour, or vegetables, she was lacking in every regard. When she was with Han Mian, she had not felt the absence of anything. Now, in this place, everything felt uncomfortable and deficient. That it was no wonder, when in Han Mian's presence. She had been too busy daydreaming, solely focused on how to be close to him. Such infatuation was foolish. Yue Huan lightly tapped her head. Mo Bai arrived, carrying a sizable piece of meat. Yue Huan, you cannot eat raw meat, can you? I shall roast it for you first. He then skewered the meat with a stick, ready to cook it. Yue Huan rushed out of the cave. No need for that. Mo Bai, I can roast it myself. Such a large piece will take ages to cook thoroughly. She took the meat from him and asked Mo Bai to bring over a flat stone. After cleaning it, she placed the meat on top, using her folding knife to cut it into smaller pieces. The knife was rather small, making the task quite laborious. As she cooked, she chatted with Mo Bai. I prefer roasting meat this way. It cooks faster and tastes better. By the way, could you tell me about the tribe situation? What should I be cautious of? Mo Bai had never seen meat roasted in this manner and found it intriguing. However, recalling Han Mian's advice not to ask too many questions, he began to share information about the tribe. Lost in the memories of joy, I can recall nothing, hence I shall elaborate in detail. We are known as the White Tiger Tribe. Yet our community is not solely comprised of tiger beastmen. There are also various other beastmen seeking refuge among us to join the tribe. One must pledge an oath to the beast god, vowing eternal loyalty. There are over 20 adult females and more than 300 males. A single female may have numerous beast husbands, with the foremost being the most powerful. The hierarchy does not denote precedence. Typically, the females remain within the tribe, and every other day, they organize foraging expeditions, primarily to allow the females some physical activity, which is entirely voluntary. The males hunt in shifts, surrendering their catches to the tribe. The leader of the hunting party will report daily occurrences to the chieftain, who allocates the spoils according to each hunter's contribution, while the remaining game is distributed among the aged beastmen who are unable to hunt and the immature younglings. The tribe's members are exceptionally amiable, requiring no special considerations. The females are supported by their respective husbands, and since you have yet to form a partnership, your provisions will be provided by the tribe. So there is no need for concern. While enjoying her meal, Yue Huan listened attentively to Mo Bai's introduction, gaining a comprehensive understanding of the tribe. The pelts and skins from their hunts are traded for salt. Not all males participate in the daily hunts. A roster is prepared, dividing them into groups for hunting and for those who remain behind to protect the tribe. During foraging, a few males accompany the females for their protection. Aside from the game brought back by the hunting parties, the remainder of the foraging yield belongs to the individuals. Once Mo Bai concluded his explanation, Yue Huan offered him a piece of roasted meat. Mo Bai, give this a try. She was aware that Mo Bai had already eaten. As they both consumed raw meat directly, Mo Bai accepted the offering and took a bite, his eyes lighting up. Delicious. Though it does require a lot of salt, the tribe allocates salt to the females in fixed quantities. Next time, I will trade some of my hides to get you extra, Yue Huan quickly replied. I still have plenty that I brought with me, so there's no rush. Did the snake beast trade this for you? Mo Bai asked, a hint of disappointment in his tone. Suddenly, Yue Huan felt reluctant to speak. Bemused by the handsome man's tendency to voice his thoughts, she casually replied, Mo Bai, it's getting dark. You should head back. If you have time tomorrow, feel free to come find me that I wish to explore a bit and familiarize myself. All right, then rest well. What was that about? He had seemed fine just moments ago. Was it the mention of the snake beast? Mo Bai departed, filled with confusion. Yue Huan, now lacking appetite, extinguished the fire and washed a fruit before returning to the cave. Lying on the soft tiger pelt, she suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness. She had spent time alone in the cave before, but back then, there was a yearning, knowing that Han Mian would return soon, making the wait sweet. Now, at this hour, Han Mian must also be preparing for sleep. She wondered if his arm had healed. With his temperament, he likely wouldn't take any medicine. Sighing, she chastised herself for being so unambitious. Still worrying about him, she decided to dismiss such thoughts. They were futile. The good night's sleep would rejuvenate her. She had not forgotten the purpose of her arrival in the tribe. Tomorrow would herald a new beginning. Yue Huan, it is time to unveil your true skills. This thought suddenly popped in her mind, and she couldn't help but chuckle at her own silliness, feeling rather juvenile, upon waking the next day. After freshening up and consuming a few fruits, she heard a commotion outside the cave. Just as she was about to investigate, Mo Bai entered. Yue Huan, what is happening outside? Yue Huan, the tribe members have heard about a new female arriving. They wish to see you. Come, let us go. Yue Huan was perplexed. Was she about to face a grand spectacle? It felt quite mortifying, yet refusing to go seemed impolite, considering that living in the tribe would inevitably involve interacting with these individuals. She steeled herself and stepped outside. As soon as she emerged from the cave, she felt a multitude of gazes upon her, nearly piercing her through. Steadying herself, she surveyed the scene. Dozens of beastmen were fixated on her. They were all quite handsome, but being scrutinized in such a manner was exceedingly uncomfortable. Hello, everyone. I am Yue Huan. I became separated from my kin and sustained an injury. Thus, I have forgotten my past. I will be residing in the White Tiger tribe from now on. I appreciate your kindness. She forced herself through a brief introduction. Soon as she finished, the crowd erupted in excitement. Little female. Look at me. Would you like to mate? I can protect you. shouted a dashing Beastman with a charming smile. "Little female, are you planning to mate with Mo Bai? Look at me, I am quite remarkable too. Accept me." A throng of voices clamored from behind. Yue Huan was taken aback. Beast society was indeed quite open, and courtship was so straightforward. "I'm sorry, but I already have a partner. He will come looking for me. And for now, I do not wish to seek any other companions. Thank you all." With that, she retreated back into the cave, with no choice but to fabricate a lie about having a partner. She realized that if she didn't, one suitor after another would approach her, leaving her unable to focus on anything else. She needed to find a way to contribute and gain the recognition of the Phoenix Beast. And growing stronger was her priority, leaving no room for distractions. Upon returning to her cave, she could still hear the voices of the males outside. "This little female is so beautiful, so fair-skinned. I must become her beast husband. Young patriarch, won't you take her as your mate? We can make you the first beast husband." The cacophony continued. Mo Bai, blushing, chased them away with a mix of persuasion and intimidation before hesitantly entering the cave. "Yue Huan, you mentioned having a partner, but you haven't formed a bond yet. Mian also said he wouldn't come looking for you." Yue Huan's bluntness stung, leaving Mo Bai feeling downcast. He pondered that he should clarify, especially since the Beastman had misinterpreted her connection with him. Mo Bai had witnessed her desperate pleas for Mian, which made their conversation essential. Mo Bai, please refrain from mentioning Mian in the future. When I said I have a partner, it was to express that I do not wish to seek a beast husband. I believe that is the most effective way to decline that we will be interacting for an extended period. So this will help avoid awkwardness, but females typically have multiple partners. Your statement holds little weight, Mo Bai countered. Yue Huan realized she had been careless, forgetting the norms of beast society. The modern ideal of lifelong monogamy was deeply ingrained in her, making it challenging to adjust her mindset. "I it because you cannot let go of Mian?" Mo Bai pressed. Yue Huan felt exasperated. "Mo Bai, I have said it before, do not mention Mian again. That chapter of my life is behind me, and I do not wish to revisit it. I have important matters to attend to, and I cannot possibly form a bond with anyone in the foreseeable future." Having never been in a relationship before, her first experience with Mian had been tumultuous and chaotic. Had she arrived at the tribe first, embracing a life of multiple partnerships might have been an option. She was not one to cling to antiquated notions of loyalty. Unfortunately, life does not offer alternatives. Her current singular focus was on acquiring the Phoenix Tailflower, empowering herself to become independent and no longer reliant on anyone else. She had no surplus interest or energy to deal with others. Mo Bai fell silent, pondering if he still had a chance. He liked Yue Huan from the first moment he saw her. The snake beast had mentioned that he should give her time, and if he continued to treat her well, she would grow fond of him. Yue Huan had said she would not be seeking a partner for the time being. After coming to this realization, Mo Bai's tone brightened. "Yue Huan, I understand now that I want to bring it up again. Let me take you out for a stroll. How about the forest?" Yue Huan gathered her thoughts. "Sure. Let us go." She was eager to gain the Phoenix Beast's recognition and was excited to accompany Mo Bai outside the tribe. She wanted to explore the nearby forest and mountains for the items she sought. The beast world lacked many essentials, and she had nothing to rely on but the eclectic knowledge she had accumulated over the years. Having lived in an era of information overload, she had absorbed various skills from numerous online platforms and influencers. Growing up in the countryside with her grandfather, who was an old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner and enjoyed crafting, she had been deeply influenced from a young age. Thus, much of her leisure time was dedicated to exploring various crafts and skills, dabbling in everything from knitting to handicrafts, except for garment making, which she had not mastered. There was a period when she was particularly enamored with wilderness survival videos, having watched nearly all available. It stemmed from a yearning for adventure, which led her to sign up for outdoor exploration activities, never expecting to find herself in the beast world. In a way, she was finally putting her knowledge to use. While with Mian, she had only thought of romance and had been lost in a haze of infatuation, leaving no room for such practical considerations. Now, upon reflection, she realized there was much she could do. However, the key was to locate the resources she needed. As Yue Huan walked, she searched diligently. There are certain wild greens by the roadside that are edible and numerous herbs in the forest that can be utilized, yet she did not touch any. Today, she merely wished to take a leisurely stroll, exploring various areas, committing to memory what was available and what could be done with it, so as to have a clear understanding. Beneath her feet appeared what seemed to be sweet potato vines. In her childhood, she delighted in snapping the sweet potato vines into segments without breaking them, leaving the outer fibers to fashion into earrings that she would hang from her ears. Thus she was exceedingly familiar with them. This indeed resembled sweet potato vines, but the leaves seemed rather oversized. Uncertain, should she excavate to take a closer look? After all, there was ample time. She decided to dig out a couple with that thought. She crouched down and retrieved a folding knife to begin her excavation. By noticing her pause, inquired Yue Huan, "What are you digging for?" "Allow me to assist you." Yue Huan replied, "Please unearth this for me. I wish to see if it is edible." By pondered what could possibly be delectable in the grass. Was it that she was lacking in meat? Perhaps he ought to give her a bit more of his share today. Without uttering a word, he directly set to digging, showcasing the remarkable strength of an orc's hands. Yue Huan envied him immensely. After wiping off the soil, she examined her find, and indeed, it was a sweet potato. Although it was rather large, Yue Huan was overjoyed. Sweet potatoes are delicious whether steamed or roasted, and they are relatively easy to store. If the tribe had sweet potatoes, it could alleviate the food shortages during the rainy and cold seasons. Would the phoenix tail flower come as well? Sigh. She felt her ambitions were too materialistic. Her first thoughts were not of saving lives, but rather of the approval of the phoenix Beastman. However, she was not a savior, so perhaps a little self-forgiveness was in order. Calm down. She needed to ascertain how many there were to avoid unwarranted elation. If there were but a few, they might as well be planted in the fields, as this crop is hardy and yields abundantly. Casting her gaze around, she gasped. This entire area was filled with them. Who could be the divine being that planted these? She suppressed her excitement. By. Does your tribe not consume these? By appeared puzzled. Are these edible? We primarily eat meat, consuming fruits only when meat is scarce. Moreover, we cannot eat just any fruit. We only harvest those deemed safe by the shaman. As many fruits are poisonous. Yue Huan beamed. These are indeed edible. I have tried them before. Let us dig up a couple to take back. I will prepare them for you to taste. By dug up 2 sweet potatoes. And the two continued their journey. A vast expanse of pine trees lay ahead. They hurriedly gathered some dry pine branches, approximately the thickness of an arm, scraped off a bit of resin, and pressed forward without delay. After walking for quite some time, the forest was immense, and Yue Huan was utterly fatigued. Fortunately, she had made many discoveries, a variety of wild vegetables including purslane, gray herb, tender thorns, and goose intestine grass. Near a small river, there was a small clearing devoid of trees, where tiny green buds were beginning to bloom with a hint of white cotton, though they were not yet mature, perhaps needing another 10 days or so. Yue Huan silently noted this in her heart, contemplating the uses for cotton. As the sun passed its zenith, the two began their return journey, with Yue Huan casually digging up some commonly used herbs and wild vegetables, while instructing By to gather some bamboo and bramble. The load was becoming heavy, and By remarked, You must be tired. Allow me to transform into my beast form to carry you back." Yue Huan perched comfortably atop the tiger's back, feeling elated. Such days were indeed pleasant. The journey was silent, and upon returning to the cave, Yue Huan felt ravenous, having not eaten since breakfast, having only sampled a few wild fruits. Once inside the cave, she instructed By to place their findings on the ground before proceeding to light a fire to steam the sweet potatoes. The sweet potatoes were excessively large. If roasted, they would burn on the outside before cooking through. Lacking proper tools, steaming was the only option. She requested By to fashion a wooden lid for her pot, propping a few sticks beneath it to support the sweet potatoes as they began to steam. Just as they were nearing completion, the hunting team returned, and By went to fetch the meat. Yue Huan longed to witness the division of the spoils, but needed to tend to the fire, deciding not to rush, as time was on her side. While she busied herself with the wild vegetables, a female figure stepped before her. With wheat-colored skin, radiant health, and long brown hair, She donned a skirt of animal hide. Her robust frame and striking features conveyed an air of confidence, yet her expression was far from amiable. Are you the female that M.O. brought back? Not particularly impressive, are you? So thin and weak. Merely fairer than the others. Her eyes scrutinized Yue Huan, laced with derision. Yue Huan wondered if she had offended her. Why such rudeness upon their first meeting? She had not dined at her table. So why concern herself with her appearance? Indeed, I must say, you do not appear particularly remarkable yourself. Dark, plump, and lacking in manners. Yue Huan retorted. The female's face flushed with anger. This is called being strong. Do you understand? Do you intend to bond with M.O. Do not even think about it. He is the one I have set my sights on. Yue Huan perceived that they had entered a contest among females, and she had neither the time nor the inclination to engage. Initially, she considered further provoking her, yet reflecting on the matter of bonding, she recognized M.O.'s kindness toward her and did not wish to create misunderstandings that could hinder his chances of forming a bond. This female appeared quite beautiful. To boldly assert her claim on M.O. she must have some mutual feelings. Interfering in matters of the heart was best avoided. Thus, she spoke frankly, No, I will not bond with him. I already have a partner. He brought me back because I saved his life. My partner entrusted him to look after me, and we have no intention of forming a bond, so please do not misunderstand. Just then, M.O. approached. Yuna, what brings you here? Yuna replied, M.O. I came to see the new female you brought back. You were injured a few days ago. Are you feeling better? M.O. cast her a glance, a hint of impatience in his demeanor. Yes, I am well. Now that you have seen, hurry back. The meat has been divided, and Wolf Tooth and M.O.'s son have brought it back to the cave for you. Orcs regard robustness as a symbol of survival and reproductive capability, and Yuna was one of the more favored females in the tribe, beautiful and strong. She had taken only 2 mates. Both 4th-tier orcs, who were quite formidable within the tribe, whereas only M.O. had recently ascended to the 5th tier. Yuna believed that a mate should be chosen with care, and she possessed the means to do so. She had long desired to take M.O. as her first mate, but in the orc world, females were often pursued and pampered. Since M.O. did not voice his intentions, she felt it would be beneath her dignity to pursue him openly. She was proud, so she merely lingered around him, hoping to captivate him with her charm. Yuna shot another disdainful glance at Yue Huan, swaying her hips with an air of confidence as she departed. Since they would not be forming a bond, there was no longer an issue. Yue Huan's earlier words had reached M.O.'s ears. Orcs possess keen hearing that he felt a tightness in his chest. The partner she referenced was Han Mian. M.O. had witnessed her frantic embrace of Han Mian, weeping, and he sensed that the path ahead would only grow longer. Yue Huan, the meat has arrived. Today, it is the soft-furred beast. Is it not your favorite? Would you like to make a soup? M.O. stifled his discomfort, striving to adopt a cheerful tone as he spoke to Yue Huan. Yes, let us prepare it for soup. Yue Huan replied, How did you know that I adore soft-furred beast? M.O. hesitated, realizing it was perhaps unwise to mention Han Mian. The last time I was at your place. Did we not have soup made from the soft-furred beast? I merely guessed at Oh, that makes sense, Yue Huan said. The sweet potatoes are ready. Do take a taste. Afterwards, we shall enjoy some soup before setting off. M.O. took a bite, his eyes sparkling. Yue Huan, it's sweet, truly delicious. He was exhilarated. Food was scarce, and discovering something new to eat was indeed a cause for celebration. M.O. You must inform the chieftain that the area is abundant with these. You should bring them all back. Sweet potatoes are easy to store. If preserved well, they will not spoil during the cold season. Yue Huan was eager to ascertain whether the discovery of sweet potatoes might be exchanged for a phoenix tail flower. M.O. was electrified. They 1T spoil, even during the cold season. If we can gather more, we 1T suffer from hunger like in the past during the rainy and cold seasons. The rainy season in the orc world consists of continuous rain for nearly half a month, with only a day or 2 of reprieve in between, rendering hunting impossible. The temperatures are not excessively low, and meat can only be preserved for a few days. For the remainder, they must subsist on wild vegetables and fruits. Males, being sturdier, require larger quantities of food, and if they do not exert themselves, they can go several days without eating. Females, however, must eat multiple times a day. Hence, During nearly every rainy and cold season, there are those who perish due to food shortages. Mo Bai stood up, brimming with excitement. Yue Huan, come with me to see the chieftain. He grabbed a sweet potato and took hold of Yue Huan's hand, preparing to depart. Yue Huan awkwardly withdrew her hand. All right, I will accompany you. Being held by the opposite sex felt rather uncomfortable and unfamiliar. Although Mo Bai had previously carried her, it had been during a moment of her emotional turmoil and breakdown. Seeing her pull her hand away, Mo Bai's demeanor dimmed momentarily, but his exhilaration over the newfound food soon overshadowed it. The pair dashed to the chieftain's cave, offering him a taste of the sweet potatoes and explaining the preservation methods. The chieftain, filled with enthusiasm, immediately set about organizing a team to gather more. He gazed at Yue Huan, his eyes glimmering with admiration. The shaman has declared you the messenger of the beast god, and it seems to be true. Thank you, messenger. Thank you, beast god. He exaggeratedly clasped his hands in reverence and offered a bow. Yue Huan was taken aback, hurriedly sidestepping the gesture. Chieftain, I merely possess some knowledge of herbal medicine and am quite familiar with food. I learned all of this in my own tribe. I assure you, I am not the messenger of the beast god. Hasten to excavate, for the sun is swiftly descending. Ma Bei, you lead them. You are acquainted with them, and I shall refrain from joining, as I must return to prepare soup. With that, she hurriedly bid farewell to the chieftain and retreated to the cave. The mere mention of an envoy instilled fear within her. She merely desired the phoenix tail flower and wished to remain uninvolved with the tribe. Yue Huan Huan had prepared a delightful lamb and wild vegetable soup, savoring a generous bowl, feeling utterly content. Indeed, culinary delights can heal all wounds. Cheerfully, she began to gather bramble, intending to weave herself a backpack and a fruit basket. With Ma Bei absent, she faced some difficulty carving holes in pine branches using a folding knife. As for the torch, she would wait for Ma Bei's return to address that matter. She understood the perils of excessive reliance on others. Yet at this moment, she felt utterly feeble, lacking both tools and strength. It was not her style to feign prowess and suffer needlessly. In the past, she had felt justified in commanding Han Mian, believing him to be her husband, with nothing to feel embarrassed about, despite his denial. Now, constantly seeking Ma Bei's assistance, she rationalized her dependence. She had saved him and aided their tribe in securing food, although she harbored a selfish desire for the phoenix tail flower. The reality remained that she had indeed assisted the tribe, the young clan leader. It was only natural for Ma Bei to accept her help. With her excuses firmly established, she felt unburdened and commenced weaving the backpack, a skill she had mastered under her grandfather's tutelage in her youth. Enhanced the flexibility and sturdiness of the backpack. One could soak the bramble in water, allowing it to absorb moisture before drying it out for use. However, feeling a twinge of impatience, she proceeded directly, finding the bramble quite pliable, unlike bamboo or sorghum stalks that could easily prick her hands, thus allowing her to work at a steady pace. Once the backpack was complete, Yue Huan Huan cut some supple branches and vines, braiding two wide straps resembling braided hair and attaching them to the backpack. The wider straps would not dig into her shoulders. She picked it up for a test, and it was perfect. After a long day of labor, the sun had set. Assuming Ma Bei and the others had returned from their sweet potato excavation, she figured they would not visit her at this late hour. So she tidied her belongings and returned to the cave. Han Mian had been wandering the forests outside the White Tiger tribe for an entire day, carrying Yue Huan Huan snacks, medicine, and clothes. He had come to the White Tiger tribe, intending only to return her belongings. Yes, merely to return them. In the forest, he spotted Huan Huan and Ma Bei, transforming into a small snake to follow them. Observing Ma Bei's kindness towards Huan Huan, who appeared genuinely happy, he hesitated for a long time before refraining from revealing himself. Yes, he had promised not to seek her out again. She seemed to be thriving now, and he should not intrude upon her life. Yet he found himself reluctant to depart. Perhaps he would wait a few more days. Ensuring she was truly well before taking his leave, he did not long for her. He was simply concerned for her well-being. Thus, he reassured himself. Coiled around a tree, he watched the direction of the tribe. He could not enter the tribe. He was not afraid of being discovered. He had attained the 6th rank, and they could not overpower him. but he could not let Huan Huan know of his presence. He had witnessed her despair when she left. He understood how much she cherished him. After all, she had finally managed to live well within the tribe, and he should not reappear upon returning to the cave. Yue Huan Huan felt the need to relieve herself, lest she hesitate to venture out at night. Grabbing the last remaining pack of tissues, she exited the cave. She typically sought a secluded spot in the woods for such matters. This was too vast. Clearly, a lack of a toilet would not suffice. She would hasten to construct a small one with bamboo tomorrow, venturing deeper into the woods until the cave was no longer visible. Surrounded by dense trees, she felt assured she would not be seen and quickly took action. After finishing, she buried the evidence and began to head back. Alas, why did it feel as though she were heading in the wrong direction? It did not resemble the route she had taken earlier. Turning back, she moved swiftly, but without the sun. The light grew dim, and she felt a sense of urgency as she hurried along. She suddenly felt a tug, followed by being enveloped in someone's embrace. Yue Huan Huan was startled, her heart racing as she turned to see a handsome man. His enchanting peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed at her. The dim light allowed her to discern only his silhouette, yet he was undeniably striking. She pushed him away forcefully, her voice laced with anger. "Who are you? What do you want? Little female, are you new here? What is your name?" The handsome man with the peach blossom eyes inquired with a languid tone. Frustrated, Yue Huan Huan replied, "What are you? Who are you, and why are you holding me? Do you have no manners?" Damn it, this little thief nearly frightened her to death. "I am Yi Chun. Tell me your name." "Little female," he said, reaching out a hand to stroke Yue Huan Huan's head. After dodging away, she exclaimed in exasperation, "Speak to me, but do not touch me. My name is Yue Huan. I just arrived at this tribe, and it is dark. I must return to the cave." She turned to leave, but Yi Chun leisurely followed her. Upon exiting the woods and returning to the cave, when she saw Yi Chun attempt to enter, she quickly positioned herself at the entrance. "What do you want now?" "It is dark. I am going to sleep." Yi Chun stepped forward, smiling at her. "I like you. You are beautiful and fragrant that I wish to sleep with you and be your beast husband. How about it?" Yue Huan Huan thought she must have misheard. What nonsense! Why would she sleep with him? Was he out of his mind? "Get out of here, or I will call for help," she threatened, her voice fierce, though the little person in her heart was nearly in tears. Call for help? There was nobody nearby. She regretted not having installed a door on the cave. Previously, with Mian around, she had never considered the absence of a door, and now she realized how naive she had been. Indeed, she had her wolf-repelling spray. She turned back to the cave, and Yi Chun followed her in. "Huan Huan, have you not yet found a mate? Do you live here alone?" Yue Huan Huan gripped the wolf-repelling spray, uncertain whether it would be effective against Beastmen. Just as she hesitated, upon hearing the name Huan Huan, she exploded. "Who told you to call me Huan Huan? My name is Yue Huan. I will say this once more. You must leave. I'm going to sleep, or else." She raised the spray, ready to use it. Seeing her genuine anger, Yi Chun quickly replied, "All right, I will leave. I'll come find you tomorrow. Please do not be angry." Yue Huan Huan approached the entrance, watching him truly depart before returning to the cave. With her heart finally at ease, she placed the wolf-repelling spray on the bedside and lay down on the stone bed. She resolved that tomorrow she would have to install a door. In truth, her worries were unfounded. The males of a tribe were forbidden from coercing females. Otherwise, they would be expelled from the tribe and become outcasts. However, Yue Huan Huan was unaware of this, and she tossed and turned, pondering why was she so irate at such a handsome individual. Had she not fallen for Mian merely because of his looks? Did she not once wish for Mian to be domineeringly affectionate toward her upon their first encounter? Why then did she find herself incensed by this attractive stranger? What if others approached her in such a manner in the future? Clutching another tiger's skin to her chest, she felt a semblance of comfort and gradually drifted into a restless slumber. Throughout the night, she experienced a myriad of chaotic dreams, awakening with a tinge of melancholy. After embracing the tiger skin, she adjusted her mood and rose to wash up. Using a bamboo bowl to wash her face with one hand proved rather inconvenient. She needed to fashion a basin. With thoughts of constructing a door and making torches swirling in her head, she felt a headache coming on. Just as she finished washing, Mabe arrived with a large group of people at her cave entrance, each carrying animal skins, wildflowers, and fruits. What could this mean? Mabe looked upon Yue Huan Huan with excitement. Yue Huan, we unearthed a bounty of sweet potatoes. Each cave received a generous share. And these are for you. Tribe members have come to express their gratitude. With that, his eyes sparkled as he gazed at Yue Huan Huan, his handsome face radiating joy. Indeed, Yue Huan, with this, we need not worry during the rainy season. I am so grateful. This is a beast skin I hunted. A gift for you. These wild fruits are for my harvest, for you. I captured this long-eared beast. A gift for you. Males and females alike shouted their offerings, the sheer number overwhelming her, making it difficult to decipher their words. Yue Huan Huan, feeling flustered, found her hands and the ground overflowing with gifts. Oh dear, are beastmen truly this simple and warm-hearted? She thought, both embarrassed and touched. Quickly, she expressed her gratitude. The tribe has taken me in, and this is only right. Thank you all for your gifts. I truly appreciate them. Yue Huan, what is this? One female pointed at the backpack and inquired, oh, this is a backpack. See, you place items inside and carry on your back. It does not hinder your hands from holding other things, and it conserves energy. She casually placed her belongings into the backpack and demonstrated its use to the female. The other females gathered around, each eager to try it out. They soon discovered how much easier and more convenient it was compared to animal skin bags, expressing their delight as they asked Yue Huan Huan, Yue Huan, did you make this? I love it. May I trade animal skins for one? No need, no need. This is quite simple. I can teach you all how to make it without requiring anything in return. However, you'll need to gather the bramble yourselves. Mabe hurriedly grasped Yue Huan Huan's arm. Yue Huan, are you saying you can teach us how to make this? I will summon some elder beastmen. You can instruct them. They need not hunt anymore. By weaving these backpacks, they can contribute to the tribe by trading with other tribes. Would that be all right? The elder beastmen generally refrained from consuming more food during the rainy and cold seasons when food became scarce. The tribe no longer wishes to hunt. They believe their efforts are futile, as food must be reserved for the young and the females, a natural instinct of the beastmen. That's fine. You may go. Shall I teach them first? Yue Huan Huan gestured towards the females. By, feeling a bit shy, replied, no need, Yue Huan. You can teach the old beastmen later. The females, delicate and precious, have always been pampered, with their needs catered to by their mates. How could they possibly weave baskets? If they desired baskets, it would only be for the comfort of carrying them while forging. By turned to the males, his tone serious. You all should head back. If you want baskets in the future, you must trade with the old beastmen, that it's nearly hunting time. So let's go. The young males had no objections. They were not in one of a few animal skins and did not wish to witness the demise of the old beastmen. Thus, they cheerfully bid farewell to Yue Huan Huan and dispersed. The females agreed to call Yue Huan Huan tomorrow during their gathering, parting ways in high spirits. Having organized the items gifted by the beastmen, quite a haul, with many animal skins and a rabbit still furred. Yue Huan Huan settled down to boil some water when she noticed Yi Chun lazily approaching. With his large, peach blossom eyes, sparkling gaze, straight and handsome nose, and rosy lips adorned with a lip pearl, his brown hair framed his fair complexion. His tall, slender figure possessed an androgynous beauty, neither distinctly male nor female. Unlike Han Mian, whose complex aura was ethereal and enchanting. Instantly recognizable as male, Yi Chun's features were truly ambiguous. Upon seeing him, Yue Huan Huan became alert. What do you want? Her tone unmistakably displeased why Yi Chun sidled closer with a smile. Huan Huan, I like you. Can't I come? Observing her impending irritation, he quickly added, all right, I won't call you Huan Huan anymore. Please don't be angry. I didn't mean to startle you yesterday. I'm here to apologize. His eyes brimmed with a feigned sense of injury. Yue Huan Huan could see through his act. He had aggressively embraced her yesterday and now pretended to be innocent. What are you feeling wronged about? Ignoring him, she continued, what are you doing? Do you have fire? I can help you gather wood. Yue Huan Huan, somewhat exasperated, replied, no need. Attend to your own matters. I have things to do. Just then, Bai arrived with the old beastmen. Yi Chun, what are you doing here? He felt discomfort seeing Yi Chun sitting beside Yue Huan Huan. I'm here to help Yue Huan gather wood. Why can a young patriarch come, but I cannot? Yi Chun retorted lazily, not lifting his head. A hint of provocation in his voice. Bai was momentarily stumped. Indeed, he and Yue Huan Huan had not yet formed a pair, and even if they did, other males had the right to pursue her. He chose to disregard Yi Chun, turning to Yue Huan Huan. I've brought them here. Please teach them. I appreciate your efforts. As he spoke, he made a vague gesture towards her, but a glimmer of something flickered in Yi Chen's eyes before it dimmed. Yue Huan Huan didn't pay him any mind, responding with a simple all right, as she picked up the bramble to summon the old Beastmen. They were all quite excited. If they could truly learn, they could exchange their skills with other tribes and no longer be burdens. She first wove a base to demonstrate, allowing them to see and then try for themselves. Yue Huan Huan silently observed their speed and accuracy. Selecting the one who learned the quickest weave baskets. We need to gather more of these brambles. Bamboo would be helpful. I can teach you several other techniques as well. Since there are too many of you, I'll keep only one to learn with me. Once you master it, you can teach the others, all right? You can save time gathering brambles, soak them in the river for a while, and then dry them. Is that acceptable? The Beastmen all nodded in agreement. After concluding her instructions, she kept the most adept weaver to practice with her once more. He indeed kept up, crafting beautifully. The next step would be to test his memory by having him weave on his own. Meanwhile, Yi Chun remained by the fire, adding wood, when Bai approached him from a higher vantage point. Yi Chun, do you like Yue Huan? Yi Chun smiled as he fixed his gaze on Bai. Of course I do. She is so beautiful, not at all delicate. Unlike other females, don't you like her as well? Bai's face flushed, his tone somewhat harsh. She is unique in her own right, but she will not pair with you. She has someone she likes, so you should abandon your hopes. Yi Chun tilted his head, a mocking tone in his voice. She likes you? So what? Which female doesn't have affections for several males? How do you know she wouldn't like me? Furious, Bai retorted. The like I speak of is not that kind of liking. You don't understand, he was aware, but he couldn't articulate it to Yi Chun. He had never witnessed a female weeping so heartbreakingly in the embrace of a male. Especially one that all females disdained. Females were proud and cherished, always pampered by the males, never daring to be slighted. He could not fathom the dynamics between Mian and Yue Huan Huan. After much contemplation, he remained perplexed. Yet his intuition told him that Yue Huan Huan's feelings for Mian were different, not the typical affection a female had for multiple mates. What it truly was. He could not define why Yi Chun scoffed. Affection is affection. If you like someone, you will pair with them. What does it matter what kind? Leaning in closer, he continued, I will soon reach the 5th tier. Are you afraid you won't be the first mate? Bai chose to ignore him. While he was indeed displeased with Yi Chun's pursuit of Yue Huan Huan, the truth remained that she had explicitly stated she would not be pairing with anyone in the near future. Yue Huan Huan overheard their exchange, but chose to remain aloof. Approaching Bai, she asked, Bai, could you help me fashion a door for the cave? Just a wooden slab that can seal the entrance. As she spoke, she gestured towards the entrance. After some time, Bai understood and went off to find a sturdy tree in the forest, realizing the cave opening was quite large and the trees in the woods were not thick enough. Yi Chun stood up, moving closer to Yue Huan Huan. Yue Huan, what else do you need to do? I can help you. Look, the water is already boiling. Yue Huan Huan regarded him, acknowledging his striking looks. No need, Yi Chun. Aren't you going hunting? Now is a good time to hunt, and since we cannot store the game, the hunting party goes in 4 groups, every 3 days that I just went yesterday. I can accompany you for 3 days in a row. His enchanting peach blossom eyes gazed intently at Yue Huan Huan. Yet Yue Huan Huan thought, yes, it is indeed too hot to store the game. But during the rainy season, hunting is impossible. Why not preserve the game we catch now as jerky or dried meat? Salting the meat could also work. She had discovered yet another solution to the food shortage. A smile spread across her face. Yue Huan Huan possessed the classic beauty of large eyes, a small nose, and a petite mouth framed by an egg-shaped face. When she smiled, her eyes sparkled, radiating charm and brilliance. Yi Chun's heart softened at her smile, and he couldn't help but lean in to stroke her hair. Yue Huan Huan stepped back immediately, feeling awkward, avoiding his gaze and staring at the ground. Yi Chun, just speak. Stop reaching out. Yi Chun looked at her and suddenly chuckled softly. Upon hearing his laughter, Yue Huan Huan lifted her head to see him. And indeed, with a smile, he was exceptionally alluring. Yue Huan Huan couldn't help but sigh inwardly, then lowered her head to prepare to pour water into the bamboo bowl. Why Yi-chun leaned in closer. Lowering his voice conspiratorially, Yue Huan, you like me, don't you? Otherwise, why would you not dare to look at me? Yue Huan Huan was at a loss for words. How could he be so self-absorbed? Was it a trait of the good-looking? He was indeed handsome, and she enjoyed looking at him. Who wouldn't admire beauty? Bai was handsome too, as were many males in the tribe, each possessing their unique charm. A myriad of beauties, but admiration was all it was, mere observation. Perhaps it was because of Han Mian's brilliance that everything else seemed ordinary in comparison. Truly, encountering someone too stunning in youth could lead to a lifetime of mediocrity. Yue Huan Huan cast him a sideways glance. You're overthinking it. I don't like you. Please keep your distance. Why are you getting so close? She mused that meeting Han Mian had indeed been a mistake. A calamity. If she could never find another who could stir her heart, it would be too tragic to live her life in dullness, settling for someone who was merely adequate to see her through the rest of her days. Perhaps her fervor had been exhaustively spent on Han Mian. The kind of intensity, unconcerned with appearances, teasing and enticing, only to later tread cautiously, filled with anxiety and uncertainty. Such a tumultuous experience would never recur in her life. Yi-chun smirked with a hint of mischief. You don't carry the aura of someone who's already paired. You don't like me, but do you fancy Bai instead? What is wrong with me? I'm soon to reach the 5th tier. If you like Bai, why can't you like me too? He encroached a little closer, their arms nearly touching. Yue Huan Huan pushed him away forcefully. You just met me. What gives you the right to say you like me? Don't spout nonsense. I neither like you nor Bai. If you keep this up, don't come looking for me. She had forgotten that she had also fallen in love at first sight with Han Mian. Feeling inexplicably bewildered by Yi-chun found it particularly amusing. How could one not like someone just because they had only just met? With a smile gracing his features, he fixed his gaze upon Yue Huan Huan and said, But I like you that I can't help but seek you out. When I can't see you, I find myself missing you. What do you suggest we do? He leaned in, locking eyes with Yue Huan Huan, his tone laced with ambiguity. Infuriated, Yue Huan Huan shot him a glare. The thought of Han Mian drew her thoughts away, leaving her devoid of motivation. She took out a couple of fruits to eat like a tea that moment. Bai returned with a completed door. Having pierced several symmetrical holes in the cave's wall and secured the door with vines, everything was in place. Yue Huan Huan, feeling somewhat downcast, suggested, Bai, let's take a stroll in the forest. I want to get some fresh air. Bai acquiesced, and as they stepped outside, Yi-chun hurriedly followed, declaring, I will join you. I can help carry your basket. Ignoring him, Yue Huan Huan instructed the old Beastman to return home after he had learned what he needed, promising to come back in a few days for more lessons. The three of them exited the tribe together. Han Mian, from afar in the forest, gazed longingly towards the tribe's direction, waiting until the sun was high in the sky before he finally caught sight of Huan Huan. He concealed himself behind a large tree, observing her every move. She was so beautiful and adorable that merely seeing her filled his heart with joy. Yue Huan Huan chose a different path than the one she had taken before. The three of them planned to traverse the forest horizontally. The forest was vast, and there were still many places she had yet to explore. As they meandered slowly, they discovered numerous herbs they had not seen the previous day. And unexpectedly, they found several clusters of spiritual mushrooms, instantly lifting her spirits. As they walked and foraged, Yi-chun's basket was nearly full. Unable to contain his curiosity while watching her dig up herbs, he inquired, What are you gathering these for? Do you enjoy eating grass? Yue Huan Huan, exasperated, replied, These are medicinal herbs. They can cure ailments. Are you a shaman? Yi-chun asked, his beautiful eyes wide with astonishment, sparkling with allure. Yue Huan Huan gazed back at him, noticing his captivating gaze. I am not a shaman. I am a healer, Yi-chun, puzzled, asked, What is the difference between a shaman and a healer? He continued to pester her with questions. Yue Huan Huan chose to ignore him. As they proceeded, they stumbled upon an open clearing in the forest, devoid of trees and filled with waist-high wild grasses. Curious, Yue Huan Huan approached, and upon closer inspection, nearly leaped with joy. This was wheat. She plucked a wheat ear, confirming it was ripe. Yue Huan Huan could hardly believe her incredible luck. Surely, it was the blessing of the wish cat deity. Overjoyed, she turned to Mo Bai and exclaimed, Mo Bai, hurry back to the tribe and bring more people. Bring as many as you can. I'll wait for you here. After saying this, she cut several weed ears and scampered to the side, starting to tinker with them. Although Mo Bai was unsure of her intentions, he sensed the urgency in her request. The snake beast had advised him not to question her, so he suppressed his curiosity and transformed into his beast form. Sprinting back to the tribe, Yichun set down his basket and gathered a few wheat ears. Sitting beside Yue Huan Huan, as he noticed her hair obscuring her face, he gently tucked it behind her ear. Yue Huan Huan was so engrossed in the wheat that she remained oblivious to his actions and their proximity. Mian followed them from a distance, observing as Huan Huan animatedly conversed with Mo Bai, her face radiant with joy. Once Mo Bai departed, she took a seat, and the fox beast sat beside her. Seeing their intimate demeanor, he assumed that the fox beast must be Huan Huan's beast husband. Lost in thought, he then watched as Huan Huan joyfully leaped up, holding something in her hands, her face glowing with happiness as she tilted her head back and spun in circles. The fox beast gazed at her with tenderness. Mian's heart was torn between happiness and sorrow. Complex emotions made it difficult for him to breathe. Huan Huan appeared so blissful, surrounded by companionship and affection. He felt happiness for her, yet witnessing her closeness with another caused an ache in his heart. Huan Huan was different when she was with him. While she had been a bit bolder a few days ago, she had since been cautious, her smiles tinged with bitterness. She had never appeared so carefree. Often reduced to tears. Each time he made her a leather skirt, she cried. When he crafted boots for her, she cried. Even when he held her, she wept, nearly breaking his heart in the process. It seemed he had made the right choice in letting her go. Huan Huan was so wonderful that she deserved a life free of worries, filled with joy, and cherished in someone's hands. The fox beast was not too shabby either. He was nearly at the 5th tier. Had 2 5th-tier beast husbands, and with the tribe's protection, she likely no longer required his safeguarding. As he pondered, he told himself, Mian, look at how radiant and dazzling she is now. You are but a cloud that should not cast a shadow over her. It is time to depart. If you continue to watch, your heart may shatter. But where to go? He had spent his days advancing, hunting, and wandering aimlessly. Now he suddenly felt life had lost its direction. Perhaps he should venture to the green crystal forest, where dangers lurked, ensuring life would not be dulled out. If he were to perish there, it would not be a long life anyway, and that would be acceptable. Huan Huan, thank you for coming into my life. Thank you for loving me. I was born lowly and am not strong enough to protect you. It is I who am unworthy. Mian wished to steal one last glance at Huan Huan, but upon lifting his gaze, he saw the fox beast holding her close, and his heart twisted in agony. Unable to bear it, he fled as if escaping. Mian, despondent, fled the forest and raced back to the cave, feeling as though his heart had been hollowed out. A significant piece of him missing, he believed he must be ill. Gravely, so he gathered the leather from the stone bed, imbued with Huan Huan's scent, and collected the stone pots and bowls she had used. Each item held beautiful, warm memories he couldn't bear to part with. Once everything was packed, the cave felt utterly empty, as if no one had ever lived there. He transformed into a serpent, coiling around his belongings. Setting off towards the green crystal forest, Yue Huan Huan gazed at the small amount of flour in her hands, her joy causing her to lose herself in the moment. Surely, the phoenix tail flower would appear now. It had been nearly a month since she had last tasted flour, and she longed for it while Yichun watched her twirl joyously on the ground, her long hair flowing, her smile radiant and carefree. His heart raced, and before he knew it, he had walked over and embraced her tightly. Startled by the sudden embrace, Yue Huan Huan momentarily froze before recognizing it was Yichun, quickly pushing him away. Yichun, what are you up to? I told you not to touch me. Yichun replied, Yue Huan, please don't be angry that I like you, and seeing you smile makes me want to hold you. Noticing that Yue Huan Huan was genuinely upset, he looked lost, his large eyes filled with innocence. Yue Huan Huan felt a pang of helplessness. Yichun, perhaps we can be friends, but we will never be partners. Intimate gestures like hugging and holding hands are reserved for partners. Do you understand? Yichun's eyes brimmed with grievance. Yue Huan, Why is it that we cannot be partners? Do you truly despise me that much? I do not despise you, but neither do I harbor feelings for you. To me, you are merely a stranger I have known for a day. I have someone I truly like. Who do you like? You can like me too. There is no conflict in that. Why can't you like me? Yi Chen's face was already strikingly androgynous, his large, enchanting eyes captivating. Perhaps people are often more forgiving towards beautiful things, especially beautiful individuals. Yue Huan Huan, looking into his bewildered eyes, reflected on her own past feelings for Han Mian. Realizing she had also been hopelessly smitten at first sight, that Yi Chen's earlier embrace might not have been intentional. She had once been unable to control her feelings for Han Mian, often acting impulsively, and suddenly felt her heart soften. After much deliberation, she finally spoke softly. Yi Chen, I truly do not dislike you, that I believe you like me, and that you did not mean any harm. If you find it difficult to control yourself, please refrain from seeking me out in the future. We are simply not meant to be, that I understand you. And my request is not out of disdain, but to prevent you from becoming too deeply entangled. When feelings begin to blossom, it is best to cut them off early for the benefit of both parties. Yi Chen took a step closer, gazing intently at Yue Huan Huan. Why is it that we cannot be? Even if you do not like me now, how can you be certain you won't come to like me in the future? Yue Huan Huan did not shy away. I have someone I like very much. I failed to withdraw in time, and now he occupies my heart, my eyes, and my dreams. But he has said we cannot be together. And it pains me deeply that I cannot have him, nor can I forget him, and I struggle day and night in torment that my heart is too small to love many. It can only accommodate one. I cannot yet determine if I can forget him. Yi Chen listened, astonished and bewildered. Yue Huan, you are beautiful and skilled in healing, able to weave baskets, and you are not delicate. You can find food. You are so wonderful. How could anyone not like you? Yue Huan Huan felt a bittersweet pang in her heart. What is honey to one may be poison to another. Such is the nature of humanity. What others discard as worthless may be the very love you yearn for. And no matter how perfect someone is, they cannot be liked by everyone. And I am but an ordinary person. I do not even know if he likes me. He merely stated we cannot be together, and I cannot see through him. Please do not seek me out in the future. I mean it. Are you afraid that I will seek you out? That being with me every day will lead you to like me? Yi Chen lowered his head to gaze at Yue Huan Huan. She was acutely aware that she did not harbor romantic feelings for Yi Chen. He was undeniably beautiful, captivating to the eye, yet he could not penetrate her heart. Over time, feelings might develop, but they would not blossom into love. Just as she was about to speak, Bai arrived with the Beastman. Forcing her to hold her tongue, Bai, this is wheat. It can be made into various foods, so let's take it back first, and I will teach you how to prepare it when I return. Yue Huan Huan proceeded to instruct the Beastman on how to harvest the wheat. Bai's face flushed with excitement. Was grass also considered food? However, recalling the sweet potatoes, he refrained from asking further and promptly directed the Beastmen to gather the wheat. Sitting beside them, Yue Huan Huan gazed at the phoenix tail flower still blooming on her wrist, her thoughts in turmoil. Was there a delay in her emotions? Yi Chen silently plucked a large leaf and held it over Yu's head to shield her from the sun. Yue Huan Huan looked at him, uncertain of what to say. She had already expressed everything that needed to be said. She certainly did not intend to give him any false impressions. They were all adults. As long as one could bear the consequences of their choices, that was sufficient. Everyone had their own fate. No one could save another. Once the wheat was completely harvested, the sun began to set rapidly. The day had passed swiftly, seemingly filled with ceaseless activity on the return journey. Yue Huan Huan rode on Bai's back, watching as Yi Chen transformed into his beast form. A fiery red fox, its lustrous fur shimmered in the sunlight, dazzling enough to make one squint. What a beautiful fox! No wonder Yi Chen in human form was so captivating. It dawned on her. After all, he was a fox spirit. Upon reaching the entrance of the cave, Yue Huan Huan told Bai, "It's too late today. I will explain how to process the wheat tomorrow. For now, let us spread it out on the ground. Or Bai nodded. All right, Yue Huan. Are you hungry?" Glancing at the fading light, she realized it was too late to prepare torches and that she was genuinely famished after a day without food. Thus, Yue Huan Huan replied affirmatively, instructing Bai to prepare the rabbit. Part for him to eat raw, in part to make into meatballs. She set a pot on the fire to boil water for the meatball soup when Yi Chun approached with meat in hand. Oh bye. I worried you might not have enough time. So I brought you and Yue Huan some meat. He handed the meat to Oh Bai, daring not to look at Yue Huan Huan, fearing she might dismiss him in front of Oh Bai. Having previously told him not to seek her out again, Oh Bai accepted the meat in silence, his brows slightly furrowed, while Yi Chun stood awkwardly, reluctant to leave, but lacking a reason to stay. His gaze evasive, observing the cautious Yi Chun, Yue Huan Huan felt a pang of compassion. He was like a mirror reflecting the disheveled version of herself that once stood before Han Mian. Every sincere heart is precious and deserves kindness. She had already clarified the stakes with him. The choice lay solely in his hands. She should not make decisions for him as Han Mian had done for her. But why Yi Chun? Thank you. Yue Huan Huan's tone carried an unintentional softness. Seeing that she did not chase him away, Yi Chun felt a surge of hope as he moved closer to her, reaching up to brush a few stray blades of grass from her hair. Shall I gather firewood? Yue Huan Huan managed a resigned smile. You go and fetch more firewood, and bring back some water as well. As she spoke, she handed him a bamboo bucket. Yi Chun looked at the bucket with curiosity, but refrained from asking anything. Swaying as he walked away, Yue Huan Huan's willingness to accept his help indicated a glimmer of hope. Perhaps he could visit her again in the future, and her heart swelled with optimism. Oh Bai silently observed them, chewing on the meat while contemplating. Had Yue Huan Huan consented to Yi Chun's pursuit? Did that mean he had a chance as well? Uncertain, he decided to observe further. He could not afford to frighten her away. The serpent beast had claimed that it could help Yue Huan Huan like him. Surely it understood her well. The meat soup was ready just as Yi Chun returned, since there was plenty of soup. Yue Huan Huan knew one bowl would suffice for her. She served 2 bowls to Oh Bai and Yi Chun, inviting them to partake. Oh Bai was accustomed to this, while Yi Chun was somewhat taken aback. A female had prepared food for him. He marveled. What female would serve a male? Especially with her own hands. In the tribe, males could only eat after the females had eaten their fill and while the females dined. Their beast husbands would surround them, feeding them bite by bite. If a beast husband managed to feed a female even a single extra bite, he would be elated for the entire day. See, Yue Huan Huan must like him. She just refused to admit as long as he made an effort. Hope was abundant. He gushed over the delicious meatball soup, continually praising Yue Huan Huan, while secretly devising ways to treat her well and win her over as his beast wife. Lost in thought, a faint smile graced his face, illuminated by the soft moonlight like a celestial being. Yue Huan Huan cast a glance at him, reflecting, if only he were in the modern world, he would undoubtedly become a top idol, captivating countless young girls. Alas, Han Mian could not go. He could not be seen by others in the beast realm. Yue Huan Huan felt no fear about Han Mian being with someone else. After all, he was a serpent, and only she was blind to his flaws. Moreover, that serpent was a perverse creature, cold as a fake snake. He lacked charm, was ruthless, and adhered to his whims. If one did not heed him, he would wear a stern face. Who would want him? With so many gentle and charming young men in the beast realm, why would she settle for a cold-blooded serpent that needed to hibernate? How foolish. The modern world was not an option. Surely, there would be others like herself, infatuated by his beauty. She could hardly fathom the thought of Han Mian being with someone else. Just the idea sent her into a rage. Was she becoming slightly deranged? She could maintain a calm demeanor and rationally analyze any situation, considering the consequences for everyone, but the mere thought of Han Mian unleashed something wild within her. Alas, her affliction was beyond self-healing. Yue Huan Huan believed that if she could not have something, neither should anyone else. This thought provided a semblance of balance within her. Realizing what she had been contemplating, Yue Huan Huan paused for a moment. Then a resigned smile crept onto her lips. Ah, Yue Huan Huan, your masochistic tendencies are laid bare. You can think of nothing but Han Mian. Even now, you cannot let go that if he does not torment you. Who will, if you are not broken by him? It is a testament to his mercy. Oh Bai noticed Yue Huan Huan's unwavering gaze fixed on Yi Chun, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his face. Did she truly have feelings for Yi Chun? Did she like Han Mian and Yi Chun but not him? What was it that he lacked? Yichun thought, "She has been watching me. She is smiling at me. Ah, she must indeed like me. She is just being stubborn." Overjoyed, he felt an overwhelming urge to transform into his beast form and roll around, wagging his long tail. The three of them finished their meal, and after sending the two away, Yue Huan Huan returned to the cave. The door worked well, but closing it made the interior darker. Better to leave it ajar, lest she struggled to find her stone bed. Lying on the stone bed, she embraced the tiger's skin, feeling elated. It was incredibly comfortable, soft and fluffy, with a faint scent of grass that brought her peace. Resting her face against the tiger's skin and wrapping her legs around it, she succumbed to the familiar scent and drifted off to sleep. Mian sped along without pause. Exhausted, he discovered a small river and shifted into his human form. Leaning against a stone, eyes closed, his long lashes cast shadows on his face, illuminated by the moonlight, revealing a profound sadness that seemed insurmountable. The first time he met Huan Huan, it was under similar circumstances. Freshly ascended, he was utterly spent, leaning in the river to recuperate when she burst in like a sprite. Splashing water all over him, he reminisced about their first encounter, his smile gentle, then recalled their intimate moment in the river, his heart racing, desire surging, and longing becoming a malady. Memories are a knife wrapped in honey, each slice sweet, yet dripping with blood. As the stars faded and dawn approached, Yue Huan Huan organized the animal skins sent by the tribe at the mouth of the cave. She decided to stitch them together to cover the cave floor, as she had plenty of animal skins for her skirts, and leaving so many unused would be wasteful. She moved all the skins onto the cave shelves, planning to sew them together during her free time. Exiting the cave while boiling water, she pondered the task for the day. She had promised the females to go foraging, and the torches were yet to be made. Initially intending to take her time, she found the discoveries too delightful to resist. She craved noodles. Just as the water began to boil, Mo unexpectedly arrived with Yichun. The two approached, one strikingly handsome and the other stunningly beautiful, their styles vastly different. Yue Huan Huan suddenly felt a strong desire to ship them as a couple. They looked perfectly matched. As they drew closer, Yue Huan Huan hurriedly cleared her mind of frivolous thoughts, fearing they might turn against her if they knew what she was thinking. "You, what are we doing today? Are we going out again?" Yichun inquired, stepping forward eagerly. "There's no time for play. We need to make the torches first. I've been thinking about it for 2 or 3 days," Yue Huan Huan replied while directing Mo to fetch some dry pine branches. She instructed Mo to strip the bark from the branches and carve out grooves to insert the torches. Then crush the rosin into powder to fill the gaps, creating a makeshift torch. Given the limited resources, they had to make do. After tirelessly working for nearly 10 consecutive tasks, she paused only when the materials were exhausted. The males typically consumed food just once a day, but she, unable to resist, rushed to partake of 2 fruits. Turning to Mo, she declared, "Mo, today I shall join the females in foraging." Simultaneously, 2 others chimed in. "We shall accompany you to ensure your safety." Yue Huan Huan. A few robust females approached, their skin glowing with a healthy wheat-like hue, clad in skirts made of animal hides, exuding an unmistakable primal beauty that made Yue Huan Huan want to scream with delight. "Yuan, I am emotion. Let us go, they're waiting for us up ahead." A female with thick brows and large eyes grabbed Yue Huan Huan and led her outside. While Yichun picked up a basket and followed closely behind Mo. Perhaps due to the sweet potatoes, these females greeted Yue Huan Huan with warmth, each one engaging her in conversation. Though she had never had close friends before, her relationships with everyone were amicable enough, maintaining a comfortable distance. After years of pretending, she had honed her social skills to navigate such situations. Yet, inside, she felt a tumultuous restlessness. She was a paradox, awkward and conflicted. Perhaps it was the oppressive nature of her modern life that stifled her true self. And upon reaching her breaking point, she felt an overwhelming urge to explode. The affection they showed her was meant as a sign of camaraderie, yet she found herself loathing their forced smiles. Aware that she was being unreasonable, but unable to understand why, she endured the scrutinizing gazes as they conversed, following the group to the foraging site. Eager to observe her new surroundings, she found herself overwhelmed by the throng of 20 or so females, each bombarding her with questions, causing her to repeat the same answers multiple times, just as she caught a glimpse of a small yellow flower resembling a dandelion and bent down to investigate. A figure blocked her view. It was Ina, the very same individual who had asserted her claim over Mo Bai on the first day. Yue Huan, I hear you've discovered sweet potatoes and fire, creating all sorts of peculiar items. Where did you learn this? Which tribe do you hail from? She arched her brows, her gaze sharp. Yue Huan Huan's irritation reached a boiling point, yet she remembered that Ina might be Mo Bai's partner, and that Mo Bai was generally a decent person. Thus, she gritted her teeth and replied, I don't remember. I suffered a head injury and have forgotten many things. You've forgotten your tribe, yet you can recall what sweet potatoes are and how to make those strange items. Do you believe it yourself? Ina, once the tribe's most favored female, now felt her status threatened by Yue Huan Huan's arrival. Seeing Mo Bai's unwavering attention on Yue Huan only fueled her jealousy and rage, leading her to provoke the newcomer. Yue Huan Huan thought to herself, it seems there is a disconnect here. Perhaps she is just embarrassed and angered. It feels liberating to unleash my frustration. I've had enough. Who cares? Why should it matter where I come from? Did I consume your family's meat? Did you not receive your share of the sweet potatoes I found? Do I owe you any explanation for what I've created? If you're capable, then why not show it? You overstep your bounds without the necessary skills. Yue Huan Huan was utterly perplexed by Ina's line of questioning. Did her origin truly matter? What was crucial was that she posed no harm to anyone and brought benefits instead. The Beastmen believed in deities. She could claim to have descended from the heavens, and some would believe her. Yet, Ina wielded this as a weapon against her, which seemed rather weak. Infuriated, Ina shouted, You come from obscure background. Your actions are strange. I merely inquired about your situation. You claim to have a partner. Yet you exude no aura of commitment. You're nothing but a liar. Do you dare to swear to the beast god regarding your claims? Yue Huan Huan rolled her eyes. What claims? I forgot. Was it about not bonding with Mo Bai? I may have lied, but why should I explain myself to you? Do you think you're special? I owe you nothing. A mischievous smile crept across her lips as she glanced at the combative Ina. Then turned to Mo Bai. Mo Bai. She insists you are hers. She is demanding I swear to the beast god that I cannot bond with you. What is your take on this? This declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. Mo Bai stood in stunned silence, while Ina felt a mix of shame and fury. That was not her intention. As whispers circulated among the onlookers, she felt her dignity slipping away. Yue Huan Huan understood the pride of the females in the Beastman's realm, women pursuing men. She didn't perceive it as an issue. It had nothing to do with pride that if one desires something, they should pursue it openly, aligning with modern female ideals. But the beast world was different. It was akin to eloping in ancient times, something to be ridiculed. Enraged, Ina lunged at Yue Huan Huan. What nonsense are you spouting? When did I ever say that? Seeing the impending confrontation, Yue Huan Huan thought, may as well fight. I'm already irritated. If I can't win, at least I'll make a scene. In a flash, she seized Ina's outstretched arm and pushed her back. That why Ina stumbled, falling heavily to the ground. Yue Huan Huan was taken aback. What just happened? She looked at her still raised hand. Goodness, 3 blooming tail feathers. When did they arrive? Why didn't they announce their presence? You nearly scared me to death. The crowd exchanged glances, bewildered. Mo Bai was utterly astonished, recalling that Han Mian had mentioned her timid nature. She wouldn't voice her grievances, and it was unwise to startle her. If she avoided scaring others, that would suffice. Ina's beastly partner, Langya, rushed to help her up, veins bulging on his forehead as he glared at Yue Huan Huan. Yue Huan, what have you done? Yue Huan Huan shrugged, raising her hands in innocence. You saw it. She tried to push me, so I returned the gesture. Shouldn't you be questioning her intentions? In their world, males were not permitted to bully females. Had Yue Huan Huan had a partner, Langya would have challenged him. Alone, Yue Huan Huan felt the weight of his furious gaze, but remained unfazed. Why Ina, her face flushed with rage, had always been pampered and accustomed to being feared. She merely sought to humiliate Yue Huan Huan. She never anticipated the situation would escalate to this. Yue Huan Huan, aware of the venomous glare from Ina, understood that she wouldn't let this go easily. But what did it matter? She had endured enough. The crowd remained in stunned silence, Shocked that this seemingly delicate female possessed such strength, the atmosphere grew awkward, and after a while, Mo finally spoke. "We shall not forage today. Let us return." His tone was calm, yet a hint of severity lingered. The onlookers snapped back to reality, silently departing, with no one daring to inquire further into Yue Huan Huan's situation. Only Mo Xiang winked at her. Yue Huan Huan grumbled internally. "What have I done wrong?" She initiated the trouble. Yi Chun and Mo remained silent, their expressions neutral, and Yue Huan Huan couldn't be bothered to engage with either of them. With no one to converse with, she relished the peace. Upon returning to the cave, Yi Chun pulled Yue Huan Huan aside, his handsome face sporting an exaggerated grin. "Yue Huan, splendid. What other surprises do you have for me?" "Ha, I've been stifled all the way here." Yue Huan Huan yanked her arm away, glaring at him. "Mo, are you with Ina?" When did this happen? Yi Chun laughed uncontrollably, playfully teasing Mo, you're not with Ina, right? Then why were you silent in the woods just now?" Fuming, Mo chased after him, and as they playfully fought, he couldn't help but laugh along with Yi Chun. Amid the chaos, Yue Huan Huan could no longer tolerate their antics and shouted, "Stop laughing! What is so funny?" Yet feeling the need to maintain her facade, her voice softened. "I've just been bullied. And you're still laughing." Their laughter only intensified, prompting Yue Huan Huan to retreat to the cave and slam the door shut, exasperated. Lying on the stone bed and clutching the tiger's skin, she mused, 3 flowers already. Are they sweet potatoes? What else could there be? The wheat hasn't grown yet. Could be for weaving baskets. That hardly counts. Only a few days in, and I've already encountered 3 flowers. If I'd known earlier, I would have come sooner. If these 3 flowers are this strong, will I reach 7 before the cold season? Her anticipation grew, and she dashed outside, once more. "Mo, go fetch some wheat. I'll prepare a meal for you all. See if you can find some fatter meat to bring back. Just a small piece will do." Yue Huan Huan beamed at Mo. Mo, equally eager, stepped lightly to gather the wheat. Yue Huan Huan asked Yi Chun to make her a cutting board and rolling pin, demonstrating her plans. Yi Chun then insisted, "Yue Huan, come with me to the woods. I want to see how strong you really are." Yue Huan Huan refused. "How will you measure that? No matter how strong I am, I can't fell trees." Yi Chun remained silent, stubbornly pushing her forward until they found a suitable tree. "Yue Huan, give it a try. I want to see what level you are." Yue Huan Huan replied, "I'm not a Beastman. I can't transform, so what level could I be? I just have a core." Yet, she too was curious about her own strength. Standing before the tree, she contemplated using both hands. If one hand failed to budge the leaves, it would be quite embarrassing. With all her might, she charged forward, causing the great tree to snap in response. Unable to halt her momentum, she flew into the tree, crashing against it. Pain coursed through her body. It felt as though her ribs had shattered. Yi Chun was taken aback and quickly rushed over to assist her. As he helped her to her feet, he noticed the horrifying sight of half her face swollen and bruised, her mouth bloodied and gushing crimson, with abrasions marring her arms and legs, a truly pitiful sight. Yi Chun's heart twisted in anguish, his voice trembling. "Yue Huan, I am so sorry. I had no idea you possessed such strength." Yue Huan, in immense pain, did not wish to speak. She felt as if her body were in tatters. Yet, she refrained from crying. With that person absent, who would she display her weakness to? Yi Chun cradled her in his arms, saying, "Do not be afraid. I shall take you to find a shaman." But Yue Huan, gritting her teeth against the pain, leapt from his embrace, insisting, "Yi Chun, I am a healer. These are merely superficial injuries. I am fine. Let us return to the cave." Yi Chun felt a wave of frustration. She was so grievously injured that carrying her back was not an option. Guilt gnawed at him, for if he had not taken her to test her strength, she would not have been hurt. In his turmoil, he was at a loss for what to do. Upon returning to the cave, Yue Huan observed Yi Chun's frantic demeanor and comforted him. "Yi Chun, do not blame yourself. I exerted too much force. Please step outside while I assess my injuries." Yi Chun hesitated for a moment before exiting the cave. Yue Huan examined her wounds. They were not severe. Her legs were badly bruised, but merely abrasions that required no medication. Her arms bore similar marks, and though her chest throbbed painfully, there were no open wounds. Her ribs ached as well, but they were unbroken, likely protected by her animal hide. However, her face and mouth were severely injured. One side of her face was swollen to the point of being untouchable, and her mouth was also swollen, the metallic taste of blood overwhelming as she spat it out, still red, without a mirror. She could only rely on her senses and dared not touch her wounds, though not one to be coddled. Yue Huan had never endured such suffering. She took some painkillers, too weary to fetch anti-inflammatory herbs, reasoning that her injuries were not severe enough to become infected. The pain in her chest was intense as she lay on the stone bed, clutching the tiger's skin in a daze. When Mo Bai returned with wheat, he found Yi Chun pacing anxiously at the cave entrance. "Where is Yue Huan?" he inquired, thought why Yi Chun gestured towards the cave. Mo Bai entered, and upon seeing Yue Huan, his voice trembled with shock. "You, what happened? Who hurt you?" Yue Huan, her mouth too painful to respond, mumbled incoherently, "I did this to myself. You all may return. I wish to sleep. I am exhausted and will harvest the wheat in a few days." Mo Bai, both alarmed and furious, insisted on taking Yue Huan to the shaman. However, Yue Huan, frustrated by her pain and discomfort, pushed him away, seeing her adamant refusal to visit the shaman. Mo Bai dared not press her further and turned to Yi Chun for an explanation. As Yi Chun recounted the events, Mo Bai's anger boiled over. "Yue Huan is a female who does not need to hunt. Why do you concern yourself with her strength? What will happen to her now that she is injured? If you continue to act so recklessly and something happens to Yue Huan, he will come to kill us." Yi Chun was bewildered. Who? Who would kill us? Mo Bai fell silent, realizing he had lost his composure. The sight of Yue Huan's injuries filled him with both concern and dread. He had assumed she would be safe within the tribe, and after all, he had been right beside her until this moment. Yi Chun, from now on, refrained from questioning Yue Huan about anything unnecessary, or whatever she asks of you, but do not act so rashly again. She cannot sustain even the slightest harm. Do you understand? Do not ask for reasons. I will not divulge them. Just remember, Yi Chun remained silent, still grappling with the situation. How could he have anticipated such consequences from merely exerting strength? Yi Chun, stay here and guard the cave. I will fetch some meat and prepare a soup. Yue Huan has yet to eat. Suddenly, it struck him that since her arrival, Yue Huan had only eaten once a day during the meat distribution. He felt utterly ashamed while Yi Chun stood quietly outside the cave, resembling a statue, lost in thought. Who was Mo Bai referring to? Was it someone Yue Huan held dear? He found himself unable to comprehend and began crafting a wooden cutting board. When Mo Bai returned with meat and prepared a soup, Yue Huan, her mouth too painful to eat, insisted on sending them away. She longed for solitude, lying on her side on the stone bed, feeling as though the tiger's skin was insufficiently large, leaving her heart feeling empty. She retrieved her animal hide skirt and wrapped it around herself, feeling as though it resembled a person when embraced. Mian, having brought everything he had from the newly dug cave, set off for the green crystal forest. For Beastmen, advancing in rank required increasingly longer periods. Mian had taken 7 years to progress from 5th to 6th rank. With their long lifespans, higher-ranked Beastmen lived longer, making 7 years seem insignificant. However, for Mian in the present, 7 years felt unbearably distant. It had only been a few days since parting from Yue Huan. Yet it felt as though a lifetime had passed. Moreover, progressing from 6th to 7th rank would require more than just 7 years. Even if he obtained the green crystal, he would still need an additional 2 years to advance. Yet, it was a flicker of hope. The green crystal forest was fraught with peril, but if he could return alive and advance to 7th rank, would he not be able to see Yue Huan? Who would wait for you? Mian, you are a serpent beast. Even without hibernation, togetherness is impossible. The threat of being hunted loomed constantly. Would Yue Huan abandon her beast husband for you? Such foolish dreams. A self-deprecating smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he plunged into the green crystal forest without a backward glance. Yue Huan clutched the human-shaped tiger skin, her brow furrowed in an uneasy slumber. When she next opened her eyes, darkness enveloped her. She had no idea what time it was, but hunger gnawed at her. Reluctant to rise, she reached for a fruit, one of many Mian had brought, biting into it and savoring its sweetness. Though her mouth ached, she needed water, but finding no cup, she rose from the bed. The cave was too dark. She suspected the door was shut. Just then, Yichen pushed the door open, allowing a sliver of moonlight to spill in. Are you awake? Would you like something to eat? He asked softly. Yue Huan shook her head, then realized he probably could not see her gesture. The Yi-chun, please fetch the torches we made during the day. After he returned with them, Yue Huan lit two, illuminating the cave, making it less oppressive. She felt her face must resemble that of a ghost in the flickering light. Yi-chun, why are you here so late? You should return. I am fine. I merely came down to drink some water. Yue Huan replied weakly. Yi-chun handed her the water, pausing for a moment before saying, Yue Huan, dawn is approaching. I am worried about you. I will lie down on the ground for a while. If you need anything, just call me. Yue Huan, lacking the strength to argue, relented. The next morning, when daylight broke, she awoke feeling refreshed. After a long sleep, she rose and moved about, surprised to find no pain anywhere. Had her body changed? Her healing ability was remarkable. Only her face remained slightly swollen. The abrasions had scabbed over dough. How extraordinary! With her body healed. Yue Huan felt restless, sensing time was of the essence and that no moment could be wasted. She began processing the wheat into flour. The procedure was labor-intensive, but the Beastman's strength made every task swift. After completing a small portion as a demonstration, she threshed the wheat, washing it twice to remove the dirt, then spread it out to dry on a flat stone, grateful for the blazing sun that hastened the drying process. While waiting for the wheat to dry, she asked Mo to fetch 2 large stones to create a millstone. With nothing else to do, she took some bramble and taught Yi-chun how to weave large baskets and handheld containers. Yi-chun grasped the techniques quickly, even better than she had, much to her envy of their skills. Beastmen were indeed formidable beings, good-tempered, handsome, kind to their partners, and possessing a plethora of skills that seemed to come naturally. Yi-chun, why not teach the older Beastmen how to weave? They should have their brambles dried by now, and they already know how to make those carrying baskets. You can instruct them on these 2 tasks. Yue Huan suggested to Yi-chun. There was an abundance of work to be done. Initially, she had thought there was plenty of time ahead, but after encountering the phoenix tail flower, she felt an urgency to enact change in the lives of those elder Beastmen. The sooner they crafted carrying baskets and containers, the sooner they could venture to other tribes for trade. Overwhelmed, she could only rely on Yi-chun for assistance. All right, I do not wish for you to be too fatigued. Yi-chun replied without hesitation. They're truly wonderful. Yue Huan reflected, and Mo Bai as well. Once the wheat had dried and the millstone was ready, she eagerly commenced grinding, though some bran and chaff would be produced. The dietary fiber would alleviate any constipation caused by their meat-heavy diet. The flour, while coarse, carried a delightful wheat aroma and was rich in flavor. Truly splendid. As she ground the flour, Yue Huan felt that all her efforts had been worthwhile. It had nearly been a month, and she had finally seen flour. Yi-chun, quickly fetch some bird eggs, Yue Huan called out after placing the flour into a stone pot, since there was no yeast. Making steam buns would not yield a pleasant result. The wheat was freshly ground and coarse, lacking elasticity, which would make noodles prone to breaking. After some consideration, she decided to prepare flatbreads instead. She spread the fat rendered from meat over the center of the dough, added a pinch of salt, folded it neatly, cut it, and reshaped it into a cake. The resulting flatbreads would be flaky and delicious. In the mixture, bird eggs were added along with a pinch of salt. In the process of adding water and kneading the dough commenced, Yi-chun took charge of the heat, and by the time the entire pot of noodles was finished, the moon had risen. As the two savored their meal, they could not help but sing its praises. Yue Huan Huan finally relished the long-awaited taste of noodles, feeling both joyous and satisfied. Lying on the stone bed, her emotions were still quite exuberant. As she chattered endlessly to herself about the tiger skin, Yue Huan Huan fervently hoped that this food would grant her a phoenix tail flower. The following day, Mo Bai and Yue Huan Huan brought the prepared cakes to the chieftain. Upon tasting the delicacy, the chieftain was so moved that he nearly wept. With the availability of this flour, the tribe could sustain themselves even on days when hunting was not possible. After reaching an agreement, they gathered in a large clearing in front of the tribe, where wheat was laid out to dry. The chieftain summoned the orcs to listen to Yue Huan Huan explain how wheat could be processed into flour. This time, they had ample time and were not in a rush to eat. She provided detailed instruction, ensuring that the resulting flour would be fine. Once her explanation was complete, the chieftain assigned several orcs to operate the stone mill. One orc cautiously inquired of Yue Huan Huan, "This food requires fire and the tools you mentioned. We are unfamiliar with these, and we have no fire. Only the shaman possesses the fire source, but he is not present in the tribe." These concerns were easily addressed, as I can provide fire for everyone, and I have shared the methods for creating all the tools with a young chieftain, who will teach you. Once the flour is ready, the young chieftain can select a few individuals to come to my cave, where I will impart the methods for preparing food. Those who learn can then teach the rest that I possess the fire source. And I can provide you with a torch that is already lit. The young chieftain will also demonstrate how to make torches. Flour can be stored for a long time, alleviating our worries about food during the rainy and cold seasons. You have all seen what wheat and sweet potatoes look like. When hunting or foraging, everyone should pay attention, and we can designate a few individuals to search. Bring back as much as you can. The more, the better. Yue Huan Huan's good mood made her voice resound with newfound clarity. Bai observed her smiling lips and composed demeanor, feeling as though she radiated light. Was this truly the same delicate and tearful female from the Snake Beast Cave? Do you possess such knowledge? Are you a sage? A voice called out from the crowd. Indeed, are you a sage, or perhaps the envoy of the beast god? Yue Huan Huan, puzzled, whispered to Bai, "What is a sage?" Bai did not respond to her, but faced the crowd, his expression solemn, his tone serious. "Yes, Yue Huan Huan is indeed a sage, blessed by the beast god for our white tiger tribe." "Ah, she is a sage. Our tribe has gained a sage. The beast god has granted us blessings. Thank you, esteemed sage." The voices rose in a cacophony of excitement. With the presence of a sage, our white tiger tribe shall undoubtedly become the mightiest. The orcs gave Yue Huan Huan their full attention, their adoring gazes rendering her at a loss. Caught between the urge to flee and the instinct to remain, feeling both embarrassed and anxious, deep down. She did not wish to be overly entangled with the tribe, yet she could not reveal this sentiment, and had to maintain a facade of calm. Upon returning to the cave, Yue Huan Huan felt a twinge of displeasure. Bai, what are you doing? You know very well how I came to this tribe. What is a sage? Why did you speak of it to the tribe without consulting me? Bai smiled gently. Do not be hasty. Let me explain that a sage is the most revered figure across the beast god continent. You possess knowledge that can transform the lives of the orcs. You are the sage, and you have simply forgotten it. Bai spoke earnestly, genuinely believing that Yue Huan Huan was indeed a sage. In just a few days, she had brought continuous surprises to the white tiger tribe. As Yue Huan Huan gazed into Bai's sincere eyes, she thought to herself, "Am I truly unaware of my own identity? But it matters not. Being a sage merely requires a bit of knowledge. I can manage without magic, right? At least I'm better than that envoy of the beast god. If I were to claim I am an envoy, and they expect me to contact the beast god, wouldn't that expose me?" As they awaited the completion of the flour, which took 2 days, Yichin ventured out to hunt once and taught the elder orcs how to weave handbaskets and lard containers. Bai instructed the males in crafting stone pots, bowls, and spoons, imparting all the skills he possessed. Yue Huan Huan chose not to accompany them. She had never been fond of communal living. The complexities of human interaction often birthed various emotions and troubles. She was uninterested in managing relationships, as socializing was mentally taxing. Moreover, every time the tribe's members encountered her, they respectfully referred to her as esteemed sage, which sent shivers down her spine. After all, she knew herself better than anyone. She had come to the tribe out of self-interest, and the title of sage filled her with shame and trepidation. She had sought strength by joining the white tiger tribe, and her good deeds stemmed from her own motives. She felt no sense of belonging to the tribe. Subconsciously, she believed that after merging with Beast Dan, her path lay in seeking Han Mian. She harbored a lingering belief that Han Mian had affection for her, and as long as she could ensure her own safety, he would eventually be with her. Ultimately, she intended to leave the tribe, which made her reluctant to engage with its members. She secluded herself in the cave, stitching animal skins together. Strangely, she had quickly mastered various crafts, yet sewing proved to be an insurmountable challenge. It took her 2 days to complete a few pieces of animal hide. Finally, she laid the skins on the ground. Feeling the soft, fuzzy texture beneath her bare feet, and thought that the labor of the past 2 days had been worthwhile. The males of the tribe found a substantial amount of wheat and sweet potatoes. Hastily processing their bounty, Yue Huan Huan busied herself teaching them how to make food from flour. Whenever she had free time, she would stroll through the forest with Yi Chun, bringing back wild vegetables and herbs. Bai was caught up in the flurry of changes occurring within the tribe, and most of the time, it was Yi Chun who accompanied Huan Huan. The first batch of woven goods, such as baskets, was immensely popular, and the tribe exchanged them for numerous items. Yue Huan Huan's respect within the tribe grew by leaps and bounds, with orcs frequently bringing her gifts of fruits or animal skins, leaving her both touched and somewhat guilty. Feeling the need to explore the mountains, Yue Huan Huan decided it was time to see what lay beyond the forest, as she had not made any significant discoveries there. Eagerly pursuing the matter of the phoenix tail flower, she contemplated searching for rock salt. This had been a well-thought-out plan since learning about the phoenix tail flower. If she could find salt, she could preserve meat as cured or dried products, thus contributing to the tribe. Especially since food was paramount in the beast world, salt was a rare treasure exclusive to the Sea clan, and the tribe could only acquire a small amount each year, which was reserved for the females and younglings. If she could find rock salt, food preservation would no longer be a concern, and she could trade it with nearby tribes. Ideally, she wished to discover Lake Salt, but upon inquiring, Bai informed her that there were no lakes in the vicinity of the tribe, venturing too far posed risks. The beast world was perilous, and the White Tiger tribe could only survive within its protective boundaries. Beyond their influence, encounters with rogue beasts could prove disastrous. Bai and Yi Chun guided her through the mountains for 2 days. Although they did not find any salt mines, they did collect a wealth of medicinal herbs and edible items like chestnuts. Once the cotton matured, they brought it back to the tribe during the cold season. Cotton could be sewn between 2 pieces of animal hide for warmth. Yue Huan Huan's impatience grew as she sought immediate results, lacking the mental space to study how to make cotton thread or weave fabric. Days passed, and with only a few weeks left until the rainy season, Yue Huan Huan found herself unwell due to her menstrual cycle, feeling lethargic and unwilling to venture out. With only 1 pack of sanitary pads remaining. Once used, there would be no more down the stone bed. She used leftover fabric from the sheets, combined with cotton, to sew sanitary belts. Yet, the more she idled, the more anxious she became, with so many tools. Baskets, torches, tables, stools, and cotton, she had only managed to secure 3 phoenix tail flowers, bringing her total to 4. It seemed unlikely that she would gather 7 before the cold season arrived. While she possessed medical knowledge and had gathered numerous herbs, all prepared, she found no opportunity to put her skills to use during her time there. Ironically, she had sustained an injury herself. The White Tiger tribe was the mightiest in the forest, with no rogue beasts attacking and no other tribes launching assaults. The orcs hunted in groups, rarely sustaining injuries, and the tribe had shamans and healers. She enjoyed the protection of this powerful tribe, yet in doing so, she had forfeited the chance to save lives. What else could she possibly contribute? She felt that beyond food preservation, there was little need in the beast world. The males were formidable, and transformed into orcs, her weapons could hardly reach them. In the pursuit of crafting blades and swords, one must first refine iron. Not only is this a time-consuming endeavor, but it also appears to yield little immediate benefit. Her eagerness for swift results has fostered a restless mindset, confining her thoughts. Amid her turmoil, Yi Chun entered with a bowl of meat soup, taking a seat on the stone bed before reaching out to Yue Huan, saying, "Yue Huan, have some warm soup. It will bring you comfort." However, Yue Huan deftly evaded his hand, rising from the bed to accept the soup herself. After expressing her gratitude to Yi Chun, she settled at the table. The fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed Yi Chun's handsome peach blossom eyes. It had been several days, yet she still shunned any physical contact with him. In truth, Yue Huan also felt a sense of discomfort. Over these days, Yi Chun and Bai had been steadfastly by her side, attending to her every need. She recognized their genuine care, and while she understood their affections, matters of the heart cannot simply be swayed by sentiment alone. Moreover, she harbored lingering fantasies of returning to seek Han Mian. Guilt and unease gnawed at her, as she incessantly conjured excuses, convincing herself that she had made her stance clear, that it was not her fault. Accepting their kindness, yet unable to reciprocate their feelings, left her feeling quite despicable. A glimmer of guilt flickered in her eyes as she spoke with rare softness. Yi-chun, you should attend to your own affairs. I am fine alone for now. Suppressing his own heartache, Yi-chun forced a faint smile. Yue Huan, aside from hunting, I have little else to occupy my time. You are in a delicate condition and must take good care of yourself. Yue Huan internally scoffed at the notion of being in a delicate state, thinking merely having my period doesn't equate to being delicate. Yet, she acknowledged that for the Beastmen, their annual cycle indeed mirrored a woman's menstruation, and post-cycle mating would lead to conception. However, for her, with her monthly cycle occurring once a month, it was best to refrain from discussing such matters. Thus, she offered no rebuttal to his remarks about her condition. She had reiterated her unwillingness to form a bond many times. Now, she found herself weary of repeating it. Knowing Yi-chun would not depart regardless, her mind was preoccupied with the tasks at hand. Without the opportunity to gather phoenix tail flowers, she might have to endure an entire rainy season and winter in this tribe. Firewood was essential, yet the cave was too small to accommodate a substantial supply. Why, Yi-chun, how long does it take to dig a cave? Yue Huan inquired, contemplating the need for an additional cave to store dry firewood. It takes me 2 days alone. Yue Huan, are you considering digging another cave? Yi-chun replied, somewhat perplexed. I wish to excavate another cave for storing firewood. Otherwise, during the rainy season, everything will be damp, and I cannot afford to be without firewood. You used to eat raw meat and never stored firewood. So please speak with Mo Bai and have him inform the tribe to stockpile more. It is not solely for food. It will also provide warmth during the winter, she explained. Once Yi-chun departed, Yue Huan found it difficult to remain still. With merely 10 days until the rainy season, there was much to accomplish. She descended from the bed, venturing out of the cave to gather and slice every fruit she could find, drying them to create fruit preserves and steaming some sweet potatoes for drying as well. The urgency to preserve meat weighed heavily on her. Lacking salt, should she consider making beef jerky instead? Resolute, she sought out Mo Bai. When you go hunting, will you be able to obtain some moo beasts? Yue Huan wished to prepare some air-dried beef. Mo Bai regarded Yue Huan with a doting smile. Are you craving moo beast meat? I shall go procure some for you. Yue Huan quickly grasped his arm. No, I wish to make jerky. Once prepared, it can be preserved for consumption even when hunting is not feasible. Mo Bai's eyes sparkled. The ability to preserve meat is fantastic. Really, Yue Huan? Indeed. Mo Bai, bring back a cow for me, and I shall prepare it for you to taste first, she replied, watching as Mo Bai dashed away in excitement. Yue Huan couldn't help but smile. Mo Bai was a curious blend of steadiness and authority, yet at times he exhibited childlike exuberance, presenting a stark contrast. After returning with a moo beast, Mo Bai helped her prepare the meat, removing sinews and excess fat, slicing it into pieces, steaming them until half-cooked, and then placing them on a stone slab. Mo Bai. This is how it works. You all should hunt moo beasts more frequently. Once you bring them back, follow my method. After the jerky is dried, it can be preserved for a while. The rainy season will pose no issue. Excitement surged through Mo Bai as he rushed to confer with the tribe leader about adjusting the hunting team's numbers. Meanwhile, Yue Huan once again ventured into the mountains with Yi-chun. Time was of the essence. Although she had succeeded in making jerky, her thoughts remained fixated on salt. Thus, she scoured a wide expanse of land but found nothing. As dusk approached, she prepared to return when she heard intermittent groans from the nearby thicket. Yi-chun and Yue Huan hastily approached, parting the underbrush to reveal a pale-skinned, beautiful youth lying among the fallen leaves. He appeared gravely injured, seemingly dazed, and moaned softly. Yi-chun inquired about his identity, but the youth did not open his eyes. His upper body bore numerous wounds, though none were life-threatening. However, his legs seemed severely injured, with both legs marred by extensive damage and a large chunk of flesh torn from his right leg, exposing bone. Yue Huan approached to examine him closely, assessing his legs. The left calf bone has a minor fracture and is misaligned. Yi-chun, we must take him back to the tribe. I have herbs in my cave. His wounds need to be cleaned and treated, and his legs require realignment. He has begun to run a fever. We must administer some antipyretics and then address the other injuries. She urged out. Why Yichun hesitated, but I do not know who he is. All I know is that he is a wolf beastman. Is it safe to bring him back? Wolves? Each tribe has its own territory. How could this wolf beastman end up in the white tiger tribe, especially in such a grievous state? We must return. If we do not save him, he will perish. Are there any nearby wolf tribes? Yue Huan pondered aloud. The wolf clan has no tribes. They reside in Cloud City. Cloud City? Yue Huan barely had time to contemplate this. For the injured youth had lost a significant amount of blood, and they had to take him back immediately. Once they brought the wolf beastman to the cave, Yue Huan first administered an antipyretic before urging Yichun to clean his wounds. She had reserved anti-inflammatory and hemostatic medications for Han Mian, thus could only apply herbal remedies for hemostasis and inflammation. As a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, she was well versed in setting bones. As long as it wasn't a comminuted fracture, she could manage. She realigned the fractured bone in the calf, crafting 2 wooden splints secured with vines. Once the fever subsided, he should be fine, just as she completed her tasks. By entered Yue Huan. The tribe members mentioned that you brought back an injured male. The tribe leader asked me to come take a look. Yue Huan suddenly remembered that she had yet to inform the tribe leader. I apologize, By. I was in such a rush to treat his wounds that I neglected to report to the leader. Why Yichun mentioned he is from the wolf clan. We will inquire further once he awakens. Please inform the leader that I will take care of him for a few days, if possible. Bai smiled. Yue Huan, you are a wise one that your presence in our tribe is a blessing from the beast god. You need not tread carefully in your desires. The leader merely sent me to inquire if you require assistance with anything. Yue Huan felt a twinge of embarrassment at the compliment and always felt undeserving of the title wise one. Bai. I still think it's best to inform the leader. There is nothing that needs assistance now. His leg has been Bai gazed thoughtfully at the beautiful youth before slowly speaking. Yue Huan, perhaps he could stay in my cave? It will soon be dark, and it may be inconvenient for you both to share a cave. Yue Huan hesitated, but he is running a fever. I must keep watch over him tonight. If the fever persists, I will need to administer more medicine, and his wound dressings must be changed again. It may not be suitable for him to go to your cave. Yichun quickly interjected, I will stay here tonight that I can sleep on the ground with him. Tomorrow, we can dig another cave nearby for him to rest in. Yue Huan, you were just mentioning the need for a cave to store firewood. Weren't you? Yue Huan, recognizing the awkwardness of being alone in the cave with the wolf beastman, did not refuse the proposal. That evening, several torches were lit in the cave as Yichun engaged Yue Huan in light conversation. Just before dawn, the youth awakened, his eyes wide and startled, resembling a frightened deer as Yue Huan tended to his wounds. Once she finished examining him, she spoke softly, Do not be afraid. We found you on the mountain. What is your name? Which tribe do you come from? How did you sustain your injuries? The beautiful youth's large, expressive eyes brimmed with gratitude as he replied, My name is Lang Chi. Thank you for saving me. I have no tribe. I reside in Cloud City that I was injured by the ape tribe while escaping to here. Yue Huan conversed with the youth for a considerable time, gradually uncovering that Cloud City was the most formidable entity across the entire Beastman continent. Led by the Lion Clan, the mightiest of the Beastmen, a 6-tier powerhouse. The transition from 6th to 7th tier involved 3 stages, and he was in the final stage, the super strong phase, with just 1 year remaining before advancing to the 7th tier. He, alongside the Wolf Clan and the Ape Clan, established a city in the clouds and managed to gather other smaller tribes. Now, the city in the clouds is home to 8 different clans coexisting. However, tensions brew between the Ape Clan and the Wolf Clan, as both vie for power, each yearning to become the second in command of the city in the clouds. The beast father of Wolf Chi, being the leader of the Wolf Clan, accidentally fell prey to an ambush by several orcs from the Ape Clan while he was isolated. Oh, what a chaotic situation. Yue Huan Huan originally believed that orcs were confined to tribes. Little did she know they had begun to adopt a city-state approach. The city in the clouds is so formidable. Why hasn't the White Tiger tribe joined? Yue Huan Huan felt a twinge of curiosity. Yichun glanced at Wolf Chi before slowly speaking. The White Tiger tribe and the Lion tribe have long been at odds in the past. The Lion tribe also inhabited this forest, and conflicts frequently erupted between tribes, resulting in considerable casualties on both sides. After the current leader of the Lion tribe took office, he left to establish the city in the clouds. Now, the White Tiger tribe is also gathering many orc members from other tribes, such as Mai and Yina's beast husbands, to strengthen their forces, aiming to defend against potential attacks from the city in the clouds. Oh, I see. It turns out to be a long-standing feud. Yue Huan Huan looked at the awkward Wolf Chi and couldn't help but chuckle. Had she inadvertently saved a potential enemy? Wolf Chi, noticing Yue Huan Huan's gaze, hurriedly reassured, "Do not worry. The city in the clouds will not launch an assault anytime soon." As internal discord prevails and power struggles continue, the Ape Clan harbors grand ambitions to lead the city in the clouds, and the Lion Clan's leader will not come. Yue Huan Huan smiled. "Rest assured, I will not hasten your departure. Your leg is fractured and requires time to heal. For now, you may stay with the White Tiger tribe until you recover." Wolf Chi's cheeks flushed at Yue Huan Huan's kindness. "Thank you." Yue Huan Huan touched the newly sprouted phoenix tail flower on her wrist, inwardly reflecting, "I should be the one thanking you, Wolf Chi." At dawn, Missouri Bai and Yi Chun brought several orcs to excavate next door. Yue Huan Huan prepared roasted meat, made soup, and steamed a multitude of buns for them. After all, they were helping her with her tasks. Wolf Chi, delighted by the novelty of the food, squinted his eyes in pleasure, flattering Yue Huan Huan, which made her giggle. Within a day, the cave was completed, furnished with stone beds and covered with animal skins that Wei Chun carefully moved Wolf Chi inside, and when Yue Huan Huan changed his bandages, she noticed that most of his wounds had nearly healed, except for the flesh that had been torn away from his right leg, prompting her to marvel once more at the remarkable healing abilities of orcs. Returning to the cave, she lit a torch and stared blankly at the phoenix tail flower on her wrist in the flickering light. 5 petals now. "Are you all right?" The following days were consumed with gathering firewood, preparing jerky, and getting ready for the impending rainy season. Once everything was finally in order, Wolf Chi had also recovered enough to begin moving around. He limped into Yue Huan Huan's cave, and since the ground was covered with animal skins, he simply sat down quietly, watching her as she organized the newly delivered animal skins for the tribe. After all, he was still a young boy, heavily reliant on Yue Huan Huan, the one who saved him. Yue Huan Huan neatly folded the animal skins and placed them on the rack, then took out the animal skin skirts to dry in the sun, fearing that the prolonged rain would make them damp and uncomfortable to wear. "Yue Huan, how do you have skirts made from snake skins?" Wolf Chi's terrified voice broke through. Yue Huan Huan frowned. "What's wrong with snakeskin? Is it so strange? Snakes are vicious, cold-blooded, and cruel. Before the establishment of the city in the clouds, our heavenly wolf tribe was attacked by snake beasts every year. They not only killed and injured males, but also abducted females, most of whom would perish under torture. Aren't you the wise one? Have you ever been taken by a snake beast? How did you escape?" Wolf Chi exclaimed in rapid succession. And although Yue Huan Huan understood that snakes had a negative reputation, hearing someone speak so bluntly about snake beasts for the first time made her uncomfortable. She felt a pang of concern. Does everyone in the city in the clouds believe that about snake beasts? It's not just the city in the clouds. It's the entire continent of orcs that holds this belief. No, it's not merely a belief. It's a fact. Which tribe hasn't suffered from snake beast attacks? Wolf Chi found Yue Huan Huan's questions peculiar to so. How do you treat snake beasts? Yue Huan Huan grew increasingly anxious as she listened. The tribes encircle and hunt them down. Snake beasts prefer solitude, so several tribes join forces to hunt them. Now, there are not many snake beasts left on the Orc continent, only a few powerful ones with high vigilance. The city in the clouds hasn't organized a hunt recently. Yue Huan Huan's heart trembled as she felt a wave of sorrow for Han Mian. He was certainly not the monster they portrayed him to be. If he were truly inclined to abduct females, why would he allow her to join a tribe? He had done nothing wrong yet bore such a reputation, reviled, hated, and hunted. What had he done to deserve this? Was it simply because he was a snake? But who could choose their own lineage? After sending Wolf Chi away, Yue Huan Huan sat on the stone bed, lost in thought and restless. The cave was completely dark before she regained her senses. After mindlessly consuming a couple of fruits, she lay on the stone bed, clutching a tiger's skin, and drifted into slumber. Her brows furrowed, revealing her unease. Indeed, she fell into a nightmare. The dream was shrouded in fog. rendering her unable to see or find her way. Stumbling forward, reaching out her hands, but grasping nothing, engulfed in confusion and fear. She did not know how long she had been walking when the sound of flowing water reached her ears. She moved toward the sound, and suddenly the fog dissipated, revealing a scene drenched in red. Mian lay by a small river, his body covered in blood, the ground beneath him stained crimson. Mian. She gasped in terror, sitting up only to realize it was a dream. Yet her heart ached unbearably, tears mingling with sweat. Until the sunlight streamed into the cave, she remained trapped in her panic. Immobile, not seeing her outside the cave, felt a twinge of concern, as she usually prepared breakfast at this hour. Upon entering the cave and finding her huddled on the stone bed, her eyes swollen like peaches, he was taken aback and anxiously asked, "Yue Huan, what happened? Are you unwell? I can take you to see the shaman." Yue Huan Huan seized his arm. "Immobile, please take me to see Mian. Just for a moment. I'll be right back." Her voice was urgent, her fingers trembling. "Yue Huan, didn't you part ways with him? He said he would never see you again." Immobile forced himself to be resolute. "I won't disturb him. I just want to glance at him. Just a glance." "Immobile, please take me. I dreamt he was injured and dying. I can't let him die. I want to allow it." Immobile looked at Yue Huan Huan, who appeared nearly frenzied, and felt a profound ache in his heart. Look at her. After all this time, she still could not forget that snake, still cared so deeply. Suddenly, he could no longer contain himself. "Yue Huan, he sent you away. Why must it be him? I like you. Can't you see? I will treat you well. He has given you up. What right does he have? Have you considered that you are not happy with him? He only makes you cry." Yet Yue Huan Huan paid no heed to his words. She repeated fervently, "Immobile, take me to see him. I must go. If you want to take me, I will go myself. Oh, and I need to bring him some flour. He hasn't eaten yet. I need to bring sweet potatoes too, and animal skins. Yes, I want to make him a garment. His animal skin skirts are stained with blood." Yue Huan Huan babbled as she began to gather her belongings. When Yichen entered the cave, he saw her in a daze, searching for something. Hearing Immobile say, "Yue Huan, calm down. You are just dreaming. He is a 6-tier powerhouse. Who besides the Lord of the City in the clouds could harm him?" "Yes, the Lord of the City in the clouds. They will hunt Mian. I will kill them." Yue Huan Huan grew increasingly agitated while Yichen dragged Immobile out of the cave, inquiring about what had transpired. Immobile, fearing that Yue Huan Huan might run off on her own, had no choice but to recount the entire sequence of events to Yichen, urging him to keep a close watch on her. Why Yichen was stunned for a long while before finally speaking. "Immobile, have you considered that the snake beast might be Yue Huan's emotional burden? The reason she cannot accept us is that she still harbors feelings for him. Since the snake beast has stated he will no longer be with her, we should take her to see him. Let the snake beast tell her directly. Only then will she be able to let go. Otherwise, she will only sink deeper. Look at her now. Does she have any rationality left? Without resolving this emotional knot, we will never have a chance." Immobile reminisced about the situation back then. Indeed, the serpent beast was resolute. Despite Yue Huan's tears, it did not leave her behind. Perhaps taking her for a trip could truly help her let go of the serpent beast. The two conspired and began to assist Yue Huan in gathering her belongings, ensuring she took everything she desired, before transforming into their beast forms and hastening towards the cave of Mian. Approaching their homeland, a sense of trepidation enveloped Yue Huan as they neared the riverbank. She instructed them to revert to human forms and proceed slowly. She was both excited and fearful, her mind racing with thoughts of what to say upon encountering Mian. She intended to explain that her journey to the tribe was to activate the phoenix tail flower, and once she became sufficiently strong, Mian could rest easy during his winter slumber. She had already acquired 5 phoenix tail flowers and would return to find him once the cold season ended. She believed she could protect herself, leaving Mian with no reason to send her away. She would cling to him no matter what. She wanted to prepare a delicious meal for Mian, for he had yet to taste wheat or sweet potatoes, and she had never made him a leather skirt. Spotting the small river where she first met Mian, she felt relieved to find it empty, signaling that her dreams had been false, allowing her anxious heart to settle somewhat. Upon arriving at the cave entrance, she began to pace, pondering what her first words to Han Mian should be. "Mo Bai, do you think you will cast me out? Will he enjoy the pancakes I make? Will he blame me for disobeying and returning to him?" Yue Huan's gaze was filled with helplessness and fear. Love breeds worry. Love breeds feared. Mo Bai and Yi Chun could hardly bear to witness her turmoil. Throughout their journey, they had not sensed the presence of the serpent beast, nor was there any sign of it within the cave, indicating it had departed long ago. Both felt a mix of sorrow and apprehension. Uncertain how Yue Huan would react upon discovering the absence of the serpent beast, they fell into a heavy silence as Yue Huan took a deep breath and stepped into the cave. Nothing remained. No leather, no pots and pans, not even the stone bed. The cave was as desolate as if it had never housed anyone. Yue Huan crouched down, hugging her knees, her head buried in her arms. Utterly still. Was this a hallucination? Was the emptiness before her a figment of her imagination, or were the days spent with Han Mian here merely an illusion? She felt disoriented, as if something within her was collapsing. Exhausted, she longed for sleep. After a long while, she stood up and told Mo Bai, "Let's go back. I want to sleep." Mo Bai and Yi Chun felt as if their hearts were being sliced. They dared not utter a word as they led her back to the White Tiger tribe. Mo Bai had anticipated that Yue Huan would react as she had when she first left Han Mian, crying, throwing a tantrum, breaking down. Yet, she remained tranquil, lying down to sleep as soon as they returned to the cave. This was the first time Yi Chun had seen Yue Huan in such a state. The Yue Huan he knew was beautiful, composed, strong, and wise, respected and adored by all in the tribe. Yet today, she appeared fragile and helpless. Stirring his heart with concern, he could not help but speculate on what the serpent beast had done to her to extinguish her spirit. They stood vigil by the stone bed, unwilling to leave her side. However, she slumbered for far too long. 2 days passed without her awakening, and they dared not disturb her. They anxiously deliberated but could not devise a solution. Growing increasingly agitated, outside, a torrential downpour commenced, heralding the arrival of the rainy season. Yue Huan struggled in her dreams, repeatedly witnessing her parents, grandfather, and Han Mian depart from her, each time forcibly losing them, unable even to bid farewell. What she desired and cherished always eluded her, despair and pain assailing her in relentless waves. Living felt unbearably exhausting. Yue Huan, your spirit is in turmoil, that I once gifted you a phoenix Beastman, which allows you to sense that your life is not in jeopardy. Why then do you contemplate death? The voice of the wish cat god echoed in her dreams. Cat god, I'm so tired. Can you send me back? I no longer wish to be here. You already possess the phoenix Beastman. You are no longer merely human. With 5 phoenix tail flowers bloomed, your body is already transformed. You cannot return to your previous world. The beast world aligns with your heart's desires. Is it not exhilarating? Are there not many handsome men? The wish cat god inquired, perplexed. Moreover, after merging with the Beastman, you are at the 7th level. The rapid blooming of 5 phoenix tail flowers indicates your contributions to the beast world. You have much to achieve here, that I wish to know what transpired that altered your yearning for the phoenix Beastman. Nothing happened. Perhaps it is merely my inner demons at play. I cannot find him to love and not be love in return. You brought me here to experience countless sweet romances, yet I ended up like this. You must be laughing at me. Yue Huan chuckled self-deprecatingly. In truth, she was acutely aware of her own pathological mindset. Her obsession with Han Mian stemmed from the countless rejections he had inflicted upon her from the very beginning. She had indeed fallen for him at first sight, yet it had not reached the point of despair. She believed Han Mian had feelings for her. Each rejection only drew her closer, intensifying her affection until she became entranced by unrequited love. Had their relationship progressed normally, fading into a calm separation, or if Han Mian had initially driven her away forcefully, things would not have turned out this way. Everything she had done subsequently was aimed at being with Han Mian. With hope in her heart, she abruptly realized he was gone, and she could no longer find him. Her heart turned to ashes, and she felt her life had lost direction and meaning. The wish cat chuckled. So, it is a matter of being trapped by love. How foolish you are! Nothing is unattainable. Even the most forced fruit is still fruit. If it isn't sweet, it still quenches thirst. once you grow strong enough. Obtaining what you desire will be feasible. Why not bind him to your side? He jested, yet Yue Huan felt as if she had been enlightened. Indeed, if I become strong enough, why would I fear him running away again? Once powerful, I could roam freely and find him, binding him to my side, but how can I gain strength? Right now, the phoenix tail flowers only grant me a bit more strength and improve my health. Even if I gather 7, I cannot transform. Before the Beastman, I am like a speck of dust, unable to protect myself, let alone confine a serpent. The wish cat never anticipated she would take it seriously. Well, this is better than contemplating death. My intention in bringing you here was to instigate some change in the beast world. You cannot simply perish. He possessed transformation pills, but knew the suffering endured during transformation was something only those with unwavering resolve could withstand. You are in a corporeal form. To transform, you must endure the torment of being burned by flames and struck by heavenly thunder for 7 days. The outcome of life and death is uncertain. Do you dare to gamble? Uncertain life and death? Ultimately, everyone must die. As long as I feel my death is justified, then my life will not have been in vain. People harbor desires, albeit different ones. My desire is Han Mian. I do not wish to become a saint or a good person, that I simply wish to be myself, unburdened by my heart, and that is the person I aspire to be. I am willing to gamble. If you cannot bear it, you will die. You will lose everything. Will you regret it? The wish cat sensed a resolute tone and was somewhat taken aback. I am well aware of what I want and the price it entails. I do not regret. Often, the choices we make are not as difficult as they seem. It is merely a matter of following one's heart. I shall honor your wishes. I have bestowed upon you a transformation pill. Do not engage in wicked deeds. In all matters, do not be excessively obsessed. Yue Huan slept for 3 days before awakening slowly. Upon seeing her awake, Yi Chun was overjoyed and hurried to help her sit up, allowing her to lean against him. Yue Huan, you are finally awake. You frightened me to death. Wolf 7 also approached her bedside, holding her hand in silence, merely gazing at her with concern. Yue Huan felt utterly drained. Leaning against him and managing to speak, I am fine. Do not worry. Is it raining outside? Yes, the rainy season has arrived, and the rain is heavy. You did not wake up for so long. I just went out. She mentioned you love to eat bleeding beasts, so she went to fetch something fresh for you. You haven't eaten in 3 days. You must be starving. I have hot soup ready for you. Would you like to sip some first? Yi Chun tenderly embraced her, reluctant to let go. Let me drink some water first. Yue Huan felt slightly uncomfortable, shifting her body to create some distance. Wolf 7 quickly fetched water, and Yi Chun fed her a few sips before bringing her meat soup, encouraging her to drink slowly. After consuming a bowl of hot soup and a couple of pieces of meat, Yue Huan finally felt a bit of strength returning. Recalling the wish cat's words about refining her body and the unknowns of transformation, she pondered how to avoid others. The people here had treated her so well. She did not wish for them to worry. Where might Han Mian be now? With the cold season approaching, did he have a safe place to hibernate? Yi Chun, seeing her awake yet lost in thought, felt a mix of worry and sadness. That serpent truly deserved to die. Yue Huan, some things cannot be forced. You two cannot be together. He is a serpent beast, a wandering creature. Unacceptable to society, he could be hunted down at any moment. Risking his life, the serpent beast is cold-blooded. He will not feel emotions or cherish you. He is gone. Wolf 7, now informed of the entire situation, began to counsel Yue Huan, like Bai and Yi Chun. He found the situation absurd, beyond the realm of their comprehension. Yue Huan Huan suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, as a twisted and obsessive sentiment became known to all. Yes, he is a serpent beast, cold-blooded, and he has departed. Yet what of it? He cannot escape. Love and hate intertwining, Yue Huan Huan's eyes grew red once more. Seeing her silent and tearful, Lang Chi and Yi Chun quickly fell silent as well. Bai, drenched and carrying a prepared Mei beast, rushed in, exclaiming with excitement, Yue Huan, you are awake. Just wait. I will make you Mei beast your favorite dish. With that, he hurried off to Lang Chi's cave, which was larger and stocked with firewood, equipped with a stone stove and crockery, as the smoke from burning wood was too intense for Yue Huan's cave. Yue Huan Huan's thoughts were pulled back as she watched Mo by. Soaked, bustling about, preparing meat and soup, baking pancakes, the wave of guilt washed over her. She knew that both Mo Bai and Yi Chun genuinely cared for her, yet her heart was ailing beyond remedy. She could have chosen to live a simple, unremarkable life with them. Surely, being cherished by others would bring happiness? Yet, she was uncertain. All she knew was that her heart raced for someone. Thus, she chose to take a gamble that if she won, all would be well. If she lost, this would be the final image she left in the world. The path she chose, once embarked upon, had no retreat. In the green crystal forest, she battled the guardians of the green crystal. The beasts seemingly endless, coming in waves. Exhausted and battered, she emerged from the forest, clutching the green crystal. She forced herself back to the cave where they stored their belongings and collapsed onto the stone bed. At that moment, intense pain had left her soaked in sweat. She gritted her teeth, veins bulging on her forehead. Though she had prepared herself mentally, the agony was unbearable. It felt as if every cell in her body were fracturing. Each inch of flesh tearing apart and then healing, bones shattering and mending again, the excruciating torment relentless, making even the slightest breath a struggle. Clutching the tiger skin, she succumbed to an unending suffering. Han Mian, let me not encounter you again. Mo Bai and Yi Chun arrived at the cave, horrified to find Yue Huan Huan burning with fever, her skin appearing as if it were aflame, her hands gripping the tiger skin so tightly that they turned blue. Teetering between consciousness and delirium, only able to faintly utter the name Han Mian. And no matter how they called her, she remained unresponsive. The shaman and the chieftain arrived, but all were at a loss. Yi Chun rummaged through Yue Huan Huan's belongings, finding the fever-reducing medicine she had given to Lang Qi, and administered it to her, yet it bore no effect. The pain caused her to writhe and moan, fearing she would fall from the bed. Initially, they held her arms down, but she struggled fiercely, and fearing injury, Yi Chun sat on the stone bed, lifting her up from behind, as her fingers clutched the tiger skin in a death grip. The orcs of the tribe were aware of the wise one's illness and gathered in the cave, fervently praying to the beast god, beseeching him not to take away their blessing. Outside, rain poured heavily. While inside the cave, everyone was as anxious as ants on a hot pan, rendered helpless, having exhausted all methods, only able to watch her suffer repeatedly. The pain felt infinite. Yue Huan Huan thought she could no longer endure, that she was truly on the brink of death, and with all her strength, she gasped out 2 words, serpent skin. Yi Chun and Mo Bai were bewildered, but Lang Qi understood. She desired the garment made from the serpent skin. Lang Qi retrieved the serpent skin and placed it in Yue Huan Huan's embrace. In her dazed state, she felt the icy touch of the skin, and one hand released the tiger skin. Clutching the serpent skin tightly, her upper body curling into it. For 7 whole days, Yue Huan Huan fought for her life. Then, abruptly, the pain vanished, and her body felt light as a feather. After a moment of stunned silence, she opened her eyes, and a single tear rolled down her cheek. She hadn't intended to cry. Perhaps it was a tear of joy for having survived calamity. She had not perished, which meant her struggle had not been in vain. Her body felt transformed, even better than she had imagined, an unprecedented lightness enveloping her, a warmth blooming in her chest, akin to a flickering flame. The entire cave erupted with elation. Upon seeing her awake, Yi Chun burst into tears, embracing her tightly. Mo Bai discreetly turned away to wipe his tears. Yue Huan Huan gazed into the eyes of those around her, filled with care and joy, and how could she not be moved? She had come here for her own selfish desires, never having anticipated such genuine affection and concern. Even the suffering she endured to temper her body had stemmed from selfishness. She had never considered doing anything for this tribe, nor had she ever shared her heart with anyone in the modern world. Indeed, she had always been a selfish person, questioning her own worth. Having danced on the edge of death, she had gained some clarity. If she could not find Han Mian even after traversing the Orc continent, then the White Tiger tribe would become her home. Yue Huan, you endured 7 days of high fever. You terrified us. How did you survive? Little Lang Qi sobbed, nose running and tears streaming down. How did she survive? Yue Huan Huan bitterly smiled within. If it were solely for herself, it would have been easy to give up. But if there existed someone whom she held as a dream, for that person, she must grit her teeth and persevere, imagining the sweetness of the future, making all the bitterness seem trivial. Mian awoke in the cave. His wounds no longer oozing blood. It seemed the green crystal had elevated his cultivation once more. He was now a 6-tier warrior, only a step away from becoming a formidable powerhouse. He gathered everything Yue Huan Huan had left behind, placing it beside the stone bed, recalling her every admonition, remembering her panic when she saw him injured. The memory of her trembling hands as she applied medicine made his tears flow once more. He had lost the one person who truly loved him. Winter was approaching, and with his body still injured, he could not return to his original cave. He would hibernate here, though it was within the realm of Cloud City. During winter, no orcs ventured out to hunt, so he should not perish. Yue Huan would be well protected in the tribe, with 2 beastmen caring for her. He had little to worry about, for he was alone. And it mattered not where he was. How I loathe being born a serpent. The MO, she let out a mournful cry of despair before closing its eyes to hibernate. Yue Huan Huan had always wanted to see if she could transform. But with the torrential rain, Yi Chun, Mo Bai, and Lang Chi found themselves with nothing to do, huddled together in Yue Huan Huan's cave, leaving her with no reason to venture out. Resolutely, she took out the animal skins, beginning to explore the creation of skirt. Yue Huan, what kind do you wish to make? I'll craft it for you. Look at your hands, Yi Chun exclaimed, observing the countless pricks on her fingers. Unable to contain himself, no, I must make it myself. Yue Huan Huan insisted, determined to try again and again. In days, the rainy season passed, and winter was imminent. Why Yi Chun warned that winter would bring continuous snow, with temperatures so low that one's hair could freeze upon going outside. Yue Huan Huan began her preparations. Living in caves, a mud kong seemed impractical, as she had never witnessed its structure. A stove could be fashioned from stone and clay, which would provide warmth and allow cooking. She envisioned using bamboo tubes to create a chimney, opening a hole in the door for it to extend outwards. Wasn't that feasible? By hollowing out the stone bed and placing the hot charcoal from the stove beneath it, she could achieve warmth. With determination, Yue Huan Huan, Mo Bai, and Yi Chun communicated through sketches and words, expending considerable effort to finally complete the stove. Upon testing it, they found, indeed, there was no smoke within the cave. As the temperature in the cave rose, Mo Bai joyfully rushed to inform the chieftain, promoting the idea throughout the tribe. The cave was no longer cold, and with food available, the females and young would no longer perish during winter. After Yi Chun had hollowed out the stone bed, he and Lang Chi went to gather firewood. Living in the forest, they were never short of it. The cave was already stocked, and the two dug a large hole for the firewood. Lang Chi's cave was also equipped with a stove and stone bed, and soon Yi Chun moved in as well. In the midst of their busyness, Yue Huan Huan stealthily made her way to the riverbank, where she found solitude. Uncertain of her beast form's size, she hesitated to enter the forest, fearing she might break her wings upon transforming. Unsure of how to proceed, she silently chanted the incantation to transform. Before she realized it, she soared into the sky, startling herself. Looking down at the river, she beheld an enormous phoenix spreading its wings in midair, feeling both exhilarated and thrilled. Waving her wings, she wondered about her offensive capabilities. To her astonishment, she nearly tumbled from the sky. What was happening? Why were her wings spewing fire? This formidable attack seemed impractical. On the Orc continent, with forests everywhere, was fire truly her power? Wouldn't that be perilous? Starting a fire could lead to burning down the mountains and imprisonment for life. Such thoughts suddenly leapt in her mind. Hastily, she transformed back into her human form, sitting by the river, troubled. What kind of attack power was this? If someone were to engage her in battle, would she inadvertently incinerate them? What if she set the forest ablaze, endangering herself in the process? As she murmured to herself, she returned to the cave, excitement bubbling within her at the prospect of transformation. She could fly. As the orcs busied themselves, winter arrived. Snow fell heavily, and Yue Huan Huan witnessed for the first time such a vast expanse of white. Clad in a fur cloak, she left several crooked footprints in the snow, Flakes danced upon her hair and eyelashes. If only she could share this snowy moment with him, it would be a lifetime of togetherness. Yue Huan Huan managed a bitter smile. The hibernating serpent could not even endure the snow. Where would it seek refuge for its slumber? The heavy snow continued to fall without respite. During the day, several individuals gathered in Yue Huan Huan's cave, roasting sweet potatoes and chestnuts. They fancifully dubbed it a means to conserve firewood. For the first time, there was no worry over provisions or the harshness of the season. The three males indulged in merriment, reveling in their carefree play. Each day, Yue Huan Huan sat upon her warm stone bed, clad in the fur trousers and long sleeves crafted by Mian, tirelessly sewing fur skirts. The three of them couldn't even manage a fleeting visit. Their days flowed by without turbulence, as she produced skirt after skirt. Why, Chun and Mo, by observed Yue Huan Huan's daily toil with the furs. Though they seldom smiled, their conversations had lost the formality of gratitude. Physical touches, such as grasping her arm to coax her from her bed, became less avoidant as their bond seemingly deepened, leading them to believe she had forgotten the serpent, filling their hearts with sweetness akin to honey. Thus, the few of them languished together, until the sounds of battle and cries from outside the tribe shattered their tranquility. The three transformed into their beastly forms and rushed towards the open ground of the tribe, while Yue Huan Huan hastily donned her boots and draped herself in a cloak before sprinting outside. The scene before her nearly stole her breath away. On the snow-covered ground, hundreds of beasts were locked in battle, with wounded beastmen collapsing, their blood splattering across the pristine white snow, a sight both shocking and gruesome. Suppressing her terror, she scrutinized the chaos. Various creatures, including brown bears, leopards, and tigers, were engaged in fierce combat. What was the meaning of this? Suddenly, a fox fell beside her. It was Yi Chun. She quickly dragged him away to a secluded spot, inspecting his wounds, and her heart surged with fury at the sight of a gaping gash in his abdomen. Transforming into her beast form, she spread her wings and soared towards the brown bear, unleashing a torrent of flames. The beastmen, taken aback by the enormous phoenix appearing above them, were momentarily paralyzed with fear before they began to flee in a panic. Yet, Yue Huan Huan offered them no respite. She intercepted them in mid-flight, unleashing another wave of fire, rendering the beastmen defenseless. They all transformed back into human forms and knelt before her, stunned. Yue Huan Huan wondered at this turn of events. Had they surrendered without a fight? Moreover, she found herself kneeling as well. Her thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the cries of spare U.S. Great Fire God. The recognition dawned upon her. The beastmen already held a deep-seated reverence and fear of fire. Seeing the magnificent fire-breathing phoenix, they naturally assumed her to be the legendary deity of flames. Yue Huan Huan mused that this was indeed a beautiful misunderstanding. However, in this manner, they revered her, and she was certain they would not dare defy her will, thus averting a bloody conflict. Transforming back into human form, she composed herself, striving to project an air of authority as she coldly addressed them. Rise. Why have the brown bears and leopards attacked the white tiger tribe? The beastmen stood, their eyes wide with disbelief, astonished that the great fire god was a delicate, fair-skinned female clad in a fur cloak. The leopard chieftain, suppressing his shock, respectfully reported the circumstances as the winter has progressed. Our tribe's food has been depleted. Males can endure hunger for a few days, but the females cannot. We heard from the goat tribe that the white tiger tribe had received a wise one who brought with them an abundance of unfamiliar food and tools. Along with a stock of jerky, they claimed that when the white tiger tribe exchanged goods with them, they stated their food supply could last an entire winter. The brown bear and leopard tribes, united in desperation, thought that if they were to perish, they would rather do so fighting together than wait for death. Thus, they had brought their males to raid the white tiger tribe's food supplies. Yue Huan Huan, upon hearing this, scoffed. So? They had come to rob. Very well. You shall remain in the white tiger tribe for now. Do not engage in any further hostilities, nor attempt to flee. Otherwise, I shall set fire to your tribes. Mo Bai. Take all the injured to the shaman. After issuing her orders, Yue Huan Huan turned and led Yi Chun back to the cave where Wolf 7 and Yi Chun resided, while Yi Chun quietly watched as she tended to his wounds. his heart a mix of astonishment and sweetness. Yue Huan Huan was a phoenix. She had concealed this truth, revealing her true form only because he had been injured. Look at her. She had yet to resolve the situation, but hurried back to care for him. She must have feelings for him. The more he contemplated, the more joyous he grew, his enchanting eyes sparkling. Yue Huan Huan noticed his gaze fixed upon her with a smile and shot him a glare, exclaiming, "What are you smiling about? We were both injured, and you still find it beautiful. Lie still and don't move." The Beastmen of the White Tiger tribe had already erupted in cheers. Yue Huan is the wise one and the fire god. She has come to protect us. The White Tiger tribe will surely thrive. Mo Bai led the injured to the shaman, but his mind wandered elsewhere. Mo Huan was a phoenix, a fire god. She had concealed this all along. Had she chosen to reveal her true form only due to Yi Chen's injury? When Yue Huan Huan finished tending to Yi Chen's wounds, she sought out the chieftain. Upon entering the cave, she was startled by the chieftain's exclamation of "Great Fire God." But now was not the time for explanations. These two beast tribes were indeed vexatious. They had come to raid out of desperation. Yet it was understandable. When survival was at stake, such actions were not uncommon. Had she not come to the White Tiger tribe, perhaps they would have been in a similar plight, though there were injuries among the White Tiger tribe. Fortunately, none were severe. She recalled the enmity between the White Tiger tribe and Cloud City, and thus wished to avoid hostilities with these beastmen, fearing they might seek refuge in Cloud City, leading to the eventual downfall of the White Tiger tribe. It was imperative to win their hearts. After discussing her thoughts with the chieftain, he concurred, recognizing that now was not the time for enmity, readily agreeing with her. In truth, he would have agreed regardless. Who would dare oppose the fire god? Moreover, the fire god had come to assist their tribe. Yue Huan Huan retained the two tribal leaders while allowing the other beastmen to depart, instructing Mo Bai to teach them how to prepare food and construct stoves. The White Tiger tribe will provide you with food and teach you how to make it, all to ensure your survival. After the winter, someone will guide you on how to locate these food supplies. You must unite with the White Tiger tribe and grow stronger together. The chieftains of the Brown Bear and Leopard tribes were overwhelmed with gratitude, incessantly thanking the fire god. Yue Huan Huan felt a mix of trepidation and a slight exhilaration. No wonder everyone aspired to become gods or emperors. Being revered and respected felt so gratifying. After sending off the two chieftains, Yue Huan Huan felt the need to clarify with the chieftain Mo Bai that she was not a fire god, but rather a phoenix beast. She feared that assuming the title of a deity might provoke divine retribution, and a single bolt of lightning could spell her doom. She could not afford to perish. After much persuasion, they finally understood. However, the people of the White Tiger tribe remained skeptical, addressing her with reverence as the fire god. Yue Huan Huan retreated back into the cave, choosing not to emerge again. Yi Chen healed quickly, and the group returned to their previous routine, with the beastmen bringing an abundance of furs. Yue Huan Huan's collection of fur skirts continued to grow. The companionship of Yi Chen and Mo Bai was warm and enduring. And Little Wolf 7 was also incredibly thoughtful at tea times. Yue Huan Huan could not help but ponder. They say one encounters two significant individuals in life, one who stuns the world, and another who gently nurtures the years. Perhaps Han Mian was the one who merely dazzled her fleeting moments, vibrant and resplendent, yet ultimately unattainable. If she could not find him, she would inevitably forget him, living out her days in quietude with others. That was life, was it not? The most brilliant of moments seldom endure. Yet, gazing at the many fur skirts she had painstakingly sewn, she still longed to see Han Mian wearing them. Thus, the winter passed in tranquil serenity. The White Tiger tribe, fortified with ample food and warm stoves, suffered no casualties among the females, leading to an increase in respect and admiration for Yue Huan Huan among the tribe members. As all things revived, the beastmen resumed their normal hunting lives. Wolf 7 was also sent back to Cloud City by Yue Huan Huan as she arranged the fur skirts to dry in the sun. Yi Chen scrutinized them closely, confirming they were indeed for males, and tugged one from her grasp. Yue Huan, is this made for me? In that moment, Yue Huan Huan's mind flashed with Han Mian's visage. In her daze, Yi Chen embraced her, exclaiming, "Yue Huan, I like you very much," just as he leaned in for a kiss. Yue Huan Huan panicked and pushed him away, gazing at Yi Chen's stunningly beautiful face. She felt perplexed. He was undeniably wonderful. Yet was it not Han Mian's face that had captivated her heart? Why, despite spending so much time with Yi Chen, could she not accept him? During the winter, she had once believed she had come to terms with reality, that being with them was indeed warm. But when Yi Chen embraced her, she realized the instinctive rejection of her body was undeniable. Yi Chen, taken aback by her rejection, was filled with pain and surprised. He had always believed Yue Huan would come to care for him. Yue Huan, it's all right if you haven't forgotten him. But after all this time together, don't you feel even a little fondness for me? Yi Chen, I've told you before, my heart is small. It can only hold one person. Apologies. As Yue Huan Huan finished speaking, she turned and entered the cave, feeling a heavy weight in her heart. Yi Chen stood outside the cave for a long time before departing in sorrow, to avoid the awkwardness of being in the same place. Yue Huan Huan began to wander aimlessly around the tribe, realizing she could no longer remain there. Since she could not bring herself to love another, she resolved not to harbor any more hope. Although the Orc continent was vast and unfamiliar to her, she believed that if she explored every corner, she might find what she sought. That serpent beast was surely beyond saving. She had seen him collapse in the forest. Well, let that be, as long as he does not attack our tribe. The conversation between two males reached Yue Huan Huan's ears, prompting her to rush over and seize them. What are you talking about? What serpent beast? Who? Is beyond saving. Where is it? The two males, startled, stumbled over their words, explaining that there was an injured serpent beast in the forest, which they had just seen, but they were unsure if it still remained. Without waiting to hear more, Yue Huan Huan dashed out, so hurriedly that she forgot to transform, stumbling her way out of the tribe. Seeing Yue Huan Huan absent from the cave, Mo Bai and Yi Chen went out to search for her. Upon finding her in a state of panic, they blocked her path. Before they could even ask, she shouted, "Don't stop me!" To the forest. Fearing for her safety, Mo Bai quickly transformed and lifted her onto his back. Racing toward the forest, while Yi Chen followed closely behind. Yue Huan Huan felt her head was about to explode, her heartbeat racing out of sync. Once in the forest, she feared missing any corner and asked Mo Bai to set her down so she could search carefully. The serpent beast, injured beyond saving, could it be Han Mian? What if it was Han Mian? Beyond saving, she felt her thoughts slipping away as her legs moved mechanically through the woods. Why was this forest so vast? Stopping in her tracks, she spotted Han Mian. He was covered in blood, with numerous wounds, his hair disheveled, leaning against a large tree with his eyes closed. After months apart, seeing Han Mian again overwhelmed Yue Huan Huan with tears. The person she thought she would never see again, whom she was prepared to cross mountains and rivers to find, now stood before her once more. Yue Huan Huan was uncertain of her feelings as she cautiously approached him, reaching out to touch his arm, feeling the reality of his presence. She pinched herself to confirm she was not dreaming. She looked at Mo Bai and Yi Chen. Is this real? Can you see him? The two men, witnessing her tears cascade down, nodded silently. Yes, it was real. It was Han Mian. Yet he was so gravely injured that she dared not embrace him. Han Mian opened his eyes in a daze, and, upon seeing Yue Huan Huan, became fully alert that he struggled to rise and move to another tree, distancing himself slightly. It is wonderful to see you again, Huan Huan, but alas, I appear in such a pitiful state. The stench of blood is overwhelming. I do not wish to frighten you. Their gazes locked in silence. Yue Huan Huan's voice trembled. Han Mian, please don't run away. Let me help you back. Will you? You are bleeding. Does it hurt? Han Mian gazed silently at Yue Huan Huan, intending to speak, but then noticed the wounded expressions of the two men behind her. After a moment of silence, he spoke with difficulty. Huan Huan, please return with them. I am fine. Do not cry. He understood that his injuries were severe, and to see Huan Huan once more was a blessing that if she took him away. Being a serpent beast, her two beast husbands might harbor resentment. He only wished for her happiness, not wanting her to suffer any harm because of him. He was pushing her away again. He always did this. Yue Huan Huan, exasperated, cried out, Han Mian, are you sending me away again? Do you think I will let go of you? Not a chance. She knew Han Mian's nature. he would not obediently follow her. She could forcibly take him away, but he was injured, and seizing him would cause him pain, which she could not bear. After all, he was Han Mian, the one she cherished deeply, the one for whom she had endured the flames of passion. How could she bear to treat him harshly? Seeing Han Mian's blood continuously dripping, she made a fierce decision. Drawing out a folding knife, she pressed it against her carotid artery. Han Mian, will you come with me? She was betting on Han Mian's soft heart. He would not let her die. The three were taken aback. Wei Chen's first instinct was to snatch the knife from her hand. Don't come any closer. Yue Huan Huan screamed in desperation. Han Mian, if you do not come with me, I will die with you. Did you not say that not being with me was because you feared I could not survive? Now you need not worry. Without you, I do not wish to live either. We will die together, right? In life, we may not share the same bed, but in death, we can share a grave. That would be my fulfillment. With a smile on her face, Yue Huan Huan looked at Han Mian, her tears falling incessantly. She finally understood the sensation of a heart breaking. Every wound on Han Mian's body ignited her reason. Han Mian was on the brink of collapse, utterly unprepared for this. Huan Huan, please calm down. Just put the knife down, and I will go with you. Seeing her feelings for him surpassing anything he could have imagined, he felt shocked, pained, touched, and frightened. Han Mian, please stay where you are. May I come to you? Yue Huan Huan slowly approached Han Mian, carefully taking his hand. She did not lower the knife, calling out to Mo Bai and Yi Chun. Let us go. Yue Huan Huan had lost all rationality. Subconsciously, she felt that Han Mian was a serpent beast, and everyone would harm him. Mo Bai anxiously contemplated. If they let them leave like this, they might never see Yue Huan Huan again. Pressing down the pain in his chest, he said, Huan Huan, let us take him back to the tribe, shall we? I promise the people there will not harm him. The tribe has your herbs, and he needs urgent treatment. We cannot delay any longer. Yue Huan Huan regained a bit of clarity. Indeed, the tribe was the closest place with the most comprehensive herbs. The people there knew she could start fires and would not dare to harm Han Mian. All right, let us go immediately. She turned to Han Mian. Han Mian, we will first treat your wounds. Once you recover, we can leave, all right? Han Mian was already at his limit, and Yue Huan Huan's earlier actions had deeply stimulated him. He could no longer hold on. Upon seeing her put down the knife, he collapsed. Yue Huan Huan quickly caught him, transforming into her beast form to carry him on her back, flying back to the cave. She carefully laid Han Mian down on a stone bed lined with several layers of beast skins, then left the cave to boil water and prepare towels. Hearing footsteps approaching, Yue Huan Huan suddenly stood up, blocking the entrance to the cave. Upon seeing it was Mo Bai and Yi Chun, she breathed a sigh of relief. They surely would not harm Han Mian. She placed the medicinal herbs for internal use into another stone pot, asking Yi Chun to help her brew the medicine, while Mo Bai brought hot water and prepared towels to follow Yue Huan Huan into the cave. Gently, she wiped the blood from Han Mian's wounds with the towel. It must hurt, Han Mian. Her tears flowed uncontrollably, dripping onto his chest and arms. How could one shed so many tears? She feared his pain, holding her breath as she applied medicine to all his wounds. Yi Chun also entered with the brewed medicine. Han Mian was unconscious, and Yue Huan Huan dare not sit him up but could only feed him the medicine mouthful by mouthful, her tears falling onto his face. Seeing Yue Huan Huan willing to die alongside Han Mian when she picked up the knife, Yi Chun and Mo Bai understood how important he was to her. Yet, witnessing her treat him with such care, as if he were a treasured gem, made their hearts ache. The two silently exited the cave, sitting outside in a daze. It was Yi Chun's first time meeting Han Mian, and he did not understand the disparity between himself and Han Mian. Yue Huan Huan sat by the stone bed, combing Han Mian's hair. Unable to resist tracing his features with her fingers, he had lost weight and appeared haggard. This separation felt like traversing countless mountains and rivers. Now, he was right before her, eyes closed, unable to run, unable to escape. Yue Huan Huan felt a wave of fear. Had she not overheard those two men, had she not gone into the forest to find him, he could have succumbed to his injuries. Any wild beast could have taken his life. She had nearly lost him forever. Who had harmed him? Where had Han Mian been during this time? Han Mian could handle dozens of stray beasts alone. Who was it? Had he been besieged? So many had bullied Han Mian alone. Rage burned within her, hatred took root, and every cell in her body seemed to scream, "Kill them! Kill them!" She lit countless torches, administered medicine, changed the dressings, and sat beside Han Mian, afraid to move, afraid to embrace him, afraid to sleep, watching over him intently as dawn approached. Yi Chun and Mo Bai, who had stayed by her side all night, looked at her with pained expressions. "Huan Huan, we will watch over him. You should sleep for a while, he cannot escape. All right, you keep watch while I brew more medicine. He has lost too much blood and needs fresh supplies. Yes, I should also prepare some food to replenish his strength. What should I cook? What will help him recover? Indeed, I have ginseng and lingji, and I like a ghost wander alone in search of medicinal herbs." Speaking to myself, upon awakening from my deep slumber, 3 days had already passed. Slowly, I opened my eyes and began to search, recalling that I had encountered Yue Huan Huan before losing consciousness. I turned my head. I beheld Yue Huan Huan gazing at me through tear-filled eyes. Huan Huan, in her cold sleep, choked back her emotions, and memories flooded back of the moment when she had brandished a knife, compelling me to follow her. Yue Huan Huan caressed my face, her smile gentle. "Han Mian, do not fear. The wounds are nearly scabbed over. You are safe now." I looked into Yue Huan Huan's swollen eyes, shadowed by heavy dark circles, confirming that she had once again sacrificed her rest to care for me. My heart ached, and my eyes glistened with unshed tears as I finally spoke. "Huan Huan, do not cry. Be good." Hearing me plead with her not to weep, urging her to be obedient, felt like a distant echo, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Bai observed the scene, recalling the day he had taken Yue Huan away. Bewildered that two people so clearly fond of one another could end up like this. Why Yi Chun entered with medicine in hand. The medicine is ready." Upon hearing the voice, I turned to see Mo Bai and Yi Chun, the light in my eyes dimming. Yes, Huan Huan had already. Lost in thought, Yue Huan Huan swiftly administered a mouthful of medicine to me, startling me as I feared the two men would disapprove of her actions. After swallowing, I hastily asserted, "Huan Huan, I can drink it myself." I attempted to sit up, only to discover my hands and feet bound to the stone bed with vine-like beast hide. The atmosphere in the room was palpably awkward. I gazed at Yue Huan Huan in confusion, noticing her averted gaze, suddenly comprehending. She feared I would flee. My heart twisted in a mix of pain and frustration. How absurd. This foolish Huan Huan. As if vines could ever restrain me. "Huan Huan, release my hands, I can drink on my own. I will not leave," I finally said after a prolonged silence. "Han Mian, you're injured if I let go. It will hurt when you drink on your own. Will you allow me to feed you?" Yue Huan Huan insisted softly, knowing well it was not ideal, but understanding my stubbornness that Huan Huan being disobedient. I frowned at her, feeling a rush of urgency. How foolish she was to openly feed me in front of two beastmen. Yue Huan Huan felt exasperated with herself. She could not bear to see me frown, as it had always been, and now it was clear she was wholly under my influence. "Han Mian, you're still injured. Do not be angry. I will free one of your hands, but please move slowly to avoid pulling at your wounds. It will hurt." Yi Chun was astonished. How could this broken snake still act so defiant? Why was Yue Huan not angry, but rather soothing him? She even acquiesced to his whims. Carefully, Yue Huan Huan released one of my hands, helping me sit up against her. "Han Mian, drink slowly. Any sudden movement may aggravate your injury. You must be hungry. Shall I prepare some noodles for you? You have yet to taste my cooking." After I finished drinking, she propped thick beast hide behind me for support, placed my cup in my hand, reminding me to drink some water before she busied herself outside. "Han Mian, how did you sustain your injuries? You are at the 6th tier. Who could injure you so severely?" Mo Bai, though envious of my status, could not help but voice his curiosity. I hesitated before slowly replying. It was the ape clan. Awakening from my winter slumber after an entire season without sustenance, I was weak and managed to hunt a soft beast, recalling how much Huan Huan adored roasted soft beast. Overcome with longing, I ignited a fire at the cave entrance to roast it. Little did I know, the ape clan members returning from their hunt would spot a snake beast in the territory of Cloud City. A snake beast wielding fire. Surely it must have been stolen from some tribe. The beast men, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards snake beasts, swiftly surrounded me and attacked without hesitation. We battled fiercely, and despite their numbers, I was weak from hunger and fatigue. Many of the ape clan fell, while the rest fled back to Cloud City. That I, gravely injured, feared for my life but yearned for Huan Huan, dragging my wounded body into the forest near the White Tiger tribe. I wished to steal a glance at her before departing, but the severity of my injuries caused me to lose consciousness, only to be discovered by two members of the White Tiger tribe. Leading to my reunion with Yue Huan Huan, I was taken aback to learn it was the ape clan that had harmed me. Was Cloud City once again mounting a campaign against snake beasts? Yet, I had heard no whispers of such an event. The ape clan? How then did you end up here? Asked, perplexed. I am sorry. I have broken my promise. I recalled assuring I would not seek out Yue Huan Huan again. Upon hearing this, understood my misunderstanding. He merely believed that Cloud City was too distant and had enmity with the White Tiger tribe, thus would not venture into this forest to hunt me down. The battlefield must have been elsewhere, and with injuries this severe, how had I arrived here? He had no intention of questioning me. Just as he was about to clarify, Yi-chan interrupted. Han Mian, if you have departed, why return? Yue Huan is thriving in the tribe. She is rational, resilient, and wise, beloved by all. Yet every time your name surfaces, she transforms into a different person. You are her calamity. Last time, she nearly lost her life. Now this again. What does she see in you? What right do you have? Yi Chen's words were laced with genuine hatred, nearly shouted in his fervor, him, I was just a beautiful snake, unworthy of Yue Huan's affection. I had always believed Bai and Yi Chen were Huan Huan's beastmen, so I was not surprised by Yi Chen's hostility. Their animosity towards me was understandable that I maintained my composure. Yet within, a tempest raged. Huan Huan nearly lost her life. Because of me, I wanted to inquire further, but Bai spoke first. Han Mian, we sought you in the cave before the rainy season. But you were gone. She returned and slept for 3 days, burning with fever for 7. She nearly lost her life. After that, she never mentioned you again, and the entire cold season was peaceful. We all thought she had moved on. But upon hearing of your injuries, she changed once more? You sought me out? My gaze flickered with surprise. Yue Huan had dreamed of my injuries and insisted on seeing me. We could not deter her, and we accompanied her. Bai's voice was thick with helplessness and sorrow. Huan Huan had sought me out. She nearly lost her life because she could not find me. My hand trembled around the cup. The thought tearing in my insides, I envisioned Huan Huan wielding a knife, declaring she would die with me, the image of her tears unceasing, and glanced at the vines binding me, my heart ablaze. Huan Huan, why endure this torment? Bai, witnessing my trembling hand and profound anguish, felt a pang of compassion that he understood my feelings for Yue Huan. Before taking her away, I had given him detailed instructions, revealing my affection. But Yi Chen remained oblivious. He coldly observed me. You drove Yue Huan away, yet she could not find you. She is strong, never shedding a tear, even when injured. Yet upon seeing you, her eyes are nearly blind with tears. What have you done to her to make her so dependent on you? My heart throbbed painfully, disrupting my focus. The usually composed Han Mian felt tears welling in my eyes. Indeed, it seemed like Huan Huan always cried when together with me. Just then, Yue Huan Huan entered with a bowl of noodles and witnessed the scene. My shattered gaze and trembling hands sent her into a panic. She hastily set down the bowl and moved to embrace me. Grasping my hand, Han Mian, what is wrong? Does your wound ache again? I looked at the person who loved me so fiercely, unable to hold back any longer. I shook my head, yet tears streamed down my face. Seeing my tears, Yue Huan grew frantic. Han Mian, you are always so composed, your emotions concealed. What is happening? Carefully, she wiped away my tears, each drop striking her heart, challenging her rationality. Yue Huan turned and glared at Bai and Yi Chen. Her voice icy. What have you done to him? Yi Chen, feeling the heat of her fury, felt a chill in his heart. Yue Huan, do you truly believe I would harm him? This was the first time I had witnessed Yue Huan Huan's wrath. Fearing an argument, I quickly grasped her hand. Huan Huan, it is unrelated to them. Did you not cook noodles? Bring them to me. I am hungry. Hearing my declaration of hunger, Yue Huan Huan ignored Yi Chun and swiftly moved a small table to the stone bed, placing the noodles before me as she sat beside me. Han Mian, taste this. Eat slowly. You have not eaten in a long time. Do not overindulge it. I made a nourishing broth. Drink a little afterward. As the noodles enter my mouth, I was immediately enveloped in a profound sense of happiness. I had feared I would perish in the green crystal forest, and after my injuries, I believed I would never see Huan Huan again. I had never imagined I could still share a meal with her, savoring a bowl of noodles she had personally prepared for me. Observing me relish the noodles she had cooked, Yue Huan's spirits soared, and she gently ran her fingers through my long hair, whispering tenderly in my ear, Han Mian, is it delicious? I can make many more delightful dishes. Shall I prepare them for you in the future? Yi Chun observed as Yue Huan Huan spoke softly, careful not to startle Han Mian, while the snake beast remained unfazed, saying nothing. Frustration painted his face a deep shade of anger as he could no longer contain himself. Yue Huan, what on earth is happening between you two? What is it that you see in him? He has cast you aside. Have you forgotten? Where do I fall short in comparison to him? Yue Huan Huan turned her gaze to Yi Chun, feeling that certain matters warranted an explanation. After a moment of contemplation, she began to speak slowly. Yi Chun, I sincerely apologize for my earlier behavior. You are wonderful. You are not inferior to anyone. My affection for Han Mian does not stem from his perfection. Indeed, you have witnessed his irritable temperament, his reticence, and his cold demeanor. Yet, despite this, I am drawn to him. I appreciate both his virtues and flaws. She paused briefly before continuing. From the very first moment I laid eyes on Han Mian, I was struck by his extraordinary presence, a case of love at first sight. When he fled, I pursued him into the cave, asking him to pledge himself to me. When he ignored my pleas, I resolved to remain in his cave, leading to a situation where he ran and I chased after him, until he had MO by bring me to the tribe. You are aware of the events that followed. Han Mian has never expressed his feelings for me, nor has he ever stated a desire to be with me. So the notion of abandonment does not apply. You cannot blame him for this. I cannot control my feelings. It is I who have chosen to love him. Why Yi Chun was taken aback to learn that it had been Yue Huan Huan who continuously chased after the snake beast, which showed no appreciation for her efforts. The years of care and companionship he had offered paled in comparison to a mere declaration of love at first sight. A lump formed in his throat, rendering him speechless with rage. Once Yue Huan Huan finished speaking, she exhaled deeply and noticed Han Mian's gaze fixed upon her, filled with a complex array of emotions. She quickly moved the table aside and sat beside him. Han Mian, allow me to fetch you some rejuvenating soup. Drink it, then rest a while longer. Your injury has just begun to heal. You must not exert yourself. As she spoke, she gently arranged his long hair and pressed a kiss to his forehead. Han Mian's face flushed, his long lashes drooping as he chose to ignore her. M.O. by. Yi Chun, let us step outside. Yue Huan Huan called the two as they exited the cave. After they had left, Han Mian opened his eyes again, his thoughts in turmoil. Huan Huan was thriving in the tribe, and both M.O. by and Yi Chun genuinely cared for her. He had witnessed the anguish in their eyes moments prior. They had been well, and yet upon his arrival, their harmony had been disrupted. Indeed, they were right. He should not have appeared. He was a calamity for Huan Huan. That foolish girl, oblivious to the implications of her actions, continued to treat him well in front of them. If he remained, their bond might become strained. And what would happen then? Who would protect her? Moreover, he was still a snake beast. His prolonged presence in the tribe might invite trouble for Huan Huan. Yet, he also knew of her deep affection for him, that if he left secretly, he feared she might do something reckless. Caught in a dilemma, he found himself unable to stay or go, his heart a tumult of confusion. Once the three had exited the cave and moved to a secluded spot, Yue Huan Huan spoke softly. M.O. Bai, thank you for allowing Han Mian to recuperate in the tribe, that I was too hasty earlier. I apologize, Yue Huan. Please do not apologize to me. I understand completely. You have done so much for the tribe. It is only right that you bring Han Mian here to heal. I inquired about Han Mian's injuries. They were inflicted by the ape clan, who are likely pursuing him. Given how severely he was hurt, The ape clan must have suffered casualties as well that I worry that Yin Zhongcheng will not let this matter rest. Mobai looked at Yue Huan Huan earnestly. His eyes flickering with concern, he feared Han Mian's predicament might endanger Yue Huan Huan. Mobai, once Han Mian is feeling better, we will leave. I will not drag the tribe into this. Yue Huan Huan tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her tone steady. Yet within her heart, a fierce determination brewed. Oh, Yin Zhongcheng will not let this go. Neither will I. They dare to harm Han Mian, and they shall pay the price. Mobai, alarmed, quickly interjected. Yue Huan, you must understand that is not my intention. You have done so much for the tribe. Besides, we already have enmity with Yin Zhongcheng. There is no question of being a burden. Yi Chen's eyes were filled with pain, his voice hoarse. Yue Huan, do you intend to leave with him? What about me? What about Mobai? What about the tribe? Are you disregarding us? Yue Huan Huan met Yi Chen's reddened eyes, a wave of complex emotions washing over her, and she forced herself to respond. Yi Chen, Mobai, you both mean a great deal to me. I cherish the White Tiger tribe. You are like family to me. As long as you remain in the tribe, I can return to see you whenever I miss you. However, Han Mian is different. He will not stay in the tribe, and if he leaves, I will not be able to find him. Yi Chen grew frantic, stepping forward and trembling as he pleaded. You did not spend the rainy and cold seasons with him. And yet everything was just fine, wasn't it? Even if you cannot find him, so what? You have us by your side. Why must you be so foolish? Yi Chen, I came to the White Tiger tribe because of Han Mian. He once told me that he could not be with me because I could not protect myself, and everything I have done since coming to the tribe has been for him. I cannot disclose the specifics, but the reason I remained calm during the rainy and cold seasons was that I still held hope. Han Mian is my dream, my beacon. Can you understand? As long as there is even a glimmer of hope, I will not give up. Yue Huan Huan's tone was resolute. Yi Chen was stung by the fervor in her eyes, and words slipped from his tongue. Yue Huan, I know you love him. But what of him? He does not wish to be with you, and you are aware of that. Do you plan to bind him to you forever? He is injured now and allows you to do so. But what happens when he recovers? He does not love you. You cannot force it. Yi Chen's assertion that Han Mian did not love her ignited a fierce reaction in Yue Huan Huan. Her voice rose sharply. What if he does not love me? I love him, and that is enough. Force it. I refuse to believe that. I will force it. Mobai and Yi Chen exchanged glances. Recognizing the wildness in her eyes, they realized her emotions were dangerously unstable. This was not an opportune moment for discussion. Agitating her further could lead to unpredictable actions. They should allow her and Han Mian some time together. It was evident that Yue Huan was inclined to follow Han Mian's lead, and perhaps he could resolve matters himself. With this thought in mind, Mobai offered a few words of comfort to Yue Huan Huan before taking Yi Chen away. After a while, Yue Huan Huan returned with the nourishing soup she had prepared, feeding it to Han Mian one spoonful at a time. Han Mian gazed at her, a bittersweet feeling enveloping him. Huan Huan, do you intend to keep me bound to you like this? Han Mian, do not be upset. You are injured and must not move around. It will hurt. Huan Huan, I am not angry. Once I recover, I must leave. Oh, not worry. I will remain in the cave and will not vanish. You can find me whenever you wish. Han Mian spoke cautiously. Han Mian, look, your injuries still require rest. Sleep for now. And when you awaken, we can talk. All right? Yue Huan Huan soothed him, calculating the time it would take for the medicine to take effect. She was well aware that Han Mian would express a desire to leave. How could she allow that? She had added a considerable amount of sedative to the soup, for when he slept, he was at his most endearing, and if he were asleep, he would not voice any desire to depart. Seated beside the stone bed, she quietly observed Han Mian as he drifted into slumber. How wonderful it was! Look at him, so obedient in his sleep. This was perfect. His silence and avoidance of her gaze were equally delightful. As long as he was near, everything would be just right. Two souls under one roof, sharing meals and seasons together. Who says one cannot keep another bound? Is he not bound now? How could he run away while asleep? Yue Huan Huan traced the contours of Han Mian's features, her heart finally at peace. The following noon, Mobai and Yi Chen returned, surprised to find Han Mian still asleep. They exchanged glances, but given that he was a patient, They did not think much of it. Yue Huan Huan was busy preparing medicine, and they engaged in light conversation, careful not to mention Han Mian, fearing she might become agitated again. While they were chatting casually, a male rushed in, panting heavily. "Lord Fire God, young clan leader, we have a grave situation. Hundreds of ape clan members have appeared in the forest and are heading towards our tribe." Upon hearing the mention of the ape clan, the suppressed hatred within Yue Huan Huan surged forth. "Ah, those are the very ones who injured Han Mian. Perfect. Since he cannot confront them, they have come right to us. Do not panic. I will go take a look." Bye. You two leave first. I will dispose of the medicine." Her tone was calm, devoid of any turbulence. She understood that with her current capabilities, those ape men would not be a match for her. Bai and Yichun were alarmed upon hearing of the hundreds of ape clan members attacking the tribe, but as they watched her methodically pour the medicine into a stone bowl, their anxiety began to ease. Once she transformed, none would be her match. Once she was ready, the three of them made their way outside. Upon reaching the square, they found, indeed, that a dense throng of ape clan members had gathered outside the tribe, clamoring for the snake to be handed over. The members of the White Tiger tribe stood at the entrance, forming a tense standoff. Upon seeing Yue Huan Huan emerge, the clan leader rushed over. His eyes filled with urgency. "Yue Huan, what should we do?" "They demand the snake beast." After the snake beast had arrived at the tribe, Bai had explained the situation regarding Yue Huan and the snake beast to him. He was aware of Yue Huan's feelings for the creature. Yue Huan Huan urged him to remain calm, assuring him that she would handle it. However, her mind was racing with questions. How did the ape clan from Yinzhongcheng learn that Han Mian was here, having been in the tribe for only 3 or 4 days? As she pondered, she made her way to the front of the crowd, and the members of the White Tiger tribe instinctively parted to make way for her. At that moment, a towering, muscular orc from the ape tribe was bellowing, "Hurry and bring out the serpent. He has caused the deaths and injuries of dozens in our tribe. How dare you consort with the serpent beast? It is truly a disgrace to the orc continent. Hand him over at once, or we shall annihilate your White Tiger tribe." His voice boomed with an arrogance that was almost palpable. Yue Huan Huan regarded him with the indifference one might reserve for a corpse. "Was it you who injured Han Mian?" Her tone was as frigid as if it had emerged from millennia-old glacier. The orc, seeing a small female step forward to confront them, laughed even more boisterously. "Is this the best the White Tiger tribe can muster? Sending a female to represent you?" The other orcs joined in their mocking laughter. Yue Huan Huan calmly awaited the cessation of their jeers, her gaze icy as she fixed it upon him. "Answer my question. Did you harm Han Mian?" The orc glared at her, his eyes aflame with fury. "The serpent beast is ruthless and barbaric. He stole the fire seed and injured dozens of our kin. He deserves to die. Yes, we are the ones who hurt him. What will you do about it? Hurry and hand him over, for if we do not see him reduced to ashes, we shall not relent." The moment he uttered that Han Mian deserved to die, her eyes hardened with resolve. "Oh, it was you. Very well. As long as you dare to admit it, whoever harmed him shall pay with their life." Her tone was icicle cold, and with the utterance of that word, life, her wings unfurled, unleashing a torrent of flames that surged towards the orc. The orc barely had time to react before the inferno consumed him. Those closest to the front found their hides and hair ignited in an instant. The excruciating pain sent them rolling on the ground, howling in agony. The orcs further back, witnessing a massive phoenix raining fire down upon them, were paralyzed with terror as their comrades ahead writhed in flames. Realizing they could not reach the phoenix in the air, they turned to flee as another wave of fire approached, panic-stricken. Yue Huan Huan, her vision clouded with rage, pursued relentlessly, the cries of the orcs echoing in her wake until they bolted into the forest. Only then did she regain her composure, recognizing that she could no longer set the forest ablaze. If she did, it would be lost. She returned to the tribe, where orcs still writhed on the ground in their death throes. Without a glance in their direction, she headed straight for the cave. The medicine for Han Mian needed to be kept warm. The members of the White Tiger tribe had witnessed this heart-stopping scene, the horrific wails still echoing in their ears, and the sight of the orc tribe struggling in the flames filled them with dread. They had witnessed the fire god taking form before, but last time it had merely frightened the cheetah and brown bear tribes, with the fire god even providing them with food. But now, in an instant, nearly 100 orc warriors had perished. The ape tribe had merely come to demand the serpent beast. They had not attacked the tribe, and a little intimidation would have sufficed. Was this not a touch too brutal? The tribe members were left in stunned silence, frozen in place. Bai and Yi Chan were equally astonished at Yue Huan Huan's sudden eruption of fury. Their hearts were a tumult of emotions. Yue Huan had always been kind, even rescuing Wolf 7, never harming a soul, and now, for the sake of Serpent Beast, she had resorted to lethal force. Something must be amiss with Yue Huan. Anxiously, Bai pulled Yi Chan to follow her back to the cave. The two rushed to the cave, and upon pushing the door open, they found Han Mian half reclining against Yue Huan, taking medicine. While she regarded them with a piercing gaze, they understood. She feared they would speak in Han Mian's presence. The two nodded at her, approaching to stand by the stone bed. Han Mian, how do you feel today? Bai forced a smile, attempting to steady his emotions. Much better, thank you, Han Mian replied, placing the medicine bowl down and expressing his rare gratitude. He genuinely appreciated Bai's protection of Yue Huan. Yue Huan smiled gently, bringing over another bowl, her voice soft and soothing. Han Mian, drink a bit more to replenish your blood. You were gravely injured this time. You lost too much blood. This will help you recover faster. I made you steamed buns and stewed fluffy beasts. Let me fetch them for you to try. After ensuring Han Mian had finished drinking, she instructed him to lie flat comfortably, giving a brief glance to the two before turning to exit the cave. Bai and Yi Chun hurriedly followed her out. Han Mian watched the trio depart, his heart heavy with a bittersweet ache, yet he felt a sense of comfort knowing that Huan Huan was cared for. Upon noticing that Yi Chun and Bai had followed her out, Yue Huan busied herself with adding wood to heat the buns. Her head bowed as she spoke to, I know what you wish to say. I acted with lethal intent and may have harmed the innocent. But who was it that harmed Han Mian? If I had not ventured in the forest to find him, Han Mian would be dead. Is he not innocent? Bai carefully chose his words, speaking softly. Yue Huan, I understand your anger, but those are the lives of hundreds of orcs. The serpent beast is inherently vicious. He stole the fire seed. And it is only natural for them to retaliate. They came simply to demand Han Mian, not to attack. A little intimidation would have sufficed. Why go so far? Without waiting for him to finish. Yue Huan stood abruptly, interrupting him. Bai, Han Mian has done nothing wrong. He is innocent. The fire seed was left for him. He did not steal it. Just because he is a serpent beast, he should be scorned and beset upon. Must he die? Why should I spare them? They nearly took Han Mian's life. Their demand to hand over Han Mian was also a death sentence for him, a wish to reduce him to ash. Yue Huan, how can you be so certain Han Mian has never done anything wrong? Serpents are inherently predatory. They attack tribes and steal females. You have only known him for a few days. The orcs claim he injured dozens of their kin. Yi Chen's patience began to fray. Yue Huan laughed in disbelief at his words. Did you see Han Mian stealing females or fire seeds? No. Based on mere conjecture, just because it is in the nature of a serpent beast to act thus, you condemn him? She stepped closer, locking eyes with Yi Chan, her voice resolute. You say he harmed the orcs. But when they surrounded him, should he not fight back? The injured orcs brought this upon themselves. They deserved it. I know Han Mian has done nothing wrong. I believe in him. A sneer curled at the corner of her lips. Her tone is frigid as ice. Moreover, even if Han Mian had done something wrong, so what? Yue Huan, do you even realize what you are saying? What do you mean, so what? Yi Chen could hardly believe his ears. Yue Huan's laughter turned cold, her expression growing more frenzied. I endured 7 days of torment in the flames, suffered the pain of the thunderclap, all for the sake of being with him. If I do not protect him, am I to watch him die at the hands of those people? What use is this phoenix fire to me? Regardless of what he has done, he is still Han Mian. I simply wish for him to be by my side. I do not care whether he is good or evil. While he is with me, he is never in the wrong. Whoever harms even a single hair on him shall pay with their life. Her declaration left Bai and Yi Chan speechless for a long while. They felt that Yue Huan might have lost her mind, defending even evil. After her proclamation, Yue Huan entered the cave with the buns. Mo by turn to Yi Chun. Why Yi Chun? Yue Huan's emotional state seems off. She is not receptive to anything we say. Let's first deal with the bodies. Yi Chun agreed, sensing the urgency, and the two silently departed. Inside the cave, Mian was struggling against fatigue, desperately wanting to sleep. Upon seeing Yue Huan enter, he mustered his strength to ask, Huan Huan, why did you take so long? Yue Huan settled beside him on the stone bed, allowing Mian to lean against her, handing him a bun. The buns are cold, but I added some wood to reheat them. Eat, Mian. They are filled with the meat of the humming beast and are quite delicious. Mian took a bite and smiled at her. Everything Huan Huan makes is delicious. Upon seeing his long-lost smile, Yue Huan felt that everything was worthwhile. Then eat more. You need to regain your strength. I made you plenty. She watched him intently, her smile radiant. Huan Huan, I really want to sleep, but I can't keep you company anymore, Mian said after finishing several buns, and with that he leaned back into Yue Huan's embrace and fell asleep. Yue Huan adjusted him comfortably, covering him with a tiger skin, and sat by the stone bed, watching him drift into a deep slumber. The coldness that had once cloaked Mian's face gradually faded, revealing a beauty that was both innocent and serene. Unable to resist, Yue Huan reached out to caress his brow and eyes. Sleep, Mian. You don't need to keep me company. Just listen to me. As long as I can see you, that is enough. His wounds began to heal slowly, the torn flesh regenerating new skin. Yue Huan remained indoors, tirelessly attending to him each day that Yi Chun and Mo by visited daily. Wishing to inform Mian of Yue Huan's slaying of the orc warriors, they sensed something was off with Yue Huan and hoped Mian could persuade her, as she would listen to him. However, they found no opportunity to be alone with Mian. He slept nearly all day, except during meals and medicine times. Gradually, they began to sense something amiss. Even with injuries, it was improbable for him to remain in slumber constantly. During these days, apart from preparing a variety of meals for Mian, Yue Huan devoted all her time to watching over him as he slept. Each day, she washed his face, groomed his hair, applied medicine, and continually changed his various animal skin garments. Finally, they understood what Yue Huan had been doing with the animal skins throughout the entire cold season. When she first brought her home on that initial day, she was still willing to allow Yi Chun to assist her in concocting medicine. But afterward, she steadfastly refused any help, insisting on managing every detail of Mian's care herself. Bai and Yi Chun, observing her daily resolve, finally grasped the truth. Yue Huan was a healer, deliberately keeping Mian in a state of slumber. They feared that this impasse would lead to dire consequences, with so many members of the Yao tribe lost in Yunzhong City. It was evident that retribution would follow. Should they seek revenge, given Yue Huan's current state, it would surely culminate in a deadly conflict, potentially resulting in a massacre. Mian must awaken without delay. Yue Huan, you may have tied Mian up for now, but allowing him to remain in this perpetual sleep is not a viable solution. Mo hesitantly gathered his courage to speak. What is wrong? Isn't this preferable? If he is asleep, he won't demand to leave, nor will he be angry about being bound. I cannot bear to see him upset. This is truly for the best. Yue Huan maintained her stance, oblivious to the underlying issues. But he is alive. Keeping him in this state will surely lead to illness. Mo believed that invoking Mian's health would resonate with her. Illness. Mian is a serpent. He could slumber through an entire cold season. Indeed. Yet every day he consumes copious amounts of calming medicine. How could that not harm his body? Bai's words jolted Yue Huan into realization. What was she doing? Was she inadvertently harming Mian? Seeing the uncertainty flicker across Yue Huan's face as she fell into contemplation, Bai deemed his words effective and discreetly led Yi Chun away. Yue Huan found herself enveloped in confusion. As the sun rose, Mian awoke naturally for the first time in many days. Previously, it was always Yue Huan's voice that roused him, reminding him it was time for medicine or meals. Upon awakening, he felt a clarity of mind that had eluded him in recent days, that he longed to converse with Huan Huan, but was unable to do so. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by Yue Huan's radiant smile. Mian, you are awake. Look, all your injuries have healed. leaving not a single scar. Yue Huan's tone was buoyant as she approached with a bowl of prepared water to feed him. Huan Huan, I can drink by myself. Yue Huan untied the vines binding his hands. After a night of confusion and inner turmoil, she suddenly realized she could now transform. Han Mian could go wherever he pleased. She could simply fly after him, keeping pace, ensuring he would not be lost to her. Han Mian was taken aback as Yue Huan released his hands, but he thought little of it. He lifted his arms and moved them about. Indeed, he felt no pain. Huan Huan, I felt so fatigued and wanted nothing more than to sleep these past few days. Yet today, I feel remarkably awake. Han Mian expressed his bewilderment. Yue Huan gazed into his eyes, reluctant to deceive him, and whispered, It is because I administered calming medicine to you. Han Mian regarded her, his expression contemplative. Had she drugged him out of fear that he might flee? He understood the depth of her affection. She wept uncontrollably each time he was injured, and treated his wounds with utmost care, fearing his pain. Now, out of dread that he might abandon her, she resorted to administering drugs to keep him silent and immobile. Was that her desire? Han Mian embraced Yue Huan and bit down on her collarbone, applying pressure intentionally, knowing it would sting. Huan Huan, if being with me only brings you pain, will you still cherish me? Yue Huan felt the sharpness of his bite and recognized his intention. Pain. How could it compare to the anguish of potentially losing him forever, or the torment endured when she willingly endured the flames for 7 days to forge her body, or the heart-wrenching agony of seeing him battered and bruised once again? Yue Huan smiled. She finally understood why Han Mian had always rebuffed her. He feared that her proximity would bring her harm, that she would suffer because of him. Having grown up surrounded by malice, he had been rejected, misunderstood, and hunted. He anticipated a bleak future. He had once been entirely alone, relying solely on himself. If he were to remain solitary, he would fear nothing. Even death would be a release, devoid of attachments. But if she chose to accompany him, he sought to frighten her with pain. Yue Huan lifted Han Mian's head, locking her gaze with his. Pain? What kind of pain do you speak of? I fear no pain. As long as it is pain you bestow upon me, I welcome it. Fool! Once more, Han Mian felt the weight of her unwavering resolve. The barriers he had so painstakingly erected crumbled completely. If that was the case, why not indulge in madness with her, just once? Han Mian shattered the vines binding him and stood, enveloping Yue Huan in his embrace. If she was so resolute in following him, he would strive to ensure that her future was not riddled with despair. From now on, she would be his Huan Huan. Yue Huan, elated by Han Mian's spontaneous embrace, felt a surge of joy as if she had grasped something precious. Han Mian, let us go. You deem me a mad woman, so I shall show you the depths of my madness. Her heart danced with excitement as she took his hand and led him outside. Though Han Mian was uncertain of her intentions, he resolved to accompany her in whatever she wished. The two of them, fingers entwined, strode out of the tribe, passing by the white tiger beastmen who bowed respectfully. Han Mian was puzzled. As a serpent beast, why were they not driven away, but instead honored? Had he not fully awakened yet? Upon witnessing the devastation wrought upon the Yao tribe by Yue Huan's protective fury, the white tiger beastmen, though shocked and bewildered, understood that Yue Huan held a deep affection for this serpent beast. Thus, when they saw the pair walking hand in hand out of the tribe, they found nothing amiss. Yue Huan was the fire goddess. Who would dare challenge her by casting him out? Yue Huan, in a state of bliss, was entirely absorbed in Han Mian, hardly noticing the surroundings. They arrived at the riverbank, where Yue Huan turned to Han Mian with a mischievous grin. Han Mian, watch closely, for I am about to lose my mind. Before Han Mian could react, she transformed. He beheld a magnificent phoenix before him, shimmering under the sunlight, its brilliant eyes fixed intently upon him. In a sudden burst, the phoenix's wings unleashed flames. Han Mian stood in stunned silence. Huan Huan was a phoenix beast. Were not phoenix beasts mere legends of antiquity? The Beastman continent was adorned with countless stone carvings of phoenixes, yet none had ever witnessed a living one capable of wielding divine flames. Perhaps she had been unable to transform during their time together due to her lost memories. And only after coming to the tribe had she recalled. Countless thoughts swirled in Han Mian's mind. Once she returned to her human form, Yue Huan shook his arm and laughed gaily. For the first time, she saw astonishment in Han Mian's gaze, his bewildered expression utterly endearing, melting Yue Huan's heart. After what felt like an eternity, Han Mian regained his composure, his expression a tumult of emotions as he gazed at the jubilant Yue Huan clinging to his arm. He opened his mouth but found no words to express his thoughts. Yue Huan looked deeply into his eyes, her tone gentle yet earnest. Han Mian, see, I can protect myself now. We can truly be together. Han Mian, I once confessed my love at first sight, pledging myself to you. I vowed to grow stronger, so you would not remain confined to that cave. I would return for you. Han Mian, I profess my love for you, promising to share life and death, never letting you go. Han Mian, I declare that as long as the pain is from you, I embrace it. I endured the agony of transformation for 7 days. Yet I am filled with joy. You call me mad, but every word I have spoken to you is a promise, with each utterance of his name and every vow. Han Mian's heart trembled with emotion. To find someone in this lifetime who felt so deeply was an extraordinary fortune. Very well, let's embrace this madness together. Huan Huan, having consented, I shall not afford you the chance to retract your words. Han Mian's voice was low and choked with emotion. I have no regrets, Yue Huan affirmed, her voice resolute and strong. Under the golden sun, they sat by the riverbank, two individuals who had once been embroiled in conflict and contradiction, now sharing a moment of profound connection, silently savoring the beauty of the present. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they returned to the cave, hand in hand. Mo Bai and Yi Chun had been waiting outside, and, upon seeing the two tightly clasped hands, felt a pang of anguish. Did this mean that Han Mian had acquiesced to be with Yue Huan? Yet, when they beheld the unprecedented sweetness in Yue Huan's smile, they swiftly suppressed their pain. The beastly world understood that a female could never be bound to a single mate. Yue Huan, where have you been? We have waited for half the day. We hunted the fluffy beast you adore. Shall we begin roasting it now? Yi Chun endeavored to mask his discomfort with a smile. Yue Huan, in a state of bliss, found everything delightful. Yi Chun, Mo Bai, Han Mian, and I went to the river. I forgot to mention it to you. As for the fluffy beast, let us start preparing it now. One roasted and the other made into a savory soup, and we can whip up some flatbread to soak in the broth. It will be simply divine. Yue Huan Huan's eyes narrowed into crescents, her smile blooming like a flower. Han Mian was firmly seated on a stool by Yue Huan Huan's insistence, and the three of them busied themselves. Yi Chun was grilling meat, while Mo Bai assisted Yue Huan Huan by handing her the necessary items. Observing their seamless cooperation, as they seemed to understand each other's needs with merely a glance, a wave of bitterness washed over Han Mian's heart. It was he who had pushed Huan Huan away, allowing her to join the tribe, and he had missed out on so much. Once everything was prepared, they gathered around the table, where Yue Huan Huan tore a piece of flatbread and placed it in a Han Mian's bowl, urging, hurry and eat. It will turn cold and taste fishy. Yi Chun glanced at Han Mian before offering Yue Huan Huan a skewer of grilled meat. Huan Huan, quickly, eat while it's hot. Didn't you say my grilled fluffy beasts are the best? Make sure to have a good helping. Yue Huan Huan accepted the grilled meat, knowing that Han Mian was not fond of it, finding it too dry. She took a bite and exclaimed, Yi Chun, your grilled meat is getting better and better. It's so fragrant. Her cheerful mood made everything she ate seem infinitely more delicious. Mo Bai and Yi Chun chatted about recent events in the tribe as they ate, while Yue Huan Huan listened intently, occasionally asking questions, creating a harmonious atmosphere, except for Han Mian. Yue Huan Huan was aware that Han Mian was not talkative and noticed he was focused on eating, so she paid it no mind. Mo Bai and Yi Chun exchanged furtive glances at Han Mian, each harboring their own thoughts. Although Han Mian maintained a calm expression, he felt anything but well. Remembrances of seeing the fox beast holding Yue Huan Huan flooded back, and the pain in his heart felt unbearable. That if this continued daily, he wondered how long he could endure it. Yet they had brought this upon themselves. In the past, when he felt sorrow, he had accepted that he and Huan Huan had no hope. Out of sight, out of mind, and he found solace in her happiness, knowing someone sincerely protected her. But now that he had resolved to be with Huan Huan, This anguish was driving him to madness. He clenched his heartache and calmly informed the trio that he would return to the cave first. Once inside the cave, he was at a loss as to where to sit. He had been sleeping for days, waking only to eat and take medicine, with Mo Bai and Yi Chen often present. The night had passed in a haze, and he assumed Mo Bai and Yi Chen were also sleeping in the cave. Where to sit? The pain and bitterness gnawed at him, leaving him in a stupor within the cave. Seeing Han Mian return to the cave, Yue Huan Huan grew concerned about his health and asked Mo Bai and Yi Chen to continue eating. She took a warm towel and followed him inside. Upon entering, she found Han Mian standing dazed in the cave, the flickering torchlight casting shadows across his face. Han Mian, aren't you tired? Why not lie down and rest? I've prepared a towel for you. Sit down, and I'll wipe your face and hands. She gently pulled him toward the stone bed. Han Mian sat on the stone bed, staring blankly as Yue Huan Huan wiped his hands and face. After washing the towel and putting it away, she returned to find him still lost in thought, sensing something was amiss. Han Mian, is something bothering you? Her soft voice brimmed with concern, coming back to reality. Han Mian shook his head. Yue Huan Huan assisted him in lying down, taking a seat beside the stone bed. Han Mian, you've just recovered from serious injuries, and you've been outside all day. You must be tired. Sleep now. I'll stay here with you. As she gently stroked his head, her eyes held a tenderness that enveloped him. Perhaps the emotional turbulence of the day, coupled with his recent recovery from injury, made his heart find solace in her presence, leading him to gradually drift off to sleep. Watching Han Mian succumb to slumber, Yue Huan Huan's heart softened, yet she couldn't help but worried he had seemed a bit disoriented during dinner. And now he was lost in thought. Had the tranquilizing herb she had given him affected his health? Once fear takes root, it breeds incessantly, and she felt a rising agitation, contemplating seeking out medicinal herbs to bolster his health. Stepping out of the cave, she was surprised to find Mo Bai and Yi Chen still there. Haven't you two gone back to rest? She inquired as she entered the cave previously occupied by Lang Qi. Rummaging through the herbs, Mo Bai followed her in. Huan Huan, what are you searching for at this late hour? Han Mian has fallen asleep again, and I worry that the previous herbs may have harmed his health. I am looking for some medicinal materials to help him recover, and I should also tidy up the herbs, as we'll be leaving in a couple of days. You plan to leave? No one in the tribe is forcing Han Mian out. Wouldn't it be better for you to stay here? Mo Bai urged, anxious if they remained in the tribe, even if they became a couple. He would still have a chance, but if they left, that opportunity would be lost forever to Mo Bai. Han Mian is accustomed to solitude. He likely wouldn't enjoy living in the tribe, with so many people around. I don't want him to overhear anything unpleasant. Besides, there's the grudge with Yunzhong City. I refuse to drag the tribe into this. The Yuan clan will come looking for him. Someone must have informed them that Han Mian is here. If we leave, they will also receive news and cause trouble for the White Tiger tribe. As Yue Huan Huan sorted through the herbs, she explained her reasoning to Mo Bai. Huan Huan, Yunzhong City spare the White Tiger tribe. If you leave, they will still come. Now that they have a reason, they certainly give up. If you two leave, the White Tiger tribe will undoubtedly be doomed that if you and Han Mian stay, they would be deterred from acting rashly. Mo Bai could only think of this argument to persuade Yue Huan Huan to stay, knowing she would not want to see the tribe come to harm. Yue Huan Huan hesitated for a moment, her tone wavering. Then, when Han Mian wakes up, I'll ask him if we can stay in the tribe for a while that it's late, so you two should go back now. And please don't mention Yunzhong City to Han Mian. Why not tell him? Mo Bai questioned. Huan Huan, did he agree to become your partner? Before Mo Bai could respond, Yi Chen, entering the cave, interjected, Huan Huan, Han Mian doesn't want to be with you because he fears endangering you and feels incapable of protecting you. He insisted on sending you away because he worries you wouldn't survive alone during the cold season, that I told him today that I could transform and protect myself, which is why he agreed. If you tell him about Yunzhong City, he will, with his character, fear dragging you into danger and will try to resolve it himself. He cannot be harmed. If something happens to him, I won't survive either. Yue Huan Huan articulated her thoughts after much contemplation. Mo Bai finally understood why Han Mian, despite his feelings for Yue Huan Huan, had insisted on having her leave with him. The serpent beast, cold-blooded and vicious, could relinquish his desires for the sake of her survival. His perception of Han Mian shifted entirely. Wei Chun was astonished. So, the serpent beast isn't with Huan Huan not because he doesn't like her, but because he fears for her safety. This is beyond my comprehension. Han Mian, didn't he know you were a phoenix beast? Why didn't you tell him at that time? Bai questioned. Puzzled. After coming to the tribe, I only discovered I could transform by chance. I had forgotten everything from before, and didn't he know I was a phoenix beast? Yue Huan Huan's gaze flickered, deciding it best not to mention the matter of the phoenix beast pill given by the cat god. So, it is. However, Han Mian will eventually learn about Yunzhong City. This cannot be hidden. They will surely come looking. Yi Chen insisted that they should inform Han Mian, allowing him to make his own decision about staying or leaving. What I fear is that Han Mian will learn about it first and secretly go to settle things with Yunzhong City. As long as Han Mian is with me, if Yunzhong City comes, I will ensure they leave empty-handed. The glint in Yue Huan Huan's eyes turned wild and fierce, causing concern for Bai and Yi Chen. After the two left the cave, a silence enveloped them. Finally, Yi Chen broke the stillness. Bai, think of a way to lead Yue Huan Huan away tomorrow. I must tell Han Mian about these matters. At the very least, he should be aware that something is off with Yue Huan Huan. She has used divine fire, and the phoenix is a divine beast. If she goes on a rampage, it could lead to backlash, and the beast god will punish her. Bai fell into silence, feeling that no matter what action he took, it would lead to a deadlock. If Han Mian knew, fearing he would endanger Yue Huan Huan, he might resolve the grudge himself. With thousands of beasts in Yunzhong City, Han Mian would undoubtedly encounter peril. If he were harmed, what would happen to Yue Huan Huan? Yet, Yi Chen's words held merit. In conflicts between tribes, casualties among beasts would be minimal. However, if Yue Huan Huan were to massacre Yunzhong City, the beast god would surely punish her. With the priest absent from the tribe, who could they consult? His heart was in turmoil. The highest deity of the Beastman continent is the beast god, who governs all rules of the realm, and the beastmen believe in him unwaveringly. The most solemn promise among beastmen is to swear allegiance to the beast god. To break such a vow is to invite divine retribution. While conflicts occasionally arise between tribes over resources and territory, the stronger party would only inflict temporary incapacitation on the weaker, taking their prey and driving them away without annihilating an entire tribe. The serpent beasts are loathed and hunted down not solely for abducting females, but also for slaughtering the males of the tribe. Yet, none have committed atrocities on the scale of Yue Huan Huan. Who could kill so many beasts at once? This is the reason for the harmonious existence of the Beastman continent. Although the strengths of the various tribes differ vastly, none have faced total annihilation. As long as the weaker tribes refrain from hunting within the territory of stronger tribes, they remain safe from fatal danger. All beastmen abide by this code, except for the rogue beasts. The wandering beasts were cast out by their tribes due to their transgressions. And upon becoming wanderers, they found themselves devoid of tribal protection, as well as the constraints of any rules. Most would ultimately perish in their attempts to raid the tribes for females. Unbeknownst to Yue Huan Huan, Bai and Yi Chen harbored such concerns. Upon returning to the cave, she noticed that although Han Mian was still asleep, he wore a furrowed brow. Gently, she reached out to smooth his brow, leaving a torch to burn, and lay down beside him. Embracing him softly, she inhaled the faint scent of grass emanating from him, feeling an unprecedented sense of fulfillment within her heart. These past few days had been exhausting. She had refrained from sleeping, vigilantly watching over Han Mian. Now, with the burden lifted from her heart, she finally managed to enjoy a peaceful slumber. As the sunlight filtered softly into the cave, Han Mian opened his eyes and beheld Yue Huan Huan, who was still asleep, clinging to him. Her small face, flushed and fair, was breathtakingly beautiful yet adorably charming. This was the first time Han Mian had seen Huan Huan sleeping beside him again after the rainy and cold seasons. The Huan Huan he had longed for day and night. A wave of tenderness washed over him, and he couldn't help but kiss her forehead, awakened by the gentle touch on her brow. Yue Huan Huan's bleary eyes met Han Mian's stunningly unreal face, leading her to believe she was still dreaming. She instinctively leaned in and kissed his lips, The icy sensation made her eyes widen in realization. This was no dream. It was truly Mian. For a moment, she was taken aback, her words tumbling out in a fluster. Mian, I didn't mean to. I thought I was dreaming that I promised I wouldn't act like that again. Mian felt a pang in his heart at her anxious and careful explanation. He knew Huan Huan remembered the time when they had just met, when he had told her that if she were to behave in such a manner again, he would send her away. A multitude of painful emotions surged within him as he gently kissed Yue Huan Huan, calming her initially frantic heart with his tenderness. Huan Huan, you can do whatever you wish from now on. There is no need to be cautious or afraid, since I promised I will never leave you. Mian's voice trembled with emotion. Regret and heartache threatened to overwhelm him. What had he been doing all this time? How much had he hurt Huan Huan? Would there still be a chance for redemption in the days to come? Really? Mian, then kiss me again, that I miss you so much, Yue Huan Huan said, her heart swelling with sweetness at his words, unable to resist the urge to act coy. Mian chuckled at her playful demeanor. Huan Huan was still the same, always wanting to cling to him. Another kiss was placed on her lips, tender and lingering. After a long while, Mian finally released her, only to find her face flushed, her lips rosy, and her gaze dreamy, prompting him to steal another kiss on her forehead. Huan Huan, I'll go prepare some soup for you, so sleep a little longer, he said, gently stroking her hair. Mian, I want to go with you. Today I want to make fried gugu beast for you. It is super delicious. Without waiting for Mian to respond, Yue Huan Huan hopped off the stone bed and pulled him out of the cave to wash up. Mian smiled helplessly, conceding to her wishes. The two busied themselves until, while eating, Mian pondered, what about those two? Where were they? Where did they sleep last night? Just as he was lost in thought, Mo Bai and Yichen appeared. A hint of struggle flickered in Mian's eyes, followed by a resigned smile. Was this a moment meant for him and Huan Huan to share alone? Huan, what are we eating? It smells delightful, Yichen exclaimed, rushing over to sit beside Yue Huan Huan and grabbing a piece of the fried gugu beast. Gugu beast? I made it. Mian doesn't like roasted meat. This one is much softer, Yue Huan Huan said, calling out to Mo Bai, all the while placing several pieces of gugu meat into Mian's bowl, filling it to the brim before stopping. It's delicious. Yue Huan, the chieftain and the shaman have some matters to discuss with you, but they didn't want to disturb you. Would you accompany me for a moment? Mo Bai inquired as he ate. Sure, we can go after Mian has eaten and had his soup, Yue Huan Huan replied without a second thought. Huan, it's a matter concerning the tribe. It's quite intricate. Mian should rest here. He mustn't strain himself, Mo Bai stated delicately. That won't do. Mian can't be left alone here. Yue Huan Huan protested, visibly displeased as she set down her chopsticks, seeing Yichen give him a knowing look, as if wanting to speak with him privately. Mian thought for a moment before addressing Yue Huan Huan. Huan Huan, I am afraid of the noise. I'll wait for you in the cave and won't go anywhere. But Yue Huan Huan hesitated, not wanting to part from Mian, just as she was about to suggest calling the chieftain over. Mian's words made her pause. Be good. Go ahead. I'll wait for you. Mian smiled at her. All right, here is the soup medicine to replenish your strength. After you finish the gugu beast, drink it while it's still warm. You must drink it, and this is the water I prepared for you. Don't drink it raw. These are the dried fruit snacks I made for you. They read very sweet. After you take your medicine, pop a few in your mouth to offset the bitterness. Yue Huan Huan carefully arranged everything for Mian. Mian listened to her incessant reminders, unable to suppress a smile. All right, I'll remember everything. Now go, he said, gently ruffling her hair. Yue Huan Huan's heart raced at Mian's smile, and she quickly turned to call for Mo Bai as they left. Observing their interaction, Yichen couldn't help but ask Mian, is this how you two always are? Taken aback by the question, Mian pondered for a moment before responding. Huan Huan is different from the other females. She is very obedient, caring, kind-hearted, timid, and has a good temper. She rarely speaks up even when wronged. She simply worries that I won't take my medicine properly and neglect my health. Though Mian hadn't intended to elaborate, he realized that since Yichen had asked, he must care about the matter. It was best to avoid any rifts between Yichen and Huan Huan, despite the pain in his heart. Huan Huan's happiness was paramount. Why Yi-chan stared at Han Mian as if he were mad. Timid? Kind-hearted? You're sure you're talking about Yue Huan? Do you have some misunderstanding about her? I need to tell you something important. Please listen, and don't rush to conclusions, all right? After much deliberation, Yi-chan finally spoke, wary of Han Mian's reaction. He feared that if Han Mian got angry and left, Yue Huan would surely go mad. Curious yet cautious, Han Mian gestured for Yi-chan to continue. Why Yi-chan recounted in detail the incident involving the monkey tribe that had come to attack after Han Mian's arrival. Only to be repelled by Yue Huan Huan, he spoke while nervously observing Han Mian's expression, fearful of provoking him. Han Mian listened silently, his expression unfaltering as he drummed his fingers idly on the stone table. Yet, inside, a tempest of emotions surged. So this had transpired. What a cruel twist of fate. He had indeed dragged Huan Huan into danger. If he had been so severely injured, the monkey tribe wouldn't have relentlessly pursued him. And Huan Huan, being so kind-hearted, wouldn't have had to deal with this. Noticing Han Mian's composed demeanor and silence, Yi-chan pressed on. Don't you find Yue Huan's behavior concerning? She acted with lethal intent. She even stated that regardless of your actions, right or wrong, she would protect you at all costs, insisting that no one from Yunzhong-cheng should return alive. Han Mian, Yue Huan's feelings for you are truly perplexing. She becomes utterly frantic whenever your affairs are involved. What if she unleashes a massacre and invites repercussions? Yi-chan, sensing Han Mian's continued silence, grew anxious and pressed further. After a prolonged silence, Han Mian finally spoke slowly. Do not worry. Huan Huan is not a killer. She only harbors hatred for those who have harmed me, as long as I am by her side. She will not harm anyone from Yunzhong-cheng. She's a good girl. Just ensure that you don't go seeking out Yunzhong-cheng, that if you can persuade Yue Huan not to wreak havoc, that will suffice. She specifically instructed us not to inform you. Fearing you might go on your own, I only had a mo by distract her in order to tell you. Hearing Han Mian refer to Yue Huan as a good girl, Yi-chan felt too weary to argue. In truth, he didn't want to reveal just how much Yue Huan cared for him, but it was an undeniable reality. Sooner or later, he would find out. If Han Mian and Yue Huan were to become mates, he would be the first beast husband, and he still had to maintain a favorable impression in front of him if he were to end up with Huan Huan. As long as Han Mian didn't object, everything would go smoothly. Rest assured, I won't go that I've promised Huan Huan that I won't leave him again, and I won't jeopardize my life. Han Mian understood that Yi-chan was only expressing his concerns for Huan Huan, so he willingly explained, hoping to ease his worries. However, within him, a storm of emotions raged, regardless of whether he was good or evil. Huan Huan would protect him. She, so delicate and gentle, had resorted to violence because of those who harmed her. Han Mian was at a loss about how to face Yue Huan Huan and her profound feelings for him. So intense, so fervent, so unwavering. Yue Huan Huan dashed back to the cave and found Han Mian sitting there, perfectly well, engaged in conversation with Yi-chan. Her heart eased. With a light step, she approached, crouched down, and wrapped her arms around Han Mian's arm, her face radiant with joy. Han Mian, are you bored? Shall we go out to play? I'll take you to the mountain sea. Can I transform and take you flying? Suppressing the tumult within, Han Mian affectionately ruffled her hair. All right, let Huan Huan show me the sights. Yue Huan Huan's heart blossomed with joy. Yi-chan, you and Mo by prepare the firewood for a while. I will battle the Gugu beast with Han Mian. When the Mian beast returns, we shall feast. Having said this, she transformed, allowing Han Mian to perch upon her back, soaring into the nearby mountains. Yi-chan and Mo by watched the phoenix ascend, a pang of melancholy stirring within them. What extraordinary fortune had befallen that serpent to earn such affection from Yue Huan? When Yi-chan first encountered Han Mian, he felt a twinge of resentment, convinced he was no less worthy. The serpent's irritable demeanor and frosty disposition seemed devoid of compassion, with Yue Huan tending to him. Yet the repeated blows to his pride unveiled a stark truth. Yue Huan cherished that individual. Not for his virtues, but simply because she did. She had proclaimed that even if Han Mian were wicked, her affection would remain unchanged. This revelation left Yi-chan adrift, unable to find a measure by which to compare himself to Han Mian. He could only accept reality, yearning for a place in Yue Huan's heart, content to be by her side. Why should he torment himself by competing with Han Mian? Yue Huan's feelings for Han Mian were inherently unconventional. Although Mo Bai felt a tinge of sorrow, he had recognized from the outset the depth of Yue Huan's affection for Han Mian. Otherwise, she wouldn't have wept so uncontrollably, nor would she have forbidden others from uttering the name Huan Huan. Hence, his acceptance of the situation was far smoother than Yi Chen's. Han Mian, atop Yue Huan's back, reveled in the sensation of flight. The warmth and sincerity of Yue Huan's emotions filled the voids of his childhood, spawning a profound gratitude within him. Perhaps all the tribulations he endured were merely a prelude to his encounter with Yue Huan. If he could spend his life alongside her, every hardship would be worthwhile. Upon reaching the mountain summit, Yue Huan gently set down Han Mian and transformed back. So, Han Mian, was it enjoyable? If you liked it, I shall take you flying every day. Her laughter was radiant, revealing her teeth in a beaming smile. Han Mian felt a surge of tenderness. Huan Huan, I truly enjoyed it. Being with you brings joy to everything we do. With that, he placed a soft kiss upon her forehead. It was the first time Yue Huan had heard such word from Han Mian. Gazing into his eyes, sparkling with fragments of light, she was captivated by the beauty of his gaze, now imbued with warmth and tender emotions under the sun's glow. An alluring yet restrained temptation that made her heart race, nearly leaping from her chest. Han Mian noticed her staring at him with a silly expression and couldn't help but smirk at the foolish Huan Huan. Huan Huan, snap out of it. Let us search for the Goo chicken. Yue Huan's face flushed at Han Mian's playful admonishment. She realized, alas, that she could not resist the allure of her feelings for Han Mian. Often daydreaming about him, the two frolicked and hunted atop the mountain, with Han Mian tucking a red flower into her hair, eliciting joyous laughter from Yue Huan. Upon returning to the cave, the sun was nearing its descent. Mo Bai and Yi Chen had already prepared everything needed, and upon seeing Yue Huan, Yi Chen hurriedly took the Goo beast from her grasp. Han Mian arranged the Goo beast and other game before beginning to tidy up. Yue Huan once again witnessed Han Mian skillfully gutting their catch, her gaze fixed in admiration. Han Mian was undeniably handsome. Every movement was imbued with grace, and the sight of his blood-stained hands held a unique allure. Every aspect of him resonated with her aesthetic. Even the sweat trickling down his throat was something she cherished. Once Han Mian completed his tasks and cleaned up, he lifted his head to find Yue Huan gazing at him with an almost dazed expression. He approached her and tousled her hair, thinking to himself, this silly Huan Huan doesn't he even realize she should tone it down in front of the others. How will this be resolved in the future? During dinner, the usual chatter among the three persisted while Han Mian remained silent. At tea times, he found himself perplexed, fully aware that this situation was beyond remedy. Yet he also knew he ought not to feel sorrowful or cause Yue Huan distress. Nevertheless, he couldn't suppress the unease in his heart, a persistent ache gnawing at him. Rarely did he find himself unable to manage his emotions, and this unsettling state left him anxious. He hastily finished his meal and retreated to the cave. The others, accustomed to his temperament, paying him no heed. Upon returning to the cave, Yue Huan noticed Han Mian was not on the bed, but was busy in a corner with the torches. She set about folding her animal skin skirt neatly. Han Mian waited for a while, but still no sign of Mo Bai and Yi Chen, observing the countless animal skin skirts beside Yue Huan. A complex expression flickered across his face, and he couldn't help but approach the stone bed to inquire. Where are they? Yue Huan, engrossed in folding the skirts, was taken aback by his sudden question. Are you referring to Mo Bai and Yi Chen? Han Mian's face turned pale. Who else could it be? Could there be more than two? Yue Huan, increasingly perplexed, responded, What do you mean, who else? Han Mian. What troubles you? Seeing her evade a direct answer, Han Mian pressed on. How do you usually sleep? During these days, I've occupied the stone bed. Where do they rest? How do they sleep? They sleep in their own cave. Are they going to fight you for the bed? Yue Huan found his sudden interest in their sleeping arrangements rather peculiar, as Han Mian typically showed little curiosity about others. Was a friendship ship being built? Oh, so each person has their own cave. Does this cave belong to Huan Huan? Han Mian mused. He had always been expelled from the tribe at a young age and was unaware of how females cohabitated with their beastly companions. After a moment, Han Mian's voice broke the silence. Then, which cave will you sleep in tonight? Yue Huan's heart skipped a beat. Did we not agree to be together? Was Han Mian still unwilling to share a bed with her? What was going on? Hadn't they shared a bed just the night before? Oh right, it was Han Mian who had fallen asleep first, and she had joined him later. Did sharing a bed not signify they would become mates? Her body longed for the mark of the beast. What should she do? Was this precious opportunity slipping through her fingers? Yet, Han Mian's stubborn nature made her hesitant. If she insisted on sharing the bed, would he react as he did last time and threaten her? They had only just begun to experience sweetness together. She truly did not wish to provoke him. Noticing her prolonged silence, Han Mian's brow furrowed in concern, and with a hint of coldness in his tone, he said, "You may sleep in whichever cave you prefer. It is your freedom, and there is no need to consider me." Yue Huan gazed at Han Mian's ashen complexion. Never having seen him in such a state, she reevaluated Han Mian's earlier inquiries and suddenly grasped something. "Han Mian, are you angry?" Unsure, she pressed on. "I am not. Sleep wherever you wish." Han Mian turned away, presenting her with his back. Once Yue Huan comprehended Han Mian's sentiments, she felt a mix of anger and amusement. Was Han Mian truly feeling jealous? Had she inadvertently done something to provoke his misunderstanding? Had she been too close to Yi Chun and Mo Bai? She climbed onto the bed, pulling Han Mian toward her, locking her gaze onto his. "Han Mian, what are you thinking? Do you wish me to sleep with someone else?" Han Mian remained silent, his eyes reddening with emotion. She had actually put him in a position where he had to express his feelings about whom he would allow her to sleep with. The pain in his heart twisted, his body trembling slightly. Yue Huan suddenly found herself hesitant to tease him. If misunderstandings were not clarified on the spot, future explanations would be challenging. Moreover, she genuinely could not bear to see Han Mian even the slightest bit upset. With that thought, she enveloped Han Mian's head in her embrace. "Han Mian, take a whiff. Breathe in deeply to I carry anyone else's scent. What on earth are you imagining?" Han Mian, pressed against Yue Huan, was initially furious and reluctant to engage with her. Yet her scent invaded his senses, confirming that there were indeed no traces of another mate. He had always believed the two were her beastly companions because, in the realm of Beastmen, it was customary for females to have multiple partners to ensure their protection and care. This was a fundamental truth known to all Beastmen. After encountering Yue Huan, although he had shared moments with her, he had been shaken by her unwavering love, and daily sightings of Mo Bai and Yi Chun by her side only intensified his unease. Subconsciously, he wished to avoid detecting the scent of others on her. Thus he had been evading the issue altogether. Just moments ago, he had been furious. Now, he was faced with a grand revelation, leaving him in a daze. Yue Huan, seeing his silence, assumed he was still upset, and she lifted his chin to speak earnestly. "Han Mian, there truly is no one else. From the very beginning, I have loved only you. What are you thinking?" Gazing into Han Mian's reddened eyes, Yue Huan felt an overwhelming pang of compassion, and in a swift motion, she removed her animal skin skirt. Her body, as radiant as jade, was laid bare before Han Mian, leaving him dizzy and breathless. "Han Mian, look for yourself. See if there are any traces of another." As Yue Huan grasped Han Mian's hand, he enveloped her in a tight embrace. Their breaths quickened, accompanied by fervent kisses, inch by inch. Over and over. After a long drought, the sweet rain has come. "Huan Huan, you will feel pain." "Han Mian, I fear not the pain. The hurt you give, I cherish." The flames flickered, casting an enchanting glow. The moonlight danced, and the night lingered. When Yue Huan finally opened her eyes, fatigued, she found Han Mian lying beside her, gazing at her with tender warmth. She was enveloped in the bliss of having the one she adored most finally by her side. Yue Huan reached out, embracing Han Mian tightly, and whispered softly, "Han Mian, I love you." Han Mian, looking at the adorable little head nestled against him, slightly propped himself up and whispered in her ear, "Huan Huan, I love you too." Yue Huan Huan felt as though her heart might leap from her chest. She had merely expressed her feelings, fully aware of Han Mian's cool disposition and without any expectation of response. Yet, unexpectedly, a reply came. She had been in pursuit, longing and enduring physical and emotional torment, pouring her heart and soul into a desire that seemed insatiable, and now it was finally within her grasp. Just days prior, she had resorted to binding him and administering drugs to prevent him from leaving. But now, she had him. The stark contrast and overwhelming impact of the moment compelled her to weep openly in Han Mian's embrace. She had finally attained what she had yearned for, an unprecedented achievement in her life. Han Mian held her quietly, allowing her tears to flow. His own clear tears began to fall as well. Upon opening his eyes, he could see Huan Huan, not just for a day, but for all the days to come. In the long years ahead, she would be by his side, something he had never dared to imagine before. Though he had once struggled to comprehend the depth of Yue Huan Huan's feelings for him, which seemed almost fearsome in their intensity, he now realized that understanding was unnecessary. Love was simply love. With her in his life, he felt complete. Yue Huan Huan eventually ceased her crying, and Han Mian gently stroked her head, soothing her to a sense of unbridled joy surged within her heart. She lifted her gaze to behold Han Mian. The visage that haunted her dreams, he tenderly wiped the tears from her lashes, asking softly, "Huan Huan, are you hungry? Shall I prepare some soup for you? The day is drawing to a close." Yue Huan Huan shook her head before nodding. "Han Mian, I want to accompany you. I do not wish to remain alone in the cave." Han Mian gazed at her swollen eyes, his heart aching for her, reluctant to leave her behind. "Very well. Get dressed in your fur skirt, and we shall go together." Joy lit up Yue Huan Huan's face as she sat up, only to suddenly notice a small, ink-black serpent imprinted on her chest. She glanced at Han Mian's phoenix tattoo and felt her cheeks flush, followed by a wave of emotion. Sensing her impending tears once again, Han Mian hastily helped her don her fur skirt. He could not bear to see her cry any longer. Yue Huan Huan prepared to leave the stone bed to join Han Mian. Her legs weakened, nearly causing her to fall. After he lifted her into his arms, her face deepened in color. Playfully, she pointed at the fur skirt and nuzzled against Han Mian's neck. "Han Mian, look, I made this fur skirt for you during the cold season. I just washed it. It's all clean. Will you please wear that leopard print one for me?" Han Mian gazed at the fur skirt in astonishment. So many. These were all made for me by Huan Huan. She never could have made fur skirts before. It took her ages to craft that pair of shorts. Her fingers bled. Huan Huan knew I had left during the rainy season, and yet she made fur skirts for me in the cold season. I can only imagine how many times her hands were pricked. Tears welled in Han Mian's eyes. How many times had she done this? She always seemed to approach him from unexpected angles, catching him off guard and striking straight to his heart, shattering the defenses he had built over the years. "All right, I will wear it for you, Huan Huan," he choked out, setting her down to change into the fur skirt. Yue Huan Huan watched Han Mian, envisioning the very image she had imagined while crafting it. Clad in the fur skirt, Han Mian exuded a striking beauty, cool, sensual, alluring, and complex, making it nearly impossible to look away. "Han Mian, does the phoenix on your chest represent me in your heart?" Yue Huan Huan murmured, tracing the fur patterns on his body. "Yes, Huan Huan has always resided in my heart." Han Mian's heart ignited at a gentle touch. His eyes ablaze. "Han Mian, feel this. I have a small serpent on my chest, and it is you." Yue Huan Huan grasped Han Mian's firm hand and placed it against her heart. The soft sensation overwhelmed Han Mian, and he kissed her again. The two, tasting the sweetness of passion for the first time, found it difficult to part. Outside the cave, Emo, Bai, and Yi Chun, who had been waiting all day, began to piece together the unspoken truth of what had transpired. Their hearts heavy with unexpressed bitterness, as the moonlight danced, they realized the couple would not be emerging anytime soon, and with complex emotions, they departed. Inside the cave, darkness enveloped them. All that could be heard were fragmented whispers. "Han Mian, don't. Huan Huan, is this not what you've always desired? Have you forgotten? Huan Huan, do not run. Be good." Yue Huan Huan blinked awake, her eyes falling upon Han Mian's sleeping face, innocent and ethereal, akin to a celestial being. Was this the same wild, domineering Han Mian from the night before? Unable to resist, she nestled closer. Embracing him, he possessed everything she had ever wanted. Her Han Mian, her dream, her very life. No embrace felt sufficient. Han Mian stirred, gently brushing her tousled hair aside. his voice husky and laden with morning warmth. "Huan Huan, are you awake?" Yue Huan Huan adored this side of him. Unable to resist kissing his lips, her heart urging, "Take it all. I would give you my life." The two remained entwined until twilight approached, at which point they finally arose to prepare a meal. Their energy had been depleted, and love alone could not satiate their hunger. As they stepped out of the cave, they encountered Mo Bai and Yi Chun waiting outside in the stone hall of Cloud City. The Lion Clan leader, Mo Ran, sat with a commanding presence. "What? A phoenix that can breathe fire." His eyes glinted with authority. Yet a hint of surprise laced his voice. Mo Ran, the pride of the Lion Clan, was a formidable six-tier powerhouse, unmatched across the beast god continent, having become the leader of the Lion Clan at a young age. He established Cloud City handedly. In just a year, he would ascend to become the first seven-tier powerhouse in the history of the beast god continent. Having achieved success early, his ego soared, and after years in a position of leadership, he exuded the aura of authority. The escaped orc from the monkey tribe bowed his head in fear, muttering, "Yes, it is a female. Females can transform. It has been years since anything has puzzled me." Mo Ran mused. Why did she kill so many from the monkey tribe? Orcs believe fire to be divine. Mo Ran pondered. If she possesses divine power, why resort to such brutal actions? She claimed she would take the life of whoever harmed that serpent beast. The orc spoke softly, fearing disbelief from the leader. Yet even in that hushed tone, it stirred a tempest within Mo Ran. A female, wielding divine fire, unleashing havoc over a serpent beast's injury. What was happening in this beast continent? The sheer unexpectedness ignited a fierce curiosity within him. How did you learn that the serpent beast was in the White Tiger tribe? The White Tiger tribe was considered the Lion tribe's lifelong enemy. However, he held no animosity toward them. They merely fought for survival amidst the same forest. Thus, upon becoming leader, he had initiated the construction of Cloud City, distancing himself from that forest. Yet the Lion tribe's members harbored a deep-seated hatred for the White Tiger tribe. As Cloud City grew stronger, calls for an assault on the White Tiger tribe became increasingly fervent. It was a female from the White Tiger tribe named Wolf Fong. She informed us that they had a female who returned with an injured serpent beast. The orc answered cautiously, keeping his head bowed. "Very well, I understand. You may return now." After dismissing the orc, Mo Ran pondered the matter at length. Sensing complications ahead, he paced slowly within the hall, mulling over the implications. A fire-breathing phoenix in the White Tiger tribe. Did she slaughter the monkey tribe merely to protect the serpent beast? That seems unlikely. Is she targeting Cloud City? If she is indeed coming for Cloud City, that presents a significant problem. I cannot guarantee victory against her. While I am unafraid of fire, she can fly. How can I fight her? No matter my speed or strength, I cannot ascend to the sky. What is more, the phoenix is a legendary divine bird, capable of wielding divine fire. Opposing her is unwise. However, this phoenix has taken the lives of over 100 from the monkey tribe, all of whom belong to Cloud City. If we fail to seek retribution, how can we maintain the loyalty of our people? Furthermore, if the phoenix's aim is to confront Cloud City, conflict is unavoidable. Mo Ran's thoughts spiraled. For the first time, this invincible powerhouse felt a sense of helplessness. While he was unafraid of fire, after advancing to 6-tier strength, he had encountered a 7-horned beast in the green crystal forest. After the beast's demise, it transformed into a transparent crystal. He had believed it would enhance his strength. Yet it did not. Instead, a snowflake-shaped mark appeared on his left forearm. Later, he discovered that passing through flames did not affect him at all. After confirming this, he realized that the transparent crystal allowed him to evade fire. As Mo Ran furrowed his brows, the orc chieftain, Wulin, arrived. Wulin was robust and muscular, resembling an iron tower. Years ago, he had followed Mo Ran alongside the wolf tribe leader, Kaven, to establish Cloud City. Driven by respect for this extraordinary powerhouse, orcs revered strength. "Leader, are you aware of the phoenix in the White Tiger tribe? She has taken the lives of over 100 of our kin." Wu Luan was furious at the loss of so many tribe members and hastened to seek counsel with the leader on how to exact revenge. "I see. She is a phoenix. wielding divine fire. We must not act impulsively in our quest for vengeance, that we need to consider this carefully. Mo Ran soothed the enraged Wu Luan, instructing someone to summon wolf tribe leader, Kaven. This is a significant matter that necessitates a discussion among the three parties involved. The leader of the wolf clan, Kaven, has long been aware of the existence of the phoenix beast within the white tiger tribe. He is the father of Wolf 7, who has been absent for an entire rainy and cold season before finally returning to Cloud City. Naturally, you must inquire about the situation. Currently, the leader has summoned him to confer about how to deal with the white tiger tribe and Yue Huan Huan, a task he is reluctant to undertake. He has always harbored discord with the monkey clan, especially since they injured Wolf 7, while Yue Huan Huan rescued and sheltered him for a considerable duration. How could he possibly assist the monkey clan against Yue Huan Huan? Yet, the leader has sent someone to request his presence, leaving him no choice but to comply. After much contemplation, he summoned Wolf 7. Wolf 7, go to the white tiger tribe and inform the phoenix beast that Cloud City may seek retribution against her. Advise her to prepare in advance, be discreet. Do not let anyone else know. Upon hearing that Cloud City intends to retaliate against Yue Huan, Wolf 7 was alarmed, not bothering to inquire about the reasons, and dashed off immediately. The three convened to deliberate on the specifics. Mo Ran felt rather ambivalent. He was intrigued by the phoenix beast, yet wished to avoid a direct confrontation. He certainly did not wish to wage war against the white tiger tribe. Kaven, too, was averse to forming enmity with the phoenix beast, as it was the monkey clan that had suffered losses, which had nothing to do with him. Only Wu Luan was seething with anger, pacing restlessly within the hall and incessantly suggesting how many warriors should be dispatched to assault the white tiger tribe. Noticing the silence from the other two, Wu Luan grew anxious. Are you both afraid of that phoenix beast? Or do you think the deaths of the monkey clan's members do not concern you? When Cloud City was established, we agreed that the three clans would share life and death together. The atmosphere in the hall became thick with an eerie silence. Wu Luan, can you fly? What if that phoenix beast unleashes flames upon your first meeting without granting you any opportunity before you even react? Your body would be scorched by the fire. What then? Kaven's words struck a chord, and he swiftly shifted the topic to divert Wu Luan's attention. We do not disregard the lives of the monkey clan. But that is the phoenix beast. Without a foolproof method, we cannot recklessly send our kin to their demise. Calm yourself. Mo Ran expressed his exasperation. Wu Luan paused for a moment, ceasing his tumultuous behavior, and began to contemplate strategies to deal with the phoenix beast. Shall we strike her down with stones? Yet, even before we could throw, we might be burned alive. What if we send the eagle beast against her? But she can ignite flames. We cannot approach. The crux of the matter lay in the fire. Wu Luan began to ponder how to prevent the phoenix beast from unleashing her flames, while the three each wrestled with their thoughts, plunging into a stalemate. Meanwhile, within the white tiger tribe, Yina had been so frightened by Yue Huan's incineration of the monkey clan that she had hidden in a cave for several days. She had been yearning for an opportunity to avenge the public humiliation Yue Huan had inflicted upon her prior to the rainy season. However, she could never find the right moment. During the day, Yi Chun and Mo vigilantly guarded her, and at night, Yi Chun and Wolf 7 resided in the adjacent cave, while Yue Huan remained confined within her quarters. Finally, after the cold season had passed, she saw Yue Huan, appearing disoriented, rushing towards the forest. Just as she contemplated following her, she noticed Mo Bai and Yi Chun were also present, and thus she abandoned the thought. Later, upon inquiring, she learned from the tribesmen that Yue Huan had returned with a severely injured snake beast, which she tended to diligently every day. A snake beast. This was her opportunity. Initially, she intended to incite the tribe's members to create a disturbance, driving the snake beast away if Yue Huan could leave. All the better. If not, at least it would cause her some vexation. Yet to her surprise, none of the beastmen were willing to cause a ruckus. Observing Yina's daily distress, Wolf Fong could not help but inform her that the monkey clan was searching for the snake beast, which had surely been injured during an ambush by them. Why Yina's eyes lit up. Indeed, she could inform the monkey clan that the snake beast was in the white tiger tribe, prompting them to cause trouble. Although she knew Yue Huan could shapeshift and breathe fire, she had never witnessed her harm anyone. The last time the tribe was attacked, not only did she refrain from harming anyone, but she also generously provided food. She believed Yue Huan to be inherently kind-hearted. Otherwise, why would she rescue a snake beast? If the monkey clan were to create a significant uproar, the snake beast would undoubtedly be expelled, and Yue Huan, having instigated tribal discord, would surely face scorn. However, events unfolded far beyond her expectations. Yue Huan went to great lengths for a mere snake beast, leading to devastating casualties among the monkey clan. Now, as she recalled the figures struggling in the flames, she was too terrified to sleep. If Yue Huan were to discover that it was her suggestion that prompted Wolf Fong to speak up, or if the monkey clan were to become enraged due to Wolf Seven's failure to inform them that Yue Huan was the phoenix beast, the consequences were too dreadful to contemplate. She felt immense regret. All she wanted was to see Yue Huan suffer a setback. After dashing out of Cloud City, Wolf 7 suddenly remembered that he had not inquired about the reasons behind Cloud City's vengeance against Yue Huan. What were their plans for retribution? He quietly returned, stealthily eavesdropping outside the leader's stone hall. Fearing discovery, he dared not approach too closely, catching only snippets of conversation regarding the monkey clan, flight, fire-breathing, and stone-throwing. Perplexed, he hastened towards the White Tiger tribe. Cloud City and the White Tiger tribe were distant from one another, both being formidable tribes with expansive hunting grounds. Several smaller tribes lay between them, so Wolf 7 raced onward, daring not to linger. Upon emerging from a cave, Han Mian encountered the expectant gazes of Mo Bai and Yi Chun, who were waiting outside. Yue Huan felt exceedingly awkward, especially since there had been a misunderstanding with Han Mian just days prior. Mo Bai and Yi Chun had treated her exceptionally well. They had accompanied her through the most challenging times over the past 6 months, and it was impossible for her not to feel some attachment. Although their interactions had always been friendly, if Han Mian were to care, she would have to let them go. She remained silent, repeatedly assuring herself in her mind, "It is not that I am cruel. I was meant to depart with Han Mian. Having friends is wonderful, but I can manage without them." Han Mian felt a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. He had previously believed Mo Bai and Yi Chun to be Yue Huan's beast husbands, which had caused him considerable heartache for a long time. Now that he knew they were not, he felt gratitude toward them for accompanying and protecting Yue Huan during his absence. They had provided him the chance to reunite with her. Yet, he could discern their thoughts. At present, he had no desire to share Yue Huan with anyone. The very thought was intolerable. Reflecting further, he realized that since he had failed to bond with Yue Huan throughout the entire rainy and cold seasons, being by her side now would only make that possibility even more elusive. "You've all come. Let us eat together shortly." The usually taciturn Han Mian took the initiative to speak. Yi Chun and Mo Bai were still enveloped in their own melancholy. Having just realized that Han Mian bore the mark of the phoenix on his chest, they had formed a bond. Han Mian's unexpected words startled Yi Chun, who quickly responded, "All right, I just caught a soft-furred beast. Let me prepare it." With that, he nudged Mo Bai, and the two began to feign nonchalance as they gathered supplies to roast the meat. Yue Huan was utterly bewildered. Just days ago, Han Mian had nearly been consumed by rage towards these two. Today, he was inviting them to stay for a meal? What was going on? Unsure, she decided it would be prudent to ask. "Han Mian, may I speak with him? Will you be upset?" Yue Huan whispered hesitantly in Han Mian's ear. Han Mian turned to face Yue Huan, unable to conceal his mixed emotions. "Huan Huan, you need not tread so cautiously or constantly gauge my reactions. Simply do what brings you joy. I wish for your happiness." With that, he joined Mo Bai and Yi Chun in preparing the catch. Yue Huan nodded quietly, inwardly thinking, "Humph, I'll believe you when I see it." Who knows who was on the verge of exploding with anger. Nevertheless, she decided it was wise to exercise caution. The nuances of propriety were challenging to navigate. She was uncertain which words, actions, or glances would provoke Han Mian's ire. Having finally obtained him, she could not bear to see him suffer even the slightest grievance. Yue Huan knew Han Mian had no fondness for roasted meat, so she approached him. "Han Mian, if you give me a piece of meat, I will prepare you some broth and some pancakes." "All right." "Yue Huan, you wish to make pancakes? I brought back many Gugu beast eggs." Han Mian interjected before he could respond. Seeing Yue Huan hesitate, warmth filled his heart. She always placed him first. That alone was enough. "Huan Huan, go fetch them. What I said earlier is genuine," he whispered in her ear. Yue Huan glanced at him, sensing his sincerity, and dashed off to retrieve the eggs. So many. Yi-chun, where did you find them? I'll stir-fry some wild vegetables with eggs for you to taste. Yi-chun beamed brightly, his voice ringing clear, just behind that grove. There are plenty. Next time, I'll take you to gather some. As the group chatted, a figure came running towards them. Upon closer inspection, it was Wolf 7. Breathless, he rushed to Yue Huan's side, gripping her arm. Yue Huan, Cloud City has declared they will take revenge against you. My beast father sent me to inform you to prepare yourself. Yue Huan felt a surge of joy upon seeing Wolf 7, though she was not shocked by the message. She had anticipated that Cloud City would not let the matter rest. Swiftly, she withdrew her arm from his grasp, casting an anxious glance at Han Mian. Noticing his expression remained unchanged, she felt relieved. Wolf 7, sit down and tell me everything calmly, Yue Huan urged, gesturing for him to take a seat and offering him a cup of water. The three men regarded Wolf 7 expectantly, awaiting further details. After taking a sip of water to compose himself, Wolf 7 turned to see Han Mian and stood up abruptly. The snake beast. Yue Huan feared he might utter something inappropriate that would upset Han Mian. So she hastily signaled to Wolf 7. Wolf 7, this is Han Mian, my partner. Wolf 7 was taken aback for a moment before sitting down again. He knew Yue Huan had a fondness for a snake beast, which had almost cost her life. Now, she was actually bonded with someone. However, seeing Yue Huan's anxious demeanor, he refrained from saying anything further. Wolf 7, what is going on? Please explain in detail. That M.O. stood by, providing assistance. The leader summoned my beast father to his hall to discuss how to take revenge on the phoenix beast. Why beast father sent me to deliver the message that I secretly listened for a while. It seemed to be about the ape tribe, and there was talk of throwing stones. Later, they mentioned how to prevent you from breathing fire. When I left, they had not yet devised a strategy. Wolf 7 disclosed everything he knew. Yue Huan, how did you come to have a grudge against the ape tribe? Wolf 7 seemed puzzled. It's nothing. They injured Han Mian, so naturally, I must amend their lives. Yue Huan approached Han Mian and cautiously touched his arm. She had always believed Han Mian was unaware of the situation, but now that Wolf 7 had exposed it, she could no longer keep it hidden. All she could do was attempt to comfort Han Mian. She feared that once he learned the truth, he might recklessly confront the ape tribe, and she also worried that knowing she had killed so many of them would terrify him. Struggling with these thoughts, she always wanted to present herself perfectly before Han Mian, filled with anxiety. Huan Huan, don't be afraid. I knew about this a few days ago. Han Mian could not bear to see Yue Huan in this state, constantly worried about making him angry and always so cautious. This situation was undoubtedly of his own making. Han Mian genuinely felt for Yue Huan, gently stroking her head to comfort her, and he realized he needed to change his own demeanor. Yue Huan gazed into Han Mian's eyes and embraced him. Han Mian, as long as you're not angry, that's all that matters. Yes, as long as you are not angry and do not seek out the ape tribe. Everything else is acceptable. Yi-chun and M.O. had grown accustomed to this. While Wolf 7 looked at Yue Huan in astonishment, his eyes widening, he leaned closer to Yi-chun and whispered, Is Yue Huan afraid of this snake beast? Yi-chun cast a glance at Wolf 7, his tone somewhat grave. It's not fear. She likes him and cannot bear to see him upset. Just don't provoke this snake beast. Yue Huan was injured because of him, and she killed over 100 of the ape tribe. Now, she's counting on him to soothe her, otherwise, all the people from Yunzhong City will be doomed. Wolf 7 was left dumbfounded. Over 100? They all must die. What are you talking about? Yi-chun ignored him and continued roasting meat. Han Mian understood that Yunzhong City dared not act rashly, as they feared Yue Huan's divine fire. However, he pondered, Yue Huan's weakness is that she cannot fight in the forest. If the fire spreads to the forest, the prey will be burned, and the entire White Tiger tribe will be doomed as well. As a 6-tier powerhouse, he knew only the lion leader on the entire Beastman continent was of the same caliber. Yet the snake's size and attack power offered a significant advantage, making him somewhat confident in a confrontation. However, he did not wish to create enmity. He no longer wanted to live a life of being hunted, especially not with Yue Huan by his side. How could he avoid this impending conflict? Seeing Han Mian lost in thought, Yue Huan grew anxious. Han Mian, Don't be sad. They wouldn't dare come that I'll threaten them in Yunzhong City. If anyone dares approach, I'll burn down the entire hunting area of Yunzhong City. This was the only solution she could think of. She did not want Han Mian to witness her frenzy of killing. Those around them were stunned. Burning down the hunting area was no different from killing people. The entire Yunzhong City was surrounded by forests. If a fire started, who could escape? The surrounding tribes would also suffer. Mo Bai and Yi Chun exchanged glances with Han Mian, hoping he would put a stop to Yue Huan's notion. However, Han Mian merely smiled. Huan Huan, a threat is indeed a good idea, but we can't actually burn it. That would engulf the entire forest, and we wouldn't be able to save ourselves. Fool, let us make pancakes first. All right, Yue Huan, seeing Han Mian smile, couldn't help but smile back. Han Mian, I'm just scaring them. Don't worry, I won't burn anything. Yes, I know I don't want to eat the pancakes you make. Han Mian gazed at her with a gentle smile. Upon hearing that Han Mian wanted to eat, Yue Huan immediately perked up, dismissing all other thoughts. She rushed to the chopping board. Han Mian, it'll be ready soon. I'll put in plenty of Gugu beast eggs. They're especially delicious, and you're going to love them. Wolf 7 could only look on in disbelief. Yue Huan, you're a phoenix beast. Is this really necessary? What is so special about him? He began to scrutinize Han Mian closely. Truth be told, he was quite handsome. But what good was being handsome if he was a snake beast? But he really was good looking. His eyes sparkled like stars. His skin was fair, his nose straight, his mouth pleasing, and his face charming, like a celestial being or a fairy. Wolf 7 muttered to himself, entranced by Han Mian. Feeling his gaze, Han Mian chose to ignore him and quietly watch Yue Huan make pancakes, vowing to remember this and make some for Yue Huan in the future. Once Yue Huan finished, she looked up to find Wolf 7 staring at Han Mian like a starving animal. Having forgotten to be gentle in Han Mian's presence, with a roar, she exclaimed, Wolf 7, why are you staring at Han Mian? You're practically drooling. He is my partner. With that fierce shout, everyone was left dumbfounded. Wolf 7 snapped back to reality, wishing he could vanish into a hole in the ground. How had he become so captivated? Mo Bai and Yi Chun were doubled over with laughter. Han Mian's face turned green. Yue Huan realized Han Mian's change in expression and understood that Wolf 7 was male. What was he thinking of Han Mian? What was she doing? She awkwardly looked at Han Mian, unsure what to say. Mo Bai and Yi Chun, having laughed enough, hurried over to ease the tension. Come on, everything's ready. Let's eat. Wolf 7 lowered his head and moved closer to sit beside Han Mian. Sitting nearby meant he wouldn't have to see Han Mian's face directly. He could at least catch a glimpse of his profile. The young lad's heart had been shadowed by Han Mian's visage. Seeing Wolf 7 sit so close to Han Mian, Yue Huan felt the urge to hit him again, but sighed he was still just a child, and she could not be bothered. Wolf 7 obediently sat down to eat. Originally accustomed to raw meat, after spending a rainy season and a cold season with Yue Huan and the others, he had begun to enjoy roasted meat. He took a bite of the egg pancake, and the delicious flavors filled his mouth. His spirits soared, and he nudged Han Mian with his elbow. Yes, it good? Do you like it? Should I get you another? Subconsciously recalling Yue Huan saying Han Mian would definitely like it, he blurted it out. After saying it, he was also taken aback, and everyone looked at him as if he were a ghost. Han Mian, observing Wolf 7's flushed face, found the little wolf beast quite adorable and could not help but laugh. It's delicious. Wolf 7, if you like it, eat more. You don't have to worry about me. I can get my own later. Wolf 7, caught in an awkward situation, saw Han Mian turn to him with a gentle smile and respond to him. Wolf 7's eyes went wide. Coughing, Yi Chun noticed Wolf 7 gazing at Han Mian again and worried Yue Huan might explode. Prompting him to remind him, Yue Huan found the situation amusing now. Her earlier roar had been a knee-jerk reaction. She had simply been irked at the sight of someone staring at Han Mian. Now observing Wolf 7's expression, she found it utterly hilarious. Wolf 7, eat your food. If you keep staring, your eyeballs will fall on a Han Mian's face. Ha! Mo Bai and Yi Chun erupted into laughter once more. Wolf 7 snapped back to reality for the second time, and this time he was not as embarrassed as he had been when Yue Huan shouted at him. Blushing, he turned to Han Mian and asked, Han Mian, are you poisonous? Why do I feel like I'm poisoned? Yi Chun nearly choked on his food, almost choking to death. while Yue Huan and Mo Bai laughed uncontrollably. Indeed, it's deadly poison, Han Mian replied with a straight face. Maintaining his composure, laughter erupted, and the meal brought a sense of joy to everyone's hearts. Yue Huan allowed Wolf 7 to sleep in the cave next door, where she had previously stayed. And together with Han Mian, they returned to their cave. After laughing all night, they were both unusually excited. She tugged at Han Mian, chattering away. Han Mian, Wolf 7's reaction when he saw you was just like mine when I first saw you. His eyes were glued to you. You really are poisonous. Don't wander around carelessly in the future. Han Mian helplessly tapped her on the head. Stop saying such things. Han Mian, when are we going back to our cave? Yue Huan did not wish to remain there any longer, not only because she feared retaliation from Yunzhong City would endanger the White Tiger tribe, but also because she had been separated from Han Mian for too long. Now that they were finally together, she longed for a life free from disturbances. With many people around, the likelihood of unexpected events was high, and she could not bear any unforeseen circumstances. Upon hearing Yue Huan's words, Han Mian felt a warmth in his heart. As a snake beast, he could not always stay within someone else's tribe. However, he noticed that Yue Huan had been living there for quite some time, and Mo Bai and Yi Chun treated her well. It was apparent she liked it there. Now that she had taken the initiative to leave, he felt pleased. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly replied, Huan Huan, I need to go out tomorrow. Wait for me to return, and then we will go back, all right? Yue Huan immediately became alert. Where are you going? I'll go with you, to a cave near the green crystal forest. The items you left for me are all there. I need to retrieve them, but it's all forested there, and it's not safe for you. Please wait here for me, all right? Han Mian embraced Yue Huan gently. Patting her to soothe her, I want to go with you, Han Mian. I don't want to be separated from you. You promised you wouldn't leave me again. As she spoke, her eyes turned red. Seeing her eyes welling with tears, Han Mian's heart softened immediately. All right, I'll take you with me, but it's very close to Yunzhong City, so you must not transform. Han Mian. Was that where you were besieged by the ape tribe? What is the green crystal forest? Why do you want to go there? Yue Huan Huan is eager to know what Han Mian did during the winter slumber season. A question she had hesitated to ask before. Now, she feels that Han Mian has become quite approachable. When I first encountered you, I had just ascended to the 6th rank, and I could forego hibernation at the 7th rank. Yet the transition from 6th to 7th requires many years that I could not wait. So I ventured into the green crystal forest to hunt for green crystals. In less than 2 years, I will reach the 7th rank. Meaning I only need to hibernate this winter, and thereafter, I can be by your side. Han Mian is not one to engage in conversation lightly, yet he does not wish for Yue Huan Huan to remain so cautious. Thus he now wishes to share every detail with her. Since they have already become partners, there is no longer anything to conceal. Tears brimmed in Yue Huan Huan's eyes as she realized that Han Mian had left their dwelling to gather green crystals, solely so he could be with her during the winter season. Han Mian, I'm so sorry. I misjudged you, thinking you had intentionally abandoned me. Huan Huan, you have not misjudged me, nor have you wronged me. It was I who, upon arriving at the White Tiger tribe, saw you so happy and in the embrace of Yi Chun, leading me to believe you had formed a bond with them and no longer needed my protection. That is why I went to the green crystal forest. I regret not knowing whether I would return alive and doubted your ability to wait for 2 years. I thought you would forget me upon joining the tribe. It is my fault for not expressing my thoughts clearly, pushing you away instead. That in the future, I shall share everything with you. Han Mian, with a tender heart, wiped away Yue Huan Huan's tears. It was astounding that he had come to the White Tiger tribe and witnessed her in Yi Chen's embrace. Yue Huan Huan felt a mix of joy and fear. Indeed, Han Mian had liked her from the very beginning. She nearly lost him forever due to Yi Chun's embrace. Han Mian, please hear me out. I was merely anxious to clarify matters regarding Yi Chun. Huan Huan, there's no need to rush. I understand. You have not formed any partnerships with them for such a long time. I know your heart belongs to me. There is no need for you to tread carefully, for I delight in seeing you smile. Han Mian, though anxious and sensitive, had already been healed by Yue Huan Huan's profound affection. He was not blind. He could see and feel that she truly cherished him. Han Mian, You are so wonderful. I adore you. Yue Huan Huan once again dove into Han Mian's embrace, feeling a happiness that seemed almost surreal. The following morning, after the two had risen and washed up, Lang Chi also emerged as the three prepared breakfast. Yi Chun and Mo Bai arrived with prey and fruits. You went hunting this early in the morning? Lang Chi asked, somewhat surprised. Yes, doesn't Yue Huan like soup? I also picked some fruits, Yi Chun replied while beginning to prepare the game. Mo Bai ran off to assist Yue Huan in making dumplings. The dough had been prepared the day before, and now it was simply a matter of filling the dumplings and steaming them. Han Mian, have you always lived alone? What do you enjoy eating? Don't you feel lonely without anyone to talk to? Lang Chi continued to chatter incessantly behind Han Mian. Lang Chi, go fetch some firewood. We're running low. Mo Bai, noticing Lang Chi's relentless questioning of the reticent Han Mian, quickly sent him off. Once the meal was prepared, the group sat together to eat. Lang Chi, with his youthful curiosity, kept the conversation lively with various antics, making the meal quite enjoyable. Huan Huan and I are going to retrieve some items from the cave near the green crystal forest. After finishing their meal, Han Mian prepared to bid them farewell. The area near the green crystal forest, isn't that within the hunting grounds of Yinchong City. Couldn't that be dangerous? Mo Bai expressed his concern. I'll go too. Han Mian, take me along. I'm quite familiar with that area. It's on my way back. Lang Chi tugged at Han Mian's arm, only to be swatted away by Yue Huan Huan. Lang Chi shot her a glare, and she responded with a playful grimace, causing the others to stifle laughter at their antics. There might be danger, but we must retrieve those items. They all belong to Huan Huan. Han Mian stated to Mo Bai. Han Mian, let us join you. There's little happening in the tribe right now, and we'd like to explore that area as well. We've never been there. Yi Chun gazed eagerly at Han Mian, genuinely wishing to accompany him, yet also worrying they might not return. Indeed, I would like to see it as well, to keep you company. The area is mostly forest, and if we encounter any danger, it would be better to have an extra person to look after Yue Huan. Mo Bai added hastily. Han Mian was initially reluctant to take them along, as he was accustomed to solitude, but upon hearing Mo Bai's words, he hesitated. Yes, the area is entirely forested, and Huan Huan's divine fire cannot be utilized, though I am a 6th rank warrior. If we were to be attacked by a horde of beastmen, I may not be able to protect Huan Huan adequately. I cannot bear any unexpected consequences. All right then, let us prepare and set off together. Han Mian finally agreed after a moment of contemplation. Mo Bai and Yi Chun were overjoyed, and after gathering the necessary items and informing the tribe leader of their plans, they stepped out of the tribe together. Not feeling rushed, they did not transform and leisurely enjoyed the scenery, filled with laughter as they approached the outskirts of Yinchong City, where the atmosphere gradually became tense. Han Mian, night is approaching. Let us go under the cover of darkness. They will not be hunting at night, thus we may avoid encounters, Mo Bai expressed, clearly wishing to avoid any confrontation with the people of Yinchong City. All right, climb on, Han Mian said, transforming and allowing the four to sit upon his serpentine form. His speed was swift and silent, saving them energy while they would have to run in their transformed state. Alas, the hunting grounds of Yinchong City were vast, and despite Han Mian's swift pace, reaching the cave consumed most of the night. This cave was situated on a small cliff, surrounded entirely by forest, appearing isolated and almost as if it had been placed there by someone. The group scanned their surroundings, finding nothing amiss, and lit their torches as they entered the cave. Inside, it was empty, save for a stone bed. Han Mian, did you spend the entire winter season here? Yue Huan Huan looked around the sparse cave, noticing the absence of even a single beast's skin, and felt a pang of sympathy. Yes, I hibernated here. Han Mian replied casually as he rummaged through a small hole by the stone bed for supplies. Responding to Yue Huan Huan's question, Han Mian, you are too reckless. You hibernated in the territory of Yinchong City. Aren't you afraid they would kill you while you were dormant? Yi Chun exclaimed, his voice rising in astonishment. After leaving the green crystal forest, I was injured, and since it was the rainy season, I could not return to my cave, so I had no choice but to stay here. Han Mian replied in a calm tone. Han Mian, you were injured in the green crystal forest? Why didn't you tell me yesterday? Yue Huan Huan could not bear the thought of Han Mian being hurt. Her eyes reddening once more. Yue Huan, the green crystal forest is the most perilous place on this continent, inhabited by monsters guarding the green crystals. Entering there is nearly a death sentence. For Han Mian to have emerged alive is a stroke of fortune. It is surely inevitable that he would sustain injuries. Mo interjected, noticing Yue Huan Huan's rising distress and wishing to defend Han Mian. However, his words only made Yue Huan Huan more agitated. Han Mian, did you not intend to return alive when you entered the green crystal forest? Huan Huan, it won't happen again. Please don't cry. Han Mian could not bear to see Yue Huan Huan in tears and hurried to comfort her. Hurry and gather the items. Once we have what we need, we will leave. It is still dangerous here. Yi Chun, sensing the atmosphere was off, quickly sought to defuse the tension. Han Mian retrieved the items, including Yue Huan's clothing, medicine, and snacks, as well as the stone pot he had made, and finally pulled out the lighter from the corner of the cave. Lang Qi, noticing the small snacks in Han Mian's hand, approached curiously. Han Mian, what is this? What is making that rustling sound? That is poison, highly toxic. Han Mian replied seriously, causing Lang Qi to immediately retract his hand, eliciting laughter from Yi Chun. Now that daybreak is approaching. What shall we do? If we return now, we will not make it out of Yinchong City's territory before dawn, that we may very well encounter them while hunting. We've traveled all day and night. Perhaps we should eat something first to regain our strength? Mo suggested. The group, feeling both exhausted and hungry, began to prepare the small beasts they had caught along the way, which they could consume raw. Yue Huan Huan, however, could not do so, so Han Mian gathered some firewood, kindling a fire to grill meat for her. They had brought little water, just enough for everyone to drink, hence no soup was prepared. After a hasty meal, dawn broke, and as they debated whether to leave now or wait until nightfall, they heard the sound of hurried footsteps outside the cave. This is it. There is the scent of the serpent beast. It must be in the cave. But why is there another scent? A voice echoed, and the group exchanged apprehensive glances. Alas, what they feared most had come to pass. There was no escaping as they approached the cave entrance. They were taken aback to find themselves surrounded by a large group of ape and lion beastmen. The ape and lion clans had come out hunting. They rarely ventured into this forest. Yet this time, they had followed the scent of the serpent beast straight to the cave. The ape clan harbored a deep-seated hatred for serpent beasts, and emboldened by their numbers, they had called upon the lion clan to track the scent to the cave. I thought it was merely a single serpent, yet it turns out to be 5 from different clans, and even a female. That is it. That is the serpent that killed our kin here last time. A member of the ape tribe caught sight of Han Mian, and, consumed by rage, bellowed at his companions. Upon witnessing the brewing conflict, Lang Qi swiftly stepped forward, shouting, "Look closely. I am Lang Qi. Han Mian is not a malevolent serpent beast. I assure you, Lang Qi, have you betrayed Cloud City, associating with serpent beasts? Does your beast father know?" The enraged ape tribesman's veins bulged as he roared at Lang Qi, and a lion beastman whispered to those nearby. "Return and inform the leader. The serpent beast is here, along with Lang Qi, and there is a female. The young matriarch of the White Tiger tribe is also present, that we may not stand a chance. How have I betrayed Cloud City? They saved me. They are good. Do not recklessly encircle us." Lang Qi's face flushed with indignation. Han Mian intervened, gazing at the encircling beastmen, and slowly spoke, "I merely came to retrieve my belongings. I wish for no enmity with you. You wish for no enmity. You have wounded dozens of our kin, and that white tiger-fong beast has slain over 100 of our tribe to protect you. You claim no desire for conflict. Are you dreaming?" The ape tribesman was driven to madness, his hatred causing his eyes to bulge with fury, his voice resonating like thunder. "Then what do you wish for?" Han Mian's voice was frigid. "We demand your life." Upon uttering these words, the ape tribesman surged forward. Han Mian swiftly carried Yue Huan back to the cave, instructing her not to emerge under any circumstances, for fire could not be set here. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Mo Bai, Yi Chun, and Lang Qi already engaged in fierce combat with the apes. After transforming, Han Mian first ensnared Lang Qi and brought him to the cave entrance to keep him company with Yue Huan before rejoining the fray. The dozens of ape warriors were no match for Han Mian, who swept them aside with a single lash of his tail. Seeing the tide of battle turn against them, the lion Beastman transformed and joined the fight. Longqi returned to the cave, patting his beast skin skirt. Yue Huan, why won't Han Mian let me fight? You are a citizen of Cloud City. Should you engage them, how would you explain it later? Your beast father is the leader of the wolf tribe. It would be difficult for him to report to the chief afterwards. Yue Huan gently reassured the naive wolf youth, though a sense of worry lingered in her heart. Han Mian was indeed formidable, but there were so many beastmen outside. The addition of the lion beastmen rendered the battle increasingly precarious. Bai, at the 5th tier, could still hold his OWNY Ichan. At the 4th tier, was besieged by several ape beasts. Struggling desperately, Han Mian found himself surrounded by dozens of lion beasts. Noticing Yi Chun in dire straits, and Bai also in peril, he realized that if they delayed, they might all perish alongside him when the main forces from Cloud City arrived. Fueled by desperation, Han Mian resolved to abandon the idea of enmity. With a powerful sweep of his tail, he sent a multitude of lion beasts flying. A gap opened in the encirclement, and Han Mian dashed out to eliminate the apes surrounding Bai and Yi Chun. Whisking both back to the cave, he then re-entered the battlefield, going on a rampage. His speed was astonishing. The remaining beastmen could not get close to him, while Yi Chun and Bai returned to the cave in a disheveled state, their bodies marred with minor injuries, and hurried to discuss strategies with Yue Huan. This cannot continue. I saw a lion beastman leave. He must be returning to inform the leader of Cloud City. Though Han Mian is strong, if the lion chief arrives, victory would be uncertain. Their numbers could wear Han Mian down. Then we must call for Han Mian to retreat. Yue Huan fretted. What if he does not allow me to set fire? But if that chief arrives, he should be close now. The expanse of Cloud City is vast. We cannot escape. Yi Chun looked at Yue Huan helplessly that I will transform and scare them off, allowing Han Mian to come in. You can ask him what to do. I will stay at the cave entrance and not set fire. As Yue Huan spoke, she made a head outside. Before she could leave, Han Mian entered, urging, we must hurry. A large group is approaching through the forest. Returning the way we came is impossible. We will be pursued, and I will take you to a lakeside. Come. With that, Han Mian transformed and dashed out of the cave. They gathered their belongings and leapt onto the serpent's back as Han Mian sped off in a particular direction. The velocity was so great that they barely caught a glimpse of the battlefield. A multitude of beastmen lay sprawled on the ground, while the few remaining dared not pursue, trembling in fear. The sounds of chaotic running echoed from the forest, signaling the arrival of a large contingent from Cloud City. Han Mian raced through the dense woods, the group clinging to the serpent's body, nearly fainting from the rapid movement. The trees loomed thick and oppressive overhead, and Yue Huan felt nauseous. Suddenly, they emerged into a clearing, the dense woods giving way to a vast expanse of ice-blue lake. Han Mian halted, transforming back and collapsing beside the lake to catch his breath. Longqi rushed to the water's edge, eager to scoop up some to drink, but Han Mian quickly stopped him, exclaiming, "Do not drink that, Longqi. It is salty. I have tasted it. Drinking it will leave you speechless." Upon hearing this, Longqi hurried back to Han Mian, and before he could inquire further, Yue Huan's voice rang out. "Han Mian, you said the water is salty?" "Yes. I've been here before. Look, the green crystal forest lies across the lake." Han Mian replied, his breath still somewhat unsteady as he pointed toward the distant forest. Yue Huan's heart stirred. Salty? Could it be a saltwater lake? Before she could rejoice, a swarm of beastmen burst forth from the woods. Seeing the Cloud City warriors in pursuit, they instinctively stood ready to not panic. This area is clear, as long as we do not enter the forest, and with Huan Huan's fire, they will not dare approach. Han Mian spoke calmly. Upon spotting Han Mian and the others outside the forest, the beastmen of Cloud City transformed into their human forms. The lion chief, Ran, stood at the forefront, scrutinizing the group before him. When he laid eyes on Yue Huan, he was immediately captivated. Upon receiving reports of the serpent beast alongside the young matriarch of the White Tiger tribe and a female, he had speculated whether she might be the foam beast. In recent days, he had been conferring with the priest and the shaman about the foam beast. The priest informed him of a fabled, soul-reviving incense that could control the Feng beast's consciousness. Once the beast inhaled it, it would become dazed. Yet, no one had ever seen it, nor did they know where to find it. Though he had no desire to confront the Feng beast, fearing the potential animosity that could arise, he found himself in a bind. The ape tribe leader harbored a deep-seated hatred for the serpent beast, and upon hearing that the young matriarch of the white tiger tribe was present, many of the lion tribe members eagerly volunteered for battle. Moreover, a portion of their kin had already engaged the serpent beast, leaving him with little reason to intervene. The wolf tribe leader, Kevin, upon hearing that Longqi was present, grew anxious. He feared exposing Longqi's message to Yue Huan, and thus led his warriors along. When they arrived at the battlefield, they discovered that the serpent beast had fled, and there were no signs of the Feng beast having set fire. Mo sought out the injured ape warriors to gather information, confirming that the female was indeed the Feng beast responsible for the fire that had ravaged the ape tribe at the white tiger tribe. But why had she fled? Gazing at the encircling woods, he suddenly comprehended. The Feng beast was unwilling to set fire to the forest. Was she both cruel and merciful? Her reluctance to burn the woods indicated that she was not solely here to confront Cloud City. What was her true intention? His curiosity deepened. He commanded his forces to follow Mian closely, only to find them halted by a lakeside. Thus, he ordered everyone to stop as well in the clearing. Even he, who feared no fire, dared not act impulsively. What astonished him was that the seemingly ruthless Feng beast, capable of murder and arson, was in truth such a beautiful, delicate creature that evoked instant compassion upon a mere glance. Mian and his companions scrutinized the throng opposite them. There were thousands of them. The three great beast tribes of Cloud City had indeed assembled. Yue Huan observed the foremost figure, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. He was extraordinarily handsome. His features were chiseled and dignified, exuding an air of nobility cultivated through a life of privilege. This must be the leader of Cloud City, the mightiest of the Beastmen. The Lion Chief, following closely behind, were two others. One, with a fierce gaze that seemed capable of inflicting death, a burly muscle-bound figure with thick brows and piercing eyes, was undoubtedly the leader of the ape tribe. The other, fair-skinned with an air of mischief, could only be the leader of the wolf tribe. Yue Huan mentally assigned roles to them. Mian focused intently on Mo, calculating their chances should a battle ensue. For a moment, silence reigned. As Mo hesitated to speak, the ape tribe leader, Yuan, grew impatient. What are we waiting for? That serpent beast has just injured so many of us. I will slay him. Before Mo could respond, Yuan charged forward, blinded by vengeance, and failing to consider that he was no match for the serpent beast. Yue Huan, standing before Mian, saw the ape tribesmen rushing towards them and, without a moment's hesitation, transformed. A burst of fire shot forth. Yuan was dumbfounded. It was his first time witnessing a Feng beast breathe fire. Though returning tribesmen had spoken of it, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. Panicking, he turned to flee. Huan Huan, come back. Mian shouted, seeing Yue Huan attempting to follow. Hearing Mian's voice, Yue Huan halted, reverting to her human form and rushing back to his side. Mian, I was just trying to scare them. Mian gazed at her affectionately and smiled before turning his attention back to the opposing group. The Feng beast was also present. The chief was here. Yuan hastened to the side of Mian, still trembling with trepidation. Mian, too, was taken aback by Yue Huan Huan's beastly form and divine fire. Feeling a profound sense of defeat, he had achieved great success at a young age, and for many years had encountered no rivals. Yet, suddenly emerging was the phoenix beast, powerful and so exquisitely beautiful that it stirred his heart. After a fleeting moment of despondence, a fierce desire for conquest ignited within him. The beastmen behind them were also stunned into silence by Yue Huan Huan. Aside from the ape tribe, who still harbored thoughts of vengeance, the lion and wolf beastmen had abandoned all intentions. What concern was it of theirs? This was a matter of life and death. With the phoenix beast present, what were they to do? Their leader. Let us rush forth together. There are only a few of them. Can she possibly incinerate so many of us? Yuan was filled with rage and fear, his eyes gleaming with desperation. What are you saying? Are you suggesting we sacrifice the lives of our kin to fill a pit? If those behind charge ahead, what about those who have already perished in front? The wolf tribe leader, Kaven, was driven to madness by Yuren's words. To avenge your ape tribe, you would use our kin's lives as fodder? What a foolish dream. Hold on, Haven T, you noticed? The phoenix beast dares not set fire to the forest. She has not pursued us. We pose no threat to her. We stand our ground here. Across from us lies the green crystal forest, which they dare not enter. They currently have no path of retreat. Let us devise a plan slowly. Mian soothed Elin, yet within he pondered how to approach the phoenix beast. Kaven, do you see? Wolf 7 is over there. How do you explain this? Elin, realizing that vengeance could not be exacted at that moment, redirected his ire towards the wolf tribe. Why should I explain? Ask yourself. Wolf 7 is mischievous, often disappearing without a trace. How could I possibly know? Kaven shot Elin a scornful glance, retorting defiantly. He now felt emboldened. With the phoenix beast present, no one would dare rush forth to their demise. And naturally, Wolf 7 would not be foolish enough to claim he was merely delivering a message. Elin's face flushed with anger. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. It was indeed true that Wolf 7 was seldom in the tribe, having not returned for an entire winter. He glared at Yue Huan Huan with fury. As adversaries often do. You are the phoenix beast? Why did you slay over 100 of my kin? They harmed Mian and even sought his life. Should I not strike them down? Merely await their return to kill us? Yue Huan Huan replied disdainfully. Just because you harmed a serpent beast that was already doomed, it is only right for the tribe to hunt down a serpent beast. Who is unaware? Who on the entire Beastman continent does not wish for the serpent beast's demise? You are the phoenix beast. What concern is it of yours to hunt down the serpent beast? Yuren roared in fury, glaring at Yue Huan Huan. His hundreds of kin had perished over such a ludicrous reason. Upon hearing him claim that the entire Beastman continent wished for Mian's death, Yue Huan Huan erupted with rage. Who do you say should die? If any of you dare to harm even a single hair on Mian, I shall reduce you to ashes. It was the first time Mian witnessed such a fierce Yue Huan Huan. Her diminutive form stood protectively before him, her body trembling with anger. Seeing her emotional instability, he quickly embraced her waist from behind, whispering gently in her ear, Huan Huan, do not let anger consume you. I am here, and I am well. Yue Huan Huan turned to gaze at Mian's face. Calming down and ignoring the hostile crowd before them, Yuren's face turned ashen with rage, yet he dared not charge forward, momentarily unsure of how to proceed. Mian observed everything quietly, contemplating. So this phoenix beast only killed the ape tribe to protect the serpent beast. She does not come here with hostility toward Cloud City, which makes things considerably easier. He had always perceived himself as exceptional, the most outstanding, never having taken a female into consideration. Now, with the appearance of the phoenix beast, he finally found a female worthy of him. Such a beautiful and exceptional phoenix beast should rightfully belong to the mightiest male in this Beastman continent, due to the deeply ingrained beliefs among beastmen. He had never contemplated that the phoenix beast protection of the serpent beast stemmed from affection. Moreover, even if it were affection, he would regard it with disdain. What could a serpent beast possibly compare to him? The favored child of the heavens? As a stalemate resumed, Yichan could no longer contain himself. Mian, they dare not approach, yet we cannot leave. Prolonging this will only disadvantage us. Yichan expressed his concern. There was no water or food here, and they could not endure for long. They too had limited time. The main forces of Cloud City were all here, leaving the city vulnerable, with females needing protection. They feared a surprise attack, and would soon withdraw a significant portion of their numbers. Mian pondered while speaking deliberately. There's a small river in the forest behind us, not far from here. I can go there to hunt and fetch water. Huan Huan can stand watch here. They will not dare to approach. Although the forest behind is also the territory of Cloud City, as long as I do not confront the city lord. They cannot harm me. Mian, does that mean if I hold back their leader, you can leave first? Yue Huan Huan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. How could that possibly hold? Their intention was to seek vengeance against you and Mian. Once Mian departs, they will undoubtedly pursue. You cannot unleash your full strength in the forest. Should Han Mian go hunting, they will surely chase after him. Yi Chun felt a sense of urgency. Mo Bai also regretted coming along. We should not have come. If only you and Han Mian were here. You could have flown him back. We are the ones who have caused you trouble. Yue Huan Huan laughed. Mo Bai, what are you thinking? Do you take me for the Eagle tribe? With such a vast area around Cloud City, I lack the strength to carry Han Mian back. Besides, they will eventually seek revenge. It is better to be here than at the White Tiger tribe. What Yue Huan Huan said was the truth, not mere words of comfort for Mo Bai. Her beast form was too large, and her speed was not swift. While she could unleash fire, prolonged flight was beyond her capabilities. The last time she took Han Mian to the mountains, she returned feeling somewhat fatigued. Earlier, when she unleashed fire to frighten the ape tribe leader, the flames had not been as formidable as when she was at the White Tiger tribe. She suspected it was due to the 5 phoenix tail flowers not being fully integrated. Let us see what they plan. There is no need to rush. Han Mian remained calm, having discerned that the leader of Cloud City lacked the will to fight. Seeing Han Mian's composed demeanor, Yue Huan Huan felt a sense of reassurance. As long as she was with Han Mian, she feared nothing. They would not wait here to die, and if it truly came down to a critical moment, a life-or-death situation, she would not hesitate to burn down the entire forest. Furthermore, Cloud City could not be foolish enough to wager the lives of the entire city against her. As long as Han Mian remained unharmed, she would not panic. Han Mian, you just mentioned that the water in the lake is salty. That could be a salt lake. We can extract the salt and take it back, since we have nothing better to do right now. Let us gather more, shall we? Yue Huan Huan whispered in Han Mian's ear, a salt lake? Can Huan Huan produce salt? Han Mian was intrigued. He only knew that salt was unique to the Sea tribe, but he had never seen how salt was made. Yue Huan Huan pulled Han Mian to the lakeside. Han Mian, take out the stone pot. Let's fill it with lake water. Wei Chun and the others, seeing them approach the lake, followed suit. Yue Huan Huan instructed them to gather some dry branches and grass to start fire. We are still in a standoff with them. Why gather firewood? Though Mo Bai and Yi Chun were puzzled, they were accustomed to obeying Yue Huan Huan's words, so they asked no questions and went along with Wolf 7 to search. The lakeside was quite a distance from the forest, and the open area was covered with saltwort, sparse mulberry trees, and yews. Finding dry grass and fallen branches was not a difficult task within a short while. The group returned with firewood, gathered stones to start a fire, and Yue Huan Huan placed a stone pot atop it, instructing everyone to tend to the flames. While waiting for the salt to boil, Yue Huan Huan began to inspect the items she had retrieved from the cave. Among them were medicines, clothing, snacks, and the shorts she had made for Han Mian, along with bamboo bowls she had crafted in the past. Han Mian had managed to keep everything intact, not losing a single item. All were well preserved here. Yue Huan Huan felt a surge of joy as she examined the snacks for their expiration dates. She smiled mysteriously at Han Mian. Han Mian, keep a close watch on the stone pot. Soon, we will witness a miraculous moment. Han Mian observed her rummaging through her old belongings, memories flooding back, filling his heart with sweet nostalgia. The leader of the ape tribe, watching from the edge of the forest, saw the group leisurely kindle a fire and was furious. This was an utter disregard for their presence. Leader, are we just going to watch them? What do you propose? We cannot defeat them in battle. Perhaps we should return a guard? They will inevitably enter the forest. The wolf tribe leader, Caven, felt increasingly impatient. He wished to leave quickly. Let us withdraw some of our forces to bring back prey from the forest and guard the city. Their sudden appearance here could be part of the White Tiger tribe scheme, keeping us occupied while they plan a surprise attack. Mian contemplated for a long time, concluding that such a possibility could not be dismissed. Caven, take the wolf tribe back to guard Cloud City. Yilin, you lead the ape tribe and some of the lion males to hunt and return to the city. I will remain here, devising a way to lure them into the forest. You go investigate. If there are no signs of the White Tiger tribe, join me later. Though Mian's arrangement was primarily to prevent a surprise attack from the White Tiger tribe, it also stemmed from personal motives. He wished to drive away the ape tribe. Only with them gone could he speak with the phoenix beast across the way. When Alan is present, no discussion can take place. He simply erupts. After much contemplation, Alan realizes there is no feasible solution. They cannot move the phoenix beast, and remaining here serves no purpose. It would be wiser to return and gather more people. strategizing on how to drive them into the forest. Thus, he and Caven accept the chief's orders and lead the orcs away like to the forest's edge. Merely 100 or so lion orcs remained. Mo ran, deep in thought, turns his back to the remaining lion orcs and waves his hand, commanding, retreat into the forest. No one is to emerge without my command. Once the lion orcs have withdrawn, Mo ran strides towards Yue Huan Huan and her companions. The few individuals boiling water by the salt lake witnessed the majority of the orcs departing. Wolf 7 nudges Han Mian, exclaiming, Han Mian, you're incredible. They really retreated. His eyes sparkle with excitement as he gazes at Han Mian. Han Mian, feeling exasperated, replies, Wolf 7, why aren't you going? Your beast father has left. How will you explain your return to Yunzhong City? I want to go back. I want to follow you, but I'll just say you kidnapped me. Before Han Mian can respond, he hears Wolf 7 shout, Han Mian, the chief is approaching. What should we do? He is formidable. Stay calm and observe his intentions. If he meant to attack, he wouldn't come alone. Han Mian replies somewhat dismissively to Mo Bai, who has stood up. Even without Huan Huan's fire, he and this lion are evenly matched. He simply wishes to avoid deepening their enmity. Little female, I am Mo Ran, the chief of Yunzhong City. I harbor no malice towards you. May we engage in conversation? Mo Ran halts before Yue Huan Huan, his voice steady and unhurried. In O malice, you surrounded us in the cave, and now you pursue us to encircle us. Night Dust interjects angrily, recognizing Mo Ran's focus on Yue Huan. Oh, you truly believe that? Patience, let us discuss this calmly. The conflict outside the cave arose because you intruded upon Yunzhong City's territory. More importantly, the serpent beast previously harmed many of the monkey clan orcs. Our pursuit was justified as this area falls within Yunzhong City's domain, and you just inflicted injuries upon many of my kin. Little female, you previously killed numerous monkey clan orcs. My pursuit unjustified. Mo Ran endeavors to maintain composure, yet his long-standing demeanor of authority imbues his expression and tone with an air of condescension. Yue Huan Huan, exasperated yet amused, retorts, Mo Ran, is it? Han Mian harmed the monkey clan because they first attempted to encircle him. It's acceptable for the monkey clan to besiege Han Mian, yet we cannot retaliate. Since you deem it all our fault, what is there to discuss? Just make your move. Han Mian restrains Yue Huan Huan's rising hand, genuinely wishing to avoid enmity with Yunzhong City. He is no longer alone. He has Yue Huan Huan by his side. Since Mo Ran claims to harbor no malice, he is willing to hear what he has to say. Little female, please listen to me. I do not wish to be your enemy, but you have caused significant casualties among the monkey clan. They will not let this go easily. I sent them away to discuss how we might avoid this conflict. Without waiting for a response, he continues, you must understand that prolonged standoffs will lead to mutual destruction. Even if we do not trap you here, if the monkey clan charges forward with reckless abandon, can your divine fire incinerate so many at once? Moreover, I'm not afraid of fire. He articulates the last sentence slowly, causing several to gasp in shock. What does he mean, not afraid of fire? Observing their silence, Mo Ran quickly adds, if you have fire, I can demonstrate. I genuinely do not wish to be your adversary. Wolf 7, your beast father also does not wish to oppose them, does he? Wolf 7, blushing, respectfully replies, indeed. Chief, that Mo Ran approaches the fire, his hand passing through the flames, emerging unscathed. The onlookers are astonished. Is it possible for one of flesh and blood to be impervious to flames? Do you see my sincerity? I'm not your enemy. Can you tell me why you have come to Yunzhong City? Mo Ran inquires, gazing at Yue Huan Huan. There are items of mine in the cave. I came to retrieve them. Yue Huan Huan scrutinizes him, contemplating. If he is truly unafraid of fire, could he genuinely seek reconciliation? Otherwise, why would he bother negotiating? But then she thinks, what does it matter if he is genuine or not? He may not fear fire, but surely his kin do. Worst case, they could threaten him with his forest. Your belongings? You've been to Yunzhong City. Then why are you with them? Mo Ran does not understand. A female so beautiful and formidable, having visited Yunzhong City, should have sought him out first. rather than seeking the young clan leader of the White Tiger tribe. Mo Bai is certainly inferior to him. I have not been. Han Mian hibernated here. Upon awakening, we were attacked by the monkey clan of Yunzhong City and sustained severe injuries that we have only now come to retrieve our belongings. Yue Huan Huan, suppressing her impatience, continues to engage him, wishing to discern his true intentions. Han Mian, serpent beast, how could he possess items belonging to a little female? Mo Ran muses, glancing at Han Mian, whose small form stands protectively in front of him, revealing only his neck and face to Mo. This serpent beast truly a six-tier powerhouse. Comparable to myself. This little female is so protective. Is she enchanted by the serpent's appearance? That's fine. My own visage is also appealing. With this thought, he shifts his gaze back to Yue Huan Huan. What do you intend to do? Will we remain in this deadlock indefinitely? How do you propose to resolve this? You have come, so you must have a plan, Mo Bai interjects. Irritated by Mo Ran's incessant questions, his gaze fixed on Yue Huan Huan. If I simply allow you to leave, the monkey clan will surely retaliate. As the lord of Yunzhong City, it would be irresponsible not to take action. There are only two options. He raises two fingers, surveying the group, before focusing once more on Yue Huan Huan. His tone shifting. Little female, from the moment I first laid eyes on you, I was captivated. If you become my partner, I will have a reason to protect you, and the monkey clan will dare not seek vengeance upon you. The two options are, you return with me to Yunzhong City, and I will let them go, or I accompany you, and after we bond as partners, we will return to Yunzhong City together. Yue Huan Huan can hardly believe her ears. Is this man truly deranged? Han Mian's glare is icy, flames of fury igniting in his eyes. Chief, Yue Luan and the others have arrived, before anyone can react. Wolf 7 announces loudly. Mo Ran turns, and shadows of a crowd emerge from the forest. He then glances back at Yue Huan Huan, his tone earnest. I truly like you. I will send them away first. We can discuss this further. Without waiting for a response, he transforms and vanishes into the forest with astonishing speed. Han Mian, he was jesting. He is unwell that he even claimed I burned down his forest. Please don't be angry. Yue Huan Huan turns and embraces Han Mian, sensing the cold aura emanating from him. In truth, aside from Yue Huan Huan, none were particularly shocked by Mo Ran's words. In the beast realm, it is entirely normal for a distinguished male to desire a beautiful female as a partner. The revelation that Mo Ran is fond of Yue Huan Huan elicited no surprise among the beastly males. However, they were taken aback by Yue Huan Huan's reaction. Regardless of her affection for Han Mian, this is Mo Ran. He is the chief of Yunzhong City, the most formidable being in the beast god continent. Accepting him as a mate would yield only benefits, never detriments. Though Yue Huan Huan is also powerful, wouldn't a union of strengths be even better? Furthermore, it is customary for a male to pursue a female. As long as the female consents, even the first mate cannot interfere. A male can have only one partner in his lifetime. Forming a bond is akin to swearing an oath to the beast god. Should the partner grow weary of him, the female can erase the beast mark belonging to that male, rendering him significantly weakened. That a male stripped of his combat abilities must await death, as no clan would sustain a male lacking strength. In the beast realm, females cannot transform or hunt. They rely on numerous mates for sustenance and protection. This is also the beast god's way of ensuring the survival and propagation of the beast realm. Safeguarding the females. Females possess absolute control over their mates. Han Mian gazes at Yue Huan Huan, who clings to him, his emotions complex and difficult to articulate. He understands that she prioritizes him above all else and would never consider becoming Mo Ran's mate. Yet, it is precisely because of this that she fears inciting his anger. Constantly treading carefully, he tenderly reassures Yue Huan Huan, urging her to meet his gaze. Huan Huan, I am fine. Do not be afraid. Han Mian is somewhat angered, upset that this chief of Yunzhong City would use the notion of bonding with Huan Huan as a bargaining chip. If he merely expressed his affection for Yue Huan Huan, Han Mian would not be so incensed. Huan Huan, let us ignore him. Let us continue boiling salt, shall we? Yue Huan Huan now harbors a deep disdain for Mo Ran, finding his unwarranted comments utterly baffling and provoking Han Mian's displeasure. Holding Yue Huan Huan's hand, Han Mian leads her slowly to the lakeside to resume boiling salt, while the other three remain silent for a moment before following suit. Upon Ran's return to the forest's edge, Yue Huan and the others arrive just in time. "Chief, we have patrolled and found no traces of the White Tiger tribe. They're unlikely to attack Yinzhong City. What should we do?" He pointed at Yue Huan Huan and the others. Unable to control her wrath, there was no alternative. If she became desperate, she would set this forest ablaze, and all of us in Yinzhong City would surely perish. Confrontation would not suffice, and Ran cast a heavy glance at Wu Lun, who felt a sudden shock in his heart upon hearing the words of burning the forest in Yinzhong City. "What shall we do, Chief? Will our people die in vain?" The priest mentioned a type of soul-reviving incense that can control the phoenix beast. Just a whiff would render one dizzy. You must inquire and search for it. Although it may be difficult to find, it is still a solution. Ran felt certain they would not locate such legendary items. How could one take them seriously? We must first drive away the ape clan. Just as Wu Luan was engulfed in despair, the mention of the soul-reviving incense instantly lifted his spirits. "All right, we shall all search for it. Chief, will you stay here? This is the territory of Yinzhong City. I fear they may cause further trouble, so it is best to keep a watchful eye. You all go first and bring everyone back. If she ignites a fire, having more people will be of no use. If she refrains from setting fire, I alone can handle them." Wu Lun was aware of Ran's combat prowess, and he nodded in agreement, leading the lions and the ape clan to withdraw, leaving only Ran behind. Han Mian, look quickly. "Is that salt?" Yue Huan Huan exclaimed joyfully as she gazed at a thin layer of white crystals at the bottom of the pot. Han Mian scraped the crystals off, crushed them, and upon tasting, confirmed it was indeed salt. "Huan Huan, we can also derive salt from the lake water." Han Mian's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Yes, Han Mian, let's grind it finer and boil it again. The salt will turn out whiter and purer." Yue Huan Huan's eyes brimmed with joy. She had searched for salt for so long, never expecting to find it here. Upon hearing it was salt, the other three hurriedly dipped their fingers into Han Mian's hand and tasted it, their excitement bubbling over. "It is salt. Huan Huan, does this mean we won't need to exchange with the Sea Clan anymore?" Yichen looked at Yue Huan Huan with astonishment, his voice quivering with excitement. "This is salt. If we have salt, the tribes of the beast world will have to heed our words. The beast world is distant from the Sea Clan, and we can only visit once a year at most. Trading with precious Ziyu. Ziyu is unique to Wanshe Mountain, which is barren and lies at the northernmost edge of the beast continent, requiring many males to be dispatched each year to seek it, wasting a great deal of time. What are you thinking? This is the territory of Yinzhong City." By nudged Yi-chan. Yi-chan was taken aback. "Indeed, this is the territory of Yinzhong City. Hurry, let us make more stone pots and gather more salt. We can discuss the rest later." Yue Huan Huan called out to them, prioritizing the gathering of salt. "Huan Huan, come here." Seeing Han Mian beckon her, Yue Huan Huan hurriedly ran over. "What is it, Han Mian? This method of salt production is known only to you. Yinzhong City surely has no knowledge of it. Use this to negotiate with him, asking him to share half of the Baihu tribe's salt." Han Mian gestured towards Ran's direction. Yue Huan Huan followed Han Mian's finger and saw Ran approaching them slowly, his steps measured, his brows deeply furrowed, exuding an air of nobility and grace. "However, I do not wish to engage with him. There is something amiss with his mind." Yue Huan Huan truly did not want to converse with Ran. She felt it was unwarranted to let an unrelated person affect Han Mian's mood. "It's all right, Huan Huan. He will agree. If he refuses, just threaten to set fire to his forest." Han Mian smiled at Yue Huan Huan. "But he speaks nonsense. That don't you feel angry?" Yue Huan Huan was still somewhat concerned. "You are so beautiful and wonderful. It is perfectly normal for him to like you. Many others will like you in the future. I'd be furious. I still want to live for another 2 years." Han Mian smirked. Yue Huan Huan felt a peculiar undertone in his words. In truth, Han Mian was not angry, but the immense sense of security Yue Huan Huan provided him made him certain she would not develop feelings for anyone else. Even if she did, it would never be as profound as what she felt for him. Moreover, the significance of salt to the tribe is self-evident. Mo Ran would have no reason to cling to the idea of courting Huan Huan as an excuse to oppose them. Mo Ran strolled over and stood before Yue Huan Huan, earnestly asking, "Little female, I have sent everyone away I truly like you. Would you consider becoming my mate?" Yue Huan Huan glanced at him, her tone displeased. "I do not wish to. If you do not send them away, we can leave on our own. At worst, I shall burn down your forest. What is wrong with me? Why do you refuse?" Mo Ran's starry eyes were filled with confusion. He simply could not comprehend this unexpected turn of events. Who would refuse to be his mate? Mian turned away, lowering his head to stifle a laugh. Let her use the threat of burning down the forest to compel Mo Ran into agreeing on the salt matter. She is using it to her advantage now. How could I know what is wrong with you? I do not even know you. Besides, your merits or flaws are of no concern to me. I already have a mate. Yue Huan Huan, sensing Mian turning away and ignoring them, felt it was best to clarify matters swiftly. A mate. The young patriarch of the Baihu tribe. So what? I'm stronger than him. This does not affect you becoming my mate. Mo Ran was somewhat bewildered. Which female wouldn't he prefer a stronger male? In this beast world, none could surpass him in strength. That you're spouting nonsense. Mo Bai is not my mate. How about this? Let us make a deal. Upon hearing Mo Bai's name, Yue Huan Huan felt even more vexed. Mian was still listening nearby. She hurriedly shifted the topic. What kind of deal? Mo Ran was somewhat puzzled. They were just discussing courtship. I know how to produce salt. Do you wish to learn? Producing salt? Mo Ran was genuinely taken aback. You are willing to share the method with me? Under conditions, we will produce salt here, and you cannot intrude. The salt we create will be split in half, or I will tell you the method, but you must give me half of the salt. Yue Huan Huan fixed her gaze on Mo Ran's face, hoping to glean something from his expression. Mo Ran maintained an impassive exterior, yet within, he was calculating. If there truly is a method to produce salt, then they would no longer be beholden to the Sea Clan, nor would they waste manpower on exchanges each year. Splitting the salt with the little female seems quite reasonable. Moreover, this salt production could better unite the other tribes of Yinchong City and quell the Ape Clan's desire for vengeance against the Phoenix Beast. Furthermore, once they become mates, they would be one family. She would undoubtedly follow him to Yinchong City, and that Mo Bai would not be able to restrain her. Worst, he could let him come along too. Very well, I agree. After a long silence, Mo Ran finally spoke. You must swear by the beast god. Yue Huan Huan was unaware of his character, but knew that all beastmen revered the beast god. Once they swore by the beast god, it was something they could never go back on. Little female, what is your name? Do you not know how to swear? Yue Huan. Mian had always been curious. Everyone in the tribe called her Yue Huan, Mo Bai, and Yi Chen did too. Yet she had always been called Yue Huan Huan. I swear by the beast god that all the salt produced will be shared equally with Yue Huan. Mo Ran pressed his right hand to his heart, sincerely swearing to the beast god. Finally, Yue Huan Huan felt at ease. Mian, can you please tell him how to produce salt? She walked over, nudging Mian, thinking it best to avoid any appearance of impropriety. Mian was lost in thought about Yue Huan Huan's name when she nudged him, causing him to turn instinctively. Ran noticed Yue Huan Huan speaking with the snake beast and turned to look. Mian's phoenix, unexpectedly revealed, caught his eye. His heart skipped a beat. Is this snake beast Yue Huan's mate? Initially, he had been too focused on Yue Huan Huan to notice any details when they first met from a distance. During their first encounter, Yue Huan Huan had shielded Mian, preventing him from seeing her chest, so he had not considered this aspect at all. Now, seeing it all at once was overwhelming, and he felt that recent events had exceeded his understanding. The astonishment Yue Huan brought him was unprecedented since birth. Yue Huan, is he also your mate? And Mo Ran couldn't help but ask. What do you mean by also? He is my only mate. Please stop talking nonsense. Do not put me in jeopardy. Yue Huan Huan believed it was evident that she had slain so many ape beasts for Mian. After speaking, she pulled Mian towards the spot where Yi Chen and the others were boiling salt. Turning back, she called to Mo Ran. You come along. Mian will tell you how to do it. Mo Ran struggled to convince himself that a snake beast was acceptable, at the very least. Without a tribe, It would be more convenient to bring Yue Huan back to Yincheng City. Han Mian observed Yue Huan Huan tugging at his hand, striding forward, her face flushed with embarrassment and anger. Such a Huan Huan was simply too adorable. Unable to contain himself, he chuckled. It was the first time Yue Huan Huan heard Han Mian laugh. Turning to look, she saw Han Mian's eyebrows arched, his smile unrestrained. His face exuding enchanting charm, captivating her heart. Yue Huan Huan's heart fluttered. How wonderful. Han Mian should live like this. He ought to be happy and carefree, living as he pleases. This beast world is far too unfriendly to him. He has suffered too much malice. What can I do to support him, to shield him from scorn, disdain, and persecution? Huan Huan, what are you thinking? In a moment of reverie, Han Mian gazed at Yue Huan Huan, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, a hint of urgency evident in her demeanor. Han Mian, you ought to smile like this. From now on, do whatever your heart desires. Worry not about anything, nor consider anyone. Yue Huan Huan embraced Han Mian tightly, her heart resolute in the promise to protect him. The fading light of the setting sun illuminated Yue Huan Huan's face as a few crystalline tears traced down her cheeks, making it difficult for Han Mian to keep his eyes open, a wave of warmth surging within him. He understood that she grieved for his misfortunes. She had never inquired if he had committed any wrongs. Not even when he had vanquished the ape tribe did she question the reasons. Any harm inflicted upon him was unacceptable. She was conveying to him that regardless of his virtue or vice, he should follow his heart, for she would always be there to shield him. How many souls toil throughout their lives, seeking what remains just out of reach? Yue Huan Huan was always like this, infiltrating his heart in ways he least expected. Yet she felt it was not enough. She yearned to squeeze herself further into his heart, leaving no crevice unfilled. Huan Huan, do not weep. I shall smile for you every day from now on. All right. Han Mian tilted his head to prevent the tears from falling, his voice choked with emotion. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the exchange between the two. What did it mean? How could laughter so swiftly turn to tears? Ran felt a twinge of awkwardness as he trailed behind, observing closely, realizing that Yue Huan Huan seemed rather invested in this serpent beast, which stirred a sense of unease within his typically self-assured demeanor. Han Mian, look, I've cooked salt again, exclaimed Lang Chi, still a youth, devoid of such complexities, calling out to Han Mian with enthusiasm. Once Han Mian's emotions had settled, he took Yue Huan Huan's hand and walked over. Indeed, Lang Chi, you are remarkable. Han Mian praised as he collected the salt they had prepared. Lang Chi, flushed with pride at Han Mian's commendation, leaped with excitement. Stammering, I'll cook more, I'll gather firewood, I'll make stone pots, I'll fetch lake water. After Lang Chi dashed off, Yi Chan cast a sidelong glance at Han Mian, his tone laced with mischief. Han Mian, have you truly poisoned them? What is this madness? He gestured towards Yue Huan Huan and then at Lang Chi. Incredulity etched on his face. Would you like some too? Han Mian replied, a smirk playing on his lips, his gaze sparkling in that fleeting moment of beauty. Do not look at me and smile. Help! He is trying to poison me. Yi Chen exclaimed dramatically, bolting away in jest, his expression exaggerated for effect. Yue Huan Huan and Mo Bai were nearly in stitches from laughter. Mo Ran, observing from the side, was utterly bemused, wondering what was afoot. Had they not been instructed to learn how to produce salt? Yet, no one paid him any mind, leaving him no choice but to walk towards Han Mian. Upon his arrival, Han Mian ceased his laughter and earnestly guided him on how to filter and boil the lake water, demonstrating once more before allowing Mo Ran to attempt it himself. As the moon ascended, casting a hazy glow by the lakeside, Han Mian stated, I shall go hunting and bring back some water for you. Huan Huan, wait for me here. After instructing Yue Huan Huan, he rose to depart. Yue Huan Huan longed to accompany him, but felt that her presence in the forest would be of little assistance. So she settled back down, though worry lingered in her heart. Do not fret for him. He is nearing the 6th tier of strength. Even Mo Ran might struggle to harm him. Mo Bai reassured her from beside her. Yue Huan Huan nodded, her heart astonished. Had Han Mian truly become that formidable? Perhaps now he need not threaten Mo Ran about burning down his forest, Obai and Yi Chun gathered a substantial amount of dry firewood from the forest, returning with several enormous leaves. Yue Huan Huan spread the leaves on the ground, exclaiming, "These leaves are larger than a bed. The flora and fauna of this beast realm truly defy all logic." Lying atop the leaves, she watched as the others diligently prepared the salt, unable to suppress her laughter. Especially Mo Ran, who, with his noble countenance, squatted beside the fire, occasionally leaning closer to peer into the stone pot. Adding more wood, a sight that was almost comical, it dawned on her that this was their first encounter with salt production, which must have piqued their interest, given its rarity and value. After 2 days and nights of toil, Yue Huan Huan found herself utterly exhausted, yearning for sleep, yet Han Mian had not yet returned, leaving her restless. Her fingers absently traced the nearby leaves, noting how rough the texture was on this slightly smaller leaf. Wait, why does this leaf's vein pattern resemble mulberry leaves? But how can mulberry leaves be so large? Yi Chun, did you just gather this leaf, the smaller one? Is there a black or red, soft fruit on the tree? Yue Huan Huan called out towards Yi Chun. Fruits? No, only a multitude of large white worms. This leaf was the only one without worms, so I brought it back. Yi Chun replied thoughtfully, "Worms? Are they silkworms?" Yue Huan Huan's heart fluttered at the thought. If they were silkworms, perhaps they could raise some and craft silk garments for Han Mian. Imagining Han Mian's visage and physique clad in silk made her smile involuntarily. "Huan Huan, what are you grinning about?" Han Mian returned from his hunt, noticing Yue Huan Huan's radiant smile as he approached, oblivious to her antics, and helplessly handed her 2 fruits. "Han Mian, you're back." Upon seeing him, Yue Huan Huan felt rejuvenated, leaping into his arms, catching the unsuspecting Han Mian off guard, causing him to stagger as he quickly wrapped his arms around her waist. Han Mian was both amused and exasperated. Yue Huan Huan was always like this, so childlike. "Huan Huan, do not be mischievous. Here, have a fruit first that I will prepare the fluffy beast for you." Mo Bai and Yi Chun gathered around, methodically organizing the game Han Mian had brought back. After snatching a fruit, Lang Chi scampered off to collect more firewood. Setting the pot over the fire anew, Mo Bai boiled the fluffy beast soup with the water Han Mian had brought. Meanwhile, Yi Chun roasted meat with their freshly prepared salt, the fine white grains filling them with excitement. Yue Huan Huan clung to Han Mian like a koala, refusing to let go. With her clinging to him, Han Mian found himself unable to accomplish anything, resigned to sitting on the leaves, both helpless and sweetly content. "Han Mian, tomorrow, will you take me to the forest to find these leaves? There are worms that produce silk. Smooth and soft, we can bring some back, and I can make you garments. What do you think?" Yue Huan Huan whispered in his ear. "Silk garments from worm silk? Very well, tomorrow we shall seek them out. Now, let go of me and eat a fruit," Han Mian replied, accustomed to Yue Huan Huan's whimsical ideas, for she was indeed unique. Mo Ran, thrilled at having finally produced salt, was about to share his joy with Yue Huan Huan when he looked up and saw her clinging to Han Mian's leg. Refusing to let go as he repeatedly attempted to push her away, while she playfully insisted on nestling closer, Mo Ran felt a mix of irritation and admiration. Yue Huan Huan was undeniably adorable and endearing, captivating his heart further with each glance. If he were to bond with her, would she not also seek his affection in such a manner? Soft, sweet, and utterly charming, she presented a completely different side than what he had seen in the daylight. Unable to resist, Mo Ran approached them. Upon noticing his approach, Han Mian leaned down, softly coaxing Yue Huan Huan. "Huan Huan, be good, come down for a moment. You, I have made salt." Mo Ran interjected, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Yue Huan Huan. Though Yue Huan Huan wished to continue her playful antics, upon hearing the voice behind her, she immediately changed her demeanor, turning cold. "Yes, just like that. When dawn breaks, you may have someone come to cook." Mo Ran, bemused by her swift transformation, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This little female truly had a dual nature. A strong desire to conquer her arose within him. He must witness her soft, pleading side. He thought to himself that this serpent beast was lacking. This little female was practically diving into Han Mian's embrace, while he dared to push her away. Had he been in Han Mian's position? "You, I genuinely like you. Would you be my partner? You need not cling to me for affection. I am quite strong. You will surely be satisfied. Mo Ran declared earnestly. Yue Huan Huan nearly dropped her jaw in shock at his words. Recalling Han Mian's presence beside her, and quickly glanced at him, her eyes brimming with plea. Han Mian, do not be angry. Do not listen to his nonsense. She then turned to Mo Ran, her expression one of fury. What absurdity are you spouting? I was kindly teaching you how to make salt. Must you repay kindness with malice? Han Mian observed Yue Huan Huan's rapid emotional shifts with amusement. His impression of her had always been that of a weepy, spoiled child, timid and prone to rambling, who clung to him with a gentle demeanor, seemingly obedient. Yet upon returning, he witnessed a different side of her, a side that could express anger, fury, and even coldness, capable of inflicting harm. So she was only soft and sweet before him. As Han Mian contemplated this, he watched Yue Huan Huan's frosty countenance directed at Mo Ran, unable to suppress his laughter. This new side of her was undeniably intriguing. With her previously tense expression, upon catching sight of Han Mian's warm smile, Yue Huan Huan felt her anger dissipate. As long as he smiled, everything would be well. Her mood instantly lifted. She cupped his face in her hands. Han Mian, are you hungry? Let me check if the soup is ready to ITS your favorite. Just wait a moment. After speaking without waiting for a response, she hurried off to help Mo by prepare the soup. Not even casting a glance at Mo Ran. Mo Ran was left bewildered by Yue Huan Huan's sudden outburst. How had he been wronged? His gaze, filled with complexity, fixated on Han Mian, who sat quietly on a bed of leaves. One leg bent, his slender fingers idly toying with fruit, unfazed by the scrutiny. How did you manage it? After a long pause, Mo Ran finally spoke. Han Mian lifted his head at the mention, a smile dancing in his eyes. Ask her. For I am equally in the dark. His tone dripped with playful mockery, yet his demeanor remained effortlessly calm. That it was rather infuriating. In truth, he genuinely had no idea. Yet to Mo Ran, it felt like a provocation. As if he were reaping the benefits while feigning innocence. Accustomed to being adored, he found it intolerable to be challenged in such a manner. Enraged, Mo Ran wished to transform Han Mian's face into a swollen mess. Just as the tension between them escalated, Yue Huan Huan came bounding over, exclaiming, Quick, Han Mian, taste this. The salt has no bitterness at all. The soup is delightful. She presented a bowl of soup to Han Mian, blowing on it gently. Drink up. It's not hot anymore. I've already cooled it for you. The tender meat of the Mian beast has become soft and succulent. I'll fetch you some chopsticks. With that, she dashed away again. Han Mian gazed at the exuberant Yue Huan Huan, then glanced at the warm soup nestled in his hands, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort. Truly, what merit did he possess to deserve this? Mo Ran's expression turned to one of astonishment mixed with displeasure. You actually let her take care of you. He thought this snake beast utterly shameless. Not only was he lacking in certain abilities, but he also allowed a female to tend to him. Traditionally, it was the males who cared for the females. How could he be so subservient? It was a disgrace to masculinity, yet there lingered a tinge of envy in his heart. Han Mian understood the implication behind Mo Ran's words. Yet Yue Huan Huan had always been this way, caring and eager to do things for him. If he forbade her, she would be unhappy. Though he had grown accustomed to it, he could understand why others found it hard to accept. He cast a calm glance at Mo Ran, his tone unwavering. It turned out well. You should try it. It is quite delicious. Mo Ran's urge to confront was effectively diffused by Han Mian's nonchalant remark. Indeed, he was quite curious about what he was eating. With a huff, he sulkily turned to seek out Mo Bai and the others. Mo Bai, Yi Chun, and Wolf 7 were just bringing the soup pot and roasted meat over to find Han Mian. Upon seeing Mo Ran approach, Wolf 7 spoke up. Leader, come on. Let us find Han Mian and eat together. Han Mian, how does it taste? I cooked it today, and Mo Bai was just watching. Let me serve you another bowl. Wolf 7 moved to Han Mian's side, taking his bowl to fill it again. Eagerly awaiting his reaction, Mo Bai shot him an innocent glare. If you want to take credit, do so without dragging me into it. Mo Ran found this utterly ridiculous, chuckling in disbelief. What on earth is happening in this world? Everyone seems to be revolving around a snake beast. Once everyone settled down, Yue Huan Huan joined them, pushing Wolf 7 aside to sit next to Han Mian. Infuriated, Wolf 7 moved to the other side, bumping into Yi Chun, and asked earnestly, Han Mian, is it good? Han Mian looked at Wolf 7's sparkling eyes, feeling as though his life had become inexplicably extraordinary since meeting Yue Huan Huan. It was normal for a snake beast to be scorned, but to be treated so sincerely, with Yue Huan Huan's affection and Wolf 7's admiration, he found it perplexing. However, he cherished every ounce of goodwill. He tousled Wolf 7's hair, smiling gently. Yes, it's delicious. You're getting better, Wolf 7. Isn't that right? I told you my cooking is good. Han Mian, if you like it, I'll cook for you every day. Wolf 7's face lit up with joy. Yi Chun, observing his overly eager demeanor, couldn't help but tease. Are you dreaming? Do so many people really need your cooking? Aren't you returning to Yunzhong City? I'll cook for him every day? Wolf 7's face fell. In truth, he was just a young lad at heart, drawn to Han Mian because he was unlike the legendary snake beasts. And more so because he was Yue Huan Huan's companion. The closer he got, the more he admired Han Mian's looks, his amiable nature, and how he would smile tenderly and compliment him. Everything about him was endearing. He couldn't help but feel a kinship and a desire to care for him. Yue Huan Huan handed Han Mian a pair of freshly peeled and washed chopsticks. Han Mian, don't just drink the soup. Eat some meat. It's soft and tender, just the way you like it. Yi Chun quipped. You're being too obvious. His chopsticks are nicely peeled, while ours are just sticks. How disheartening. Upon hearing this, Yue Huan Huan lifted her chin defiantly. What else would you expect? Yi Chun regarded her with a smile. I also want chopsticks peeled by your own hands. His tone was half playful, half genuine. I can't peel. Yue Huan Huan feigned innocence by bursting into laughter, and Han Mian smiled as well. Ran, sipping the soup and mimicking their use of chopsticks to enjoy the Mian beast and roasted meat, was astonished by the delicious food and the camaraderie among them. He could see that Bai and Yi Chun also held affection for Yue Huan Huan, yet it appeared she had not chosen to bond with them. Furthermore, these two did not seem to harbor animosity towards the snake beast, nor did Han Mian reject their closeness to Yue Huan Huan. He was bewildered as to how they could coexist so harmoniously. In just one day, he had experienced feelings he had never encountered before. Astonishment at Yue Huan Huan's formidable strength, admiration for her breathtaking beauty, a confident confession met with rejection, and then watching her dote on a snake beast. She was capable of making salt and creating exquisite delicacies he had never tasted before. How many more surprises did she hold yet to be discovered? The dinner concluded amidst light-hearted banter and laughter. Noticing that the others were about to go prepare salt, Yue Huan Huan quickly intervened. We've all been working hard for 2 days. Let us rest now and cook tomorrow. The lake isn't going anywhere. Ran chimed in. Yes, I'll return to gather the males of Yunzhong City to come here and handle the salt preparation. I will also inform them not to trouble you in the future. The situation with the ape tribe is a bit tricky, but they openly oppose me. You all should be cautious. Come back with me to Yunzhong City tonight. It's rather uncomfortable here. Yes, that would be best. We'll stay here tonight. I want to linger a bit longer, so you can head back first. Yue Huan Huan replied to Ran. You want to sleep here? There's nothing here. You should return with me to Yunzhong City. Ran sincerely believed that the lakeside was no place to stay and wished for Yue Huan Huan to accompany him back. No need. Thank you. This place is just fine. You should return now. It's time for us to rest. Without a second thought, Yue Huan Huan firmly rejected him. Seeing that he could not persuade her, Ran had no choice but to leave. Wolf 7 stubbornly insisted on staying, refusing to return to Yunzhong City. The group spread leaves on the ground not far from Yue Huan Huan and lit several bonfires, lying down to sleep. Utterly exhausted, cuddled in Han Mian's embrace, Yue Huan Huan tenderly traced his Adam's apple while whispering, Han Mian, do you think Ran will really let us go? The gentle caress sent shivers through Han Mian's heart. Seizing her mischievous hand, he will. If you share the method of making salt with him, it will be a blessing for Yunzhong City. He likes you, and one tea make things difficult for you. Didn't you see him leave? But I only like you. Yue Huan Huan, interpreting Han Mian's words about Ran's affection for her as a potential source of his irritation, quickly wrapped her arms around his neck to express her loyalty. Yes, I know. You only like me. Now sleep, Huan Huan. Han Mian gently removed Yue Huan Huan's hand and extended his arm for her to rest on. If you let me kiss you, I'll sleep. Yue Huan Huan began to playfully bargain, leaning in for a kiss on his neck. Han Mian pushed her away. Don't be silly, Huan Huan. They're still nearby. His voice was deep and restrained. ILL, just kiss you. I'll want to be troublesome. Yue Huan Huan pressed closer, her soft body and lingering kisses leaving Han Mian powerless to resist. The heat surged within him, his gaze turning crimson. Before he could no longer contain himself, he swept Yue Huan Huan into the forest. Soon, from atop a massive tree that none could embrace, sounds of passion resonated. As dawn broke, Yue Huan Huan felt as if her bones were melting. Her hair in disarray, her voice choked. Han Mian, no more. I beg you. Han Mian held her, eyes sparkling with mirth, kissing her alabaster neck, his voice hoarse and suggestive. Huan Huan, who provoked me? Yue Huan Huan felt like a small boat tossed upon the waves. Finally grasping the meaning of the phrase, snake nature is inherently lewd. It turned out that Han Mian's previous air detachment had merely been a facade. As the sun rose, beams of light pierced through the dense leaves. Illuminating their forms, at long last, the two descended from the tree. And Yue Huan Huan gazed at the myriad of kiss marks she had left on Han Mian's pale skin, feeling utterly embarrassed. What had she done last night? How could Han Mian appear like this in public? Han Mian observed Yue Huan Huan's flushed face, then glanced down at the marks adorning his chest. A teasing smile gracing his lips. Huan Huan, it's all right. No one will mock you. Holding back laughter, Han Mian lifted Yue Huan Huan and strolled towards the lakeside as the morning sun rose. Mo Bai and Yi Chan witnessed Han Mian and Yue Huan Huan emerging from the forest, glancing at the marks on Han Mian's body, feeling a bittersweet pang in their hearts. Wondering when it would be their turn, in their hearts. The two were filled with a bittersweet mix of sorrow and anticipation. Wolf 7, with a straightforward mind, swiftly approached Han Mian upon seeing her return. Han Mian, what would you like to eat today? Shall I prepare some gugu bees for you? I saw Yue Huan make them, and I can too. Very well, I'll go hunt for you. Han Mian set Yue Huan down and smiled at Wolf 7. I'll hunt by myself, just wait here. I'm quite skilled at it. With that, Wolf 7 dashed into the forest. Yue Huan, fatigued and somewhat shy, lacked the energy to engage. Han Mian, using branches and large leaves, constructed a small sunshade tent for her a short distance from the lake. Layering it with thick leaves to provide a comfortable resting place, Yue Huan lay down. Exhaustion quickly took over, and she fell into a deep sleep. Just as Han Mian exited the tent, he noticed Mo ran approaching with a large group of male lion beastmen. Hastily, he gestured for silence. Ran halted his kin and walked over, asking, "What's the matter?" Yue Huan has just fallen asleep. Take them over there to prepare the stone pots and gather firewood. Once everything is ready, come back to boil the salt. Han Mian quietly explained to Mo ran. Observing the marks on Han Mian's body, felt a mix of anger and bitterness. This serpent beast is utterly shameless. Is he retaliating for what I said yesterday? It infuriates a lion, yet he is a legitimate companion, and there is nothing I can do about it, he thought, reluctantly nodding and departing, secretly vowing, once I bond with Yue Huan, that serpent beast shall not come near her again. Upon returning to Cloud City the previous night, Ran summoned the leaders of several clans into his stone hall. After a prolonged silence, amidst the perplexed gazes of the crowd, he spoke slowly. The Phoenix Beast is willing to overlook past grievances and impart the art of salt-making to Cloud City. The hall erupted in commotion. The art of salt-making. Does this mean we can produce our own salt and no longer need to trade with the Sea Clan? Can salt truly be made here? We have no sea. Is the Phoenix Beast deceiving us? Ran raised his hand to silence their clamorous inquiries. Speaking with a steady voice, I have witnessed the salt-making process firsthand, and have even produced some myself. It is undeniably true, but why would the Phoenix Beast share such vital knowledge with us? Does she have some ulterior motive? Enough, I have sworn an oath to the Beast God to share half of the salt we produce with the Phoenix Beast. Moreover, Cloud City shall no longer trouble the Phoenix Beast. Ran's tone was grave, his demeanor commanding respect. After a moment of silence, Cowan spoke with concern. This is indeed a momentous occasion for Cloud City. The Phoenix Beast is formidable. It is best we remain on good terms. However, if Ulan returns and learns of this, he may not take it lightly, especially since he led his kin in search of the legendary resurrection incense that can control the Phoenix Beast. Leaving Cloud City vulnerable, the enmity he harbors against the Ape Clan should not drag us all into ruin. Cowan, you have witnessed the prowess of the Phoenix Beast, if she wishes to be our enemy. Destroying Cloud City would be a trivial task. Now that she is willing to share the art of salt-making, would it not be folly to oppose her? An elder from the Lion Clan, still flushed from the battlefield, shouted at Cowan. Indeed, if we provoke her, she may incinerate our forests, and will you accompany us to our doom? Another voice chimed in. No, that is not my intention. I merely worry that Ulan will not let this go easily. Cowan quickly clarified, eager to collaborate with the Phoenix Beast, which he greatly desired. We can clarify matters with him later. We will not bear the consequences of any trouble he stirs. Exactly, Chief. You must inform the Phoenix Beast that the Ape Clan's troubles are not ours to bear. The other clan leaders echoed, emphasizing that the animosity the Ape Clan had incurred should be their own burden, not that of Cloud City. Seeing his aim easily achieved and recognizing the Ape Clan's isolation, Mo Ran suppressed his excitement and methodically arranged the plans for the following day. The Lion Beastman would accompany him to produce salt, while the Wolf Clan would guard Cloud City, and the remaining clans would hunt to provide for the females and young. Upon their return with the salt, the various clans would divide it evenly among themselves, and any surplus would be traded with other tribes, also divided fairly. With spirits lifted, the crowd dispersed joyfully. The next morning, Mo Ran eagerly led hundreds of Lion Beastmen to the lakeside, intending to share the good news with Yue Huan. Cloud City would no longer be her adversary. However, the excitement of the previous night was swiftly overshadowed by the marks on Han Mian's body. He forced himself to remain composed as he directed the Lion Beastmen to begin excavating the stone pots, instructing some to fetch firewood from the forest, all the while feigning busyness. Wolf 7, dragging a hefty hummum beast, returned with several clumsy Gugu beasts. Yechen found it amusing and rushed over to assist him. Can't you bring back fewer? You almost crushed yourself. Yechen chuckled. Han Mian loves to eat, so I brought him more. He hibernated through a cold season and got injured. Look how thin he is, Wolf 7 replied, wiping his brow while grumbling, I see your beast father. Why are you so eager to please him? Yechen shot him a bemused look, secretly pondering. Han Mian is quite peculiar. At first, I felt nothing towards him, even harboring some resentment. He appears cold and taciturn, yet being around him feels surprisingly comfortable, making one unconsciously wish to treat him well. Especially when he smiles with that innocent face, his eyes curving with joy that he rarely smiles, but when he does, it feels like a breath of spring. Indeed, he was a captivating presence, as Mo Bai and Han Mian noticed the two bringing back their catch. They joined in the preparations from a distance. Mo Ran observed them preparing a meal, feeling a twinge of desire. The deliciousness of the previous night still lingered in his memory. He contemplated approaching, but hesitated, accustomed to the respect afforded to him in his high position. These individuals seemed indifferent to him, not understanding the art of flattery, which left him feeling somewhat unappreciated. Yet he found himself unable to resist stealing glances at them. On one such occasion, he was surprised to see Han Mian waving at him. Overcome with excitement, he rushed over, only to realize mid-stride, I'm the leader of Cloud City. Why am I so thrilled by a serpent beast beckoning? I must remain composed. He halted, adopting a more measured pace as he approached. Han Mian, observing his reaction, chuckled inwardly. This individual is quite interesting. He sensed Mo Ran's gaze upon him as he busied himself with the catch, possibly a result of his ingrained vigilance, allowing him to keenly perceive the attention directed his way. Aware that Mo Ran wished to join them for a meal, yet struggled with his pride. Han Mian waved him over, offering him a way in. Having weathered storms, Han Mian now felt complete with Yue Huan by his side. His heart brimmed with gratitude, and he harbored goodwill toward this beast world, wishing to spare any who showed kindness to Yue Huan from hardship. It was also because he was confident in Yue Huan's feelings for him. knowing she could not possibly harbor affection for another, which allowed him to accept the presence of other males around her without disdain. As Mo Ran drew near, lost in thought about what to say, he saw Han Mian casually beckoning him. "Come help us prepare. Taste Wolf 7's cooking. Fried Gugu Beast." That simple, warm invitation dispelled Mo Ran's awkwardness. Allowing him to seamlessly integrate into their gathering, he began assisting in gutting the game. Wolf 7 started the fire, imitating Yue Huan's methods, placing the fatty meat from the hum-hum beast into the stone pot to render the oil, then scooping out the golden bits and sprinkling salt over them before offering them to Han Mian. "It's so fragrant. You must try it." Yechin and Mo Bai quickly jostled to get closer. Mo Ran, caught up in their enthusiasm, recalled the alluring aroma that wafted from the pot during Wolf 7's cooking, compelling him to join in. Yechin and Mo Bai, naturally amiable, welcomed Mo Ran now that he had promised to share half the salt with them. The three engaged in playful jostling, their hands reaching towards Han Mian's bowl. For Mo Ran, this was the first time he had ever fought over food, finding it both novel and entertaining, having grown up isolated. He had never played like this with others. Han Mian, who had always been solitary and wandering, now found himself in a vastly different situation, watching the lively group around him vying for food, feeling both amused and warmed by their camaraderie. Wolf 7, seeing them crowded together in a ruckus, anxiously shouted, "Hey, Yechin, aren't you supposed to be fetching firewood? We're out of fire. Hurry." Noticing Wolf 7's urgency, Mo Ran decided to help gather firewood to see how the Gugu Beast was prepared, and Yechin rushed over to assist in chopping the Gugu Beast into smaller pieces. Wolf 7's face flushed with embarrassment at having the chief lend a hand at long last. The meal was ready. Han Mian rose to the tent to awaken Yue Huan for dinner. Upon seeing her cherubic face, flushed and deeply asleep, he hesitated. "Never mind. Let her sleep a little longer. She truly is exhausted." He then placed a few more leaves atop the tent to shield her from the sunlight, ensuring no light penetrated before returning to the group. "Han Mian, won't Yue Huan eat?" As Yi-chan observed him returning alone, she raised her head to inquire. She was utterly exhausted. "Let her rest. I shall prepare her meal once she awakens." Han Mian settled down and accepted the bowl of meat handed to him by Wolf 7, savoring a piece that delighted his palate. He never withheld praise from Wolf 7. "Your culinary skills have improved remarkably." Wolf 7 blushed, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Han Mian. "Then eat more. I shall go hunting for you shortly." Mo Ran teased. Wolf 7, only hunting for Han Mian, allowing him to eat while denying us. "Is that so? You shall not be permitted to visit the White Tiger tribe. Let you eat. Are you not eating now? How can you still chatter while feasting?" Upon hearing that he was not allowed to go, Wolf 7 hastily protested. Laughter erupted among the group, creating an atmosphere of camaraderie. Wolf 7 indeed possessed a natural talent for cooking. The roasted Gugu Beast was crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, while the humming beast was transformed into delectable strips of meat, perfectly balanced between fat and lean, each bite a delightful crunch. The group enjoyed their meal. They noticed the meat dwindling. Mo Ran and Yi-chun became increasingly frantic, resorting to grabbing with their hands rather than using chopsticks, their true natures unveiled. Seeing them begin to snatch, Wolf 7 grew anxious, quickly serving a bowl to Han Mian. After finishing, the group exchanged glances, turning to meet Wolf 7's forlorn gaze, resulting in another round of laughter. Mo Ran felt an unprecedented sense of joy, a feeling he had never experienced in his position as the Lord of Cloud City. They were having a splendid time, while Yue Huan Huan remained lost in slumber. In her dreams, she felt her entire body lift, as if something within her was slowly growing. Looking down, she was astonished to see a small green sprout, the size of a broad bean, at her heart, gradually expanding. As the sprout grew, her limbs felt utterly relaxed. It was as if something had merged with her blood, a sensation akin to withered wood meeting spring and snow melting away. Upon closer inspection, the sprout was a vibrant green, emitting a soft radiance, adorned with two luscious soft leaves. When the sprout reached about 3 centimeters, it ceased to grow. She, too, awoke. Blinking her eyes, she felt slightly dazed, her body brimming with energy. Remembering her dream, she bent down to inspect her heart, but the sprout was nowhere to be found. She searched her entire body, still finding nothing, until she suddenly noticed on her wrist 6 blooming phoenix tail flowers. A wave of excitement washed over her. One more. Had her strength increased? Could she fly back to the White Tiger tribe? What was the purpose of that small sprout? She had never encountered such a phenomenon before. Could it be a newly acquired skill? Yet, despite her attempts to discern any changes, she felt nothing different. Puzzled, yet unable to suppress her excitement, she dashed out of the tent to seek out Han Mian. Joy is best shared with those we cherish. Upon emerging, she spotted Yi Chun, Mo ran, and the others in a fit of laughter, while Han Mian stood nearby, wearing a gentle smile as he observed them. What had transpired? How had they all become so playful with Mo ran? Without a moment's hesitation, she leapt into Han Mian's embrace. He, caught off guard and reclining lazily, was toppled backward onto the leaves by her enthusiastic charge. This was a genuine collision. Han Mian, bemused, glanced at Yue Huan Huan, gently patting her head with a tone of affection. "Huan Huan, you're causing a ruckus again." Yue Huan Huan giggled, clinging to him. Han Mian, "Don't be upset. Look." She raised her wrist before him. Han Mian, exasperated, sat up with her in his arms, his gaze flickering. "You've gained another phoenix tail flower." After a moment, he turned to Yue Huan Huan. "Huan Huan, have you grown even stronger?" Han Mian had never inquired about how Yue Huan Huan transformed. He only knew that when she first left him, her wrist bore no phoenix tail flowers, yet upon seeing her again, she had 5 blooming flowers. Just a moment ago, he had seen 6. Huan Huan seemed so delighted. It must mean her abilities had increased. Yue Huan Huan, brimming with joy, raised her tiny fist. "Yes, once I grow 7. You can strut around the beast god continent. Do whatever you wish, and if anyone dares to say anything, I'll make them regret it." Han Mian, witnessing her earnestness, couldn't help but chuckle. This Huan Huan was truly adorable. Strut around? He was a serpent. How could he do that? Han Mian's laughter was melodious, his eyes sparkling like a sky full of stars, his face breathtakingly beautiful, radiating unparalleled charm. Yue Huan Huan adored the sight of his laughter, her heart racing uncontrollably. Han Mian gazed down at her, teasingly whispering near her ear, "Huan Huan desires the phoenix tail flowers so that I may strut around." Yue Huan Huan stared at him, momentarily stunned, before wrapping her arms around Han Mian's neck. "Yes, I endured much hardship to obtain this. Also, you can live freely." She dared not confess that her true intention was to grow stronger, to keep him bound to her. Endured much hardship? Han Mian's smile faded. He understood that Yue Huan Huan's nature was to not voice her grievances. He had only learned of her sacrifices through Yi Chun and Mo ran. Now that she claimed to have suffered greatly, it must have been truly unbearable. Mo ran watched the two with a mixture of envy and frustration, his heart aching at the sight of Yue Huan treating the serpent beast so well. Further solidifying his resolve, he must win Yue Huan's affection. "Yue Huan, the leaders of the major clans in Cloud City have promised not to trouble you any longer. We shall be allies from now on. You can go anywhere in Cloud City. I will take you." Mo ran approached, sitting beside Yue Huan Huan and Han Mian, his tone both earnest and gentle. Filled with joy, Yue Huan Huan felt no need for defenses upon his arrival. "Sounds great. I'll play in this forest for a few days first. When the opportunity arises, you can show us around other places." Seeing her agreement, Mo ran felt a surge of happiness, no longer treating her with the aloofness of the previous day. Yi Chun and Mo ran had grown accustomed to Yue Huan Huan's affection for Han Mian. They never expected to receive the same treatment. Having observed their interactions, they were aware that Yue Huan's feelings for Han Mian were anything but ordinary. And now, witnessing her joy, their own sadness dissipated. "Yue Huan, are you hungry? I'll go roast some meat. The humming beast is delicious when cooked," Yi Chun said, smiling at Yue Huan Huan, his tone exceedingly indulgent. "I'm starving. Yi Chun, you're the best." Yue Huan Huan's spirit soared, finding everyone delightful, her eyes sparkling with laughter. Yi Chun's cheeks flushed as he hurriedly turned away to prepare her meal. Mo ran also offered her a cup of water. "It's boiled and cooled. Ready for you to drink." "Yes, I was parched after that nap. You wouldn't believe how hot the sun was." Yue Huan Huan exaggeratedly described as she accepted the water. Ran gazed at her radiant smile, her entire being vibrant and charming, unable to tear his eyes away. Mian looked at the group, then at Yue Huan Huan, who remained nestled in his embrace, a sense of perplexity creeping into his heart. Each of them was exceptional, displaying kindness and care toward Huan Huan. Furthermore, seeing how much she cherished him, he felt no anger. The last time, he had merely seen Yichun holding her, and he had been unable to bear it. His heart aching terribly if their roles were reversed. Witnessing Huan Huan so devotedly caring for others, clinging to someone else, he would likely go mad. He could not act as they did. What merit did he possess to earn such devotion from Huan Huan? What aspect of him had captured her heart? After finishing her water, Yue Huan Huan turned back to embrace Mian, noticing him with his lashes lowered, seemingly lost in thought, and her heart sank. Oh no. What had she just done? Had she inadvertently caused him to misunderstand? Mian heard the helplessness and anxiety in her voice. As he pondered, he turned to her, puzzled. What's wrong, Huan Huan? Seeing her glance at him cautiously, he recalled all that had transpired. A tease suddenly dawned on him. She feared he might be upset. He helplessly ruffled Yue Huan Huan's hair, speaking earnestly. Huan Huan, look at me that I have told you before. Do not always worry about making me angry. I will not be upset. I understand your feelings for me. I do not mind. Yet, seeing Yue Huan Huan still frowning, he continued, You wish for my happiness, to let me live freely, and I too hope for your joy, for you to live without restraint. People are often like this. If Yue Huan Huan were to disregard Mian's feelings and carelessly interact with others, he would undoubtedly feel hurt and upset. But now, as she remained cautious, fearing his displeasure and placing him first in all matters, it paradoxically made him feel less troubled, though he occasionally felt discomfort. He was now quite certain that Yue Huan Huan would not fall in love with anyone else. They had accompanied her for so long, and her fondness for their company was natural. Yet, he understood that it was not love. He knew that what Yue Huan Huan offered him was singular ran and bai. Witnessing Yue Huan Huan's sudden loss of cheer, were puzzled as they curiously observed the pair. Finally grasping the essence of their conversation, bai could comprehend. In his recollection, Mian had always been this way. He had never demanded that Yue Huan refrain from showing affection towards him and had never exhibited any hostility towards them, which was why he and Yichun found Mian so easy to be around. Ran, however, was somewhat baffled. He had assumed the serpent beast would possess a strong sense of possessiveness and jealousy. Yet the roles seemed reversed. It seems that the events transpiring around Yue Huan are exceedingly irrational, challenging his entrenched beliefs. Yet, within Yue Huan's heart lies a tumult of emotions. She fears that Mian may become upset, but secretly, she finds joy in his jealousy. His possessiveness stems from affection and concern. However, Mian has just declared his indifference. Observing Yue Huan's forlorn expression, her eyes shimmering with tears, Mian tenderly lifts her into his arms and kisses her forehead. Come, Huan Huan, I shall take you to find the insects you mentioned. Will you make me some clothes? With that kiss from Mian, Yue Huan's spirits are lifted and she snuggles against his neck. Beaming, yes, I will make you lots. Ran, witnessing the pair wander towards the forest, could not help but inquire of Bai. What is happening between them? Bai paused for a moment. Have you also noticed something amiss? Ran nodded. Yue Huan seems to have an inexplicable connection with Mian. Their interactions feel quite peculiar. Do you know how they can be together? Ran was eager to understand why Yue Huan was so enamored with Mian, risking her life for him, constantly seeking to please him, even seeming a bit fearful of him. It is utterly illogical. Only by comprehending their past can one discern how to approach the matter and inspire Yue Huan to reciprocate his affections. Bai remained silent for a long while before speaking. I have observed their journey from the beginning to one point. Mian urged Yue Huan to leave, asking me to take her back to the White Tiger tribe, which felt quite strange. Just before the rainy season, she had a dream in which Mian was injured, prompting her to rush to find him, only for him to depart. During that incident, Yue Huan nearly lost her life. After a brief pause, he continued. The next time they met was this occasion. Mian was wounded and refused to leave with her, prompting her to threaten him with death. When the ape tribe sought to kill Han Mian, she went berserk, unleashing a massacre, terrified that Han Mian would flee again. She bound him with vines and administered a sedative. Mo Bai recounted their past to Mo Ran. If you truly care for Yue Huan, do your utmost to avoid provoking Han Mian. Yue Huan is typically rational, adorable, and wise, but when it comes to Han Mian, she becomes unhinged. Mo Ran was stunned into silence for a long time before finally asking, "Do you know why? What is it about Han Mian that captivates Yue Huan so?" Mo Bai fell silent for a moment, his tone heavy. "I do not know. When I first encountered them, it was just like this." Han Mian had sustained a minor injury, and Yue Huan's hands trembled as she applied medicine on the day I took her away. She wept inconsolably, clinging to Han Mian. She repeatedly asked if he liked her, urging him to wait for her, yet never opposed his decisions from the outset. Their bond has been strange. Yue Huan herself claimed to have fallen for Han Mian at first sight. Han Mian has consistently ignored her. But I sense that their relationship transcends mere infatuation that Mo Bai contemplated before continuing. Just remember, do not provoke Han Mian, and keep the people of Yunzong City from doing so as well. I share this with you out of concern. If anything were to transpire, Yue Huan could lose control. She would indeed fight fiercely for you. Night Chun observed as the two entered the forest and brought over the roasted meat to offer to Mo Bai and Mo Ran. Why ponder so much? We cannot comprehend their dynamics. Perhaps they themselves do not either. Let us take things one step at a time. Mo Bai nodded. Indeed, Han Mian has only just returned. Yue Huan has finally managed to become his partner. Perhaps she remains unsettled, fearing his departure, haunted by past shadows. Once they have spent more time together, and she realizes that Han Mian will not leave, things may improve. Ran remained silent for a long time, feeling somewhat disheartened. If that is the case, my path becomes rather arduous. It is impossible to replace Han Mian. Han Mian and Yue Huan roamed the forest, seemingly returning to the innocence of their initial acquaintance. Yue Huan recalled the fluttering emotions she felt when Han Mian adorned her hair with a flower, a bittersweet reminiscence. How wonderful it is after all this wandering, that you remain mine. Huan Huan, eat a fruit first. Han Mian, mindful that she had yet to dine, plucked several fruits for her. Yue Huan munched on the fruits as they walked, her heart brimming with sweetness. I this it. Huan Huan. Han Mian pointed at a large insect on a leaf, questioning her. Yue Huan looked up, astonished by the size of the silkworm. Is it truly that enormous? Is this even a silkworm? It resembles a snake. Yes, but Han Mian, how do we bring it back? Yue Huan pondered, troubled. If we do not take it back, we shall rear it here. We can stay for a while longer before returning to the cave. After all, we have nothing, so it matters not where we are. Han Mian smiled, albeit somewhat strained. Indeed, Han Mian, let us discuss with Mo Ran about building a wooden house here, shall we? It will be our home. Yue Huan exclaimed with sudden inspiration. Home? Han Mian did not comprehend. One room, 2 people, 3 meals, for seasons, wherever you and I reside together. That is home. Yue Huan gazed earnestly into Han Mian's eyes, articulating each word with sincerity. Very well, wherever Huan Huan is, that is home. Han Mian embraced her tightly, understanding her words. A lifetime share between two. But what of the White Tiger tribe? Han Mian contemplated how to address Mo Bai and Night Chun, wondering what would become of the tribe, yet hesitated, fearing Yue Huan might think him upset, leaving his thoughts unvoiced. We shall provide salt to the White Tiger tribe and share any good finds with them in gratitude for their past kindness. Yue Huan mused aloud. Agreed. Han Mian swallowed his queries, realizing that Night Chun and Mo Bai were not part of Yue Huan's future plans, that it would be best not to mention it, lest she misunderstand again. We shall return to the cave during the rainy and cold seasons. When I sought you last time, the cave was empty. We must procure some items, or perhaps we could construct a stone house nearby. I have a fondness for that place. Yue Huan's heart brimmed with dreams of the future as she eagerly discussed plans with Han Mian. You still need to hibernate once more. We shall build a grand stone house where you can winter, and I will keep a fire burning inside, so you shall not feel cold. I will be able to see you every day. Will that be all right, Han Mian? We can construct a wooden house here. Enough for the summer. Residing by the lake during the rainy season is too perilous. And this is Yunzhong City's territory. With too many people, I do not wish for them to disturb us. Han Mian listened to Yue Huan's incessant chatter about their future. Her vision filled with him, and felt a surge of sweetness, unable to resist asking the question that had lingered by the lake. Huan Huan, what is it that you like about me? Yue Huan, caught up in her enthusiastic planning, was momentarily taken aback by Han Mian's inquiry. What do I like about you? I like everything about you. I like you at first sight. Han Mian appeared somewhat perplexed. At first sight? Huan Huan likes my face? Upon realizing, Yue Huan burst into laughter. Yes, you captivated me from the very first glance. And as time passed, my affection only grew that I even like it when you sulk and ignore me, frowning fiercely. As long as I can see you, my heart sings with joy. You find my sulking charming? Han Mian mused, his lashes lowered, pondering her words, unable to suppress a murmur. Affection often defies logic, Yue Huan replied, her eyes sparkling with mischief. The reasons we articulate are merely excuses we create after falling in love. Seeing him lost in thought, Yue Huan, unable to resist teasing him, added, I also adore when you kiss and embrace me, and then whispered something in his ear. Han Mian's face flushed crimson, and he turned away, ignoring her. Observing Han Mian's indifference, Yue Huan began to scrutinize the towering mulberry trees, astonished by the numerous cocoons already formed. What a stroke of luck! Han Mian, I want this one. Look at this yellow one. You must pluck it for me. Yue Huan excitedly called out to Han Mian. All right, Huan Huan, stand back a bit. I will fetch it for you. Do not let the insect touch you. Han Mian climbed the tree, seeing Yue Huan step back. Meanwhile, the trio by the riverbank, while boiling salt, engaged in casual conversation. They summoned a few male lion beastmen, instructing them on how to boil salt before allowing them to proceed on their own. Mo ran, harboring some private thoughts, chose not to leave. Wolf 7 had long vanished into the wilderness. The three of them sat together, perhaps due to their shared plight, creating an inexplicable harmony. Just then, they spotted Han Mian and Yue Huan emerging from the forest, laden with a bounty. Night Chun hurried over, taking the items from Yue Huan's hands. Yue Huan, what do you intend to do with all this? Yue Huan, beaming with joy at her plentiful haul, replied, I am making clothes for Han Mian, just like the bee skin skirts, but much more comfortable, soft, and smooth. Night Chun felt a pang of sadness. Make one for me too, Yue Huan. With so much, how can you only make it for him? That seems rather wasteful. You can learn from me, Night Chun. Then you can make one for yourself. Yue Huan responded casually. The group gathered together. Mo ran. Didn't you mention that we can go wherever we please in Yunzhong City? Yue Huan gazed at Mo ran, smiling with a mysterious, cunning glint. Mo ran observed her expression, finding it both amusing and endearing. Indeed. Go wherever your heart desires, but may I construct a wooden cabin here and reside for a while? A wooden cabin? What is that? Living here would certainly be delightful. Mo ran exclaimed with a hint of excitement. Mo Bai and Yi Chun grew anxious. Yue Huan, are you truly planning to stay here? What about the White Tiger tribe? I will return, but for now, this place has a lake, such breathtaking scenery, and vast forests that I wish to explore more, and I could even make salt, which I could bring back to the White Tiger tribe once it's ready. Yue Huan reassured Mo Bai and Yi Chun. Then we shall stay here too. We can produce salt together and take it back. Mo Bai eagerly chimed in. Yet, if you remain here for an extended period, what will happen to the tribe? Yue Huan hesitated, unsure how to decline their offer. Fear not. In a few days, we shall take a batch of salt back and bring you the items you need, now that there is no conflict with Yunzhong City. The tribe will be just fine, Mo Bai insisted, leaving Yue Huan with no chance to refuse. Yue Huan, caught in a dilemma, secretly glanced at Han Mian, while Mo Bai and Yi Chun looked at him with hopeful eyes. Very well, let us stay it. Tea will be nice to have company. Han Mian finally spoke, his tone calm and indifferent. Yue Huan was taken aback, while Mo Bai and Yi Chun erupted with joy. Mo Ran was equally pleased. Staying in Yunzhong City would naturally afford them more opportunities to interact. The group began discussing the construction of the wooden cabin. Yue Huan sketched a design on the ground, a small cabin by the forest lake. A dream she had cherished since childhood. Inspired by animated shows and fairy tales, she endeavored to make it perfect, illustrating the necessary furnishings, bed, table, chairs, and cabinet, while explaining her vision. After some time, they all grasped her idea. The four males, all formidable warriors, worked with remarkable speed and precision. They identified suitable trees in the forest, brought them back, and got to work. Yue Huan marveled at their hands, adorned with sharp claws, which were as effective as knives. The planks they crafted were smooth and perfectly cut, leaving her envious. Mian, why don't I have claws? Yue Huan couldn't help but complain. Mian chuckled. What would you need claws for? You need not concern yourself with these tasks. Just be obedient. The group swiftly prepared the necessary wooden planks, and soon began the construction. Yue Huan watched in awe as they seemed like geniuses, after she had outlined her ideas and drawn the structure. They understood it all in one go, crafting something both sturdy and beautiful. Remarkably, they could drive wooden wedges into the timber with their bare hands. Yue Huan was genuinely astonished. These females in the beast world are truly fortunate. These men are simply breathtaking, each possessing an array of skills that a female with numerous beast husbands, and they all do so without complaint. What an extraordinary situation. It seems the cat god truly found me a splendid place. Alas, I feel I am unworthy of such kindness. Having fallen for Mian, I may not enjoy this blissful life. As Yue Huan pondered. Yichen called her. Yue Huan, come look. Is this what you envisioned? Yue Huan gazed over, her eyes widening in disbelief. Yes, it truly finished. The two-room cabin, complete with windows, resembles my ideal cottage perfectly. What should I do? I feel like crying. The others chuckled at her dazed expression and continued crafting the interior furnishings. With clear division of labor, each took on a specific task, and soon everything was completed. They arranged the items as per Yue Huan's instructions, and everyone was astonished. One room housed a double bed, wardrobe, and nightstand, while the other contained a dining table and chairs, along with a low, long bench and table. They opened the windows, allowing sunlight to pour in, illuminating the entire space. Was this not far more comfortable than living in a cave? Mo Bai and Yi Chun began to show signs of excitement. Dragging Mo ran back into the forest. Mian, what are they up to now? Yue Huan queried. Puzzled, they're building another one. Do you think we should all share a room? That would be rather inconvenient for you. Mian teased, watching her with a smirk. Yue Huan, flustered by his charming smile, felt her heart race uncontrollably. Realizing his implications, her face flushed. She quickly changed the subject. Mian, why did you agree to let them stay? Share your thoughts first, and then I shall share mine. Mian replied, eyeing her rosy cheeks, deliberately teasing her. You know I would never bond with them. So if you keep them around, aren't you just hindering their chances? Yue Huan stated earnestly, though her heart felt a twinge of guilt for not having outright rejected them. Mian noticed her evasive demeanor and the glimmer of hesitation in her eyes. Chuckling softly, Yue Huan, males are rather single-minded. Once they take a liking to a female, it's for life that if you don't bond with them, they won't pursue anyone else. There is no question of hindrance. What? Yue Huan's eyes widened in disbelief. What do you mean? Is this some sort of trap? No wonder despite my repeated refusals, they still surround me. What kind of divine intervention was this in the beast world? She felt a sense of panic rising within her. Mian, they won't cling to us for a lifetime, will they? Perhaps we should leave now, return to the cave, or even to a place where they cannot find us? Yue Huan's heart raced with anxiety. She genuinely wished to share her life with Mian, hand in hand, growing old together. She was certain of her feelings, but what would Mian think if they continued to linger around? She couldn't afford any missteps. Yet, a conflict brewed within her, since he was aware of their persistence. What did it mean that he allowed them to stay? Did he think she desired to bond with them? Mian observed her frantic expression, choosing not to tease her further. Fear not, Yue Huan, we will deal with future matters in due time. Some things may appear steadfast now, but who can predict how they will change? That will never happen. I will never let you go. What are you thinking? Don't even consider it. Yue Huan was caught in her own thoughts, sensing an underlying meaning in his words, her anxiety reaching a peak. Mian, are you planning to leave me? As the three emerged from the forest, they were greeted by the sight of Mian seated on the wooden steps of the cabin, with Yue Huan standing before him, her gaze intense and unyielding. Han Mian was taken aback by the unfamiliar emotion reflected in her eyes, patiently attempting to soothe her. Yue Huan, I haven't. You have. You keep insisting you don't care. Encouraging me to follow my heart. What do you think my heart desires? You want me to fall for someone else so you can leave, right? Han Mian. Yue Huan's eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she grasped his arm, her voice trembling with suppressed emotion. The three exchanged worried glances, seeking Han Mian's guidance. He felt both helpless and pained. Yue Huan, what are you saying? You don't understand my words. Of course, you wouldn't. For you don't care. Yue Huan suddenly released his arm, stepping back in a fit of hysteria. Yue Huan, I was wrong. Tell me, what must I do? Han Mian was utterly bewildered, caught off guard by her fierceness. How fierce you are! You're scolding me. Yue Huan had always been gentle and obedient around him. This was the first time he had witnessed her in such a state. Han Mian, I must tell you. Without you, I would perish. Life would be worse than death. You are my sole obsession in this world. You may call me crazy or deranged. You may question my affection, and I can endure it all. But I cannot bear the thought of a life without you. Oh, you understand? I have told you more than once that I would grow stronger, and indeed, I have become stronger now. I can accompany you on the path you wish to take, even if it leads to perdition. However, you cannot abandon me. Wherever you are, that is where I shall be. Oh, you wish to leave me. Let me tell you, it is not a matter of whether you want to or not. It is that you should not even think about it. Yue Huan Huan began to shout hoarsely, I understand now. I comprehend. You are here with me. I am going nowhere. I shall not leave you. You must listen to me. Come here, and do not make a fuss. Be good. Han Mian watched as Yue Huan Huan called out to him, on the verge of collapse, utterly bewildered by the situation. Yue Huan, what is the matter? Yi Chan inquired with great concern. Go away. All of you leave. It's all your fault. Just as Yue Huan Huan was about to approach, she turned her ire towards him upon hearing Yi Chen's words. Sensing her imminent loss of control, Han Mian rose and embraced her, kissing her brow and lips. The gentle embrace soothed Yue Huan Huan's emotions, and she slowly began to calm down, resting in Han Mian's arms. Clutching his waist and sobbing intermittently, Han Mian dared not speak, nor release her, gently patting her back until her breathing steadied. Only then did he lay her on the bed in the wooden cabin. When he emerged again, his face was weary, and he sat on the steps in a daze, the three of them staring intently at him. Ran finally could no longer contain himself. Han Mian, what is going on? Has something happened between you two? Why does she always feel that you will leave? Han Mian was at a loss for words, pondering for a long time before realizing that his previous insistence on sending her away and then leaving her to search for him must have left her with a psychological scar. Seeing the three continue to gaze at him expectantly, he too felt perplexed and finally spoke slowly. I truly do not know. Nothing has transpired between us, from our meeting to our parting. It has only been a full moon cycle. When Huan Huan and I first met, she chased me to the cave, insisting on following me. I feared she would not survive my winter slumber. So I resolutely refrained from bonding with her. I intended to send her to the tribe. She made me promise to let her stay for another month, and during that month, she was very well behaved. Yet she always cried, even shedding tears while smiling, that I knew she genuinely liked me, and it pained me deeply. However, I believed that once she reached the tribe, she would encounter many exceptional males who would cherish and protect her, and that she would forget me. Eventually, she left, and I departed as well. Our next encounter is now, but he was genuinely bewildered, and the other three were equally confused. Han Mian, you have a chance to have an earnest conversation with Yue Huan. You have only spent a month together, and now you are bonded. Her constant fear of your departure is abnormal, truly. By offered with heartfelt concern, her boundless affection for you comes without demands. She simply wishes for your presence. The moment you frown or pull a face, she is frightened, and any slight disturbance makes her think you are about to flee. She even administered calming herbs to you, ensuring you remained asleep, while she stayed awake for several days and nights just to watch over you. Surely, such love is not normal. Yichen added, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Ran, equally perplexed by their situation, pondered for a long while, unable to make sense of it. Well then, let us hurry and finish building the cabin that we shall sleep here tonight. The group gathered their spirits and resumed their tasks. As night fell, the cabin was completed, and Wolf 7 returned, laden with a multitude of prey. Han Mian, look what I have hunted for you, Wolf 7 exclaimed excitedly, dragging a large leopard before Han Mian. Completely oblivious to the peculiar expressions of the others, Wolf 7, how did you manage to catch such a large leopard? Han Mian inquired, giving him the recognition he deserved. Wolf 7 instantly became animated, regaling them with the tale of his hunt, his gestures lightening the previously somber atmosphere among the group. Wei Yichen approached him, patting him on the back. Well done, Wolf 7. Tonight we feast on roasted leopard meat. But Han Mian does not like roasted meat, does he? Wolf 7 pouted. Then just cook it for him. Your roast I will cook. All right, Mo Bai, go fetch some firewood, Wolf 7 exclaimed, dragging the leopard away. Only Mo Ran and Han Mian remained in front of the cabin, both appearing lost in thought under the moonlight. I like Yue Huan. Mo Ran suddenly declared. I know, Han Mian replied, unsure why he said that, his demeanor indifferent. His thoughts were still preoccupied by why Yue Huan had lost control of her emotions so suddenly. Look at your reaction. I heard her say earlier that you did not care. Is that true? Do you not mind if others like her? They had discussed this matter earlier in the day. Mo Ran's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Han Mian. Han Mian abruptly lifted his head, his expression filled with confusion. Are you implying that she believes I should be concerned and not allow her to interact with you? That I should be angry and control her? It is not exactly that. Rather, she may feel that if you truly like her, you would not want her to associate with others. It is not that she wishes for you to restrict her. But if you do not express your feelings, she cannot sense your affection for her. It must be something like that. When I heard you speak earlier, I was quite surprised. Not just her. Mo Ran struggled to explain, only managing a vague summary, as he himself was not entirely clear. Han Mian finally understood what had caused Yue Huan Huan's earlier outburst. After all, she had not expressly refused him and had even cast her gaze towards him. He believed that Huan Huan was afraid of angering him and thus did not dare to agree, feeling that with Mo Bai and Yichen present, she would not feel too lonely, which was why she consented to their company, that he subconsciously felt that he owed Yue Huan much and sought to make amends. He thought that being with familiar companions like Mo Bai and Yichen would bring her joy. The snake does not understand. The snake is perplexed. After they finished their meal, Han Mian worried that Yue Huan had not eaten, and fearing she would wake hungry, he ventured into the forest to gather fruits. Mo Bai and Yichen were by the lake boiling salt. Mo Ran sat beside the wooden cabin, pondering deeply for a moment before entering the room. As he stepped inside, he found Yue Huan Huan lying on the bed, staring vacantly at the ceiling. Yue Huan, are you not asleep? Mo Ran asked in surprise, having assumed she was already resting and therefore had not dared to call her for dinner. Yue Huan remained silent. Her eyes reddened. Observing her state, Mo Ran could not help but feel a surge of compassion. Yue Huan, do you always believe he will leave because you think he does not like you? Yue Huan lifted her gaze to Mo Ran, unable to bear the words not like. Her eyes began to swirl with confusion and madness, yet her tone was unexpectedly calm. Even if he does not like me, it matters not that I will not let him go. He cannot like anyone else, regardless of gender. If he likes someone, I will kill them. Yue Huan, do you truly like him so much? If it is this painful, cannot you choose another? Mo Ran could not comprehend. Yue Huan sat up, looking at Mo Ran. It is not painful. I cannot choose another. My heart is no longer my own. It does not allow it. Mo Ran crouched down to meet her gaze, his eyes sincere. Yue Huan, let me love you and treat you well from now on, shall I? Can you give me a chance, and yourself a chance as well? You cannot continue like this. A chance for myself? Yue Huan smiled bitterly. Mo Ran, my heart is sick. It can no longer accommodate anyone else. After speaking, she lay back down and closed her eyes, feeling utterly exhausted and yearning for sleep. Mo Ran suddenly felt immense regret, realizing he should not have approached Yue Huan while her emotions were unstable. Surely she was speaking out of anger? How could the heart be ill? Yes, it must be that, as the moon reached its zenith, Han Mian finally returned slowly. He washed a few fruits, hesitantly returning to the room, sitting by the bed and gazing at Yue Huan Huan. Uncertain of how to interact with her in the future or which words might touch her sensitive nerve, He contemplated Mo Rant's words for a long time, realizing that if he displayed anger, Yue Huan would feel anxious and tread carefully, a sight he did not wish to witness. He wanted her to live freely. Drive them away was out of the question. Those were Huan Huan's friends. And he could see that Huan Huan was happy in their company, for they had protected and accompanied her for so long that if she truly wished to send them away, she would not need to voice it. Yet if he acted indifferent, she might become frantic, caught in a dilemma as time passed slowly. Yue Huan Huan had awakened the moment Han Mian entered, realizing he had returned late at night and was lingering at the edge of the bed, indicating he was deliberating how to relate to her. Yue Huan understood that she had shouted at Han Mian earlier. She was terrified, feeling increasingly out of control over her emotions. How could she bear to be harsh with him? She must have frightened Han Mian. It was clearly nothing, so why had she lost control? It felt as if her illness was worsening. What to do? She thought of how difficult it had been to stabilize her feelings with Han Mian, and this outburst only deepened his sorrow, causing her eyes to well with tears once more. Seeing her silent, eyes shut in quiet tears, Han Mian's heart ached unbearably, and he quickly enveloped her in his arms. Huan Huan, my dear, do not cry. I am here. Han Mian, I am sorry. Yue Huan Huan wept softly. Huan Huan, it is all right, I understand. Please do not cry. Han Mian continuously wiped away her fallen tears. Yue Huan Huan rose, kissing Han Mian's lips and neck with fervor and intensity. A passionate entanglement. Han Mian, tell me you love me. Her heart raced, as she felt that only by holding on to Han Mian could she grasp something meaningful. The entire night was spent in a fervent embrace, a union of love that left them both physically and emotionally drained. The following noon, Yue Huan Huan slowly opened her eyes, searching. Fortunately, Han Mian was still asleep. He had not rested for several days, his spirit weary. Yue Huan Huan gently rose from the bed and stepped out of the room. Outside, a few people were grilling meat, and upon seeing her, they greeted her with smiles. After freshening up, Yue Huan Huan joined them, grilling meat and preparing meatball soup for Han Mian. Everyone tacitly avoided mentioning the events of the previous day, discussing their plans for the next few days instead. Yue Huan, weren't you going to use this to make clothes? When will you start? Yi Chun asked with a smile that I'll do it shortly. You soak them in water first, Yue Huan Huan replied, chatting with Yi Chun while making meatballs. Appearing as if nothing had changed from her usual demeanor. By. You managed to pull all the fur off the Mian beast with such claws. She sketched a shape on the ground. Let's make some woolen sweaters and little handbags. If we keep busy, it'll all be fine. After feasting on grilled meat, the meatball soup was ready, garnished with a sprinkle of wild vegetables. Yesterday, Yue Huan Huan had also brought back some wild onions from the forest, creating a dish that was both fragrant and flavorful. Upon returning to the room, Yue Huan Huan found Han Mian awake, staring blankly at the ceiling. She sat by the bed. Han Mian, get up and eat something before you sleep again. All right, I made you meatball soup. Han Mian nodded and got out of bed. Yue Huan Huan stepped outside to fetch a warm towel. After wringing it out with hot water, she approached him with a still warm towel. Han Mian, may I help you with this? Han Mian lowered his head, allowing her to fuss over him. After she diligently cleaned his face, hands, and neck, they made their way to the dining area, where the others had already served the meatball soup, silently waiting for them to sit down before eating in quietude. Yue Huan Huan filled Han Mian's bowl again and again, watching him eat while those around them exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. Han Mian continued to eat, his gaze fixed downward, not lifting his eyelids. Once they finished, everyone thought it was finally over, but Yue Huan Huan said, Han Mian, let me comb your hair, all right? It's all messy. Han Mian sat still, fingers lightly tapping the table, his expression lost. Yue Huan Huan tirelessly adjusted his hair from behind. Han Mian, why not change it to a new bee skin skirt? This one needs to be washed. Han Mian rose to change. Han Mian, drink some water, it's all cooled down for you. Han Mian picked up the cup. Han Mian, how about some fruit? I'll wash them for you. Han Mian took a piece and bit into it. As Yue Huan Huan washed the bee skin skirt, she continued to chatter at Han Mian. He remained silent, sitting expressionlessly in the chair, carving a bamboo cup. The others chimed in. Han Mian, don't just sit under the sun. Your skin will crack. Han Mian set down the cup and moved to sit in the shade beneath the wooden house, leaning against the wall, lost in thought. Han Mian, Don't lean against the wall. Your upper body is bare, and you might get scratched. The others looked to Han Mian with a mixture of envy and sympathy, watching him sit up straight with a resigned expression, unable to suppress their laughter. Han Mian, come on, let's go hunting. There's a tiger beast nearby. Mo ran, unable to bear the sight any longer, pulled Han Mian away. Han Mian hesitated but followed. Yue Huan Huan suddenly stood up, glanced at Han Mian, then sat back down. Han Mian, come back early and bring me a red flower. Han Mian nodded and walked away with Mo. And as they walked, Mo ran laughed. Han Mian, what will you do in the future? Huan Huan just got a bit shaken up yesterday. She'll be fine in a couple of days. She is usually very well behaved. Han Mian spoke with some hesitation. Aren't you a 6-tier strongman now? Almost super strong, right? Let us find a place to test it out. We're about even. A little sparring would be fun. Mo Ran said earnestly. Han Mian, intrigued, wanted to see where he stood compared to a super strongman. The two transformed into their beast forms and ran to a distant area to engage in a spar. The lion was mighty and swift, displaying incredible speed, while the ink snake boasted a larger physique and immense strength, resulting in a stalemate. Eventually, the lion managed to swipe its paw at the ink snake's tail, causing the latter to whip around and fling him away. After reverting to their human forms, Mo Ran laughed heartily. That was refreshing. It's been ages since I had such an exhilarating fight. You almost knocked me out. Han Mian chuckled too. A worthy opponent always brought joy. They hunted a few more beasts. And as Han Mian returned to the red flower, Yue Huan Huan spotted his leg and immediately transformed, ready to pounce on Mo Ran. Han Mian was startled. Huan Huan. Don't. Yue Huan Huan transformed back, glaring sharply at Mo Ran before rushing to Han Mian's side. Han Mian, does it hurt? She urged him to sit down and carefully cleaned his leg injury with hot water and applied medicine. Mo Ran was taken aback. Such a small wound. Throughout the entire spar, he had merely scratched Han Mian lightly, drawing only a bead of blood. Huan Huan, I just sparred with Mo Ran to see how far off I am from being super strong. It was just playful. Han Mian explained cautiously, his heart both sweet and heavy as he watched Yue Huan Huan tenderly treat his injury. Huan Huan, you don't need to be so strong. Don't wear yourself out. Just having you by my side is enough. I'll strive for whatever you desire. Yue Huan Huan gazed intently at Han Mian, her tone exceedingly earnest. Han Mian understood her sincerity. Her intense love often left him astonished, moved, and elated. Yet these past few days had also instilled a sense of fear within him. Her obsession with him bordered on madness, and it was unsustainable. Huan Huan, I think we need to have a serious talk. Han Mian took the towel from her, lifting Yue Huan Huan in his arms and carrying her into the room. Why Yi-chan mocked the stunned Mo Ran. Serves you right. I told you not to provoke him. And Mo Ran, coming back to his senses, shot him a sidelong glance. Don't forget, I can provoke you too. Despite his bravado, he secretly understood that Yue Huan Huan's feelings for Han Mian transcended mere affection. He realized he had no hope. Mo Bai smiled bitterly. If he could, he too wished to be Han Mian. Huan Huan, you haven't forgotten everything, have you? You remember when you first met me, right? Han Mian had long refrained from asking, fearing it might startle her. Later, as they grew closer, he hesitated to bring up certain topics, believing that if Yue Huan Huan wished to share, she would do so in her own time. But now he felt they needed to discuss some matters openly. Yue Huan Huan was taken aback. Han Mian was inquiring about something he knew. Yue Huan Huan looked into Han Mian's eyes, her defenses crumbling as she realized she didn't want to deceive him. Yes, Han Mian, I don't belong to the Beastman continent. I have always lived in a place entirely different from here, where there are no Beastmen. Yue Huan Huan candidly recounted her life, how she arrived here, how she met Han Mian, and why she agreed to join the tribe, detailing the hardships she faced before successfully transforming. Han Mian, did you ever wonder why I always fear you leaving? Because you're the one I gambled my life to bring back. In this beastly world, I have no family. My own world is devoid of you. You were the first person I encountered here when I felt lost and helpless, and I fell for you at first sight. I knew from that moment that you were mine. Until now, I live for my only family member, treading cautiously, never genuinely liking anything or wanting anything. Han Mian, you are my dream, the only thing I have ever desired. My strongest yearning that I don't belong here, But if you are by my side, my heart finds its place. Can you understand? Han Mian, you are my home. With you, I am not a rootless drifter. Han Mian, I am so frightened. I think I might be ill. That am I going mad? Do you fear me? Will you abandon me? Han Mian listened, shocked and pained. He sensed that Yue Huan Huan was different, but never could he have imagined it was like this. A solitary individual thrown into a perilous world where even a wild beast could slay her, finding solace in him, falling in love, looking to him for support, yet being met with rejection time and again. All the well-meaning things he thought he was doing for her felt like abandonment in her eyes. Returning to the cave without finding himself, she even entertained thoughts of giving up on life. What had he done? Huan Huan, don't be afraid. You're not ill. It's my fault. Huan Huan, I have always liked you. I was wrong to let you go, and I should have given you a sense of security. I am sorry, Huan Huan. Now I have returned, and we are bonded as mates. Behold, look at my heart. This beast mark is a vow made to the beast god. We are companions, destined never to part in this lifetime. You may not understand, but in the realm of the Beastmen, once a bond is formed, the male shall never leave, unless you choose to forsake me and erase the beast mark from your heart. So do not be afraid, all right? No matter what happens henceforth, we shall remain together. I too am alone in this world. You are my only companion. Han Mian struggled to contain her emotions, holding on to Yue Huan Huan, her body trembling. She thought to herself, let it be. I shall let her do as she wishes from now on. If it brings her peace of mind, she may bind herself if she desires. Administering a sedative to keep her in slumber is also an option. Yue Huan Huan revealed the secrets hidden within her heart and received Han Mian's promise, finally feeling a sense of relief. Huan Huan, I do not mind that they admire you, for I know you love only me, of that I am certain. I once cared, feeling sorrowful, believing they were your beast husbands. Each thought would pierce my heart. However, I have since learned they are not. From that moment on, I have never doubted your feelings for me. Why indifference stems from my unwavering belief in you. Han Mian recalled why Yue Huan Huan had lost control the previous day and felt it necessary to provide an explanation. Yue Huan Huan finally smiled. This was the answer she had longed for, the truth she desired. As long as Han Mian cared for her, loved her, nothing else mattered. Yes, Han Mian, I love only you. With her worries dissipated, Yue Huan Huan nestled deeper into his embrace, playfully clinging to him. Han Mian, still enveloped in melancholy, struggled to respond to Yue Huan Huan's sudden shift in demeanor. Upon realizing her playful nibbling on his neck, he felt an urge to cry and laugh simultaneously. Bewildered by her unpredictable nature, he repeatedly reminded her that others were present and urged her to behave, yet she paid him no heed, stubbornly clinging to him. The three outside boiling salt sensed the unusual atmosphere and discreetly departed. Rubbing his nearly sore waist, Han Mian noticed the teasing glint in his gaze directed at Yue Huan Huan. She felt like a clumsy child who loved to play, always seeking to tease him despite the inevitable pleas for mercy. Until the following morning, the two remained in their room. Upon returning from a hunt, the three men were greeted by Yue Huan Huan's radiant smile and glanced at Han Mian, who silently nodded in reassurance. They felt that the matter had been temporarily resolved. After finishing her meal, Yue Huan Huan eagerly prepared water to boil silk cocoons, using a sturdy grass broom to stir the pot. Estimating about 5 minutes had passed. She finally wound the silk around a cylindrical spool until it was all extracted. Her movements were gentle, yet her heart marveled at the wonders of this beastly world. In the modern era, over 2,000 cocoons would yield roughly a pound of silk. Yet here, the cocoons were larger than a football. The others watched in silent awe as she transformed a pile of cocoons into endless strands of silk. Filled with admiration for her astonishing abilities, only Han Mian understood that she hailed from a different world. Observing her flushed cheeks, busy yet murmuring to herself, he couldn't help but chuckle. In just a day, she had transformed entirely. The Yue Huan Huan who had been frantic yesterday and the one who always cried before him were both products of his unwillingness to take responsibility, always pushing her away. The lively and joyful Yue Huan Huan was her true self, wasn't she? Time passed leisurely. Within a few days, much salt had been produced, and the wooden house was furnished with various necessities, based on Yue Huan Huan's descriptions. Han Mian constructed a kitchen and bathing area to the right of the wooden house, as well as a large wooden tub for soaking that he enclosed the area with wooden walls, creating a small courtyard. And in the corner, he built her a washroom. Busy as bees, they spent over 10 days, and finally, Yue Huan Huan's first set of silk shorts and short sleeves was completed. This outfit had consumed her thoughts. Merely extracting the silk took several days, and she had clumsily experimented with winding the silk into threads to weave into satin, struggling without even dyeing it. The pure white garment, soft and delicate, brought tears to Yue Huan Huan's eyes the moment it adorned Han Mian's figure. It had been such a challenging endeavor. After more than 20 days of toil, with Han Mian's face clad in pure white, he resembled a celestial being, ethereal and unattainable. Yue Huan Huan began to envision crafting him a long robe akin to ancient attire, imagining how magnificent he would look. Yet dreams are often grand while reality is stark. The silk she had produced, due to her inexperience, had resulted in much waste, leaving her with only this one outfit. It was Han Mian's first time donning such soft, silky clothing, which felt almost weightless against his body. Contemplating the arduous effort Yue Huan Huan had invested in creating this outfit, his heart warmed, and he felt a deep reluctance to touch it. The people in the courtyard, witnessing Han Mian emerge in his silk attire, gaped in astonishment. The typically composed Han Mian, fearing he might damage the garment if he sat, felt as if he were sitting on needles for the first time, that he quickly fetched a piece of beast hide to place on the bench, before finally sitting down comfortably. Yue Huan Huan, could you make me a set? I adore it. It's so soft and cool. Nightshin began to whine. Did you not see me making it? You should do it yourself. I happen to need to make Han Mian a longer robe. I can teach you. Yue Huan Huan had great faith in their crafting abilities. Why not let Han Mian learn? I can't do it. You make it for me. Nightshin's tone was filled with grievance. Han Mian's need not learn. I shall make it for him. Whether you won't learn is up to you, Yue Huan Huan replied, ignoring Nightshin as she nestled beside Han Mian, exploring his arm. She instinctively desired to be close to him. To tease him, Han Mian was carving floral designs on a bamboo cup, accustomed to her clinginess, initially ignoring her. However, when Yue Huan Huan unexpectedly dove into his embrace, resting on his legs, Han Mian's hand trembled, ruining the floral carving. He set down the cup and affectionately glanced at her. Just as he intended to ask her to rise, he noticed the ground was merely covered in leaves, quite cool, before he could say anything. Yue Huan Huan, seeing Han Mian's gaze upon her, stood up and planted a kiss on his lips, but Han Mian's face instantly flushed red. Yue Huan Huan was always like this, unashamed regardless of the number of witnesses. He found himself utterly powerless against her. The others found amusement in Han Mian's expression, teasing him, when suddenly the lion Beastman approached. Mian walked over, listened to them for a moment, and returned. Yue Huan Huan, the salt production is nearly complete. This will suffice for the entire Beastman continent for a year. Do you wish to take some back now? Yue Huan Huan pondered briefly. By Nightshun, take the salt back to the White Tiger tribe. Han Mian and I will return in a while. You should also inform the cheetah and brown bear tribes about the wheat and sweet potatoes. If we take too long, the tribe leader might worry. All right, we shall take it back. After resolving our matters in a few days, we will return to find you. Is there anything you need us to bring back? By hesitated for a moment before speaking. There shouldn't be anything else to bring, but do bring cotton. I have a loom now, and need it. Other supplies are available here. I also wish to see if there are any wheat or similar crops around. Let's go. Yue Huan Huan bid them farewell. Nightshin's eyes were filled with reluctance. Yue Huan Huan, we will return in a few days. He stole a glance at Han Mian. Take care of yourself. The journey was now safe. Yunzhong City would not impede them, and they could depart at any time, as previously agreed. Thus, the two bid farewell to Han Mian and Yue Huan Huan, not lingering longer, transforming and leaving with the salt. Wolf 7 had long been taken back by his beast father, and Mian, needing to return to plan the distribution of salt within the tribe and to other tribes, also departed with the lion Beastman. The lively lakeside was left with only Han Mian and Yue Huan Huan. Yue Huan Huan leaped into Han Mian's arms, wrapping her arms around his neck and her legs around his strong waist, her face brimming with joy. Han Mian, finally, it's just the two of us. I am so happy. Han Mian, fearing she might fall, lifted her with both arms and gently whispered in her ear, Huan Huan, shall I take you to find those delicious red fruits you love? No, I just want to hold you. Yue Huan Huan adored the scent of grass that clung to Han Mian. She nestled against his throat and neck, nuzzling. All right, I will carry you and gather many flowers you like. Han Mian affectionately pecked Yue Huan Huan's forehead. Yes, the vase you made for me is beautiful. I want to fill it with flowers. Yue Huan Huan's laughter was filled with happiness. After their previous resolution, knowing that in the beast world, once Han Mian had bonded with her as a mate, he could not leave, her emotions stabilized significantly. This was the first time they had the space to be alone since their reunion. They shared breakfast, wandered through the forest, picked flowers, trod on leaves, and startled the beasts and birds. Together, they returned home at sunset, enjoying a sweet and tender evening after dinner. They boiled silkworms, crafted undergarments, made skirts, and handmade soap. The flowers in the forest bloomed. The cherished red fruits were found. Han Mian's laughter grew ever brighter. And Yue Huan Huan's heart felt increasingly secure and fulfilled each day. She forgot about her desire to explore further for wheat or other crops, overlooked her hatred towards the ape tribe, dismissed thoughts of the white tiger tribe, and even forgot about the seventh phoenix tail flower. Each day, she found herself inseparable from Han Mian, their bodies entwined and their laughter echoing in the air. She felt a profound joy, as if she had never experienced such happiness in her life before. With the one she cherished, engaging in delightful activities in the Cloud City. The M.O. Randstone Hall was filled with the clamorous sound of arguments. The leader of the monkey clan, Wuluan, glared furiously at those who had once vowed to share life and death with them. These cowards had been utterly terrified by the Phoenix Beast, blinded by their own greed. For the sake of salt, they not only allowed the Phoenix Beast and the Serpent Beast to reside within the boundaries of Cloud City, but also agreed to share half of the salt produced there with the White Tiger tribe. The Lion Clan had a long-standing enmity with the White Tiger. How absurd! He observed the several clan leaders who incessantly lectured him, then glanced at the silent chief. He understood that Cloud City was no longer his stronghold, but rather it could become a dagger plunged into his back. After days of fruitless searching for the legendary resurrection incense, he returned home weary, only to be met with such a dire situation. The hatred for the loss of his clan and the betrayal of his allies brought tears to his eyes. After much contemplation, he resolved to adjust his emotions. I understand now. I shall no longer provoke them. Rest assured, I will return to rest for now. After bidding farewell to the chief, Wuluan stepped out of the stone hall, pondering who could possibly assist him now. He could no longer rely on Cloud City, and it was rumored that the Leopard Clan and the Brown Bear tribe had also succumbed to the Phoenix Beast. Who else could he turn to? The Eagle Clan. But how could he persuade them to come here? He sank into prolonged thought. The Eagle Clan resided far from both Cloud City and the White Tiger tribe, upon the Black Leaf Cliff. There, the land was barren, devoid of forests, and prey was scarce. Their interactions with the terrestrial beast clans were minimal. The newly appointed leader of the Eagle Clan, Zusin, was ambitious, long dissatisfied with the territory of his kin, due to the scarcity of females and food. Their population had stagnated at around 400. The vast expanse of Cloud City, surrounded by lush forests, along with the hundreds of precious females within, ignited a fervent desire within him. If he could seize Cloud City, the abundance of prey and females would surely allow his Eagle Clan to thrive, establishing itself as the mightiest force on the Beast God continent. Yet the aerial beastmen had traditionally kept their distance from the terrestrial ones. Just as they had with the aquatic clans, this was an unwritten rule that had persisted for ages on the Beast God continent. But he despised this rule. The strong remained strong, and the weak remained weak. Why should the terrestrial beastmen monopolize the finest resources? Why did Cloud City possess such a vast territory and numerous females? Was it not the result of countless battles fought? The lion, celestial wolf, and monkey clans had united to claim that land, driving out the smaller tribes that had once dwelled there. Why then, could the Eagle Clan not do the same? He contemplated waging war, but also feared the might of Cloud City. Although the aerial beastmen held an advantage over their terrestrial counterparts, Cloud City was formidable. He understood that a direct assault was unwise. Thus he had been sending scouts to observe Cloud City, seeking an opportunity. And indeed, the opportunity arose. the scouts sent by the Eagle clan reported. A phoenix beast had appeared in Cloud City, known for its fiery abilities, residing by a lake alongside a serpent beast. The two had forged a deadly enmity with the monkey clan, yet maintained a close relationship with the leader, Mo Ran. Zison smiled. It seems that discord has arisen within Cloud City. The monkey clan stands isolated and helpless. And to contend with the flying phoenix beast, they will surely seek his assistance. He simply needed to bide his time. As for the phoenix beast, what of the so-called king of birds? He knew where the resurrection incense was hidden. That night, a bonfire gathering was underway within the White Tiger tribe. The tribesmen encircled the fire in celebration, a scene of joy and merriment. The priest had returned to the tribe, having traversed the Beastman continent for nearly a year in search of the one who could alter the fate of their world as guided by the divine. The White Tiger tribe in Cloud City were the most prosperous on the continent. Yet even during the rainy and cold seasons, countless lives were lost, let alone the smaller tribes. The herbivorous tribes faced even graver hardships during the cold season. Last summer, the priest received divine guidance that a person capable of changing the current state of affairs would emerge near the White Tiger tribe. In haste, he set out to find this individual, traversing the entire continent without success. Upon his return to the tribe, he was astonished to discover transformative changes. Every individual possessed fire, no longer consuming raw meat. Instead, they enjoyed roasted, stewed, and soup dishes, along with various foods made from flour. They had stoves to keep warm during the cold season, stone pots, wooden bowls, chopsticks, cups, water buckets, tables, and more. An abundant supply of salt was also present, and it was a continuous source of salt. The priest realized that the one destined to change the Beastman world had arrived. After conversing with the tribe leader for some time, he learned that the phoenix beast, Yue Huan, was indeed the person he had sought. Summoning Mo Bai for a detailed inquiry, he pondered for a long while. It was his failure to find her that led her to encounter the serpent beast. She had endured so much suffering. Given the circumstances, a fateful bond had formed. He would allow them a few more days together. Mo Bai, you all should remain in the tribe a bit longer before heading over. I will accompany you to invite the phoenix beast. The priest felt immense guilt. He believed it was entirely his fault. Had he found Yue Huan in time and brought her back to the White Tiger tribe, things would not have turned out this way. Inviting Yue Huan back, if Han Mian did not come, she would never return. Mo Bai cautiously spoke. No tribe on the beast god continent would take in a serpent beast. This had always been the rule. The phoenix beast, bearing the weighty responsibilities of the beast god, should understand the distinction between what is significant and what is trivial. The priest asserted with conviction. Priest, are you saying that even if Han Mian is willing to come, we still cannot accept him? Absolutely not. Yue Huan would never abandon him. If the tribe desires Yue Huan to come, they must accept Han Mian, and they need to extend an invitation, not merely offer refuge. Mo Bai stated with certainty. Invite the serpent beast? Then the White Tiger tribe would become a disgrace across the entire beast god continent. They would be seen as public enemies. The priest was infuriated by Mo Bai's words. His face flushed with rage, unwilling to yield allow the serpent beast into the tribe, and then to extend an invitation. Such a notion was absurd. Seeing that Mo Bai was about to speak again, he waved his hand dismissively. Young clan leader, further discussion is futile. In 7 days, we shall embark on our journey to welcome the phoenix beast. He was aware that Cloud City had reconciled with the White Tiger tribe due to the phoenix beast. They had even agreed to share half of the salt produced with the White Tiger tribe. Mo Ran, the lord of Cloud City, was the strongest and had a fondness for the phoenix beast. He surely would not wish for the serpent beast to linger near her. It would be prudent to explain the situation to him. With his assistance, matters would be much easier to manage. The beast god dispatched divine emissaries to bestow blessings upon the entire Beastman continent. Once they welcomed back the phoenix beast, the White Tiger tribe would not hoard the blessings for themselves. They could share all the benefits with Cloud City and other smaller tribes. He had a personal motive in seeking Mo Ran. If, aside from the serpent beast, Mo Ran were to bond with the phoenix beast, she would have to remain within the White Tiger tribe. This was the will of the beast god. Otherwise, why would the beast god specifically guide him? Then Mo Ran would undoubtedly lead Cloud City to join the White Tiger tribe. This would enable the White Tiger tribe to unify the entire Beastman continent. Meanwhile, Yue Huan, who was being schemed against by the priest, was pacing within the stone hall, contemplating the reaction of the monkey clan leader. Wuluan. After much consideration, he believed he should first manage his own affairs. Anticipating some underhanded tactics from behind, he hesitated over whether to inform Yue Huan, but Yue had advised him to give the two some space to adjust. Perhaps once together, they would find it not so extraordinary, and as days passed, Yue Huan might become less fixated. Just as he was caught in indecision, he received word that Yue and the priest had arrived. Yue Huan was somewhat taken aback. Although they were no longer in a life-and-death struggle, what business did the priest of the White Tiger tribe have here? Yue led the priest through the hall without hindrance, and after exchanging pleasantries, the priest stated his purpose. What? To kill Han Mian. Yue Huan and Yue exclaimed simultaneously. They had only recently interacted with Han Mian, yet they understood him to be a person of integrity. He was certainly not a violent individual. Yue's expression darkened. He would never resort to mindless slaughter. In fact, he believed Han Mian to be a person with a gentle heart, albeit quiet, yet considerate of others' feelings. Yue Huan felt a pang of sorrow for Han Mian. He reflected, had he grown up in such a hostile environment, surrounded by malice and slander, he would have found it impossible to treat others kindly. You have all been bewitched by the serpent beast. He was even capable of enchanting the phoenix beast. If he truly wished to send her away, why not do so immediately? Why linger together for a month? Allowing the phoenix beast to develop feelings for him? Can you not see through such tactics? The priest gazed at the two, exasperated. They were among the strongest on the Beastman continent, both fond of the phoenix beast. Why defend a serpent beast? No, he is not that kind of person. I am certain of it. Regardless, I will not agree to kill him. Yue resolutely stated. I too believe he is not. Furthermore, I have crossed blades with him. I cannot bring myself to kill him. Yue Huan turned to the priest, earnestly analyzing the situation. Moreover, this is not merely a question of whether we should kill him. It is fundamentally impossible. Yue Huan would fight to the death. If we were to kill him, Yue Huan would bring ruin to this continent. The phoenix beast, as a messenger of the divine, would never allow the continent to be destroyed for the sake of serpent beast. The beast god would not permit her to wreak havoc upon the land. Should she remain obstinate, she would face divine retribution. The priest's staff struck heavily against the stone floor. How absurd! How could the messenger of the beast god possibly bring ruin to the continent for the sake of a serpent beast? Failing to discern the gravity of the situation, leading to the suffering of countless souls, these two seem reluctant to allow him to slay the serpent beast, deliberately uttering such words to frighten him. Yue Huan, I have been guided by the divine to seek the phoenix beast. She comes bearing a sacred mission to spread the blessings of the gods across our beast god continent. The priest gazed at Yue Huan. His expression grave. Yue Huan understood the sincerity in his words. The priest is tasked with conveying the will and intentions of the beast god, and he would never jest about such matters. Therefore, we could persuade them to part ways, or allow Han Mian to reside with me until the phoenix beast fulfills her mission and returns for him, as long as we avoid the tribe. It should suffice. Yue Huan aimed to navigate the situation with minimal complications. It was inconceivable to him to have Han Mian killed. Tomorrow, we shall welcome the phoenix beast, if that serpent beast knows how to retreat. It would be best if it leaves on its own. It is absolutely intolerable to have them remain together here. What would the beastmen think if they learned that the companion of the divine messenger? The phoenix beast is a serpent beast? Such knowledge would be a desecration of the divine. The priest's countenance darkened, his words seemingly imbued with righteous indignation. Yue Huan and Yue found themselves engulfed in confusion. In the stillness of the night, as silence enveloped the world, Yue Huan Huan slept soundly in Han Mian's embrace. Their days together were filled with sweetness and warmth. Happiness, while elusive at times, can also manifest in simplicity. Yet Yue Huan began to wrestle with his inner turmoil. To speak candidly, he harbored affections for Yue Huan. Every person possesses selfish desires. To love is to wish to possess, and it was impossible for him not to feel envious of Han Mian. However, To wish for Han Mian's demise over such feelings was utterly unthinkable. They had shared moments together. That occasionally smiling face could never be associated with one who is devoid of virtue. The Han Mian he knew was gentle and reserved, solemn yet warm-hearted, never seeking to embarrass anyone. What was to be done? Would Han Mian depart tomorrow? Even if he were to leave, would Yue Huan let him go? What if he chose to stay? Mo Bai lingered within his stone hall, lost in thought, affected by the priest's words. His feelings towards Han Mian were complex. He both envied and pitied him, admiring his capacity for kindness despite enduring persistent misunderstanding. Having observed him closely, he understood Han Mian better than most in moments of peril. Han Mian would always prioritize his safety, wrapping him up and delivering him to safety. The thought of slaying Han Mian was unacceptable, not only for Yue Huan. Why must Han Mian be treated thus? What wrong had he committed? Simply because he is a serpent beast. Both men found themselves questioning the established norm for the first time. Yet they knew these were divine directives. Sunlight filtered gently through the window, illuminating the small wooden house. Yue Huan Huan awoke, bestowing a sweet kiss upon the still sleeping Han Mian. Each day, he was awakened by her tender kisses. And though he had grown accustomed to it, he remained enveloped in profound happiness. Huan Huan, I truly adore you, Han Mian murmured, burying his head against her heart, his voice hoarse with morning laziness. Yue Huan Huan embraced Han Mian. Watching him nestle against her like a puppy, her heart softened. The once cold and silent Han Mian had finally learned to express his affections, regardless of his demeanor. Yue Huan loved him dearly. She gently ran her fingers through his long hair. Han Mian, did you hear that? My heart beats for you with every pulse. Han Mian's face flushed crimson at her candid declaration, his heart racing in tandem. He tightened his embrace around her waist and pressed his lips to her soft chest. At this moment, he could hardly bear such words. Unable to withstand even the slightest provocation, it felt as if a small beast was rampaging within him, igniting a fervor that made him yearn to drown in this bliss. Never feeling satisfied, as the sun reached its zenith, the two finally rose, donning matching silk garments in harmonious colors, exchanging smiles. After freshening up, they stepped into the small courtyard. Han Mian languidly settled onto a wooden bench, closing his eyes and leaning against the wall to bask in the sun. His heart still rippled with remnants of the passion that had just subsided, a faint blush lingering on his cheeks. Yue Huan Huan rarely saw him in such a state, relaxed and charming, igniting a mischievous urge within her. She approached Han Mian, playfully inquiring, Han Mian, do you know what we call this where I used to live? Pointing at their matching attire, Han Mian opened his eyes, tilting his head with a smile, waiting for her to continue. Yue Huan Huan enjoyed posing various questions to him, undeterred by his silence. You don't know? This is called couple's attire. A couple is two individuals in love. You are my beloved. A beloved is someone with whom you hold hands and grow old together. She grasped Han Mian's hand, her smile radiant. Han Mian was momentarily blinded by her brilliant smile, pulling her into his lap and kissing her earlobe. Very well. Is Huan Huan happy now? Not just happy. This could be termed bliss. Bliss is, you see, Han Mian, the present moment. The sun shines just right. The world is serene, and I awaken each day to see you. Yue Huan Huan never hesitated to express her affection for Han Mian. She wished for every moment to convey to him that she loved him, that being together brought her immense joy and happiness. Han Mian found himself lost in the depths of her eyes, filled with affection. Huan Huan, my happiness is you. The two resumed their affectionate exchanges, love always rendering one unable to restrain their emotions. Yue Huan, Mo Bai, and the others approached, attempting to delay their arrival, yet struggling to devise a solution. They anxiously reached the courtyard, only to find the couple in a tender embrace. Mo Bai quickly called out. The two, immersed in their intimate moment, stood and turned to face the newcomers. They saw Mo Bai, and Mo ran accompanied by an unfamiliar figure at the entrance. That was the priest. Look at his staff. Han Mian whispered to Yue Huan Huan, explaining that she might not understand. Yue Huan Huan felt a twinge of disappointment. Although she considered Mo Bai and Mo Ran friends, her blissful time with Han Mian was precious, and she did not wish to be disturbed. The three hurried inside. and upon observing the serious expressions on Mo Ran and Mo Bai's faces, Han Mian sensed something was amiss. He gently held on to Yue Huan Huan, refraining from speaking first. As they drew near, Mo Ran and Mo Bai remained silent, their gazes laden with complexity as they regarded Yue Huan Huan and Han Mian. Unfazed by Han Mian's silence, Yue Huan Huan cast a subtle glance at the priest. Time seemed to stand still for a moment. Phoenix Beast, I'm the priest of the White Tiger tribe. My failure to welcome you in a timely manner is my dereliction of duty. The priest scrutinized the pair for a long while before slowly speaking, his tone solemn. Yue Huan Huan was bewildered by the visitor's intent. What did he mean by a timely welcome? She did not respond, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Last year during the summer season, I was guided by the beast god to seek the messenger of the beast world. I had arrived near the White Tiger tribe. It has taken me nearly a year to find you due to a series of unfortunate mishaps. It is my fault that you have suffered so much. The priest's words were heartfelt. Yue Huan Huan listened, her mind spinning. What was this? The messenger of the beast god? Wasn't it the wish cat god who brought her here? What was the role of this messenger? The priest was indeed a master of fabrication. Doubts swirled in her mind, yet her expression remained composed, seeing her silence. The priest continued, You are the Phoenix Beast, bearing the divine flame, and have come on a sacred mission to the beast god continent. Today, I have come to escort the Phoenix Beast messenger back to the White Tiger tribe. Yue Huan Huan felt an urge to laugh. What messenger? What mission? She turned to Han Mian, sharing a secret smile. For she had already informed him of her identity and origin. The messenger of the gods? What a jest! However, Han Mian was not in the mood for laughter. He recognized that the priest was responsible for conveying the will of the beast god, and his words could not be mere fabrications. Was it possible that Huan Huan was indeed the messenger? Had the wish cat god failed to disclose this to her? Was her ability to transform into the Phoenix Beast part of their grand design? Mo Ran, sensing the tension in the air and fearing a potential confrontation, thought it best to confer with Han Mian privately. He spoke up, Yue Huan, you two continue your conversation. Mo Bai and I haven't seen Han Mian in ages. Let's chat among ourselves. Come, Han Mian. Yue Huan Huan assumed the priest had come specifically to invite them back and did not dwell on the matter. She smiled gently at Han Mian. Go on. I'll prepare something delicious for you when you return. Han Mian nodded, realizing that Mo Ran likely had something important to discuss with him, and followed the two men out of the small courtyard. The priest observed that Yue Huan Huan had yet to respond to him, still gazing at Han Mian's retreating figure with a smile. Seeing their apparent closeness, he understood that he would need to exert considerable effort to convey his message today. Phoenix Beast, you bear a heavy responsibility. You must prioritize the completion of your mission. It is unwise to allow personal feelings to interfere with your duty, especially for a serpent beast when the time comes. It must be severed, thus granting him a path to freedom. What do you mean? Yue Huan Huan's expression darkened. Grant Han Mian a path to freedom. You claim that you failed to find me in time and allowed him to ensnare my heart, which is somewhat understandable. But if you continue this association and the Beastmen discover that the companion of the divine messenger is a serpent beast, what will they think? This would be a profound affront to the beast god. The priest implored earnestly, attempting to guide her thoughts. Firstly, I am not your messenger. Secondly, whom I choose to partner with is my own affair and none of your concern. What of the serpent beast? Yue Huan Huan's expression soured. Her vehement assertion of not being a messenger carried a hint of guilt as she recalled the wish cat god. Why had he inexplicably brought her to the beast world and gifted her the Phoenix Beast Dan? He had even provided her with a transformation pill, fearing for her life. Furthermore, was it not a prerequisite to perform good deeds to obtain the Phoenix Tail Flower? The priest was rendered speechless by her question regarding the serpent beast. Is it even necessary to mention? The tone is somewhat forceful. You are the messenger, and there can be no mistake. It is the beast god who has guided me to find you. You may form a bond with anyone, but not with the serpent beast. You have a mission to remain in the tribe and spread the blessings of the beast god, while the serpent beast is the common enemy of all beasts. No tribe will accept a serpent beast. Even if I am the messenger and have done all that I should, you have seen the changes in your tribe. Return to your place. I will no longer go to the tribe. Thus, there is no need for the tribe to accept him. I simply wish to be with him. No further words are necessary. Yue Huan Huan sensed that the situation was becoming dire. Perhaps she truly had been deceived by the wish cat. The priest was somewhat taken aback. How could she not go to the tribe? It seemed she cared deeply for the serpent beast. And using the serpent beast as safety as leverage should prove effective. Phoenix beast, release him. It is for his own good. He possesses great cultivation now, and if he refrains from wrongdoing in the future, I can promise that no tribe will hunt him down, allowing him to live peacefully without incident. Release him? That is utterly impossible. As long as he is with me, he shall be safe. I will naturally protect him. Yue Huan Huan spoke with conviction, yet inside, she felt a twinge of uncertainty. The notion of being the messenger left her somewhat disoriented. If what this priest said were true, might she truly bring harm to Han Mian? Phoenix beast, do you not realize that this path will lead to harm for both yourself and others? The messenger of the beast god, enchanted by the serpent beast, forsaking the dissemination of blessings in the beast realm. Once this news spreads, not only will the Beastmen hunt him down, but will also tarnish the deity's reputation. The god will not let him go unpunished. Seeing her so obstinate, the priest began to directly threaten her with the life of the serpent beast. Han Mian, along with Mo Ran and Mo Bai, arrived at the edge of the forest, his heart still uneasy, constantly gazing in the direction of the courtyard. Mo Ran had no choice but to reveal everything to Han Mian. He did not wish for Han Mian to perish. If the priest truly opened the altar and received the decree from the beast god, the entire Beastman tribe would come to hunt him down. If Yue Huan were truly to oppose her mission and face divine retribution, what would become of the two of them? Han Mian felt as though struck by a thunderbolt. Huan Huan is the messenger of the beast god. They cannot be together. Had he been unable to escape the fate of the serpent beast after all this time? No matter how he thought about it, it was a deadlock. If he did not leave and was hunted, Huan Huan would undoubtedly protect him. He was certain she would disregard everything, but would that not bring divine punishment upon her? If he were to leave, what would become of Huan Huan? The last time he left, she nearly lost her life. No, he had promised Huan Huan that he would never leave her again. Previously, he had foolishly thought that sending her away was for her own good, only to nearly cost her life. Now he understood Yue Huan Huan's feelings for him. She had clearly stated that without him, she would perish. He dared not contemplate the consequences of his departure. He could not bear to leave. He had once been a wandering soul in hell, but Yue Huan Huan had pulled him into paradise, granting him all that was beautiful, and now she would cast him back into hell. Having never tasted sweetness, he knew not the bitterness. Yet if he were to be plunged from a honey pot into a cauldron of bitterness, how could he accept it? Mo ran, seeing him leaning against a tree. Rubbing his forehead, remained silent, feeling sorrow for him. But if the situation remained unresolved and Han Mian did not leave, the consequences were unimaginable. After much internal struggle, he finally spoke. Han Mian, do you intend to leave? No. I promised her that I would not leave unless it were her own choice. I have made decisions for her, believing it was for her benefit, only to nearly bring her to death and cause her so much sorrow. Han Mian lowered his hand from his forehead, lifting his head with resolute determination. Oh Bai also interjected. I believe so too. We all think leaving is the right choice, yet Yue Huan may not share that sentiment. Whether to serve as a divine messenger or to be with you should be her decision alone. If you leave, what if she no longer wishes to live? Mo Ran wanted to say more, but recalled Yue Huan's words that day when she shouted at Han Mian. She said she would die without him. If leaving also meant death, it would be better to wait and take a chance. The three fell into silence. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, upon hearing the priest declare that Han Mian would be hunted down, Yue Huan Huan became agitated. Hunt down Han Mian? On what grounds? Has he ever committed any wrongdoing? Simply because of his identity as a serpent beast? Because he has enchanted me and failed to spread blessings in the beast realm? Ridiculous. The reason I spread blessings was because of Han Mian. You made me the messenger without asking if I was willing. Upon hearing Yue Huan Huan's sharp voice, Han Mian and the others hurried back. At the entrance, they heard her shout again. Who dares to hunt down Han Mian? Who dares to harm him? I will pursue them to the ends of the earth and kill them. If the entire Beastman continent unites to hunt him down, then I shall burn your continent to the ground. You are a divine messenger. You should harbor great love. How can you be so violent? Willing to destroy the Beastman continent for your own selfish desires? Can you truly face the trust of the beast god? The priest could hardly believe such words were spoken by a messenger. His face turned a myriad of colors in anger. Hearing the priest speak of harboring great love, Yue Huan Huan scoffed internally, her voice lowering, yet carrying an icy tone. A joke. They seek the life of my beloved, yet demand I harbor great love and spare them. What audacity! What is great love? If the god truly loved the world, why would he not spare Han Mian? Is he not of this world? If I cannot protect the one I love, then I would rather not be a messenger. Phoenix Beast, if you wish to destroy the Beastman continent, you shall face divine retribution. If the beast god were to strip you of your divine power and flame, how would you protect him? The priest struggled to convince himself not to succumb to anger. He desperately sought a way to persuade the Phoenix Beast to abandon the serpent beast. Then let the retribution come. If I cannot protect him, then I shall die alongside him. Yue Huan Huan's expression turned frantic once more. The priest's words felt like a knife piercing her heart, striking at her deepest fears. Her greatest dread was failing to protect Han Mian. Phoenix Beast, you are an ancient divine beast, a messenger of the gods, bound by a mission. Is it worth it for a serpent beast? The priest truly could not accept this. That one could become a deity, worth it or not. I alone shall decide. I desire little. I do not wish to become a deity. I do not wish to be a Buddha. I seek neither past lives nor future lives. I only wish for this life to have Han Mian by my side. Is that too greedy of me? Yue Huan Huan's hands clenched tightly, her face revealing helplessness and despair, yet her eyes brimmed with fury. Her final words erupting into a heart-wrenching scream. I desire nothing but Han Mian. Yet you all shout for blood, seeking his life. Very well, since the gods and Buddhas are unjust, then come and take away this body of phoenix bones that was bestowed upon me. I shall die alongside him. Is that acceptable? Han Mian, witnessing Yue Huan Huan's emotions teetering on the brink of collapse, rushed over and embraced her. Huan Huan, look at me, I am here. Upon seeing Han Mian's face, Yue Huan Huan's clenched hands loosened, wrapping around his waist. After a long moment, she finally spoke. Han Mian, did you hear everything? I am sorry. I cannot let you go. I am selfish, but Huan Huan, it is my fault. I cannot bear to leave, and yet I use such a disgraceful identity to burden you. Han Mian was at a loss for words. His mind was in turmoil, not seeking to become a deity, not seeking to become a Buddha, not seeking past lives, not seeking future lives, only wishing for a Han Mian. Yue Huan Huan's words echoed relentlessly in his ears. Han Mian, what are you saying? What about you is disgraceful? You are the best. They do not understand your goodness. It is they who are blind and unworthy. Yue Huan Huan cradled Han Mian's face, speaking each word with utmost sincerity. The priest's eyes filled with regret. Had he found the Phoenix Beast sooner, it would not have escalated to this point. He never imagined the Phoenix Beast and the Serpent Beast would wish to die together. If only they could part. Both might live well. One would even remain an ancient divine beast. How could love in this world lead to such a scenario? Were his previous words too absolute? Now the situation was at a standstill. Did it truly require the opening of the altar? The Phoenix Beast still held value for the tribe. He merely wished to eliminate or drive away the Serpent Beast to keep the Phoenix Beast within the White Tiger tribe. Considering the reputation of the Beast God, his earlier threats were only to make the Phoenix Beast aware of the stakes. Who could have anticipated it would lead to this? It was utterly incomprehensible. What to do now? Mo ran and Mo looked at the two, their eyes also reddening. They merely wished to be together. Yet how could it be so difficult? After a long while, Yue Huan Huan calmed herself. Grasping Han Mian's hand, her gaze sweeping over the three standing in the courtyard, her tone icy. You may leave. From this moment forth, I shall have no ties with the White Tiger tribe. I have done all that I could for you. We owe each other nothing. If you wish to hunt us down, then come. If the beast god were to punish me, let him reclaim my phoenix bones. Yue Huan, Mo upon hearing that there would be no further ties with the White Tiger tribe, became anxious. He wished to say that this was merely the priest's opinion and did not represent the White Tiger tribe. However, the deeply rooted beliefs of the Beastmen held that the priest represented the will of the beast god, leaving him at a loss for words. Return home. Han Mian has yet to eat. I have no time to entertain you. Yue Huan Huan felt Han Mian's hand tremble slightly. She helped him sit down, poured a glass of water, and placed it in his hand, urging him to drink. Before turning and entering the kitchen, Han Mian, Bai glanced at Han Mian, his eyes filled with helplessness, unsure how to make Yue Huan understand that he and the priest were not of the same mind. Bai, it is fine. Huan Huan is not directing this at you. Next time, bring me the bee-skin skirt that Huan Huan made. Han Mian is aware of Bai's feelings, and he makes an effort to adjust his mood, managing to draw a smile from Bai. All right, I will come to see you in a couple of days, with Han Mian's words. Bai feels a great deal of reassurance, the very least. Han Mian is still allowing him to visit, which indicates that Han Mian trusts him. If Han Mian trusts him, then Yue Huan naturally would not distance herself from him as well. Bai. You and the priest should return first. I will stay here and talk with Han Mian for a while. Ran sits down next to Han Mian and pats his shoulder. The priest, at this moment, is flushed with embarrassment, feeling out of place as both the Lord of Yinchong City and the Serpent Beast are on the same side. So is the young clan leader. They not only spoke well of him yesterday, but today they have also turned against him, yet they still stand with the Serpent Beast. Should they open the altar? If the altar is opened and the beast god agrees to encircle the Serpent Beast, it will be a fight to the death with the Phoenix Beast. If at that time, the Lord of Yinchong City and the young clan leader remain obstinate, it would not be what he wishes to see. Unable to make a decision for the moment, he can only return to the White Tiger tribe with Bai and discuss it further. Han Mian, no matter what happens, I will never be your enemy. Not just because of Yue Huan. Perhaps I cannot stop everyone from Yinchong City, but my lion clan will never participate in the encirclement. Ran places his hand on Han Mian's shoulder, having made up his mind. Han Mian looks at him in surprise, unable to understand the reason behind Ran's stance. After all, it is the will of the beast god, and everyone knows what defying it entails. He has endured too much malice throughout his life. Kindness often leaves him at a loss. After a long while, he finally speaks. Ran, if it truly is the beast gods will to encircle me, do not resist that. I do not want anyone to be implicated because of me. You have clan members who need your protection. After a pause, he looks up at the sky again and adds, but I do not believe it is the beast god who wishes for my demise. I have never committed evil. Everything I have done is for self-preservation. I have never provoked anyone. If I must die simply because I am a serpent, then the beast god is exceedingly unjust. Ran sees the profound sadness and confusion in Han Mian's eyes and feels a sense of injustice on his behalf that he, having presided over Yinchong City at a young age and having met countless people, has come to understand Han Mian. Even in their brief acquaintance, that he has sparred with Han Mian before. Han Mian is strong, a worthy opponent. He acknowledges him from the depths of his heart, witnessing Han Mian's current plight. He feels a kindred spirit emerging within him. The Beastmen revere the strong. He and Han Mian are evenly matched, yet their circumstances are starkly different. He is respected and admired, while Han Mian faces misunderstanding and disdain. It is due to race, status, bloodline, and prejudice that this chasm exists. A sense of melancholy rises within Ran. Han Mian, just remember, no matter what, I stand by your side. Ran gazes earnestly at Han Mian. In the next couple of days, let us venture to the Green Crystal Forest once more. Ran wishes to take Han Mian back to the Green Crystal Forest. The two of them are the strongest on this continent, and together they would face no danger in the forest. Not only does the forest contain green crystals, but is also where he found the fire ice crystal that protects him. He aims to find something to safeguard Han Mian. To the Green Crystal Forest? Why? Isn't it quite dangerous there? Yue Huan inquires, having set out the meals for the three of them. She had overheard in the kitchen. She is grateful that Ran is willing to stand by Han Mian's side at this time. Whether it is useful or not does not matter. What matters is the thought. While eating, Ran explains the origin of his ice crystal and expresses his desire to find something to protect Han Mian, repeatedly assuring Yue Huan that with their combined strength, they would absolutely not be harmed in the green crystal forest. Han Mian, what do you think? Yue Huan does not doubt Mo Ran, but she needs to hear Han Mian's affirmation to truly believe it. Han Mian is inclined to go, although Beastmen can only consume green crystals once in their lifetime to enhance their strength. He has no use for the green crystals. However, if he can find other protective items, it would provide an extra layer of security for himself and Yue Huan, that if they're truly encircled, he can also defend himself. For Yue Huan's divine fire must not be unleashed again. If a massacre occurs or the Beastman continent is destroyed, Yue Huan would surely face divine retribution. He cannot allow such a scenario to unfold. Yet, the thought of Yue Huan being left alone here, potentially in danger, makes him hesitate. He desperately wishes to grow stronger. Yet there is Yue Huan to consider. I will have Wolf 7 and the Wolf clan guard this place. You need not worry. Mo Ran perceives his hesitation. Protect me? If Han Mian is going, then I must go too. Yue Huan replies, somewhat exasperated. How could she possibly let Han Mian go alone? Yue Huan, you cannot go. Your attack power is fire, which cannot be unleashed in the green crystal forest. The trees there block out the sun, and you cannot even transform, Mo Ran says a bit urgently. Then I will fly above. I cannot be separated from Han Mian. Yue Huan stubbornly refuses to let Han Mian out of her sight. The green crystal forest is vast, with so many trees. If you fly above, you won't see anything. We will need to stay there for at least 10 days. Can you fly for that long? By then, Han Mian will have to split his attention to take care of you. Mo Ran almost laughs, incredulous at the thought of flying above, seeing Yue Huan becoming anxious. Han Mian quickly reassures her. Yue Huan, there will be no danger for me and Mo Ran in there. You wait for me here. I will definitely return safely, all right? Be good. Originally, Yue Huan wanted to say that neither of them should go. But upon seeing Han Mian speak to her so gently, she finds herself unable to resist. After a long moment of hesitation, she wraps her arms around Han Mian, her voice choked. Han Mian, you must be careful. Tea doesn't matter whether you catch anything. Even without it, I can still protect you. Yue Huan has thought deeply. Han Mian needs to grow stronger, and with so many variables, she genuinely fears she cannot protect him. She is not foolish, though she speaks of burning the entire Beastman continent. If that were to happen, she and Han Mian would have no future together. She would not take such a step unless absolutely necessary. If the priest gathers people to encircle them in the coming days, it would be best if Han Mian is not present. She does not wish for Han Mian to witness her in a murderous frenzy. She is half convinced by the priest's words. She once told the Wish Cat that she wanted to bind a serpent. If he is indeed the beast god, he should not simply allow an encirclement of Han Mian just because she does not wish to part from him. But everything is unpredictable. If events truly escalate to a point of no return, and she is punished by the beast god, losing her phoenix bones, what would happen to Han Mian? Han Mian embraces her in return. Yue Huan, I will. While I am away, you must take care of yourself. Wolf 7 and the Wolf clan will guard you here. I will return as quickly as I can. Han Mian is worried, but he recalls that the encirclement spoken of by the priest is aimed at him. If he is not present, they will not trouble Yue Huan, so there is no need to worry about the priest's side. The only variable should be the Monkey clan, but Yue Huan possesses divine fire. And with the Wolf clan guarding her, no one except the beast god can harm her. There should be no problems as the group is discussing. They see Yichun arriving. Yichun brings all the animal skin skirts and flour, cotton, and medicinal herbs from Yue Huan's cave. Upon seeing him emptying the cave, Yue Huan feels uneasy. Yet, after his arrival, Yichun says nothing, merely stating that he feared Yue Huan would be anxious for cotton. So he thought she would want some flour too, and thus brought everything. After learning that Mo Ran and Han Mian are headed to the green crystal forest, Yichun appears visibly pleased. Han Mian, you all go ahead. I will stay here with Wolf 7 to watch over Yue Huan. You need not worry, for Mo Bai said you will come in 2 days. Han Mian still feels a bit anxious. But then he realizes that Yichun has come from the White Tiger tribe, and Mo Bai is also coming. He must know that the priest has not made any moves in recent days. Besides, since he will not be there, the priest has no reason to encircle them, so he feels relieved. After dinner, the three agree to set out the next day. Mo Bai takes Yichun back to Yincheng City. Needing to arrange matters in the tribe, as their absence might last a dozen days. The Wolf Clan will guard Yue Huan, while Yincheng City will depend on the Lion Clan. They must also guard against the Monkey Clan. Yichen seeks out Wolf 7, and the two discuss how to protect Yue Huan. In the room, only Han Mian and Yue Huan remain. Once again, as parting draws near, this farewell, like the last, is for the sake of becoming stronger. Yet the individuals leaving are different, and their mindsets have shifted. Han Mian, I have brought cotton. I will make you many clothes at home. Do not run about. Eat well, and wait patiently for your return. Do not worry about me. No one can harm me. You must take care of yourself, all right? Yue Huan embraces Han Mian, and after listening to his countless admonitions, she finally speaks. She gives Han Mian a bit of calming medicine, fearing he might not sleep throughout the night, which could leave him lacking energy in the green crystal forest. But she does not dare to tell him, instead pretending it is to replenish his energy. After Han Mian falls asleep, Yue Huan gets up to the kitchen to prepare his favorite egg pancakes. She feels that no amount is enough, so she also cooks his favorite meatball soup and packs all the medicine she had previously given him into a plastic bag. Yet, feeling a lingering unease, she retrieves the jade Buddha she has kept hidden in the compartment of her backpack. It is a talisman for peace that her grandfather sought from a temple after her parents passed away. One step at a time, bowing with each request. After her grandfather's passing, she had been reluctant to wear it. When Mo ran, Yi Chun, and Lang Qi arrived, Yue Huan Huan went into the room to wake Han Mian. Gazing at Han Mian's sleeping face and contemplating their impending separation for over 10 days, tears welled up in Yue Huan Huan's eyes. She quickly wiped them away, reminding herself that she mustn't cry, as it would bring bad luck. Han Mian opened his eyes and noticed the redness in Yue Huan Huan's eyes. Struggling to hold back his own tears, a pang of sorrow gripped his heart as he forced himself to rise. Wash his face and eat. The group sat silently at the dining table, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken emotions. After the meal, Yue Huan Huan carefully packed some cakes and medicine for Han Mian, adorning his neck with a jade Buddha. Han Mian, this was bestowed upon me by my grandfather. It will surely keep you safe. I will wait for your return at home, she said earnestly, suppressing her emotions. Once a skeptic of deities, she now found herself clinging to faith, desperately wishing for the jade Buddha's protection for Han Mian. Lang Qi, still young and having not seen Han Mian in a long time, felt his eyes water at the thought of his departure to the green crystal forest, tugging on Han Mian's arm. This almost caused Yue Huan Huan to lose her composure. Observing the glimmer of tears in Han Mian's eyes, Mo Ran sensed that if this continued, Han Mian might not be able to leave. He pulled Han Mian close and addressed the others, saying, "We must depart. The sooner we leave, the sooner we shall return. Have no worries." With that, he transformed and vanished with Han Mian into the depths of the forest. Watching Han Mian disappear in the blink of an eye left Yue Huan Huan's heart feeling suddenly hollow. She mustn't cry. She needed to keep herself busy, for in busyness, the pangs of longing would not shadow her every step. Meanwhile, the leader of the ape tribe, Wun, recognized that his opportunity had finally arrived upon seeing the chief leave Cloud City. He had received word from Wolfong of the White Tiger tribe that the priest intended to deal with that serpent beast. Simultaneously, Zisen, the leader of the Eagle tribe, was filled with excitement upon learning that the Lord of Cloud City and the serpent beast had ventured into the green crystal forest. Presently, only the Phoenix beast and the wolf tribe remained. And due to the serpent beast, the Phoenix beast had already turned against the White Tiger tribe. This was an unprecedented opportunity. Impatiently waiting, Zisen finally encountered Wu Luan. Suppressing his excitement, he feigned indifference and inquired about Wu Luan's purpose. "Zisen, I come bearing good news. Cloud City has discovered salt. Mo Ran has gone to the green crystal forest. If we join forces, that salt will be ours," Wu Luan carefully articulated, hoping to entice Zisen with the prospect of salt. Zisen laughed, realizing that Wu Luan was attempting to deceive him. "Wu Luan, do not presume I am unaware of your schemes. The fire-breathing Phoenix beast is by the salt lake, is it not? And the wolf tribe stands guard. If you lack sincerity in your approach, you may leave this instant." Zisen's gaze was piercing, his tone icy. Startled, Wu Luan understood that the Eagle tribe had been surveilling them all along, their true aim being Cloud City, and that the prospect of acquiring salt would not suffice. Yet he was blinded by revenge, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Indeed, the Phoenix Beast is there if we can subdue her and wound the wolf tribe. Everything else will be manageable. The chief has gone to the green crystal forest, leaving only the lion tribe in Cloud City. Ape tribe can act as insiders, making it easy for your eagle tribe to attack. Oh, what do you desire in return? Zeeson, fully aware, still pretended to inquire. I want the lives of the Phoenix Beast and the Serpent Beast. Wu Luan declared vehemently, I can handle the Phoenix Beast. However, the Serpent Beast and Mo Ran have ventured into the green crystal forest, and they are the strongest on the Beastman continent. Once they emerge, their powers will be even more unfathomable that I cannot deal with them. Zeeson spoke candidly, his sole concern being that these two would not rest until they avenge themselves. You can capture the Phoenix Beast? Wu Luan's eyes lit up. Initially, he had merely hoped to take a chance, thinking that his fellow avians, the Eagle tribe, might possess some means. He had not expected that the Eagle tribe could indeed apprehend the Phoenix Beast. I know where the resurrection fragrance can be found. Zeeson sat on a stone bench, his expression contemplative. You can first capture the Phoenix Beast, and then use her to threaten the Serpent Beast and Mo Ran. They will undoubtedly surrender. Wu Luan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The resurrection fragrance could render the Phoenix Beast unconscious. How do you know this? Zeeson asked, somewhat surprised. He was only aware that the Serpent Beast and the Phoenix Beast were near the salt lake, as the scouting eagles dared not approach, remaining high above. Thus, he was entirely uninformed about other details. The Phoenix Beast killed over 100 of my ape tribe members to protect the Serpent Beast. Besides her affection for the Serpent Beast, what other reason could there be? The priest of the White Tiger tribe seeks to eliminate the Serpent Beast precisely because they have formed a bond. The animosity with the Phoenix Beast stems from their deep feelings for one another, unwilling to part. Chief Mo Ran would never forsake my entire ape tribe over mere salt or the feud with the White Tiger tribe. He must have feelings for the Phoenix Beast. Wu Luan declared with conviction. Zeeson's interest was piqued. The Serpent Beast and the Phoenix Beast were actually bonded. Mo Ran had affections for the Phoenix Beast. They would not idly watch her perish. The puzzle began to unravel for Zeeson, who calculated the chances of success and potential losses in his mind. Even if the Lord of Cloud City and the Serpent Beast were both enamored with Yue Huan, it seemed improbable that they would simply submit and await death. The bond between the Serpent Beast and the Phoenix Beast could be leveraged, but Mo Ran had not yet formed a bond with the Phoenix Beast. Persuading him to sacrifice himself seemed unlikely. Moreover, he held no grudge against them, and there was no need to claim their lives. If Mo Ran were to die, the Lion tribe would undoubtedly seek vengeance, leading to a bloodbath. He merely desired the territory of Cloud City, and there was no necessity for such ruthless actions. Such brutality could provoke the wrath of the Beast God, resulting in a loss far greater than any gain. If he were to seize Cloud City first and use the Phoenix Beast's life to compel Mo Ran and the Serpent Beast to swear fealty to the Beast God, renouncing any further entanglements or revenge, it would merely require relinquishing the position of Lord of Cloud City. The Lion tribe could still reside there, and surely Mo Ran would agree to save the Phoenix Beast should they swear allegiance. The Phoenix Beast could simply be returned to them. As for the ape tribe, they were but a stepping stone, inconsequential. After all, Wu Luan could not contend with him. With his resolve firm, Zeeson looked at Wu Luan, feigning sincerity. Very well. Since that is the case, I shall assist you this once. First, capture the Phoenix Beast, seize Cloud City, and once they surrender, I will handle the Phoenix Beast and Serpent Beast for you. After reaching an agreement and discussing the details, they planned their actions for 3 days hence that Wu Luan departed, needing to return to Cloud City to strategize on how to subdue the Lion tribe. Zeeson made his way to the One-Step Cliff. The One-Step Cliff is nestled within a small valley, surrounded by mountains, with a narrow, towering cliff rising majestically from the flat ground, a marvel of nature. The valley is perpetually shrouded in mist, teeming with venomous creatures, while the toxic miasma at the valley's bottom prevents any terrestrial animals from entering. To step inside is to face death. Yet, atop the cliff grows the legendary resurrection fragrance, said to counteract the phoenix bird. For other beastmen, the resurrection fragrance is a treasure, its essence capable of curing countless ailments. However, for the phoenix beast, When the resurrection fragrance is ground into powder, its scent can render her temporarily unconscious, inhibiting her transformation and the use of divine fire for an entire lunar month. This secret is passed down exclusively through the leaders of the eagle tribe. The phoenix bird had long since vanished from the Beastman continent, existing only in legend. Thus, it had remained within the lore of the eagle tribe's leaders, garnering little attention. Who would have imagined that the phoenix bird's return would prove so fortuitous? Meanwhile, Yue Huan Huan busied herself in the small courtyard, sorting cotton. This cotton had been harvested, dried, and separated the previous year. Together with Yi Chun and Lang Qi, she smoothed and compressed the cotton into dense clumps, then carded it to create cotton threads. Yi Chun and Lang Qi worked swiftly, and seeing their speed and the quality of their work, Yue Huan Huan conceded that her strengths lay more in ideas than in execution. The two busied themselves. She gathered several wolf tribe beastmen and ventured into the forest, seeking out the indigo and purple herbs she had previously identified. These two were natural plant dyes. She had forgotten to dye the silks during her last hurried attempt. The indigo flower is a light lavender, producing fabric in a pale blue, while the purple herb blooms in deep violet, yielding a mysteriously light purple fabric. The forest is rich with various dyeing plants. But Yue Huan Huan believed these two colors would look exquisite on Han Mian, so she prioritized them, resolving that in time, she would ensure he donned every color imaginable. Upon returning with the flowers, she discovered that Yi Chun and Lang Qi had completed all the cotton threads. Yue Huan Huan marveled. At this pace, you could rival a factory if you were in the modern world. It is simply astounding. She set aside some cotton threads, intending to weave them into wicks when time permitted, as small oil lamps were far more practical than torches, which always seemed strange and smoky when lit indoors. After tidying up, she began weaving fabric, consciously slowing her pace to allow Yi Chun and Lang Qi to learn. Once they grasped the technique, their curiosity piqued, and unable to sit idle, they dashed into the forest to find wood. Crafting 2 weaving looms, the trio wove together, chatting and laughing, and before they knew it, an entire day had passed without Yue Huan Huan feeling any sorrow. However, after dinner, as night fell and she lay in bed, the weight of her emotions returned with a vengeance. Longing surged within her, entwined with a tinge of anxiety and unease. Unable to endure any longer, she sat up. Lighting countless torches, she resumed her weaving. For idleness frightened her. She feared she might weep, a vulnerability she could not afford in the face of Han Mian's plight. Night Dust and Wolf 7, who had not slept, recognized the glow emanating from Yue Huan's chamber and understood her insomnia. Concerned for Han Mian's condition, they returned to keep her company as she wove. Night faded and dawn began to break. The fabric they had crafted was nearing completion, though Yue Huan remained uncertain of how much cloth was required for a garment. Impatient to create clothing, she called a halt once she deemed there was enough for several outfits. She instructed Wolf 7 and the others to crush flowers to extract their juice, contemplating that the dyeing process would take about 6 or 7 hours. With a word to Night Dust, she left for the wooden cabin without eating, exhausted from a day and night of weaving, and collapsed into sleep. Awakening after midday, Yue Huan ventured into the courtyard to find that Night Dust and Wolf 7 had prepared pancakes and meat soup awaiting her arrival. Feeling a tad embarrassed for constantly relying on others, the three shared their meal and hung the dyed fabric to dry. Sitting on a chair, Yue Huan scrutinized the hues of the cloth, deliberating whether to fashion ancient-style robes or everyday attire. Torn within, she pondered. While robes were impractical, she was eager to see Han Mian adorned in one. Perhaps she would create an ensemble for him to wear at home when not hunting. Yue Huan, shall I take you fruit picking? The forest is abundant with the fruits you adore. Let us gather some to make dried fruit, Night Dust suggested, noticing Yue Huan's silence and assuming she was still troubled. No, Night Dust, I do not wish to go out. Please fetch the wool mo by prepared for me. It is in the cabinet of my room. I shall teach you how to make yarn. Yue Huan suddenly recalled the wool mo by had gathered upon her arrival at Salt Lake. Once the yarn was ready, she could knit a sweater or scarf for Han Mian. After Night Dust retrieved the wool, he observed Yue Huan wrapping it around a spindle and spinning it rapidly, marveling as the wool transformed into a continuous thread. Intrigued, Wolf 7 and Night Dust joined in, and the day passed in a flurry of activity. That night, they lit a bonfire in the courtyard, laying animal hides on the leaf. As they played with the yarn and chatted, Yue Huan unknowingly drifted into slumber. When she awoke, the sun was bright, and she groggily opened her eyes to feel an arm wrapped around her waist from behind, instinctively believing it to be Han Mian. Turning around, she was jolted awake. Goodness, she had been sleeping on the same hide as night dust. His hand rested upon her waist. Shocked, Yue Huan quickly shook off his hand, sitting up and scanning her surroundings, relieved to find nothing amiss. Night dust was startled awake by her sudden movements, and, seeing her pale complexion, inquired about her well-being. "What is the matter? Why am I here with you?" Yue Huan exclaimed, wishing she could bite him in frustration. Night dust saw no issue with sharing a hide. After all, he had embraced her for 7 days when she had been feverish with wide, innocent eyes. Night dust replied, "Yue Huan, what is the problem with sleeping together? We have shared a hide before." Fuming, Yue Huan nearly lost her composure, about to retort that she had never shared a hide with him, when she suddenly noticed Wolf 7 laughing at them from another hide. The realization sent a shiver down her spine. After a rather awkward breakfast, Yue Huan's heart remained restless. With Wolf 7 still young, she worried he might inadvertently mention to Han Mian that she had spent the night with Night Dust. How could she explain that? Although nothing had happened, the mere thought of Han Mian knowing she had shared intimacy with another would drive her mad. She knew his character. He would not blame her, but he would certainly feel discomfort. Feeling dazed, she took the dried cloth and asked Wolf 7 to cut it for her, intending to caution him not to mention anything to Han Mian, yet fearing that such a warning might complicate matters further. Thus, she retreated into her room, burying herself in her sewing, not emerging all day. Night Dust sat in the courtyard, peering through the half-open window, his gaze fixated on the industrious Yue Huan, who was absorbed in her work. He believed that her willingness to let Han Mian out indicated that her heart was now unburdened, with no lingering ties. She would surely come to accept him. In his view, a female could not possibly have only one beast husband. Eventually, Yue Huan would accept him. As night fell, Night Dust coaxed Wolf 7 to sleep first, claiming he would keep watch outside while preparing a meal for Yue Huan. Trusting him, Wolf 7 scampered off to bed. After he departed, Night Dust roasted some meat, the tender mutton being her favorite. He entered the room, finding Yue Huan lighting a torch while seated on the bed, engrossed in her sewing. Yue Huan sewed with great concentration, a faint smile gracing her lips as she occasionally held up her work for comparison, suggesting she was nearing completion. The flickering torchlight danced across her face, casting a soft glow that enveloped her in an ethereal veil, rendering her almost dreamlike in beauty. Night Dust's admiration deepened, recalling the soft sensation of her waist in his embrace the previous night. Causing his heart to race, he sat on the edge of the bed, his eyes never leaving her, as the firelight flickered, creating an atmosphere charged with unspoken tension. Only when Night Dust took a seat beside her did Yue Huan notice him and grew annoyed. "Night Dust, this is Han Mian's bed. Your presence here is inappropriate." Night Dust, entranced by Yue Huan, barely registered her words. He leaned closer and enveloped her in his arms, breath quickening. "Yue Huan, I have long cherished you. You have made me endure for too long. Let us bond as partners today." Yue Huan was taken aback, a mix of shock and fury surging within her. She attempted to push him away but found herself devoid of strength, her vision blurring as she lost consciousness. Night Dust, witnessing her lean against him instead of resisting, felt a surge of elation. This was her silent consent. The overwhelming joy propelled him forward, and he leaned in to kiss her delicate neck. Just as his lips brushed against her skin, a sudden blow rendered him unconscious. Zusin, observing the slumbering phoenix beast on the stone bed in the cave, fell into contemplation. This was the cave he had discovered yesterday. Perched on a cliff, a safe distance from the ground, he intended to confine the phoenix beast here, far from the reach of those seeking her. Initially, he believed the phoenix beast to be a fierce and formidable female, having single-handedly slain over 100 ape clan members. Thus, he had prepared robust vines to bind her. Yet, to his surprise, the phoenix beast appeared delicate and exquisitely beautiful, having prepared the soul-reviving incense. He arrived at Cloud City just as dusk was falling. He flew to the lakeside forest, shrinking his form to conceal himself among the branches, observing the wooden cabin surroundings in the courtyard. A fox beast and a wolf beast were present. Peering through the half-open window, he spotted the phoenix beast. She sat on the bed, crafting something peculiar, not resembling a beast's skin skirt. With a hint of a smile gracing her lips, night enveloped the land. Devoid of moonlight, the lakeside resembled a shroud of darkness. Only the wooden cabin glimmered with a flickering fire, akin to a firefly in an abyss of shadows. However, to Zissin, the night held no distinction from day. His night vision was exceptionally acute. He observed the wolf beast entering another small wooden cabin, while the fox beast busied herself in the left chamber of the cabin. This made it easier for him to conceal himself. He flew to the window and released the soul-reviving incense into the room, then hid atop the roof. After a moment, sensing the effects of the drug taking hold, he transformed and entered the room, only to witness the phoenix beast engaged in an intimate encounter with the fox beast. He swiftly incapacitated the fox beast, transforming and carrying the phoenix beast away from Cloud City. The gray wolf beast remained obliviously stationed by the lakeside. A bunch of imbeciles upon reaching the cave. He transformed and gently placed the phoenix beast on the stone bed, sinking into worry. His initial plan had been to abduct her, bind her, and leave her unable to escape, relying on the Eagle clan to watch over her. Yet now, gazing at the fragile phoenix beast, he felt a sense of protectiveness. Her soft body, delicate skin, and fragile limbs seemed too vulnerable for the harsh bindings he had prepared. Perhaps it would be best to guard her himself, so as to prevent her from waking in fear and tumbling down the cave. She must not come to harm. He needed her as leverage against Mo Ran and the serpent beast. He settled beside the stone bed, his gaze fixed on the slumbering phoenix beast, who appeared restless in her sleep, furrowing her brow and occasionally moving her hands. Was she dreaming? His curiosity piqued when Wolf 7 awoke in the morning and found night dust absent. He sought Yue Huan, only to be taken aback by the scene in the room. Night dust lay sprawled on the floor. While Yue Huan was nowhere to be found, he hurriedly shook night dust awake. Night dust, why are you sleeping here? Where is Yue Huan? Night dust, roused from his slumber, blinked in confusion until the mention of Yue Huan snapped him to attention, and he sat up and surveyed the surroundings. Asking, indeed, where is Yue Huan? Did she not agree to bond with me last night? His final impression lingered upon the sensation of kissing Yue Huan's neck. He was still somewhat dazed, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Seeing that he seemed perpetually disoriented, Lang Chi hastily sought out Yue Huan, disregarding him, and ran outside to inquire with the Wolf Clan orcs stationed by the lake, after questioning every individual present. None had seen Yue Huan. A living person had vanished right under the gaze of 300 to 400 Wolf Clan members. Lang Chi could hardly believe it and pondered whether Yue Huan had ventured into the green crystal forest to find Han Mian. He quickly asked if anyone had seen a phoenix flying out that night, but again he received no leads. He was filled with regret for having chosen to sleep that evening. How could he explain this to Han Mian and the chieftain? Once Nightchin realized what was happening, he too hurried out and relayed the events to Lang Chi. Lang Chi looked at him as if he were a ghost. What did you say? Yue Huan is to become your mate? Yes, we were just about to bond. And then, I lost consciousness. Perhaps I was ambushed from behind. What should we do? Nightchin was flustered and at a loss. Lang Chi fell silent. Sensing the strangeness of the situation, if they had indeed been attacked by orcs, it would have been impossible to escape from the watchful eyes of hundreds guarding the lakeside. Accompanied by the Wolf Clan orcs, they searched through the nearby forest, yet still found nothing. Who could have abducted Yue Huan? The only possibility he could conceive was the Ape Clan. But how could they have taken her? Yue Huan was immensely powerful. She could fly and conjure fire. Who could possibly abduct her without a sound? Lang Chi was left empty-handed and instructed Night Chun to remain by the wooden cabin while he returned to seek guidance from his beast father, hoping to uncover some clues and observe the movements of the Ape Clan. Night Chun stayed in the room, still struggling to accept the situation. Why had he suddenly been knocked unconscious? How had he failed to detect any presence nearby? And how had Yue Huan been taken? Why hadn't she transformed? Could it be that she had left willingly? That seemed implausible. After all, he had just been kissing her. He must have been attacked from behind. Even if Yue Huan had wanted to leave, she would never have turned against him. They were on the brink of bonding. He felt he could no longer remain idle. Yue Huan must have been kidnapped. And waiting was futile. With that thought, he immediately transformed and raced toward the White Tiger tribe. Yes, he must return to find Mo, Bai, and the shaman. Yue Huan was a divine envoy, and a shaman would surely be able to locate her. Within the cave, Yue Huan gradually regained consciousness, her head spinning and her body devoid of strength. Upon opening her eyes, she was confronted by an unfamiliar environment. Panic surged within her as she sat upright. Her last memory was of Knight Chen embracing her and declaring his intent to bond. She glanced at herself and noted nothing unusual, which was a relief. But why was she here? She forced herself to calm down and began surveying the cave. It was quite spacious, and her position on the stone bed was near the far end, somewhat dim, while the front half of the cave was brightly lit, suggesting a lack of obstructions and a high vantage point. She turned her gaze back to the stone bed beside her, where a long stone slab leaned against the cave wall, adorned with some vines and several pieces of animal hide. You're awake? A deep male voice reached her ears. Yue Huan turned to the direction of the sound, but a man stood silhouetted in the cave entrance, his long brows shadowing starry phoenix eyes, a nose like a gallows, and lips like painted vermilion. His silver-white hair fluttered gently in the breeze from the cave entrance, adding an alluringly sinister air to his features. Yue Huan appraised him for a moment and thought, "This man is strikingly beautiful, yet exudes a menacing arrogance. Have I encountered yet another supernatural being?" Since awakening, she had distinctly felt the power of the phoenix beast Dan within her dissipating. Had she truly been punished by the beast god and had her phoenix essence reclaimed? But how could this happen while she was safely at home, with uncertainty surrounding the stranger's intentions? It was best to refrain from speaking too much. Caution was imperative as she was currently unable to protect herself. Zai-san, observing that the phoenix beast remained silent, assumed she was frightened. "Fear not. I simply rendered you unable to transform. I meant you no harm, that I brought you here because I require your assistance for a certain matter. Once it is resolved, you shall be freed." The more Yue Huan listened, the more perplexed she became. He had captured her. It was not the beast god reclaiming her phoenix essence. How had he managed to nullify the power of her phoenix beast Dan? What was his true objective? Zai-san paid no heed to her silence, approaching to offer her a piece of meat. "Eat," he commanded, before sitting on a nearby stone to scrutinize her. Yue Huan had no appetite, particularly for raw meat. She forced herself to remain calm and think carefully. This man's intentions were unclear. He had captured her and offered her food, which suggested he did not wish for her demise. Earlier, he had mentioned needing her for something. However, if he did not release her after some time, what would happen when Mian returned to find her missing? And now, unable to transform, how could she devise an escape plan? Not even knowing who he was made it all the more challenging to decipher his intentions. "Are you not hungry?" Zai-san inquired, noticing her daze as she held the meat. "You cannot starve. This is meant to threaten those two I'm not hungry." "Thank you." Yue Huan felt that while under someone else's roof, it was best to lower her guard. After all, provoking him would yield no benefits. Zai-san was taken aback. "Interesting. I've bound you, and yet this little female dares to thank me." Furthermore, she remains calm and obedient upon awakening. Since there is nothing else to do, why not engage her in conversation? "Why do you not ask me who I am?" Zai-san said. His interest piqued as he looked at Yue Huan. Yue Huan thought to herself, "I assent that an obvious question. If I ask, will you actually tell me?" Yet she still replied, "If you wish to share, you will. Otherwise, asking would be futile. Wouldn't it?" Zai-san was momentarily at a loss for words, finding her response amusing. Truly a phoenix beast. So composed. "Very well. I shall keep you guessing and see how long you can endure." With that, he fell silent, leaning against the cave wall, intently observing her expression. Yue Huan ignored him, striving to recall the events leading up to her fainting. Hoping to uncover some clue. Zai-san watched as she sat on the stone bed, holding the piece of meat, utterly still, seemingly lost in thought. He had intended to let her stew in her thoughts. But her posture remained unchanged for too long. "Hurry and eat. Nightfall approaches. You cannot go without sustenance," he said with an icy tone. Yue Huan was jolted back to reality. Indeed, she was hungry, but she could not eat raw meat. Seeing him rise and continue to stare at her, meat in hand, It seemed he would force it in her mouth if she did not eat soon. Reluctantly, she spoke up, "I cannot eat raw meat." "Cannot eat raw meat? How about roasted?" Zaysen's tone shifted to one of annoyance. "Why must females be so troublesome? Yes, I can eat raw meat. It makes me ill. Can you roast some for me?" Yue Huan ventured to test his attitude toward her that if he truly did not wish for her demise and found her useful, he would likely agree to roast the meat. "Wait here." Zaysun regarded her for a moment before coldly replying and turning to leave the cave. Vanishing along the left side of the cave wall, Yue Huan barely caught a glimpse of how he exited. Once he was gone, she descended from the bed and approached the entrance of the cave, hoping to familiarize herself with the terrain. However, the sight before her nearly caused her legs to weaken. She was at a considerable height above the ground. Outside the cave lay a sheer cliff, devoid of any landing space. How had that man exited just now? Could he fly? Was he like her, a phoenix beast? That seemed impossible. Yue Huan began to speculate on what sort of orc he was. If he could fly, then perhaps he was a swallow. No, he must be a bird of prey, perhaps a large eagle. The giant eagle from Yang's tail left a lasting impression on her. A white-haired eagle, a kite. Yue Huan was well-versed in botany, but less so in fauna. Those were the only two creatures that came to mind. But regardless of which it was, what purpose did he have in capturing her? Being here posed a danger. As she pondered, a sudden sound startled her. How had he appeared at the cave entrance so abruptly? She chided herself for being so lost in thought that she had failed to notice his beast form. Zaysun saw the little phoenix beast staring at him in a daze and swiftly swept her up, returning her to the stone bed. Yue Huan was taken aback by his sudden movement, letting out a startled cry as she sat on the stone bed, still in shock. How could he act so impulsively? Though she felt anger rising within her, she understood her current predicament, unable to transform and defenseless. She could not afford to confront him directly. Ignoring her startled cry, Zaysun handed her a piece of roasted meat, an entire large cut. Though it was better than nothing, Yue Huan thanked him and began to eat, finding the taste rather unpalatable. After a few bites, she felt nausea rising. Yet she needed to fill her stomach. She had to survive. She pressed on, forcing herself to eat a few more bites. Darkness soon enveloped the cave, rendering it pitch black. Yue Huan could see nothing as she consumed the large piece of meat, her stomach churning. She dared not ask for water, fearing it would lead to a need to relieve herself. Ultimately, she lay down on the bed, curling up like a shrimp. She recalled the garment she had been on the verge of sewing and wondered if it still existed. What would Lang Chi and Night Chun do when they discovered her absence? Night Chun? Yes, he had held her and declared his intent to bond with her just before she fainted. What had happened afterward? Dare not to contemplate. The male who has bound her surely would not harm her, although it is evident that he bears no marks of having taken a mate. Yet, male creatures bond exclusively. If there is no affection, there is no consequence, save for the stray beasts. His gaze upon himself reveals nothing unusual, and he does not resemble a stray beast. Yue Huan Huan's mind wanders, for the soul-returning incense restrains her powers, leaving her utterly fatigued, and she succumbs to slumber amidst the darkness. The sun's eyes possess the ability to see as clearly at night as they do during the day. All of Yue Huan Huan's movements and expressions lay bare before him. He observes her furrowed brow as she sleeps uneasily, her delicate face marred by fear, a stark contrast to her usual composure. He then hears her murmur in her dreams. Han Mian. Han Mian? Is it the serpent beast, or that fox beast with whom she shares intimacy? Wu Luan has mentioned that the phoenix beast and the serpent beast share a deep bond, even to the extent of turning against the white tiger tribe. San finds himself intrigued, settling onto the stone bed, drawing closer to her, eager to discern what more she might utter. Perhaps it was his proximity that stirred her. The sweet fragrance emanating from her being incessantly tantalizes his senses. In a moment of distraction, she turns in her sleep, revealing her alabaster waist, causing Zaysun to lose his composure and flee from the stone bed. Cursed be it, he mutters inwardly as he perches upon a large stone, yet his gaze involuntarily drifts back to that glaringly white figure. Chun hastens back to the white tiger tribe, relaying to M.O. by the news of Yue Huan's disappearance. M.O. had intended to search for Yue Huan in a couple of days, having been preoccupied with dealings in the tribe, attempting to persuade the priest to abandon his pursuit of Han Mian. His inability to extricate himself from these matters had resulted in Yi Chun transporting all of Yue Huan's belongings to the wooden hut. Upon hearing that she has vanished, and worse, been abducted, Imo by S mind is set ablaze. He swiftly takes Yi Chun to the priest's cave, succinctly explaining the situation and imploring the priest to devise a plan. Beseeching the beast god for guidance on the whereabouts of the phoenix beast, the priest, somewhat astonished, does not believe that any force could have taken the messenger of the beast god. It is certain that the phoenix beast departed of her own volition. Likely to seek out the serpent beast in the green crystal forest, he feels exasperated, contemplating whether to commence a ritual to besiege the serpent beast. After all, the phoenix beast is a divine messenger. He does not wish to disclose her quest to find the serpent beast. After a prolonged silence, he finally speaks. The beast god shall send a directive to guide me, yet I find myself unable to locate the beast god. It would be prudent to dispatch a portion of the males from the tribe to assist in the search, alongside those from Yunzhong City. Mo Bai frowned slightly. If the priest cannot locate the beast god, how can he propose a ritual besiegement? Is it merely a tactic to intimidate them into searching for Yue Huan? Yet, in his current state of urgency, he has no time for further contemplation and promptly dispatches a contingent of males to commence the search. Before hastening back to the lakeside with Yi Chun, Wolf 7 rushes back to Yunzhong City, explaining the situation to his beast father. You mean she suddenly vanished? None of our tribesmen noticed? She did not simply fly away? The wolf tribe leader, Ka Wan, expresses skepticism. Indeed, I fell asleep, and upon waking, she was gone, and I inquired with all the tribesmen, and none spotted her or the phoenix beast leaving. Wolf 7 chokes back emotion, regretting having succumbed to slumber. The phoenix beast possesses the ability to transform and harness divine fire. How could she have been taken so silently? The ape tribe has been present in the tribe these past few days without any anomalies. Who could it be? Ka Wan is utterly perplexed. Mo Ran, when discussing the soul-returning incense with Wu Lin, was not present. Moreover, Wu Lin is at odds with him, and they typically have no dealings. Thus he cannot fathom who could possibly abduct the phoenix beast, capable of flight and fire. Yet, she must be found. He can only gather a few of the lesser tribe leaders from Yunzhong City, enlisting the tribesmen to join the wolf tribe in the search. Ape tribe leader Wu Luan observes that all but the lion beastmen from Yunzhong City have departed to seek the phoenix beast, sensing the opportune moment has arrived. However, he had previously conferred with Zay's son about waiting for his signal before taking action. To ensure they strike before the leaders emerge, it is too early to act, lest they are caught unawares by the white tiger and brown bear tribes. There is no recourse but to bide his time. He cannot venture out to find Zay. Senator, his enmity with the phoenix beast is well known, and now that she is lost, he will undoubtedly be suspected. He must tread carefully to avoid drawing attention. Upon awakening, Yue Huan Huan finds herself in urgent need of relief. Yet, could you escort me outside for a moment? She implores, unable to bear the discomfort any longer. Zay, the son, gazes at her with amusement, noting her flushed cheeks, aware of her intentions, and strides toward the cave entrance, prompting her to hastily follow. Zay, his son, transforms, and as Yue Huan Huan perches upon his back, she muses. Indeed, a hawk, a bald eagle. Yet this eagle seems rather oversized. No, wait, a hawk. She recalls that hawks are said to be the natural enemies of serpents. Could it be that her abduction is linked to Han Mian? Yue Huan Huan's composure begins to fray. Zaysen sets her down by a small river, and as she dismounts, she notices his unwavering gaze upon her. Mustering her courage, she speaks. Would you kindly step away for a moment? I wish to wash up. Yet I am unable to transform and flee. Zay-san finds amusement in her predicament, having deliberately maintained his gaze until she spoke. His objective accomplished, he adopts a serious demeanor, responding with a non-committal grunt before turning to enter the nearby woods. Yue Huan Huan quickly scans her surroundings. The urgency of her discomfort leaves her little room for decorum. After attending to her needs, she washes her hands and face in the river, hesitating briefly before venturing into the woods to find Zay Sr. She realizes that escape is futile, rendering any struggle pointless. Provoking him might lead to her being bound, leaving her unable to even relieve herself. That would be an even greater torment. Now, she desperately wishes to understand whether his abduction of her is a means to confront Han Mian. She cannot wait another moment, his son, languidly leaning against a tree with his eyes closed in feigned slumber, opens them upon hearing her footsteps. Seeing the little female approach, he smirks, his expression inscrutable. I am Yue Huan. What is your name? I cannot keep addressing you as He. She approaches Zay's son, ignoring his smile. She hopes to engage him in conversation, perhaps to glean some insight. Zay's son, amused by her directness, notes her willingness to approach him without fear of escape. And he finds her inquiry increasingly entertaining. Just yesterday, you were silent. What has caused this sudden urge to converse? Zay's son, he replies, his tone devoid of emotion. Yue Huan Huan scoffs inwardly at the aloofness of this hawk. Oh, is it that the only cave nearby belongs to you? Do you dwell here alone? Do you not feel lonely? The more he listens, the more amused he becomes. This little female is attempting to befriend him, likely seeking to uncover the reasons behind her abduction. How quaint. He feigns a smile, responding in a teasing tone. Lonely? That is precisely why I captured you. Now, we are no longer alone. Yue Huan Huan realizes she has chosen the wrong approach and decides to be direct. Zay's son, how did you capture me? Why did I lose consciousness? I carried you back, of course. You were overcome by the fox beast's affections. Zay's son grins wickedly at Yue Huan Huan, his voice languorous, his enchanting eyes sparkling with mischief. What sort of hawk is this? Wait, what? Overcome by affection. What do you mean, by the fox beast? Yue Huan Huan's voice rises in pitch. When I entered, you were quite close with one another. Zay's son states matter-of-factly, puzzled by her reaction. Yue Huan Huan's expression shifts to one of shock, her complexion draining of color. Had she been kissed by Yichun? Zay's son, unable to decipher her response, leans in closer, teasing her. What is it? Are you embarrassed or angry that I witnessed your intimacy? Or are you concerned for his well-being? Where did he kiss me? You saw it? What happened afterward? Yue Huan Huan urgently inquires, her mind racing with anxiety. Zay's son recalls the scene he witnessed, his gaze wandering to Yue Huan Huan's pristine neck, an unexpected itch stirring within him, leaving him unsettled. Where did he kiss you? You do not recall? Ah, perhaps you were already unconscious at that time. Would you like me to demonstrate and enlighten you? Zay's son leans closer to Yue Huan Huan, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Absolutely not. I do not wish to know, she exclaims, stepping back, wishing she could silence her previous self. Were you not curious about what happened afterward? What did you anticipate? Alas, it was regrettable. Just as I was about to intervene, I knocked the fox beast unconscious. Zay's son watches as Yue Huan Huan's face grows increasingly pale, finding the situation immensely entertaining. Yue Huan Huan realizes that nothing untoward transpired, for she had checked by the river and found no signs of other beasts upon her. Yet, her heart remains troubled. Although such matters are commonplace in the beast world, being embraced and kissed by someone familiar, without her consent and while unconscious, leaves her feeling ill at ease. The pressing question remains, how will she handle the aftermath? What will Yichun think? What might Han Mian assume if he were to learn of this? Her heart feels as if it is suffocated by cotton. Her perception of Zay's son grows increasingly complex. Had he not employed some form of trickery, she would not have lost consciousness, nor would any of this have transpired. Yet, he also subdued Yichun, preventing the situation from worsening. Are you disappointed that I interrupted your moment? Do you hold affections for him? His name is Han Mian, is it not? Zissin observed her complex expression and was reminded of the name she had repeatedly called out in her dreams the previous night. For reasons unknown, a sense of discomfort stirred within him. Yue Huan Huan's mind buzzed. Han Mian. What do you mean? She replied, her tone tinged with coldness. She could not fathom his intentions. He was aware of Han Mian's name, yet questioned her about whether the fox beast was Han Mian. Was he deliberately probing her, or genuinely ignorant of Han Mian's identity? Oh, if it is not the fox beast, then is the snake beast called Han Mian? Or, do you have another partner? Is Mo Ran your partner? Zissin scrutinized Yue Huan Huan's reaction, convinced that the snake beast must indeed be Han Mian. However, his objective was Yunzhong City, and he needed to ascertain the nature of Mo Ran's relationship with her. Yue Huan Huan was taken aback. It seemed this eagle beast had come prepared, having plotted for quite some time. Firstly, his ability to restrain himself from transformation was no simple feat. He was well aware of those around him. Why then did he inquire about M.O. Rant's significance? He did not appear to be a stray beast. As for the Eagle clan, there was no enmity between them, and they had never crossed paths. What was his motive? To seize salt, to claim territory, the territory of Yunzhong City. What use was it to capture her? M.O. Rant is not my partner. You have miscalculated. Capturing me is futile. After contemplating, Yue Huan Huan spoke coldly. But M.O. Rant likes you. Is that not true? You two are bound to become partners eventually. Zixin gazed unblinkingly at Yue Huan Huan. He does not like me, and we shall never become partners. Do you seek Yunzhong City, or do you have other schemes? You have truly mistaken your target. Yue Huan Huan met his gaze defiantly, though. Why is that? You favor the snake beast, are attracted to a fourth-tier fox beast. Yet do not favor the strongest, M.O. Rant. Do you expect me to believe that? Zixin was convinced that this phoenix beast was deceiving him. She was aware of his desire for Yunzhong City and was intentionally asserting that they would not become partners. Yue Huan Huan chose not to engage with him further, nor did she wish to refute his claims of her affection for Yichun. Given his ambiguous background, she could not reveal the significance of Han Mian to her. As long as he was not targeting Han Mian, there was no major issue. The critical concern was to discern how he prevented her transformation. Was it merely a temporary hindrance, or would it persist indefinitely? Noticing her silence as she pondered, Zixin stepped closer. Wrapping an arm around Yue Huan Huan's waist, he leaned in, coldly whispering in her ear, "What are you thinking? How do you plan to escape?" Startled, Yue Huan Huan found herself unable to break free. Unfamiliar with his temperament, and unable to protect herself, worries weighed on her, rendering her unable to respond assertively. Fearing to provoke him, she quickly replied, "Nothing. I was just pondering how you rendered me unconscious." Zixin chuckled lowly and leaned closer, his tone ambiguous. "Would you like to know? Once they return and fulfill my demands, I shall tell you." This implied not just M.O. Rant, but also Han Mian. As Yue Huan Huan contemplated this, Zixin suddenly transformed and lifted her onto his back, soaring into the sky. The abrupt sensation of weightlessness startled her, compelling her to grasp the feathers on his back tightly. Another deep night found Yue Huan Huan lying on the stone bed. Lost in thought, she had been abducted to this cave for 3 or 4 days. The eagle beast had treated her reasonably well, ensuring she did not go hungry or thirsty, and fulfilling her requests as much as possible. Yet his temperament was utterly unpredictable. One moment he bore a stern expression with piercing eyes, and the next, his tone turned suggestive. She had devised countless plans, but could not extract from Zixin how he had caused her to faint. He neither abused her nor set her free. The sheer helplessness of being held captive, unable to defend herself, was utterly dreadful. Initially, when she was abducted, she had remained calm, perhaps bolstered by the phoenix beast pill that inflated her confidence, leading her to believe that nothing disastrous would occur. Yet days had passed, and she still could not transform. Reflecting on her previous arrogance in suggesting that the beast god could reclaim the phoenix bone, she felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself. Was Han Mian faring well in the green crystal forest? Had he encountered any dangers? Would he be injured? What would happen if he returned to find her missing? In her current state, if Han Mian were to be besieged, who would protect him? Yue Huan Huan struggled to suppress thoughts of Han Mian, repeatedly reminding herself to remain calm, to avoid tears, believing it to be inauspicious. Yet, unable to hold back, the thought of not being able to protect him and potentially becoming a bargaining chip against him caused her tears to flow uncontrollably. Zixin, initially seated on a large stone, leaned against the cave wall with his eyes closed, but upon hearing the unsteady breaths of Yue Huan Huan on the stone bed, he opened his eyes and was taken aback to find her crying. Zixin was slightly surprised. Throughout these days, this petite female had remained composed, neither causing a scene nor attempting to escape, always seeking various ways to extract information from him. He had perceived her as strong-willed and cunning. How had she suddenly broken down? He approached, sitting beside the stone bed, observing as Yue Huan Huan curled up, a small bundle, eyes shut, silent tears cascading down one cheek, falling in her long hair. Sensing his proximity, She opened her eyes, revealing a pair of beautiful, misty orbs filled with panic. That moment, Zisin's heart softened. He pulled her into his embrace, his fingers brushing through her hair. How long have you been crying? What troubles you? I will let you go. While saying this, he attempted to wipe her tears, yet they flowed as if a dam had burst, refusing to cease. Having never been this close to a female, he was unprepared for such a situation, and in that instant, his heart ached in sync with her relentless tears. Yue Huan Huan was engulfed in her anguish, allowing Zisin to hold her and wipe her tears. She recognized that any resistance would be futile and might only provoke his controlling nature. His moods were capricious, making it difficult to gauge his thoughts through normal reasoning. Previously, she had dared to gamble with her life because she had nothing to lose. But now, she feared. She wished to survive, to see Han Mian again, to share a winter slumber with him, to fulfill the promises she had made to him. Not cry. In time, you shall be able to transform again. Zisin watched her weep incessantly, feeling flustered. Upon hearing that she would regain her ability to transform, even uncertain of the truth behind his words, Yue Huan Huan felt a semblance of solace. She collected her thoughts. Calculating, it appeared this eagle beast was soft-hearted, fearing her tears, and had not tormented her. He likely only desired Yunzhong City, intending to use her as leverage against Mo Ran. Once Han Mian and Mo Ran exited the green crystal forest, he would likely bring her to confront them, then threaten them. Considering the timeline, Han Mian had been in the green crystal forest for 7 or 8 days. He should return in a few more days. While she was unsure how Mo Ran would respond, she believed that if Han Mian saw her in Zisin's grasp, he would not hesitate to comply with whatever demands Zisin made, and the consequences were too dire to contemplate. Just as Yue Huan Huan's heart began to settle, the thought of this sent her into a panic once more. What could she do to prevent Han Mian from being threatened? Zisin, why can I no longer transform? What have you given me? I am so scared. Yue Huan Huan endeavored to sound pitiable, her voice soft and sweet, believing Zisin might be swayed by her demeanor. Zisin gazed at her tear-rimmed eyes, filled with fear and a hint of pleading, her disheveled hair presenting a fragile yet beautiful sight. His heart inexplicably raced that I used the soul revival fragrance on you. Not worry. It will wear off after some time. There is only one of its kind on the beast god continent. It will never be seen again. Zisin finally spoke after a prolonged silence. He merely sought Yunzhong City and did not wish for her demise. Soul revival fragrance. What is that? Why does it control me? Will it truly never appear again? Can I trust your words? Yue Huan Huan ceased her tears, wiped her eyes, straightened her posture, and casually gathered her hair, discreetly slipping out of Zisin's embrace. Zisin, what is soul revival fragrance? Is it a scent I must inhale? Zisin casually draped an arm around Yue Huan Huan's waist, his tone gentle. Yes, I place some in your dwelling. The scent will cause you to faint. The soul revival fragrance can restrain your transformation, lasting only until the next full moon. You need not fear that a month. Han Mian and the others would likely return before that time, meaning she would be unable to save herself, leading to a standoff. I understand. I'm not afraid. Zisin, I am so tired. I want to sleep. Yue Huan Huan attempted to subtly prompt him to leave the stone bed without explicitly stating it. Sleep. I will keep watch over you from there. Zai Sun carefully laid Yue Huan Huan on the stone bed, draping a piece of bee skin over her body before rising and returning to the large stone across from her. As Yue Huan Huan settled in, she mused to herself, it seems this eagle has a tender heart. Despite employing various tactics over the past few days to extract information, it was only when I showed a hint of vulnerability that he became gentle, divulging everything without prompting. Henceforth, I shall adopt a more submissive approach, not only to spare myself from suffering, but also to gather valuable intelligence. Perhaps, during future confrontations, should he soften, he might not be overly harsh on me. At the very least, not capriciously endangering my life. She continuously reassured herself, reminding herself that one must bow their head when under a roof. Exhausted from her wandering thoughts, she drifted into a hazy slumber. In her dreams, she found herself amidst a lush forest, where shadows danced and images swirled chaotically, one moment basking in bright sunlight, the next shrouded in mist. Han Mian, are you here? She longed for him. Meanwhile, Han Mian was in the green crystal forest, facing off against a four-headed beast. Ran and Han Mian had ventured into the forest for nearly a week, battling various monsters. Yet their hard-fought spoils were merely green crystals usable by 4th or 5th tier beastmen, of no benefit to them. After days of fruitless efforts, they found themselves in a peculiar area after narrowly escaping a horde of small monsters. Surrounded by a strange openness, they discovered a modest clearing blanketed with layers of fallen leaves. The thickness indiscernible, but a massive stone loomed in the center, partially buried beneath the foliage. Once they transformed back into their beast forms and surveyed their surroundings, they exchanged a glance and approached the stone. The leaves appeared thick, and stepping upon them felt soft. They desperately needed a place to rest. The forest was rife with beasts, devoid of any refuge. After a week without sleep, even the strongest among them were on the brink of exhaustion. This spot was relatively open, allowing for any potential dangers to be spotted easily, and the large stone provided a perfect resting place. They ascended the stone and surveyed the area once more. They settled down, closing their eyes to recuperate, hoping to regain some strength. Just moments later, they heard a rustling sound. Han Mian opened his eyes and scrutinized the surroundings, finding nothing amiss. Just then, Ran's voice broke the silence. Han Mian, it seems the noise is coming from the stone. Look beneath you. The leaves are stirring. Han Mian glanced down to see the leaves adjacent to the stone undulating, and in an instant, a purple beast sprang forth. Startled, Han Mian took a step back and observed. It had 4 heads. Though the purple beast was small in stature, it was exceedingly supple, twisting its 4 heads in an eerie manner to gaze at them simultaneously. Each head adorned with a singular blue eye. The combination of its purple skin and blue eyes was unsettlingly bizarre. The 2 of them stood there, momentarily stunned. The beast's 4 eyes simultaneously emitted beams of light resembling lightning, hurtling toward them. Alarmed, they swiftly leaped down from the stone and transformed into their beast forms, surrounding the creature. Seeing a lion and a serpent closing in from different directions, the beast's forehead split, unleashing beams of light aimed directly at them. The lion, agile and powerful, leaped to evade the attack, only to find the beams relentless. Coming in a continuous barrage, in the midst of dodging, he was caught off guard and struck in the leg by a beam of light. Ran felt a surge of electricity coursing through his body. His leg went numb, and he collapsed. The beast, noticing him fall, focused all 4 heads on the snake. Panic-stricken, Ran quickly glanced toward Han Mian. The snake, being larger and less agile than the lion, was bombarded by the beams striking against his scales, yet he remained oblivious to the assault. Witnessing Ran fall, Han Mian felt a pang of fear. He was terrified of the beams, but had no choice but to endure. Surprisingly, he felt nothing upon impact. Was it because his scales were too tough? Unbeknownst to him, it was due to the non-conductive nature of his serpent scales. Realizing the beams posed no threat to him, he ceased his defenses and, using his tail, ensnared the beast, twisting it forcefully. The creature, lacking any rigidity, instantly disintegrated into a pool of blood, just as Han Mian transformed back into his human form to check on Ran's injuries. Something shot up from the ground. Striking his forehead at breakneck speed, he instantly felt a surge of energy rampaging through his body as if struck by lightning, his internal organs ablaze with a searing sensation, blood coursing violently, and a wave of heat sweeping through him. As if his muscles were striving to break free from their constraints, the multitude of insects seemed to gnaw at his brow. The intense vibrations and pain rendering him unconscious as he collapsed to the ground, Ran, initially overjoyed at the sight of the beast being dispatched by Han Mian, was swiftly engulfed in panic upon witnessing Han Mian fall. Helplessly, he struggled to rise, his legs unresponsive, slowly dragging himself over to turn Han Mian onto his back, only to discover a small purple lightning bolt sprouting between his brows. Touching it, he realized it was embedded in his skin. Han Mian's skin, already pale, contrasted starkly with the inky brows and the purple lightning bolt, creating a strikingly mysterious and eerie appearance. Ran stood in stunned silence, paralyzed with fear. His legs remained numb. And with Han Mian unconscious, what would they do if another beast appeared? Yue Huan Huan was still waiting for their return. Meanwhile, Yue Huan Huan had just awakened from her slumber, but fatigue weighed heavily upon her. Lying languidly on the stone bed, it felt as though all her strength had been sapped away. The warmth that once lingered in her heart had vanished, leaving her increasingly anxious upon noticing her awakening. Zai-sun offered her a piece of roasted meat. However, seeing the meat made Yue Huan Huan want to retch. After days of consuming it, her stomach could no longer bear it, and she felt a dull ache. She shook her head, saying, "I'm not hungry. I don't want to eat." Even speaking seemed to drain her energy. Just as she attempted to rise and wash her face, a surge of heat coursed through her. Yue Huan Huan's face turned pale as she realized her misfortune had compounded. Her menstrual cycle had unexpectedly arrived. Although it had been irregular since coming to the beast world, this timing was particularly dire. Her thoughts raced. With nothing available, should she simply allow it to flow? And there was still a kidnapper to contend with. What should she do? Just then, she heard Zai-sun's voice. "Little female. You re-bleeding?" Yue Huan Huan's heart skipped a beat as she recalled that during the female cycle, the scent emanating from her body was extremely alluring to males. Currently, she was in her falling red phase, leading into her fertile period, the most opportune time for mating. Although Zai-sun was not a rogue beast, there was a risk that the scent could push him over the edge since arriving in the beast world. She had not endured much hardship. Her initial encounters with Han Mian and subsequent experiences in the White Tiger tribe had been relatively mild. Despite the emotional turmoil she had faced, it was self-inflicted suffering, a choice she had made. This situation, however, was entirely different. It was her first genuine experience of being abducted, utterly powerless and unaware of what awaited her. Although Zai-sun had not previously caused her distress, he had indeed taken her against her will, with ulterior motives. Their time together had been brief, and she knew little of his character. Nothing in life was absolute, and what if he were to become erratic, losing control of his emotions and potentially killing her? But fear would not resolve anything. The situation needed to be addressed one step at a time. After much contemplation, she found no other course of action. Her only hope lay in stabilizing Zai-sun, trusting that he was a rational being. "Zai-sun, could you fetch me some clean beast skin?" Zai-sun's gaze was fixed on her as he approached the stone bed. Catching the sweet scent mingled with a hint of blood wafting from her, and understood. "You've entered your cycle." Cursing under his breath, Yue Huan Huan felt a surge of frustration, anger, and embarrassment. Zai-sun, disturbed by the scent emanating from her cycle, noticed her averted gaze and silence. He turned to the large stone, retrieving a piece of clean beast skin, which he cut into several pieces and handed to her. As Yue Huan Huan accepted the skin, her face flushed crimson. She then asked Zai-sun, "Could you please go to the riverbank and bring back some water? Use 2 large stones to create a basin for the water." "I need some hot water. Is that all right?" Zai-sun nodded and left the cave. Yue Huan Huan hurriedly tidied up. During her time in the beast world, she had not visited Han Mian since their initial encounter. After spending a month together, they had only met 3 times since her prolonged stay in the tribe. Why did it have to happen at her weakest moment? Truly, one could only sigh at her misfortune. When Zai-sun returned with 2 stone pots of water, Yue Huan Huan instructed him to gather some firewood to make 2 stone bowls, bringing back a few rocks as well. After setting up the fire and boiling the water, the warm liquid invigorated her. She tore the roasted meat that Zai-sun had given her into small pieces and placed them into the pot to cook. Her empty stomach demanded sustenance, or she feared she would collapse. Once the meat broth was ready, Yue Huan Huan filled 2 bowls and handed one to Zai-sun. She was uncertain of her feelings toward him at that moment. He bound her, rendering her unable to transform. Yet in a way, he was kind to her, allowing her to do whatever she wished. It wasn't exactly hatred. At the very least, he spared her from excessive suffering. The emotions of love and hate were too intense, too draining for the spirit. She had never truly cared about anything, except for Han Mian. All her fervent feelings were devoted to him, as long as he wasn't harmed. She found herself incapable of offering any significant emotion. Now, with her life force grasped in another's hand, all her hopes for the future depended on Zai-sun's benevolence. He was the very one who had pulled her into hell. Yet he was also the sole source of hope. At the very least, before seeing Han Mian again, she must ensure her own survival. Compromise was inevitable. Zasin, gazing at the bowl of meat soup handed to him, felt a warmth spread within. This little female, in such discomfort, still thought of him and offered him food, so thoughtful and endearing, evoking a sense of tenderness in him. After taking a sip, he remarked, "The taste is exquisite. You needn't prepare it again. I shall learn and cook for you." The female was delicate and required proper care. "You should lie down on the stone bed. You must not fall ill." Yes, he could not allow the little foam beast to become sick. She was still of use. After Yue Huan finished her meal, she lay on the stone bed, her abdomen still experiencing faint pains. This visit from her aunt brought not only embarrassment and fear, but also a hint of disappointment. She longed for a little snake, eager to see Han Mian's face adorned with the tiny creature. She loved Han Mian and wished for a bond with him, imagining him caring for and doting on a small snake just as her father had done in her childhood memories. Watching him play with her child would surely bring her joy. She yearned for a complete home with him, like an ordinary couple in the modern world, where she could greet him in the morning and see the warm lights waiting for him in the evening. The mundane yet comforting rhythm of daily life. 3 meals a day, the chores of living, seemed a simple wish, yet felt so utterly unattainable. Zasin remained by Yue Huan's side in the cave, never straying far, spending each day in her presence. Their time together only deepened his curiosity and interest in this little female. She could create many novel things, sometimes strong, sometimes fragile, lost in thought, occasionally wearing a cold expression only to break into a sweet smile moments later. She exuded a delightful fragrance, and her large eyes were perpetually misty. By day she smiled beautifully, yet at night she would secretly weep, appearing both adorable and pitiful. At times, she would playfully try to extract words from him. When she cried, he would hold her close, and she would not shy away, her body soft against his, melting his heart. He thought to wait a couple more days, to observe, and then to venture to Yunzhong City. He had the patience, but the chieftain of the monkey tribe, Yulin, was growing restless. With 10 days gone by, the leader and the snake beast could return at any moment. What was the eagle beast doing? Why hadn't he come to find him? He had stealthily visited the eagle tribe, but found no trace of him. Could it be that the eagle beast was deceiving him? After much contemplation, it seemed highly probable. After he had captured the foam beast, there had been no word from him. He desired Yunzhong City, but had not communicated with him regarding when to act. Was he planning to act alone? To cast him aside? It was likely he must have taken a liking to the formidable power of the foam beast. If he bonded with the foam beast, seizing Yunzhong City would be effortless for him, rendering Yue Huan obsolete. Or perhaps he solely desired Yunzhong City, intending to use the foam beast to threaten the leader, without wishing for its demise, only to discard Yue Huan once he had fulfilled his purpose. As Yue Huan fretted in circles, the shaman unexpectedly arrived at his stone hall. The first words out of his mouth nearly sent him into shock. "You wish to hunt down the foam beast for revenge, conspiring with the eagle tribe to seize Yunzhong City." The shaman's gaze was fixed intently upon him. Though framed as a question, his tone was decidedly assertive. Yue Huan froze in place. How did he know? Without waiting for a response, the shaman continued, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "I can help you take Yunzhong City, conquer the eagle beast." The revelation struck Yue Huan like thunder, leaving him stunned. But there was a condition. Upon success, the foam beast must belong to him. "Rest assured, I have no intention of sparing its life." The shaman, a fox Beastman, had joined the ranks after the establishment of Yunzhong City and had healed countless Beastmen over the years, earning great respect. When the leader, Mo Ran, spoke of the foam beast and sought strategies, the shaman's heart began to stir with ambition. He was aware of an ancient legend. The reason the foam beast was said to be reborn from flames was due to a vital seed within it, known as the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life, the essence of vitality, represents perpetual existence. The foam beast is a divine creature, and should the seed be extracted, it could grant eternal life to a mortal. Moreover, it could even revive the dead. Though merely a legend, the temptation was overwhelming. To attain immortality, to resurrect the deceased, the foam beast was indeed a mythical creature, now present in the world, unable to restrain his desires. He had been searching for an opportunity. The monkey tribe bore a deep grudge against the foam beast, while the leader, Mo Ran, had allied with it. He knew Yulun would not let the matter rest and would undoubtedly seek revenge. So he had been keeping a watchful eye on him. Yu Luan's visit to the Eagle tribe had not escaped his notice. Just days after Yue Huan's visit to the Eagle tribe, the Feng beast vanished. It was clear that he had employed the Eagle tribe's tactics. The Eagle tribe's assistance was undoubtedly a ploy to seize Yunzhong City. After considering all possibilities, the shaman resolved to confront Yulin. He possessed a potion that could induce sleep. All he needed to do was mix it into water or food for it to take effect. After a moment of astonishment, Yulun began to question the shaman's motives. In response, the shaman revealed the truth about the Tree of Life. Yulun was skeptical, doubting the existence of such a miraculous tree. Convince him. The shaman produced a scroll of sheepskin, declaring it a wordless tome that only he could decipher. Seeing the shaman's earnest demeanor, Yulun dismissed any doubts about the shaman's true intentions. He was already consumed by the desire for revenge. Without hesitation, he agreed to collaborate with the shaman. After all, the eagle beast was untrustworthy, and the shaman had the means to facilitate their plans without bloodshed among the tribe. With a few drops of the potion, the lion tribe and Zusin could quietly take control. He focused intently as the shaman carefully explained their strategy, realizing that the eagle beast was the linchpin of their operation. He had to bring the Feng beast to Yunzhong City. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. Even if they captured the lion tribe, without the Feng beast as leverage, Mo Ran and the snake beast would return, and they would be unable to cope. Moreover, both sought the Feng beast's life, rendering the conquest of Yunzhong City of little significance. Thus, the shaman would remain patiently at the tribe until Zusin arrived, while Yulin would make another trip to the Eagle tribe in search of Zusin. During the days of her aunt's visit, Zusin devotedly cared for Yue Huan, preparing meat soup, boiling plenty of hot water for her baths, and occasionally bringing back fruits. His words were gentle and soothing, devoid of any erratic temperament or mockery. Yue Huan observed his transformation without revealing her thoughts, knowing what it signified, and her heart grew increasingly anxious. It was not vanity. In the beast realm, females were rare and precious. Zusin, spending day and night with her, was bound to develop feelings, which was easily understandable. Zusin, could you find me a sturdy piece of wood? I need it shaped like this. Yue Huan sketched a hairpin in the dirt with charcoal. What purpose does it serve? Zusin queried, puzzled. Look at my hair. It's too hot when left loose. I want to use a hairpin to style it. She explained softly, smiling at Zusin. Zusin found it hard to resist the way she smiled at him, her soft words making it impossible for him to refuse. After ruffling her hair, he agreed. All right. Before turning to leave, as he exited the cave, Yue Huan concealed her smile. It had been over 10 days. Mian should be returning soon. Zusin seemed somewhat restless these past few days. Perhaps he was planning to take her to Yunzhong City. Before long, Zusin returned with several fruits and the carved hairpin. Upon entering the cave, he handed it to Yue Huan. Here, have a fruit first. It's been washed, and it's your favorite. Yue Huan accepted the fruit casually, munching on it while examining the hairpin. Zusin, sharpen this point a bit more, otherwise it won't go through my hair when I style it. Zusin gazed at Yue Huan, who maintained her composure while looking back at him. What is it? She asked. Is it difficult to sharpen? Zusin shook his head and refined the point further, his tone softening as he said, Yue Huan, wear it on your head for me to see. Yue Huan placed the hairpin in her mouth, gathering her long hair into a high bun at the back of her head, securing it with the pin. A few strands framed her face, giving her the appearance of a blooming flower bud. Zusin's expression darkened as he gazed at the delicate collarbone, neck, and perfect facial contours revealed by her hairstyle. His heart skipped a beat before racing wildly, and he could not help but wrap his arms around Yue Huan's waist from behind, leaning his head on her shoulder. Yue Huan stiffened, her mind racing with thoughts. What should she do? Would resisting anger him? Would it cause him to lose his reason? But if she didn't resist, would she simply allow him to proceed? Zusin's warm lips brushed against her delicate neck, lingering by her ear as he spoke. His voice laced with a hint of raspiness. I think I might be falling for you. Shall we bond as mates? Yue Huan's heart raced like a drum. Having spent so many days in close proximity, she had observed Zusin's emotions, and now her greatest fear had come to fruition. How can I stabilize him? Zusin turned her body around to face him, scrutinizing her face and eyes with meticulous attention. Yue Huan Huan dared not move an inch, allowing him to examine her. Zusin slowly drew closer, lowering his head as if about to kiss her. A tempest of emotions surged within Yue Huan Huan, unable to endure any longer. She pushed him away. Zusin's eyes narrowed slightly, his breath becoming somewhat heavy, and his exquisite features exuded a hint of wickedness. His voice, cool and smooth, brushed past Yue Huan Huan's ear. Why? A fox beast can. But I cannot. I'm a 6th tier, a flying beastman, far superior to him. Yue Huan Huan desperately suppressed her rising agitation, forcing a smile. It's not that. Zusin, we have only just begun to spend time together. Let us wait a little longer before discussing the matter of bonding, shall we? Why not? You just ended your falling red phase. This is the season for bonding that I do not wish to wait any longer. The scent on you makes me uneasy. Zusin embraced her, his fingers tracing the contours of her collarbone and neck inch by inch. Just a few more days, please. Zusin, I do not wish to bond within this cave. I am afraid of this place. You know the reason. Yue Huan Huan endeavored to maintain her composure, her eyes misting over with tears, appearing pitiful. Zusin gazed at her. A pang of regret struck his heart. Indeed, he had taken her against her will, and she must have been greatly frightened and aggrieved. If she did not wish to bond here, then it was best to postpone for a few days. She did not resist his physical touch, allowing him to kiss and embrace her, and smiled gently at him. She must have some fondness for him, since she was willing to accept him, waiting until they reached Yinchong City. After everything was resolved, would not be too late. Very well, we shall wait a few days. It is getting dark. Let us eat something and rest. Tomorrow, we will head to another place. Zusin lifted her and placed her upon a stone bed before turning to roast meat and prepare a meat soup. Yue Huan Huan sat on the stone bed, still in shock, her face pale and devoid of color. She felt utterly wretched. To ensure her own safety, she had resorted to deceit in matters of affection. With a heart full of trepidation, she finished her meal. The cave had grown completely dark. As she lay down, she sensed a warm breath drawing near. Before she could react, a hand rested on her waist. And Zusin lay beside her, wrapping her in his embrace from behind, kissing her cheek near the ear. Sleep now. With me by your side, you need not fear. Yue Huan Huan's body stiffened, her entire being unsettled. She dared not move or cry, fearing Zusin would notice. Repeatedly she told herself to remain calm, striving to regulate her breath. Images of Han Mian's face flashed through her mind, twisting her heart in anguish. She could not comprehend why she felt such overwhelming fear and cowardice now, unable even to resist. In the past, she had never feared death so intensely, nor would she have been so terrified of being forced into a bond. She had simply endured. She felt sorrowful and anxious, fervently reminiscing about the days when she could transform, repeatedly comforting herself. In just a few days, I will see him again. I must endure for a brighter future. In the green crystal forest, Mo ran anxiously kept watch over Han Mian as night approached. His legs had just regained feeling after being numb, and after dragging Han Mian onto a large rock, he felt utterly exhausted. Hungry and weary, he considered hunting but feared a beast might attack Han Mian. He had assumed that with their combined powers, they would face no danger in the green crystal forest, but he could not have been more wrong. He leaned closer to Han Mian, supporting him against his shoulder, his hand gently brushing over his forehead. What is this? Why does it leave him in a coma? Han Mian, drifting in and out of consciousness, had awakened but could not open his eyes or move, his mind consumed with images of Yue Huan Huan's tear-streaked face. His heart wrenching, as if to shatter, he sensed Mo ran touching his forehead. And mustering all his strength, he managed to move a finger. Ran, feeling the movement, joyfully shook him. Han Mian, you're awake? Han Mian, seeing that Han Mian could move his fingers but remained unresponsive, Mo Ran had no choice but to extend his hand. Revealing his nails and pierced Han Mian's 10 fingers, blood flowed out. With a heart already racked with pain, an intense agony surged through Han Mian's body, rendering him immobile. Watching him slowly open his eyes, Mo Ran nearly lost control of his emotions. As long as he was awake, they could safely escape. Han Mian took a moment to sit upright, gazing at Mo Ran, recognizing that he had been vigilantly watching over him. He wanted to express his gratitude, but felt it would sound hollow. Before he could speak, he heard Mo Rant's fearful voice. "Han Mian, your eyes." Han Mian, confused, asked, "What is wrong with my eyes?" And Mo Ran, calming down after his initial shock, replied, "It's nothing. They have just turned blue. I will go hunt first. Wait for me here." Watching Mo Ran disappear into the forest, Han Mian felt puzzled. Blue eyes? What has happened? There was no river nearby, so he could not see, only recalling that something had flown into his forehead before he lost consciousness. He suppressed his confusion, thinking of Yue Huan Huan's tearful face. Is Huan Huan all right? Why was she crying? Normally, after Beastman bond, they could sense each other's location within a certain distance due to their partner's mark. However, the green crystal forest was isolated from the outside world, and he felt no trace of Huan Huan's presence. They had been in the green crystal forest for nearly 10 days. Even if they rushed back now without hunting, it would still take 4 to 5 days. He was anxious, the overwhelming sense of unease rendering him restless. He longed to return swiftly. Yet, his body had yet to fully recover. He could only move slightly. And walking was unsteady. He had no choice but to wait until he was in better condition. After Mo Ran returned, they ate something and took turns resting through the night. The next morning, Mo Ran noticed that Han Mian's eyes had returned to black, but the mark on his forehead remained. He felt a bit uneasy, but dared not inform Han Mian. Telling him would only add to his worries. "Han Mian, let us set off back. If we encounter anything on the way, then it's fate." Mo Ran was eager to return, hoping the priest and shaman could examine Han Mian, fearing he had attracted some trouble. "All right, I'm also quite worried about Huan Huan. Let us go." After resting for a night, Han Mian seemed to have improved significantly, and Mo Ran's suggestion resonated with him. With that, the two transformed into their beast forms and set out on their journey back. Along the way, they encountered some minor beasts, which they swiftly dealt with. Halfway through their return trip, the two were utterly exhausted and shifted back to human form to rest. Mo Ran leaned against a massive, withered tree trunk, observing Han Mian across from him. The mark on his forehead was still present. Han Mian noticed Mo Ran staring at him for an unusually long time and felt curious. He looked up at Mo Ran, and after having faced life and death together, they were quite familiar. Han Mian directly asked, "Why are you staring at me?" Before Mo Ran could respond, Han Mian called out, "Get up, come here." Mo Ran had never seen Han Mian with such an expression. Before he could ponder further, he rushed towards him, only to find his hands and feet firmly bound. Looking down, he discovered that the withered tree had extended green vines, ensnaring him and tightening their grip. In an instant, Han Mian transformed, his enormous ink-black serpent eyes shooting forth beams of lightning, aimed directly at the tree trunk. The vines automatically loosened, flinging Mo Ran out. The massive serpent paused for a moment, coiling around Mo Ran before releasing him. Then, with a sweep of its tail, uprooted the tree. Once back in human form, the two stared at each other, both astonished. "Han Mian, your eyes have turned blue again." Mo Ran was both surprised and delighted, his emotions a complex mix. Han Mian had absorbed the lightning power from that creature. However, he wondered if such a sinister change would have any adverse effects on his body. Han Mian himself was bewildered. His eyes could emit light and discharge electricity. After gathering his thoughts, the two approached the withered tree. Inspecting it thoroughly, they discovered a green ice crystal nestled within a hollow of the tree, unlike any green crystal they had seen before. Han Mian picked it up, scrutinizing it, uncertain of what it was. Yet, now that he possessed lightning, he handed the green ice crystal to Mo Ran. "Take this. The withered tree can sprout vines. It should be beneficial for healing." Mo Ran gazed at Han Mian with a complicated expression. This was obtained by Han Mian. He just saved me, and now he offers me something. However, he said nothing, as after facing life and death together, any words would feel overly sentimental. He accepted the crystal and consumed it, a warm current surging through him, and soon a green leaf appeared on his arm. With no time to study the effects, they resumed their journey back. Throughout the journey, Han Mian felt an incessant urgency, an unsettling feeling gnawing at him, driving him to travel tirelessly. Yue Huan Huan had barely slept throughout the night, remaining in a half-dreaming state until Zusin lifted her, finally rousing her from her stupor. "We're setting off now for Yinchong City. Eat these on the way. Zissen stuffed a few fruits into her hands, then transformed into his beast form at the cave entrance, carrying Yue Huan Huan as they soared towards Yincheng City. After Yuan's fruitless trip to the Eagle clan, he, along with the shaman, had been vigilantly waiting in Yincheng City. Scanning the horizon with eager anticipation, as night fell. Zissen and Yue Huan Huan arrived near the forest surrounding Yincheng City. He set Yue Huan Huan down on a large tree before reverting to human form. "You, let us rest here for the night. We will enter early tomorrow." Yue Huan Huan surveyed her surroundings, seeing no members of the Eagle clan. Could it be that Yincheng City had already fallen into Zissen's hands? Or were they preparing to launch an attack tomorrow? As dawn approached, Zissen, accompanied by Yue Huan Huan, stealthily approached the exterior of Wuluin's stone palace. With the first light of day breaking, they entered the stone edifice, only to encounter Wuluin, who was heading out. Upon seeing Wuluin, Yue Huan Huan's heart skipped a beat. However, she found herself unable to protect herself and could only stand behind Zissen. Avoiding his gaze, the sight of an enemy ignited a fierce animosity within Wuluin, who, upon spotting Yue Huan Huan, appeared ready to unleash his wrath. After a moment's pause to regain composure, he inquired, "Why have you arrived so late?" Zissen met his gaze briefly, asserting, "The timing is just right. They should emerge within the next couple of days." "How prepared are we here?" Wuluin cast a glance at Yue Huan Huan, noting her silence behind Zissen, and realized she had been thoroughly subdued and could not transform. He spoke without reservation. "Everything is ready. When shall we act?" Zissen replied decisively, "Tonight, we shall find a place for her to rest." Wuluin understood immediately that their fates were intertwined. He led them to a nearby empty stone palace, stating, "Let her rest here," observing Zissen's demeanor towards the phoenix beast. Wuluin concluded that Zissen was merely interested in seizing Yincheng City and that the matter concerning the shaman's potions could not be divulged to him. Yet, while capturing Zissen seemed feasible, the presence of the hundreds of Eagle clan members posed a dilemma. "Zissen, when will your kin arrive?" Wuluin asked. Zissen responded, "They are elsewhere. Before sunset, I shall notify them of tonight's operation. You remain at Yincheng City to 18 midnight. We shall initiate the assault, and you will lead the monkey clan from within to coordinate with us." "Must you personally notify them? Will we have enough time to strike at midnight?" Wuluin inquired, feeling reassured upon hearing Zissen would do the notifying. Zissen, slightly displeased yet understanding the necessity of the monkey clan's allegiance, clarified, "I arranged this with them before I left. They must await my signal before coming to Yincheng City. There is ample time. They're not far from here, and they can fly faster than you. Just focus on your tasks." Wuluin suppressed his inner joy, adopting a respectful demeanor. "That is excellent, in that case. We shall ensure absolute success. Is there anything you require here?" "Prepare some water," Zissen instructed, gesturing for him to leave. Sitting on the stone bed, Yue Huan Huan pondered the implications of Zissen's alliance with the monkey clan. Their motives could not merely revolve around Yincheng City. Wuluin harbored a deep-seated hatred for her and Han Mian, undoubtedly seeking their demise. In such a scenario, the threat to Ran would extend beyond herself, as Han Mian would also be ensnared. After Wuluin exited, Zissen, noticing Yue Huan Huan lost in thought, embraced her on the stone bed, reassuringly stating, "Do not fear, I shall not allow him to harm you. Once this matter is resolved, we shall become partners." "Zissen, what are your intentions? Do you plan to use me to coerce Ran into surrendering Yincheng City?" "That seems unlikely to succeed." Yue Huan Huan worriedly mused, contemplating the possibility of him divulging her secrets. "Are you concerned for him? Reluctant to let me threaten him?" Zissen's tone grew colder, his grip tightening around her. "No, I worry he may not comply. If a conflict arises, will you be injured? He is formidable," she quickly reassured him. Zissen, pleased by her concern, planted a kiss on her hair. "There is no need for worry. Yincheng City will fall tonight. I simply require them to swear an oath to cease their attempts to seize it. The Eagle clan's territory is barren, and many of their kin perish each year due to food shortages. I seek only the hunting grounds of Yincheng City and will not harm them or their kin. They may continue to reside here." However, Yue Huan Huan found it difficult to discern the truth in his words. Realizing he was indeed collaborating with the monkey clan, how could Wuluin possibly spare her? "Aaron is merely a stepping stone. He cannot contend with me. Once I achieve my goal, I shall drive him away." He poses no threat to you. Should he persist, then he shall not live, Zissin declared ominously, a chilling aura emanating from him. Wuluin returned with water and a bundle of firewood that Zissin had gathered before exiting again. After taking a few sips, Zissin began to prepare warm water for Yue Huan Huan, knowing she would not drink untreated water. Just as the water was ready, Zissin suddenly collapsed. Yue Huan Huan sensed something was amiss and hurried to assist him. Feeling his pulse and sniffing the air, she realized he had been poisoned with soul-capturing powder. Despite its ominous name, the powder merely induced a deep slumber. It was far more potent than the calming potion Yue Huan Huan had administered to Han Mian. It was harmful both physically and mentally. Just as she contemplated checking the situation outside, Wuluin barged in, brandishing a vine and advancing toward her step by step. Upon witnessing Zissin's collapse, Yue Huan Huan understood his treachery and remained calm. She watched as Wuluin approached, tying her hands and feet before tossing her to the ground. He then proceeded to bind Zissin and dragged him away. "Where are you taking him? What do you intend to do?" Yue Huan Huan couldn't help but inquired, showing concern already. "In just a few days, you've grown fond of him? I thought you were so protective of the serpent beast. Let's see how you protect him now." Wuluin spat, his teeth clenched in rage, wishing to end Yue Huan Huan's life on the spot. However, he restrained himself, knowing he required her as leverage against the serpent beast, and Mo ran. Yue Huan Huan fell silent, fully aware of Wuluin's intense hatred towards her. Speaking further could only worsen her predicament. Wuluin departed with Zissin, leaving Yue Huan Huan bound and lying on the ground, uncertain of what lay ahead. Her mind raced with thoughts, grappling with the realization that if Zissin had not betrayed her, he might not have posed a threat to Han Mian. But now, with Wuluin in the picture, the situation was far graver than anticipated. His fury toward her and Han Mian was palpable. The only reason he had not killed her was to use her to threaten Han Mian. Yue Huan Huan felt an overwhelming sense of terror. Her longing for the phoenix bone reached its zenith. She regretted wishing for the beast god to reclaim the phoenix bone. Now she was helpless, like a fish on a chopping block, unable to even choose to die alongside Han Mian. She had always thought she could protect him. Yet in the end, she had become his Achilles heel. How ironic. This was something Yue Huan Huan could never accept. During the days Zissin had been abducted, she had clung to the hope that it was not yet the end, that she must endure until the last moment. Thus, she had persevered through all that had transpired. But now, faced with her current predicament, she would rather have perished in the cave than a day and a night passed without anyone entering. She lay alone on the ground, her mind tortured by despair and fear, nearly slipping into unconsciousness. Wuluin had confined the hundreds of lion beastmen who had succumbed to the drug, along with Zissin, with Yuncheng City now in his grasp and the phoenix beast unable to transform. He stationed guards at the salt lake, intent on claiming the lives of both the serpent beast and the phoenix beast as soon as their leader emerged from the green crystal forest. Mo ran, and Han Mian, weary yet relentless, finally emerged from the green crystal forest, heading straight for the wooden cabin. Anxiety gripped Han Mian as he sensed that Yue Huan Huan was not at the cabin, yet he could not discern her whereabouts. Why could he not sense her? Had she wandered far, she would not leave on her own. She had promised to wait for him at home, and Yue Huan Huan would never deceive him. His heart bore the phoenix beast's mark, and if he could not sense her, could it be that she had lost the phoenix bone? He dared not entertain that thought, his mind swirling in chaos. Rushing into the courtyard, he found Mo Bai and Yi Chun sitting in a daze, looking utterly disheveled. Han Mian seized Yi Chun, his voice trembling. "Where is Yue Huan Huan? Where has she gone?" Yi Chun snapped back to reality upon seeing Han Mian, unable to maintain his composure any longer as tears streamed down his face. "Yue Huan was kidnapped. She disappeared on the third day after you left." Han Mian staggered, nearly falling, while Mo Ren quickly steadied him, shouting at Yi Chun, "Clarify what you mean. How was she taken? She is a phoenix beast. Who could possibly abduct her?" Yi Chun, momentarily caught off guard, had been tormented for days, unable to find her, drowning in guilt and despair. Like tea that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Mo Bai hurriedly recounted the situation. Having searched tirelessly for so many days, his own heart was filled with dread, and he had forgotten what needed to be said. As he mentioned that Yue Huan had been abducted while she was preparing to bond with Yi Chun. Han Mian spat out a mouthful of blood, overwhelmed by a surge of anger and frustration. Causing Mo ran to panic. He swiftly carried Han Mian into the wooden cabin, placing him on the bed. Yet, Han Mian's forehead was still beaded with sweat, and he continued to cough up blood. Remembering the leaves on his own arm, he was at a loss for how to use them. In a moment of desperation, he thought that since the leaves were in his body, they must have mingled with his blood. He pricked his finger, attempting to feed his blood to Han Mian. However, as Han Mian was already vomiting blood, he could not swallow. Mo ran anxiously grasped Han Mian's trembling hand, unsure of what to do. Unexpectedly, to his astonishment, the blood from his fingertips began to seep into Han Mian's skin. Startled yet elated, he quickly pricked several more fingers, urging the blood to flow toward his fingertips, continuously channeling it into Han Mian's body. Finally, Han Mian ceased his violent coughing, gradually calming down. Mo Ran observed Han Mian's pale face, carefully choosing his words. Han Mian, take heart. No one can be the sole one, that we all must walk this path. Indeed, in the realm of beasts, is it not the case that all males must traverse this path? Which female has not had a multitude of partners? Han Mian glanced at him, his eyes glistening with crimson. Shaking his head, his voice trembling. Huan Huan would never bond with him. The only possibility of such an occurrence is that Huan Huan can no longer transform, that she has lost her senses, that it is I who have brought her to this plight. His heart ached like a knife wound. He believed that the beast god had punished Huan Huan, reclaiming her phoenix bone, causing her to lose her sanity. Now that Huan Huan was absent, had she been taken away by the beast god? What punishment awaited her? She was so fragile. Surely she must be terrified. She would weep for not being able to see him again, that if she had truly been taken to another realm, how could he possibly seek her out? She cared for him so deeply. How could she survive in another world? He dared not think, could not think. He finally grasped the despair that Huan Huan must have felt when she could not find him, and understood why she had contemplated death. If he could never find her again, what meaning would his life hold? He was already devoid of everything. Huan Huan was his entirety. Without her, what remained? Moran remained silent. Fearing further provocation, he administered a bit of blood, and Han Mian's complexion visibly improved. He withdrew his hand from Moran's firm grip, his expression serene. I am well now. You should return to Yunqing. I shall seek Huan Huan. But where would you search? Moran attempted to stop him, but then thought better of it. And no matter where, I must find her. She would never abandon me. Han Mian rose and strode outside, his gaze fleetingly landing on the garments on the bed, knowing they were made by Huan Huan. Yet he dared not look further. Just as he stepped outside, Mo approached with a warm towel, offering it to Han Mian to clean the blood from his mouth and body. Han Mian, I am sorry, He was filled with regret. Why had he mentioned Huan's bond with another before Han Mian? The sight of so much blood had nearly terrified him. It's all right. Mo, by God, I will find Huan Huan. You all stay here. That Han Mian's tone was flat, devoid of any emotion, a stark contrast to the turmoil he had just endured. Before he could exit the small courtyard, he saw Wolf 7 rushing towards him with a throng of wolf beastmen. Upon seeing Han Mian, Wolf 7 leaped forward, embracing him. I am sorry. I am sorry. It is all my fault. Wolf 7, do not blame yourself, Han Mian said, pulling him away. His face was calm, yet his body trembled. Indeed, he blamed no one. It was all due to his own existence. He was the calamity that befell Huan Huan. Huan Huan was too splendid, and he had received an unimaginably precious, fervent, and unwavering love, which had made the heavens envious. But if it was merely because he was a serpent that he should lose everything, how unjust that was! By what right did the beast god, unable to act justly, presume to dictate the fates of others? For the first time, a fierce resolve ignited within Han Mian. Han Mian, leader, Yunqing has been seized by the monkey tribe. Huan Huan is in their clutches, and my beast father and the lion clan are also in their hands. Hurry, Wolf 7, flustered, had just remembered his purpose. His words struck like thunder, reverberating in their ears in an instant. Han Mian transformed and dashed towards Yunqing, with Moran swiftly following in pursuit. Mo grasped Wolf 7's hand. What is happening? Speak clearly, Wolf 7. We have been unable to find anyone these past few days and plan to return to Yunqing to regroup. But we never expected to be unable to enter the city. Yue Huan told us at the city gates that Huan Huan is in his possession and commanded Han Mian and the leader to find him. M.O. By pondered for a moment. Wolf 7. You and Yicheng go to the White Tiger tribe and bring the White Tiger clan to Yunqing that a fierce battle is likely to ensue. And Han Mian is currently emotionally unstable. We must prevent any incidents that I will go ahead to assess the situation. Wolf 7 nodded, leading a dazed Yicheng away, while M.O. by transformed and accompanied the wolf Beastman towards Yunqing. Outside Yunqing, on the road a few hundred meters from the city gate, stood a throng of monkey Beastmen. When Han Mian arrived, he disregarded everything, frenziedly sweeping his tail and sending a multitude flying. Those struck down among the monkey tribe met their demise, or were grievously injured. Serpent Beast, do you see who this is? If you make another move, I will kill her. Yue Huan appeared at the city gate, presenting Huan Huan before him, his fury ignited upon witnessing the carnage among his kin. He recognized that Huan Huan could not transform. Seeing her dazed expression, he had untied her upon her emergence. Now, witnessing the devastation of his clan, rage compelled him to grip Huan Huan's neck tightly, in a fit of fury. Han Mian spotted Huan Huan and instantly regained clarity, transforming back into human form. He had thought he would never see her again. Yet now that he beheld Huan Huan in Yue Huan's grasp, a flicker of joy and relief surged within him. Surprisingly, he felt no panic. As long as she had not been taken away by the beast god, there was still hope for reconciliation. He could still rectify everything to worst. He would annihilate all these monkey tribes. Huan Huan, in her dazed state, finally saw Han Mian. She had long awaited this moment to see him once more rendered all her recent grievances worth enduring. How she adored that familiar face. The two gazed across the sea of people. Tearful and misty-eyed, Mian soon arrived, transforming in a human form, standing beside Han Mian, eyeing Huan Huan and Yue Huan. Han Mian observed Huan Huan's haggard appearance, a wave of nausea rising in his throat, rendering him momentarily speechless. Yue Huan, what are your intentions? Mian inquired, her gaze fixed on Yue Huan, a mixture of astonishment and fury flooding her expression. She had never anticipated that Yue Huan would dare to seize the city and capture Huan Huan. Had he truly discovered the soul-returning fragrance? No matter how you think. Mian, if you kill the serpent beast beside you in vengeance for my monkey tribe, I shall return the phoenix beast and Yunqing to you. Yue Huan glared at Mian, this person he had once revered, yet now deemed a traitor to his kin, his voice calm, yet simmering with suppressed rage. Huan Huan had already been bound for 2 days. Deprived of sustenance and overwhelmed by terror, her sanity waning. She stared blankly at Han Mian, but upon hearing that the serpent beast would be killed, clarity returned to her. Mian and Han Mian exchanged a fleeting glance. They both turned their heads away, Mian's gaze fierce. Yue Huan, how can I trust you? If I kill Han Mian, what good will it do me if you do not release him? How could I deceive the leader? If you do not kill him, I shall do it myself. Yue Huan tightened his grip on Huan Huan's neck, applying pressure. Wait, I promise you I can die. Just let her go, do not harm her. Allow me to speak with Huan Huan for a moment. Han Mian, noticing the flush on Huan Huan's face, felt urgency rise within him, that Yue Huan chuckled mockingly. Ah, truly devoted, yet how can I trust you? Do you think I am unaware that only the leader can kill you on this continent? If you die first, I shall release her. As he spoke, he tightened his grip further. Mian, fearing he would harm himself, anxiously tried to pull Han Mian away. Han Mian did not flinch, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Yue Huan, his voice cold. Do you think me foolish? If I die and you do not release her, would that not be in vain? Yue Huan hesitated slightly. The serpent beast was indeed ferocious and violent. If he became enraged and disregarded the life of the phoenix, this plan would be rendered futile. Mian, who cherished the phoenix beast and could eliminate the serpent beast, was the best candidate. With this thought, he raised his voice. Mian, I will say this once more. If you agree to kill the serpent beast, I shall release the phoenix beast. Han Mian's expression remained unchanged as he stared at Yue Huan. His voice barely audible. Mian agreed to him. He only trusts you. Let her go first. Huan Huan cannot endure this. Rest assured, I will not perish. Hearing his words, Mian hesitated for a moment before looking at Yue Huan. Yue Huan, Release the phoenix beast first. Allow them to bid farewell. I promise you, I will kill the serpent beast. Yue Huan laughed, but he believed her. He knew the leader cherished the phoenix beast and would certainly wish for the serpent beast's demise. Yet he lacked an excuse and feared the phoenix would resent him. Now that he had given him such a splendid opportunity, he could not let it slip. With a menacing grin, he turned to his opponent. Very well. Leader, I shall trust you this once. Serpent beast, I shall grant you your dying wish. How benevolent of me. Ha. As he cackled, he released his grip on Huan Huan's neck. Yet he did not step back. One hand gripping the animal skin skirt around Huan Huan's waist. Mian ignored him, focusing his gaze on Huan Huan, his eyes brimming with concern. Huan Huan, can you speak? Huan Huan's neck was freed, and after a few labored breaths, she forced a smile towards Mian, tears streaming down her face. Mian, do you find my hairpin beautiful? Seizing the moment when Yue Huan was distracted, she reached up and pulled the wooden hairpin from her head, aiming it at her neck's artery. Even if she could no longer protect Mian, she would never become his Achilles heel. Do not move. If you dare approach, I will die right now. If I die, who else can you threaten? Stay away from me. Huan Huan shouted at Yue Huan, who was reaching out. The wooden pin pierced her skin, blood cascading down. Yue Huan took a step back, his eyes fixated on the pin in Huan Huan's hand. A scenario he had not anticipated. He could not allow the phoenix beast to perish now. That would spell doom for his entire monkey tribe. Mian, promise me. Live well. Huan Huan gazed at Mian, her eyes filled with reluctance. Yet her grip tightened. Blood trickled down the wooden pin drop by drop. Mian's heart raced, his voice trembling. Huan Huan, do you believe in me? I believe in you. You must live well. Yue Huan Huan found it impossible to ignore Mian's words. Momentarily pausing her actions. Stay calm, Huan Huan. Look at me and listen to what I have to say. We will not perish. If you trust me, lay down the hairpin now. Otherwise, I shall truly be angered. Mian's tone was grave. His brows furrowed. He squeezed Mian's hand gently. Yue Huan Huan feared nothing more than Mian's wrath. Before she could comprehend the situation, she instinctively lowered the hairpin. In a flash, Mian transformed, his eyes emitting beams of light that sped towards Yue Huan. His tail swung, sweeping away the ape-like creature that obstructed his path. Upon seeing Yue Huan Huan relinquish the hairpin, Yue Huan reached out to seize her, but was struck by the light beams. Almost simultaneously, ran transformed and dashed forward, swiftly bringing Yue Huan Huan back to safety. The events unfolded so rapidly that by the time anyone processed what had occurred, Yue Huan Huan was already in Mian's embrace. Yue Huan felt paralyzed, unable to move, as he gazed at Mian, now in human form, with his ice-blue eyes and the purple lightning on his forehead, panic-stricken, a malevolent spirit, Bai, accompanied by the wolf clan, arrived shortly thereafter. Ran did not allow the ape clan a moment to react, leading the charge with his fellow beasts. That a chaotic battle ensued. The shaman watched from a distance, realizing the tide had turned, and fled the Cloud City in the nick of time. Yue Huan Huan returned to the familiar warmth of Mian's embrace, inhaling the scent of fresh grass that clung to him. She remained dazed for a long while. Was everything truly all right? No one needed to die. In a trance, her mind in turmoil, she scarcely grasped the reality of what had transpired. However, upon realizing she was in Mian's arms, her heart settled, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Mian cradled her, gently kissing away the blood trickling from her neck, his heart shattered into pieces. The ape clan had already suffered significant losses at Mian's hands, rendering them no longer a threat, especially with the leader's involvement. Before long, they were all defeated and dragged away by the wolf clan, with Yue Huan also taken captive. Bai had anticipated a fierce battle, but was astonished by how swiftly it had been resolved. It seemed the White Tiger clan would have made the journey in vain. Ran approached Mian. Let us go. We should head to Cloud City first. It's closer, and you need rest. Mian nodded, carrying Yue Huan Huan as he followed Ran into Cloud City, with the others trailing closely behind. Ran settled Mian and Yue Huan Huan beside his stone palace, searching for the shaman in vain. With no other options, he ordered hot water to be prepared and sent over before stepping out to handle the remaining matters. Mian, sat beside the stone bed, slowly cleaning Yue Huan Huan and arranging her hair. His fingers caressed her brows and eyes, the tangible sensation overwhelming him with tears. In one day, he had experienced both loss and reunion. The intense emotional upheaval left him feeling as though he were dreaming. Lying down, he held Yue Huan Huan close, gazing at the small wound on her neck and the bruises left by a tight grip. A wave of bittersweetness surged his throat. As he drifted into a hazy sleep, he pondered, perhaps I am unwell. Why do I keep coughing up blood? Ran discovered the imprisoned lion clan Beastman in the cave, along with an eagle beast, all unconscious. The wolf clan carried them out of the cave. But with the shaman missing, there was no one to heal them. They could only settle them down for the time, being Ran, then proceeded to the stone palace where Yulun was held captive. Yulun sat on the ground, his head resting against the stone bed, lost in thought, fully aware that his fate was sealed. Ran approached slowly, looking down at him from above. That Yulun met his gaze, still filled with resentment. That Yulun, do you hate me? Ran finally asked after a long silence. That Yulun stared at Ran. Chief, you were once the person I respected the most. When we built Cloud City together, you told me we would face life and death together. I believed you wholeheartedly. Yet you turned your back and allied with the Phoenix Beast, stabbing me in the back. You think I could not possibly hate you? Ran fell silent. Yulun was right. He had indeed betrayed him. However, even if he disliked the Phoenix Beast, he could not afford to become an enemy. The disparity in power was too great. Had he insisted on confrontation, the entire Cloud City could have perished, a gamble he could not take. After contemplating for a long time, he spoke slowly. Yulun, whether you believe it or not, I wish to preserve your ape clan. Mian sought self-preservation. He wronged your clan, which is not without justification. You wish for revenge, which is also understandable. That I aim to protect Cloud City, and I am not in the wrong. We merely stand on opposing sides. Given how things have escalated, should Mian pursue this, I cannot guarantee your safety. You should take your ape clan and leave Cloud City. Find somewhere new to start afresh. Yulun stared at Ran in disbelief. You will let us go? What will you say to Mian about the pursuit? He had prepared himself for death, only hoping the chief would spare his people. You need not concern yourself. I will handle the explanation with Mian. You only need to clarify the entire situation. Ran looked down, his tone resolute. A flicker of guilt washed over Yulun. Despite having seized the city, the chief still spared his life. The serpent beast, with its malevolent sorcery, was no match for the chief. That if he pressed the issue, he thought long and hard. He ultimately revealed the alliance with the Eagle clan and the potions provided by the shaman. After explaining the entire chain of events, he hesitated momentarily before speaking again. Chief, did you see the serpent beast's eyes and the purple lightning on its forehead? Ran instantly became alert. What are you implying? Those are traits of the legendary ancient malevolent beast. The demon Elit is indeed a malevolent spirit. Its soul crystallizes into ice that if it fully merges with a human, it can ensnare the mind. The serpent beast is already inherently violent. If it also possesses a cursed Dan, Yulun observed Ran's increasingly red eyes, unable to continue. The atmosphere in the stone palace felt stifling. Who else knows of what you have spoken? Ran's voice turned icy. The shaman possesses a sheepskin tome that records ancient legends. He captured the Phoenix Beast because of the legend that the Phoenix Beast contains the life wood, capable of resurrection. Fearing I would not believe him, he recounted many of the legends from the tome. Yulun, having gained a glimmer of hope for his clan's survival amidst despair, revealed everything without reservation. Understand now, Yulun, you must swear to the beast god that you will not speak of Mian to anyone else. Ran fixed his gaze on Yulun, a mix of pleading and determination in his eyes. Yulun contemplated for a moment. Although the hatred in his heart towards the phoenix and serpent beasts remained unresolved, it was evident that seeking revenge was now futile. Preserving the lives of his clan and himself took precedence. After a moment of silence, he agreed. Very well, I can swear to the beast god. But chief, your association with him. No need for further words. Once the oath is complete, hasten to lead your clan away. Ran interrupted Yulun's words with a wave of his hand. Yue Huan Huan awoke from her slumber, momentarily dazed, unsure of her surroundings. Turning her head, she met Han Mian's gaze. She rushed into his embrace, burying her head in his chest, finding solace. This was her Han Mian. Han Mian stirred awake, looking down at her. Huan Huan, it is all right now. I have returned. In an instant, Yue Huan Huan was overwhelmed with tears, all her grievances pouring out. She was unsure why her first reaction was to feel wronged. Before Han Mian, she could not muster even a shred of strength. Han Mian, I was so afraid. Afraid I would not survive until you returned. And afraid I would become a pawn to threaten you. Huan Huan, do not fear. It is all over now. You can feel me here. Do not dwell on unhappy thoughts. Forget them. In a few days, I will take you back to our cave and build you a grand house. How does that sound? Han Mian recognized the extent of her fright and grievances. He too had many questions to resolve, but not at this moment. She had been tense for over 10 days. If he prompted her to recall everything now, it would only force her to relive her suffering, which she could not endure. Yue Huan Huan redirected her attention. All right, I want a super large house. One where you can hibernate inside. Very well, I will build Huan Huan a super large house. But shall we rise and eat something? Look at your face. It has become pale. Han Mian teased her, reaching out to touch her face. Even if I look pale, you cannot call me ugly. Yue Huan Huan buried her face back into his embrace, only to pop out again. Han Mian. What is this? She curiously touched the purple lightning on Han Mian's forehead. I do not know. I cannot see it. Let me glimpse it through your eyes. Han Mian chuckled as he leaned closer, his eyelashes fluttering lightly against Yue Huan Huan's eyes, once and again. Yue Huan Huan was delighted by his antics. Blinking her eyelashes against Han Mian's eyes, the two playfully nudging against each other, sharing laughter. Once they finally got out of bed and exited the stone palace to bid farewell to Mo Ran. They encountered Mo Bai and Yi Chun waiting outside. In the distance, members of the White Tiger tribe could also be seen. The moment Yi Chun spotted Yue Huan Huan, he rushed over. Yue Huan, I am sorry. I failed to protect you. Yue Huan Huan froze at the sight of Yi Chun, recalling the events before her fainting, remembering Zhe Sen's words that she had been close to Yi Chun. With Han Mian by her side, she began to feel anxious again. Before she could respond, Yi Chun took her hand and embraced her. Yue Huan, you must have been terrified. Yue Huan Huan's mind buzzed, and she instinctively tried to pull away, but Han Mian yanked Yi Chun away, delivering a swift kick that sent him flying. Yue Huan Huan stood there in shock. She was only aware that Han Mian was enraged and had lost his temper. Standing frozen in place, unable to meet his gaze at Mo Ran and Lang Chi, accompanied by the recently awakened Zhe Sen, approached just in time to witness this scene. Though Han Mian's demeanor was frosty, he was not one to lose his temper, especially not to kick Yi Chun. What was happening? Mo Ran, unable to contemplate further, hurried to Han Mian's side and pulled him away to a more secluded spot, sensing the chilling aura emanating from Han Mian. Mo Ran instinctively grasped his hand. Han Mian turned to look at him, and Mo Ran whispered in his ear, Han Mian, do not let your anger get the best of you. Have you forgotten yesterday? This is not your affair. Allow Yue Huan to make her own decisions. Han Mian shook his head, about to speak, but the metallic sweetness rising in his throat silenced him. He shut his eyes, striving to calm his turbulent emotions. Fearing he might, like yesterday, cough up blood and frighten Huan Huan, Mo Ran was indeed correct. In the Beastman continent, even the foremost beast husband could not interfere with a female's choice of other beast husbands. Yi Chun, having been kicked down by Han Mian, rose in a daze that he glanced at Han Mian, then at Yue Huan, his expression a blend of grievance and bewilderment. You promised to bond with me. Why did Han Mian kick me? He is the foremost beast husband. Does he not have a right to do this? I did not promise. I will only have Han Mian as my partner. I will not bond with anyone else. Yue Huan exclaimed, alarmed at Yi Chun's mention of bonding. Fearing she could not clarify matters to Han Mian, observing Yue Huan from the side, initially filled with joy upon seeing her, was struck by confusion. He had been knocked unconscious by Wu Luan and had failed to protect Yue Huan. He wanted to inquire whether Wu Luan had harmed her. But what did he hear? I will not bond with anyone else. Only Han Mian as a partner? Ha! Is she that concerned about him? Not even daring to admit it. He fixed his gaze on Han Mian. Was this the snake beast that Yue Huan had called out for in her dreams? You clearly agreed that day. You did not push me away when I embraced and kissed you. Yi Chun exclaimed incredulously, bewildered as to why Yue Huan would retract her words. Was it because he had failed to protect her? Mo Ran felt his heart race, gripping Han Mian's hand tightly. Han Mian kept his eyes closed, his expression impassive to be silent. I did not. I am utterly unaware. Yue Huan was beside herself with rage, never imagining that Yi Chun would bring this up, especially in front of Han Mian and so many others. Observing Yue Huan's genuine distress, Yi Chun fell silent, realizing he had pushed her too far. Yue Huan's mind grew increasingly chaotic. The seeds of doubt began to take root in Han Mian's heart, creating a rift between them. She turned to Han Mian, wishing to explain that she did not know Yi Chun would kiss her. Just as she called out his name, Zai Sun interjected, Are you all right? Have you been worried about me? Upon hearing his voice, Yue Huan turned back, stunned to see Zai Sun there. What was he doing here? She momentarily lost her composure. Have you missed me these past 2 days? Did you not say you would bond with me? Zai Sun stepped closer, standing right in front of Yue Huan, his phoenix-like eyes narrowing. The onlookers were left speechless, and Yue Huan felt her head spinning. Her temples throbbed. She had initially deceived Zai Sun, only intending to placate him. Once she escaped danger and opened her eyes to see Han Mian, she had completely forgotten about it. Thoughts raced through her mind. Hadn't Zai Sun been taken by Wulin? Why was he here now, inserting himself into this situation? Han Mian was already furious due to Yi Chun's embrace, and now Yi Chun was speaking of kissing, embracing, and bonding. She had yet to clarify matters with Han Mian when Zai Sun unexpectedly brought this up in front of him. It felt as though the situation had spiraled beyond her control. Her emotions had been tightly wounded these past few days, grappling with the terror of being unable to transform, enduring the torment while navigating her interactions with Zai Sun. Suffering an entire day and night bound by Wu Luan, and then the surprise of seeing Han Mian. Now, faced with this turn of events and with Han Mian nearby, she found herself unable to think clearly. Zai Sun, seeing Yue Huan's lack of response to his question, felt a surge of anger. Was she that concerned about the snake beast that she could not even respond? He pressed on you. Are you deceiving me? Just as you deceived that fox beast? I clearly saw you two being intimate, yet you deny it. When I said you liked the fox beast, you did not refute me. Yue Huan, frantic, retorted, Be quiet. I did not. Zai Sun scoffed coldly. Were you afraid of? Are you trying to say you will not bond with me? Then why have you never resisted when I kissed you, held you, and why did you sleep beside me? His gaze was filled with sorrow, his tone accusatory. Yue Huan's head spun, and in terror, she turned to look at Han Mian, wishing to tell him it was all a lie, that she had only acted to protect herself. To see Han Mian again, Mo Ran had originally brought Zai Sun to meet Han Mian, intending to see how Han Mian would handle the situation. Zai Sun knew how to control Yue Huan's transformations. He could not act on his own. Who would have thought all these complications would arise? Now he wished he could strike himself down. He felt Han Mian's hand trembling and turned to support him, intending to lead him away. However, Han Mian suddenly coughed up blood, his body going limp. Alarmed, Mo Ran caught him in his arms. Yue Huan, having just turned around, witnessed this scene. Han Mian's blood magnified before her eyes, overwhelming her. Han Mian, panic surged within her. She wanted to rush over. But her legs trembled, rendering her unable to take a step. Mo Ran, looking at Han Mian, who was barely clinging to life, felt a surge of anger, his voice sharp. Yue Huan, resolve your issues. Han Mian cannot endure this turmoil. He coughed up blood yesterday, and now again. How much blood can he lose? Do you wish to take his life? He carried Han Mian into a stone chamber and shouted at the few who followed. No one is allowed to enter. He slammed the stone door shut. Lang Chi, unable to enter, paced anxiously outside, wishing he could tear Yi Chun and Zai Sun apart, shouting at them, Are you pleased now? Is this amusing to you? Get out of Yincheng City. Get out. Yue Huan finally reached her breaking point. Han Mian's blood flooded her vision. Her heart constricted painfully, and she collapsed to the ground, closing her eyes. Mo Ran's words echoed in her ears. Han Mian also coughed up blood yesterday. Do you wish to take his life? She clutched her head, covering her ears, yet the voices persisted. Mo Bai, having just returned to his senses from the shock. Noticed Yue Huan's unstable state and rushed over to lift her. "You calm down." Yue Huan's gaze was unfocused, murmuring, angry. So much blood. Why? Yichun began to regret his timing. He should not have brought up bonding now when you had just returned. Why'd he been so hasty? Now Han Mian was coughing up blood again. How would they resolve this? Zai-sun observed this scene coldly, formulating plans of his heart. Yue Huan was indeed deeply concerned. He had purposely provoked that snake beast, not expecting him to be so narrow-minded that he would faint from anger. They had yet to bond. Had he and Yue Huan bonded in the past few days? Would that snake beast not be driven to despair? Did he still fantasize about monopolizing Yue Huan? Such rules did not exist. Lang Qi, seeing their stubbornness, decided to ignore them. Striding away, he had things to do. He needed to hunt some cuckoo beasts. Bai carried Yue Huan into the stone chamber, laid her down on the stone bed, and covered her with animal skins. "You, calm down and rest for a while. Han Mian will be fine." Yue Huan closed her eyes, but images of Han Mian coughing up blood incessantly flashed her mind, her heart aching as if it would shatter. She felt as though everything was lost. Mo Ran continuously transfused blood into Han Mian, but it seemed to have little effect. His complexion improved slightly, yet he remained unconscious. Watching the deepening purple lightning between Han Mian's brows, Mo Ran felt his mind clouded with urgency. When they were in the green crystal forest, the lightning had been a light purple. This was the second time Han Mian had coughed up blood, and the color was now a deep purple. Was there a connection to the blood loss? He could not understand. He felt responsible for Han Mian's suffering. Had he not taken him into the green crystal forest, they would not have encountered the evil beast and all these troubles. Why did Han Mian have to endure such hardship? Overwhelmed with guilt and sorrow, he forgot how much blood he had lost, gripping Han Mian's hand tightly. Since entering the green crystal forest, he had not rested properly. And after returning, he had been busy all night. At last, he could no longer bear it and fainted beside Han Mian. Han Mian gradually regained consciousness, as if he had experienced a long dream, but upon reflection, he could not recall a single detail. He attempted to sit up, only to find his hand being held. He looked down to see Mo Ran slumped beside the bed, his complexion pale, eyes tightly shut, yet still unconsciously gripping his hand. "Han Mian, you are awake?" Mo Ran's voice was laced with surprise as he quickly helped Han Mian sit up. "You are awake. Look, you have nearly bled dry." Han Mian gazed at Mo Ran, his tones slightly wavering. "Do not act this way in the future. I will not die." Mo Ran felt a tightness in his chest. Indeed, he would not die, but there were evil forces seeking to claim his body. He gazed at Han Mian with a forced smile, saying, "How many days has it been since you last ate? I shall have Lang Qi prepare something for you." Ran opened the door and stepped out of the stone hall, only to encounter a few individuals waiting outside. Upon seeing Mo Ran, Lang Qi hurried over and inquired, "Leader, where is Han Mian? Has he awakened?" "Yes, he has awakened. Please prepare some food for him. He hasn't eaten in days." "I'll take care of it. I've already prepared some soup and goo bees for him. Just wait a moment." With that, Lang Qi dashed away. Ran surveyed the others present, Yichun and Mo Bai. And surprisingly, Zai-sun was still there to "What are you all doing here?" Mo Ran's tone was tinged with displeasure, slightly unfriendly. "He has just awakened, so do not disturb him if there are matters to discuss. Speak with Yue Huan. Resolve your own issues. They have nothing to do with Han Mian. Waiting here is futile." Mo Bai hesitantly spoke up. "Mo Ran, is Han Mian all right? I'm worried since he's been spitting blood and fainting these past 2 days. I never intended to disturb him, but he is fine. Once he eats something, he will recover." Ran replied. "Where's Yue Huan? I haven't seen her and I find it rather strange. She is in the adjacent stone hall. She seems to be in poor condition. We called for her, but she did not respond. Should we inform her that Han Mian has awakened?" Mo Bai was uncertain, unsure of what to do at that moment. He wanted Han Mian to see Yue Huan, but given Han Mian's recent bouts of spitting blood due to the coupling matter, how could he broach the topic so soon? "Let us wait a bit. You all go to Yue Huan first. We can discuss it after Han Mian has eaten." Ran felt it best not to provoke Han Mian further, with the ice crystal of the evil beast within him. Any additional agitation might accelerate its merging and disturb Han Mian's mind. Lan Qi returned with food, and Mo Ran led him back into the stone hall. Han Mian, are you all right? I made you something delicious. Please eat. Lan Qi looked at Han Mian's pale face with teary eyes, still too young to manage his emotions. Okay, stop crying. Lan Qi said I'm fine. Han Mian accepted the food from Lan Qi's hands and began to eat slowly. Mo Ran, fearing Lan Qi might say something more, signaled him with a glance to step outside. Lan Qi glanced at Han Mian, feeling assured that he would be all right, and quietly exited the hall. Observing Han Mian eat, Mo Ran pondered. Since waking, Han Mian had not inquired about Yue Huan. Could it be that the events of the past days had left him with a mental knot? Just as he was musing, he heard Han Mian speak. Where's Huan Huan? Is she frightened? Take me to see her. Mo Ran felt a twinge of worry. Han Mian, you shouldn't be stimulated right now. Why not wait a while longer? Han Mian smiled at him. I won't be stimulated. You needn't worry. Saying this, he got out of bed. Mo Ran noticed he was unsteady on his feet and quickly moved to support him. As the pair exited the stone hall, the others turned their attention towards them. Lan Qi rushed to Han Mian's side, wanting to say something, but he opened his mouth only to close it again. That Han Mian's gaze swept over Yi Chun and Zhe Sun. Yi Chun looked guilty and uneasy, while Zhe Sun regarded Han Mian with a provocative stare. Lan Qi, go fetch a stone bench, Han Mian instructed with a smile. Mo Ran was unsure of Han Mian's intentions, yet knowing Han Mian's stubbornness, he refrained from intervening, though he shot a sharp glare at Yi Chun and Zhe Sun, silently warning them not to speak carelessly. After Lan Qi brought a bench and helped Han Mian sit, Han Mian cast another glance at the two individuals and slowly began. You are here waiting. Do you have something to say to me? If so, please proceed. Yi Chun, with reddened eyes, said, Han Mian, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to upset you. Yue Huan truly did not push me away. To why Yi Chun felt aggrieved. He had always thought Han Mian accepted him and would agree to let Yue Huan take him as her beast husband. He merely embraced Yue Huan, and Han Mian kicked him. Wasn't that a bit too domineering? It was so unlike his usual character. Han Mian regarded Yi Chun for a moment, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yi Chun, I know Yue Huan well. She would never choose to couple with you. The only reason she didn't push you away is that she was either unconscious or too weak to resist. I kicked you because you knew how much she cared about my feelings, yet you disregarded her wishes and embraced her in front of me. That why Yi Chun stood there, stunned. Deep down, he had considered this possibility, but was unwilling to accept that Yue Huan's unconsciousness had prevented her from